extremely powerful and bright fairy voice dispersed, and the ninth ancestor of Huanyu also began to read out the decree above the decree. The Holy Lord of the Universe intercepted Daofruit's reincarnation privately. His mind was not firm and he was infected by the unknown. He exposed the source of the universe and caused this catastrophe. However, he took pity on his past hard work and even died, allowing his true spirit to enter reincarnation. After the words of the ninth patriarch of the universe fell, the broken body of the Holy Lord of the Universe, which was put into the storage bag by Wan Tianzhou, ignored everything and suddenly escaped. A ray of light shot out from the decree and shone on the remains of Holy Lord Huanyu. The body that had been chopped in half was slowly recovering from the entanglement of flesh and blood, but suddenly it turned into little bits of light and dissipated. Before anyone could react, the ninth patriarch of the universe continued to read out the decree. Niezhu Yuanyeni, Lu Baohua preferred to die in the evil catastrophe rather than retreat, killed countless evil demons, and did not fall into the holy land of the world. Their courage is commendable. Grant 36 principles of the universe to help you enter the supreme realm, and grant 36 guardian positions in the universe to fill the vacancies in the universe. As soon as the voice fell, all the Taoisms roared in unison, and before the decree, endless ancient and powerful 36 Taoisms boomed out, involuntarily blasting into the 36 holy bodies. The 36 saints suddenly felt a burst of ecstasy, feeling the changes in their bodies. They quickly bowed to the decree again and shouted in unison, "Thank you, Emperor Ancestor, for the gift." At this moment in the forbidden area of the world, the person who originally responded to Wan Tianzhi's order but chose to escape into the forbidden area after hesitation was filled with regret at this moment and wanted to slap himself twice. Because of their timidity, they missed the great opportunity to be reborn. At this time, the ninth ancestor of Huanyu glanced at Zhou Xingdou and smiled slightly. Zhou Xingdou had a suspicion in his heart, and it was self-evident. The ninth ancestor of the universe turned his attention to Wan Tianzhi. The Holy Son of Heavens in changing fate was originally transformed by the Tao fruit of heavens and heavens, and was destined to have such a calamity. Now defying the heavens and changing fate, he is not afraid of life and death in the face of the catastrophe, leading the 36 saints to bravely kill the enemy and not fall into the universe. Prestige. Now that the 35th Holy Lord of the Holy Land of the universe has fallen, the country cannot be without a king for a day, and the Holy Land cannot be without a master for a day. Therefore, the Emperor Ancestor has decided that Wan Tianzhou, the Holy Son of the Universe, will succeed him as the 36th Holy Lord of the Holy Land of the Universe, and will announce it to the world 36 days later, and the elders of all realms will return to crown him. The majestic voice of the ninth patriarch of the universe resounded throughout heaven and earth. It seemed that he was blessed by the imperial power and inspired by the power of the law. No one could question it. The Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth smiled instantly. It was not unexpected that Wan Tianzhou would become the Holy Master. After all, Wan Tianzhou was still too young and his cultivation was not strong. Now that the ninth patriarch of the universe has made the final decision, the imperial ancestor's decree has been declared to heaven and earth, which still makes the Virgin of the universe a little unbelievable. Zhou Xingdou raised the corner of his mouth, thinking that his efforts would not be in vain. Looking at Wan Tianzhou, who was supported by the 36 saints, he showed a happy smile like an old father. But the words of the ninth patriarch of the universe did not stop. He held the decree and looked at the Madonna of the universe, who just smiled. The Holy Mother of the Universe secretly intercepted the reincarnation of Tao fruit of the universe, and fought for power and profit. She should have been deprived of her position and imprisoned in a forbidden place for thousands of years. The expression of Our Lady of the Universe changed, but the words of the ninth patriarch of the universe made her feel relieved. However, considering her years of hard work, pity for the suffering of her mother and son, and her outstanding performance in the catastrophe, her merits and demerits are balanced, and she retains the position of the Holy Mother to assist the new Holy Master. Our Lady of the Universe immediately bowed down and thanked her. Now it was the best ending for her with no merit or demerit. After all, regardless of anything else, intercepting the Tao fruit of the world with the Holy Lord of the world was a capital crime. Now she naturally has no dissatisfaction, but sheds tears of gratitude. But at this moment, the ninth patriarch of the universe looked at the mantra that appeared on the decree again, his face darkened and his breath stagnated, but he had to read out. Wan Xinyan, the ninth ancestor of the world, has extremely neglected his duties in guarding the holy land of the world, and was easily deceived by Wan Huazi into attacking young Commander Ziwei. He was deprived of his position as the ninth ancestor and was punished as the new Holy Lord Wan Tianzhou's guardian, assisting Wan Tianzhou in handling the affairs of the Holy Land. As he read out his will, Wan Xinyan, the ninth ancestor of the world, twitched the corners of his mouth and felt extremely uncomfortable. Others were either greatly rewarded, or else the merits and demerits were equal to each other. Only he was punished, and he was directly deprived of his position as the ninth ancestor, and was demoted to the protector of Wan Tianji. This punishment is much more serious than looking at it. There are only 9 seats in the universal ancestor position except the emperor ancestor. They are not just sorted by age and cultivation level, but can only get the position if they have made great contributions to the universal Holy Land. Becoming one of the 9 ancestors, even the lowest one, is of great benefit, because this is the status determined by the Emperor of the universe and the Great Tao of the universe. Although the 9th Patriarch's fruition position does not have the power to enhance his cultivation strength, he still peeks into the origin of Great Tao's cultivation from time to time. Occasionally, the Emperor Ancestor lectures on scriptures. I don't know how many sect elders are spying on his position as the 9th Patriarch. This is also one of the reasons why he is unwilling to resurrect the other 8th Patriarchs. In fact, it is not entirely because the evil demon has methods against Huanyu. If the other 8th Patriarchs are alerted, his position as the 9th Patriarch will be over. He originally saw Qin Ming and Zhou Xingdou, the young master of the Zhou family, and he had some friendship with Qin Ming, so he thought of using Zhou Xingdou's power to help the Holy Land of Huanyu survive this disaster safely. Who knows, after all, he has not escaped the eyes of the Emperor Ancestor, and the position of the 9th Ancestor has not been saved. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows, not because of Wan Xinyan's punishment, but because there was a sentence in the decree about taking action against young Emperor Ziwei, which aroused his curiosity. Others called him many names, such as Zhou Zunci, Zhou Young Master, Zhou Young Emperor, etc. It was almost difficult to unify them. Now, there was a young Commander Ziwei, which made him a little confused. There are indeed many connections between the Zhou family and Ziwei. For example, the ancestral martial art is called Ziwei Taiwang Sutra, and the purple pagoda in the ancestral land is called Ziwei Taiwang Pagoda. Tianjizi said that his crepe myrtle blood has the ultimate immortal vein. What does young Marshal Ziwei mean now? It comes from the mouth of the Emperor of the world, and it is definitely not a joking name. The young Marshal is naturally the Marshal's son. Could it be that his father, whom he has never met, is a marshal somewhere? Could he have left an army for himself somewhere? But thinking about these now is undoubtedly fishing for the moon in a well, and it has no meaning. As Zhou Xingdou's thoughts flowed, he raised his hand towards Wan Xinyan, the former 9th ancestor of the universe. 9th ancestor, oh no, congratulations from Wan Hudao. It is really enviable to be able to get rid of the ancestral position and regain freedom. Zhou Xingdou actually didn't have much emotion towards Wan Xinyan, and even felt that this person was very interesting, but that didn't stop him from beating up the lost dog and mocking him. Wan Xinyan's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten a fly, but when he heard Zhou Xingdou's ridicule, he did not get angry, but just forced a smile. It's true. Zhou Zunci is right. I'm so happy to be free. Speaking of the last few words, Wan Xinyan's teeth were almost broken, and he felt like crying without tears. Buzz. The decree in Wan Xinyan's hand made a buzzing sound, and the brilliant lights blended together and turned into a holy light, rushing straight towards Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou originally wanted to tease Wan Xinyan a few words, but when he saw such a strange phenomenon, he immediately stretched out his palm, grabbed the flying light, and held it with his back, and a holy white gold token appeared in his hand. The extremely powerful and bright fairy voice of the Emperor Ancestor of the universe sounded from the token. Young Marshal Ziwei aided me in Huanyu, and you should repay him with peaches and plums. This is the ancestral order of Huanyu. I am the elder of the clan, and I will give it to young Marshal Ziwei. I also promise that when you reach the realm of the great sage, you can step into the forbidden land of Huanyu and understand the laws of the world. When this sound fell, everyone was shocked. His position is higher than that of the clan elder. Take Wan Xinyan as an example. He who was deprived of the position of the ninth ancestor is the clan elder. In the future, after the abdication of the Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth, he will also obtain the position of the clan elder. Zhang Lao, the elder in the sect, although he does not have as much real power as the Holy Lord, his status is only inferior to that of the nine ancestors. Zhou Xingdou's expression was as usual, but in his mind he was like a bright mirror. He was the elder of the clan, which meant that he was comparable to the elder of the clan, but he had no rights as the elder of the clan. It was just a reputation. However, allowing him to enter the forbidden areas of the universe and understand the laws of the universe when he is a great sage is a good compensation. After all, this is the exclusive law of the Universal Holy Land. No one in the Universal Holy Land is qualified to understand it except the Holy Lord, Holy Mother, Holy Son, and the Great Elder. It is definitely one of the most powerful laws in the world. Wan Tianzhou also came back to his senses from the shock of succeeding as the Holy Lord of the world, but there was not much joy on his face. Because the Emperor's decree directly sent Holy Lord Huanyu into reincarnation, it almost eliminated his hope of resurrecting Holy Lord Huanyu in the future. Even though Holy Lord Huanyu was astonished, in Wan Tianzhou's eyes, he was the father who gave him his soul after all. What's more, the Holy Lord of the world was tainted by ominous things, so he did such foolish things, and he had already lost his way before he died. Zhou Xingdou naturally noticed Wan Tianzhou's mood. After putting away the Huanyu ancestral order, he walked towards Wan Tianzhou and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you will be the master of an immortal force from now on." Wan Tianzhou smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Boss, please stop teasing me. If you weren't the 36th Holy Lord of the universe, it wouldn't be my turn." Wan Tianzhou is very clear that there are so many former Holy Lords who have become sect elders in the Holy Land of the universe, and it would be safer for him to recall any of them to serve as temporary Holy Lords. And if it weren't for Zhou Xingdou, he would have been wiped out by Du Buhui under the Immortal Soul and turned into the nourishment of the Immortal Soul. Now that he can succeed the Holy Lord, it can be said that 90% of his success is due to Zhou Xingdou, and 1% is due to his identity as Dao Fruit in his own world. Zhou Xingdou did not emphasize his own importance, but looked at the 36 saints behind Wan Tianzhou and joked, "You will be so powerful in the future. The 36 saints under your command will soon become the 36th saint, making me envious of you, boss." Wan Tianzhou did not belittle the 36 saints, but glanced behind him gratefully and said slowly, "It's true. In the future, we will need these 36 protectors to support me, the weakest Holy Lord of the universe." After all, these 36 people resolutely supported their fight to the death when the Holy Land of the universe was at its most critical, and I couldn't help but feel grateful. But Wan Tianzhou only took Zhou Xingdou's words of envy as a joke. "But boss is exaggerating when he says he is envious. Your ghostly secret guards and the 4 seniors behind you are really enviable." Wan Tianzhou had already seen the beauty of the 108-star ghost guards with his own eyes. Compared with Zhou Xingdou's joking envy, Wan Tianzhou was truly envious. What's more, excluding Commander Xingyu who was absent at this time, Chen Nong, Wei Luosheng, Tianyin, and Yu Chili behind Zhou Xingdou are not ordinary people. Tianyin broke the ancient mirror with an arrow and destroyed the 3 evil generals. Wei Luosheng settled the heaven and earth with one word, and destroyed the sea of evil spirits with one word. Chen Nong fought against the Double Dao Venerable alone and easily killed them. It can only be described as terrifying. Even if all the 36 saints step into the Supreme Realm, they can never be compared with one of them. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows, but did not refute. Although he felt it was not enough, he had to admit that Chen Nong and others were indeed terrifying. Not only their high-level supreme cultivation, but also their strength that cannot be measured by cultivation. Not only Chen Nong's method of summoning plants to kill the 2 Dao Venerables, but also Wei Luosheng's miraculous Confucianism methods can be measured by pure cultivation realm. However, Zhou Xingdou's face straightened up at this moment. He looked at Wan Tianzhou and said with some seriousness, "You have become the Holy Master now, don't forget the agreement you made back then." Wan Tianzhou was slightly startled when he heard this. His eyes showed a hint of reminiscence, and his eyes when looking at Zhou Xingdou became solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "Year after year, never forget. Seeing Wan Tianzhou's sullen look, Zhou Xingdou's serious face instantly turned away. It was obvious what kind of agreement the four inheritors of the immortal power of Taisher Dao domain could have. When taking power, extinguishing the war that has been ignited for thousands of years in the Taisher Dao realm was the agreement made by Wan Tianzhou, Bai Yulong, and Dou Wanjun. Zhou Xingdou also needed a peaceful Taisher Dao domain. Although the four of them were young at the time, they had already determined the future direction of the Taisher Dao domain. If Zhou Xingdou hadn't been hopeless in his previous life and left the Taisher Dao realm to become the lackey of the Son of Destiny, and Wan Tianxiao had not suffered from Du Buhui's death, I'm afraid that the Taisher Dao realm in his previous life would have been a different scene. But it's not too late in this life. Now that Du Buhui has been purged by himself, his immortal soul is suffering the pain of refining in the furnace of hell, and Wan Tianzhou has successfully succeeded to the position of Holy Lord. Half of Zhou Xingdou's plan has been completed. As for Bai Yulong, there is no need to worry at all. This fool is a typical example of someone who has never changed his original intention. He even risked his life to wake up Wan Tianzhou. Among the three, he is the most determined, but he also had the worst ending in his last life. As for Dou Wanjun, I don't know what happened. Even 20 years after his previous life, it seemed that he had never heard of him leaving seclusion, but he didn't know what the Pantheon was doing behind his back. I may also need to pay a visit to the Pantheon later. As for now, Zhou Xingdou is a little tired after experiencing too much at once, and he doesn't even want to stay in the Holy Land of the universe any longer. For people in the early Yuan dynasty, maybe only one day had passed, but for Zhou Xingdou, he had experienced the attack of Tianjizi and the conquest of the martial soul world. Later, he used the mighty power of the stars to fight against Tianjizi, and finally encountered the catastrophe in the Holy Land of the universe. Now he not only needs to repair himself, but also needs to take a good look at what he has gained today. Thinking of this week, Xingdou also drooped his eyes slightly and said to Wan Tianzhou lazily, "You can clean up the mess in the Holy Land of the universe yourself. I'm a little tired. Okay, let's meet again after I'm done." Wan Tianzhou didn't stop him. As for the words of thanks, he just felt numb. After all, it was useless to talk about the relationship between the two. It would be better to kowtow twice. And the rest is Huan Yu Holy Land's own business. Zhou Xingdou doesn't have much significance here. Wan Tianzhou, who is preparing to succeed the Holy Lord, will probably be extremely busy. Zhou Xingdou nodded slightly, but was too lazy to be polite. He turned to Xiao Zhuanfeng and Qing Yanjing and shouted, "Xiao Zhuanfeng, Aunt Jing, leave with me." At this time, Tianyin, who was behind Zhou Xingdou, finally noticed the timid little Zhuanfeng. His eagle eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly asked Zhou Xingdou, "Young master, what kind of strange beast is this? Why have I never seen it before?" It is a secret that Tianyin is interested in strange beasts. The 9 Taishu ancient dragons pulling Zhou Xingdou's starry sky chariot were brought by Chen Nong from Tianyin. Zhou Xingdou did not hide anything. After all, Tianyin would not be disadvantageous to him, so he said slowly, "It's a rhinoceros, a monster from another world. It's normal if you haven't seen it before." Upon hearing that it was an alien monster, Tianyin's eyes flashed, and he looked at Xiao Zhuanfeng with a fiery look. This frightened Xiao Zhuanfeng, because there was an aura in Tianyin that made beasts involuntarily fear from the soul level. This was also the reason why Xiao Zhuanfeng had never dared to approach Zhou Xingdou. Being stared at by such a being, even Xiao Zhuanfeng couldn't help but tremble in his heart and looked at Zhou Xingdou for help. Zhou Xingdou also seemed to think of something, and spoke again before Tianyin could speak. By the way, Xiao Zhuanfeng seems to have reached his limit and can no longer make breakthroughs. Do you have a way to break it? A hint of joy suddenly appeared in Tianyin's eyes. He was worried about how to ask Zhou Xingdou to study this strange beast. Now, didn't this happen to hit the muzzle of his gun? Just in time to save him, who was not good at words, from blocking his words, he immediately followed Zhou Xingdou's words and said, "Young master, don't worry, as long as you give it to your subordinates to study it, it will definitely exceed its limits." Xiao Zhuanfeng's heart suddenly tightened, and he looked at Zhou Xingdou as if asking for help, but his pitiful eyes were completely ignored by Zhou Xingdou. "Okay, then I will hand him over to you." Zhou Xingdou naturally doesn't understand Tianyin's research. Furthermore, as long as the Holy Realm war slaves don't die, they can be resurrected in the system, so there is nothing to worry about. After all, he also wanted to see if this little Zhuofeng, who had been annotated by the system to reach its limit, could be transformed again in Tianin's hands. In a few words, Xiao Xuanfeng's fate has been handed over to Tianin, who made him feared. This suddenly made Xiao Xuanfeng feel lost inside. Qing Yanjing also walked slowly while Zhou Xingdou and Tianin were talking. Now, the golden light protecting her body has dissipated, revealing her dress as white as snow. Her plump figure is no longer obscured by the light, making Qing Yanjing's whole body rise several levels. At this moment, Chen Nong also very wisely moved away from Zhou Xingdou, pushing Tianin, Wei Luoshang, and Yuchili to the side, leaving Zhou Xingdou's right side free. Zhou Xingdou also looked at Qing Yanjing, who was walking slowly, and smiled gently. "Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Jing." Qing Yanjing showed an extremely gentle smile, and her soft voice was heartwarming. "That's right. There is no need to be polite, Your Majesty." Only Xiao Xuanfeng had a look of despair. He was too tame to bully others, he was treated differently at all. Although they were summoned together, his king was so polite and gentle to Qing Yanjing, while his own company had to be studied by that big man in animal skin. This was so unfair. Isn't it that Qing Yanjing's cultivation is a little higher than hers? She's better looking, has a better figure, is more gentle, virtuous, and more feminine? What's wrong with my majestic half-monster form? Shivering. I just regret that I didn't transform into a banshee when I transformed, and I never learned the method of transformation. Now I have to be disliked by Zhou Xingdou. Of course, although Xiao Zuan was very cool, no one cared about him at all. Even Wan Tianzhou didn't look at him. Instead, he went with his 36 saints to appease Wanshan, who was deprived of the status of the 9th patriarch of the universe. Word. Only Tianin's thick palm patted Xiao Xuanfeng's shoulder, smiled and comforted. "Don't be sad, little one, I will make your cultivation surpass hers." But in Xiao Xuanfeng's eyes, that smile was like a devil's smile, making her heart tremble. The more Zhou Xingdou sees Qing Yanjing, the more satisfied he becomes. As the first supreme realm among the war slaves, Zhou Xingdou likes Zhou Xingdou in terms of personality, figure, and appearance. But at this moment, Yuchili's eyes flashed, his brows furrowed slightly, and he reminded Zhou Xingdou. "Young master, I see that this female formation Dao is quite different from that of the Chuyuan. I'm afraid she is not a member of the Chuyuan." Yukili still remains skeptical about creatures from other worlds. After all, Qing Yanjing was not a servant of the Zhou family. Yuchili had never heard of this person, and his calculations on his identity only yielded a blank, as if he was a creature that had just arrived in the Chuyuan realm. "No need to worry, Aunt Jing is my old friend's mother in another world, I can trust her." It was naturally impossible for Zhou Xingdou to tell anything about the system, but what he said was not bad. In a sense, Qiang Yanjing's son could be regarded as the one he had watched grow up. Qing Yanjing was indeed the mother of his old friend. Although Yuchili was curious about when Zhou Xingdou had an old friend from another world, Zhou Xingdou said that he could trust him, so he couldn't say much. Only Chen Nong, who was very nervous and very familiar with Zhou Xingdou, dared to ask. "Hey, young master, when have you ever been to another world, and those otherworldly beasts?" "When I moved the reinforcements, I didn't notice that they didn't exist within a radius." Qing Yanjing answered for Zhou Xingdou at this moment. "After arriving in this world, Xiao Xuanfeng and I stayed in the Lord's magic weapon for Qing Xiu. We have never appeared again. The situation was critical just now, so the Lord released us to defend against the enemy." Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows. Qing Yanjing knew how to hurt others. Although she could tell lies easily, it might not be as truthful as Qing Yanjing's. After all, what Qing Yanjing said was indeed true, but the system was hidden in her statement. Chen Nong was just curious, but since Qing Yanjing had already explained it, he didn't want to ask any more questions. What's more, if Zhou Xingdou doesn't want to, it doesn't matter even if he doesn't explain. After all, they are servants and Zhou Xingdou is the master. How can any servant ask the master for the truth? In the distance, Our Lady of the Universe saw Qing Yan standing quietly next to Zhou Xingdou. For some reason, she felt a little unhappy in her heart, and she couldn't help but walk in the direction of Zhou Xingdou. Madonna of the universe appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou in an instant. She was extremely tall, with a perfect body represented by the word plump, and her large snow-white gold-lined robe almost completely enveloped Zhou Xingdou's sight. Even Qing Yanjing's exploded figure could not escape the jade body covering her. The figure was completely blocked, so Zhou Xingdou could only focus on the Holy Mother of the universe. Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He didn't know what the Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth meant, but he quickly compared the Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth in front of him with Qing Yanjing in his mind. Both of them are plump beauties, but they each have their own merits. Our Lady of the Universe is the spokesperson for the term plump. Her figure is slightly plump, but not fat. Qing Yanjing's figure is slender, a little less voluptuous than the Madonna of the universe, but also a little more slender. As for the temperament, it is completely different. As the Holy Mother of an immortal force, the Virgin of the universe is a bit majestic and aloof, and she is the type of strong woman. Although Qing Yanjing was of extraordinary origin, her status was at the top of the world, and although her appearance was luxurious, she was more gentle and virtuous. She seemed to be a suitable candidate for his wife at first glance. Seeing Zhou Xingdou looking at her figure in a daze, Madonna of the universe felt a hint of arrogance in her heart for some reason, and looked back at Qing Yanjing provocatively. Qing Yanjing was not angry, she just smiled and shook her head. She seemed helpless at the actions of Our Lady of the Universe, but she didn't care at all. "Zunzi Zhou, can you lend me a moment to speak?" Our Lady of the World looked at Zhou Xingdou, deliberately softening his voice and maintaining a dignified posture, and said with a warm smile. Zhou Xingdou also recovered from his thoughts of comparing the two women, but the conclusion he came to can only be said to be that they are equal. But Zhou Xingdou did not forget to reply to the words of Our Lady of the Universe. "There is nothing you can't do." Mother Universe was overjoyed. She raised her hand sideways and invited Zhou Xingdou to come to the woods, but she did not leave too far away, allowing Qing Yanjing to see the two of them with her eyesight. Zhou Xingdou felt a little disappointed when he saw that Our Lady of the Universe just took him to the woods. After all, he thought that the scene in the Temple of Universe would be repeated again, but his expression remained the same as before and he asked, "I wonder what's wrong with the Holy Mother?" The Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth was still smiling at Qing Yanjing in the distance. When Zhou Xingdou asked this question, her expression suddenly froze. After all, she had not thought about what to say to Zhou Xingdou at all. She was too busy fighting with Qing Yanjing to think about what to say when Zhou Xingdou was brought over. However, Yunlian is an immortal power queen after all. She has been honing her position for many years, and her mind is not very active. In a flash of inspiration, she really thought of something that required Zhou Xingdou. "Zunzi Zhou, Tianzhou will be crowned as the Holy Lord in the 36th day. At that time, the elders of the clan will return to the world. Although the Emperor has golden words, I am afraid that these old guys will see that Tianzhou is young and has low cultivation level." Our Zhou Xingdou also suppressed some disappointment in his heart, frowned and said quietly, "The Holy Mother is afraid that if you can't suppress the patriarchs of the world, then during the coronation, these elders will pick on Tianri and put him in an embarrassing position?" Although Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth came up with it temporarily, her worries were indeed true. Wan Tianzhou was too young, even half a year younger than Zhou Xingdou. Moreover, Dubuhui used Wan Tianzhou's body to do many evil things. Although the truth is now revealed, it will not immediately restore his original momentum. What's more, the cultivation level is also flawed. Even if it is Dao Fruit's reincarnation, there have never been so many young and weak immortal power leaders in the entire Chuyuan. Not to mention the elder of the Huanyu Holy Land. When Zhou Xingdou sat down and Zhou Jiazuan sat down, there were slaves who made trouble, let alone Wan Tianzhou now. Even though Our Lady of the Universe initially had a desire to fight for beauty, now she can't help but look worried when she thinks of Wan Tianzhou's situation when she was crowned. Wan Xinyan is not very strong, and is even weaker than many elders. He only relied on chance to reach the position of the ninth ancestor. Now that Wan Xinyan has been stripped of his ninth ancestor status, he may have resentment in his heart. Although there was a decree from the emperor and his ancestors to protect the way and assist Tianzhou. However, this person is very thoughtful and has deep calculations. He may be able to protect the way, but he may not necessarily help Tianzhou to suppress the situation and offend other elders. Zhou Xingdou also nodded slightly. Although Wan Xinyan was interesting, he was undoubtedly very scheming. Moreover, without Zhou Xingdou being around, I am afraid that Wan Tianxiao might not be able to suppress Wan Xinyan's attack on Zhang Lao after 36 days. Zhou Xingdou also understood the meaning of Our Lady of the Universe. So the Holy Mother wants me to come during the coronation to strengthen my momentum for the world? Our Lady of the Universe looked at Zhou Xingdou with a slightly pleading look in her beautiful eyes and said, "Yes, Zhou Zunzi has an ancestral order given by the Emperor of the Universe. He is older than the clan elders and can be regarded as a person in the Holy Land of the Universe. Moreover, the Zhou family's divine power greatly frightens the clan elders who return from outside the territory. Zhou Zunzi is undoubtedly the best candidate." Zhou Xingdou shook his head helplessly, but he did not reject the Holy Mother of the Universe. "Actually, Our Lady doesn't need to say this at all. I will come when Tianzhou is crowned. Naturally, I won't sit idly by when I come. Yes, for such a big event as the coronation of the Holy Lord in the Holy Land of Huanyu, how could Zhou Xingdou not come to join in the fun?" Even if the Holy Mother of Huanyu didn't say anything, he could still watch Wan Tianzhou being tortured. Is it difficult? Not to mention that with the Huanyu ancestral order, he was considered half of the people of the Huanyu Holy Land. Even without the Huanyu ancestral order, how could Zhou Xingdou not interfere in the affairs of the Huanyu Holy Land? Wan Zhang, the great elder of the universe, died not even a day ago. He dared to step on the gate of the Holy Land of the universe to destroy Du Burue and live for thousands of days. How could he not care about the coronation because of his mere status? And Zhou Xingdou was also bold. At this moment, he actually grabbed the pink jade hand of the Holy Mother of Heaven and held it gently in his hand. However, his face was extremely solemn and he said with an extremely serious expression, "No need to worry, Holy Mother, Wanhua will die. Although Tianzhu and I are not related by blood, our relationship is better than that of brothers. The eldest brother is his father. If there is no father in the day and night, I will be his father. I will never let him suffer any injustice. I will be my brother and father to support him in all matters." The Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth was slightly startled by Zhou Xingdou's sudden action, but when she heard Zhou Xingdou's solemn words, her extremely beautiful face was moved by it, causing waves in her beautiful eyes. Because Zhou Xingdou is not just a man of words. What Zhou Xingdou did for Wan Tianzhou in the past can prove that his current words are indeed not childish, but come from the heart. But when Zhou Xingdou said that his eldest brother was his father, Wan Tianzhou, even the Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth could not help but blush on his cheeks. After all, since Zhou Xingdou is Wan Tianzhou's father, isn't he also equivalent to his husband? Wan Tianzhou had no idea that when he was talking to the ancestor Wan Xinyan, his mother had already found a stepfather in her heart for him who had just died. And this stepfather is still his brother and boss. The Holy Mother of the Universe didn't know what she was talking about. After all, she wasn't really proficient in matters of emotion. At the beginning, she and the Holy Lord of the Universe were just in name and had no real relationship. In her life, she only loves power, strength, and sons. When it comes to exchanging interests and fighting for power, she is good at it, but when it comes to relationships, she is far less flexible than Zhou Xingdou. Mother Universe's hand was held by Zhou Xingdou, and she was reluctant to pull away, but she was not such a little woman. She would not make such a shy gesture, she just bowed slightly and said softly, "Then I will thank Zhou Zunzi for Tianzhou." Zhou Xingdou smiled slightly, and his silver white eyes filled with purple energy glowed softly at this moment. "Not just Tianri, if the Holy Mother is in trouble, I will not sit idly by and do nothing. Please also ask the Holy Mother to understand my meaning." Zhou Xingdou's voice was like a spring breeze blowing on the face and was so magnetic that it made the ears of Our Lady of the Universe itch, and she actually felt a sense of dependence. But at this moment Zhou Xingdou let go of Holy Mother of Heaven's hand, raised his hand slightly and said, "Holy Mother, now that things are going on here, I need to go back to Zhou's house to repair myself. I'll say goodbye." After saying this, Zhou Xingdou turned around and walked towards the 4 servants of the Zhou family without waiting for the reaction of Our Lady of the Universe. Several people also understood. Chen Nong raised his hand and made a move. The 9 ancient Taishu dragons that fled into the void when the evil spirits invaded appeared again, surging into the sky and pulling down the giant chariot in the starry sky. Our Lady of the Universe stared blankly at Zhou Xingdou's back. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xingdou turned around and left as soon as he said those words, without giving herself any chance to speak. But she was also happy for a moment. After all, Zhou Xingdou's words just now were vague, but they conveyed many meanings. This made Our Lady of the Universe look at Qin Yinjing, who had been waiting for Zhou Xingdou to come, like a victorious peacock. Qin Yinjing turned a deaf ear to the provocation of Our Lady of the Universe. Instead, she smiled gently at the Madonna of the Universe without any intention of fighting. She just silently supported Zhou Xingdou on the starry sky chariot. How could Zhou Xingdou not understand the Queen of Heaven's lust for Qin Yinjing? It's just that the Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth got one thing wrong. Qin Yinjing is the war slave she summoned. She will not have bad feelings towards Zhou Xingdou, nor will she care whether Zhou Xingdou flirts with other women. Just because Qin Yinjing's body and mind can only belong to Zhou Xingdou, it doesn't mean that the body and mind that needs Zhou Xingdou can only belong to her, and Qin Yinjing's character will not fight for favor in love. Unless Luohani was here, he would be jealous and angry because of the actions of the Holy Mother of the Universe. Of course, if Luohani were here, Zhou Xingdou would not dare to be so indulgent. I am afraid he would just be an honest person who does not mess around with women. Good husband. Therefore, the so-called beauty fight of the Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth is actually a vain search for the enemy, which is useless. Instead, Zhou Xingdou's back-and-forth efforts to catch her have locked her mind. Zhou Xingdou stepped onto the giant chariot in the starry sky, and the clear sound resounded throughout the world. Tianji, Holy Mother, see you on the 36th at the coronation. At this time, all the beings in the Holy Land of the Universe, whether it was Wan Tianzhou, the 36 saints, or Wan Xinyan, all raised their hands towards the giant chariot in the starry sky and said, "Farewell to Zhou Zunzi." Zhou Xingdou smiled slightly, and the 9 Taishu ancient dragons suddenly pulled up the starry sky chariot and lifted into the sky. Shen Nong and others also jumped up and stepped onto the chariot, and the void instantly opened. But after Zhou Xingdou stepped into the chariot and sat down on the throne, the smile on his lips suddenly disappeared. It is certainly a joy to be resurrected and take over the position of Holy Lord. But this time the evil catastrophe is full of weirdness. Although the demon sea has been destroyed, Zhou Xingdou has a hunch in his heart that the great sage demon Yi Bei, who fought with him several times, should not be dead. Moreover, Zhou Xingdou has a sense of fate towards him, always feeling that the two will eventually meet in the future. But there is also a bit of mystery in it. If Yi Bei is included in the team to attack the demon sea, why does he always feel a little out of place? Zhou Xingdou didn't even feel the slightest bit of disgust towards the evil spirit from the bottom of his heart, and even felt some sympathy for him. Who is this Yi Bei? This will probably remain a mystery until Zhou Xingdou and Yi Bei meet next time. There was also Yun Qingxi and those unclear explanations that Zhou Xingdou couldn't understand. Want to infect yourself? But it's not like it, because when she told him, Yun Qingxi didn't get angry and jumped over the wall, and she didn't even hurt herself from beginning to end. The chief culprit of the catastrophe in the Holy Land of the Universe pulled himself into a different space. It was a great opportunity to kill him, but he just said unintelligible words. This made Zhou Xingdou really unable to see what she wanted to do, and judging from Yun Qingxi's posture, it seemed that she had known him for a long time and was very familiar with him. But even though Zhou Xingdou searched for the memories of those 3 lives, there was no figure that could overlap with it. Even the name Yun Qingxi was heard for the first time today. And what Yun Qingxi said when sending herself away from the different space. Be careful, Yun Jingji. How did she know about Yun Jingji? To know what happened to Zhou Xingdou and Yun Jingji, not even a few people in the absolute beginning Dao domain knew about it. Even when Yun Jingji was removing the cold poison, it was done in secret. The only connection between the two known to the outside world was the dead son of destiny, Lin Fan, who had been replaced by Lin Hua. Under such circumstances, even if Yun Qingxi knew about Yun Jingji, why would she let herself be careful about Yun Jingji? Although Yun Qingxi was an evil spirit and his words could not be trusted at all, Yun Jingji's words could not help but reverberate in Zhou Xingdou's mind. Yun Jingji was the first woman in his life, and she was also the first woman to rob Lin Fan of his energy. There was nothing unusual about her at all. But on the system panel, Yun Jinji's condition is also normal. He is of the ancient Tianfeng bloodline, his cultivation level is not very high, his affection is deep, and there is no abnormality in his luck column. Now that Lin Fan has been eliminated, Yun Jinji is seen by Zhou Xingdou as just a pitiful and harmless woman. Considering that Yun Jinji had just opened the first Divine Treasure's perfected being realm, even if Zhou Xingdou stood still and let go of all his defenses for her to take action, she would not be harmed at all, and even the physical repulsion could kill her. This is also a headache for Zhou Xingdou. Now he can't understand it at all, and there are so many things that he can't understand, so that now it is difficult for him to have the same wisdom as Lin Fan did at that time. Since returning to the Taisher Dao realm, one mystery after another has hit me in the face, but I can't solve the mystery at all. Xing Yanjing just stood quietly beside Zhou Xingdou's throne, but when she saw Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows were furrowed and he was thinking a lot, she smiled softly and said softly, "Mortals are only 100 years old, but they often worry about 1,000 years." At the beginning, Shen'er's situation was not good enough for the Lord, but in the end, the clouds cleared and the moon shined. Why should the Lord worry about things that have no meaning yet? Anyway, we will get the answer in the end. Going into it now will only increase our worries, so why not take care of the present first? I think as long as you are strong enough, no calculation is worth a divine ability. Xing Yanjing actually didn't know what Zhou Xingdou was thinking, but people without long-term worries must have immediate worries, and all they were thinking were questions without answers. After all, Xing Yanjing is also a mother. Although she has not taught her son since childhood, her life experience is enough to make her qualified to educate Zhou Xingdou. What's more, Zhou Xingdou's name for her made her feel that although Zhou Xingdou was placed in the highest position in her heart, she looked down on Zhou Xingdou as if she was a junior. In the past, she had never been by her son's side to answer his questions, and now it was Zhou Xingdou who made up for it. Zhou Xingdou's brows relaxed quietly. He didn't need much or too many incisive principles to enlighten him. Sometimes just having a woman's sincere comfort can save a man from the pain of getting into trouble, so that he can put his face to rest and resolve old grudges. If freedom is hard to come by, then divine ability reaches the sky. What Aunt Jing said is absolutely true. Zhou Xingdou is not a person who likes to get into trouble, so he immediately put aside his worries. After all, he should sort out what he had gained today. After all, after killing so many demons, he could no longer calculate how much luck he had gained. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou opened his template again after a long absence. Name, Zhou Xingdou, odd number. Talent, punishing heaven Dao body, innate sword heart, absolute immortal veins, not yet awakened. Realm, late saint stage. Cumulative luck value, more than 500,000, more than 440,000. Gongfa Baoshu, Ziwei Taiwang Sutra Part 1, Basic Accomplishment, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Power, Proficient, Thunder Emperor Baoshu, Proficient, Luoxia Sword Cannon, Basic. Rare items and magical weapons, Punishing Thunder Emperor Armor, Wonderful items of heaven and earth, Prison Suppressing Sword Peak, Supreme Weapon, Qingxin Palace, Magic Weapon. People of Luck, Yun Jinji, Yuji, Du Buhui. The number of transmigrate of the heavens, 0, those who kill the people with destiny have a chance to obtain the number of transmigrate of the heavens. Heavens transmigrate the world, none. System Warehouse, Secret of Soldiers, Thunder Emperor's Throne, Supreme Artifact, Divine Phoenix Elixir 1, Great Movement Seal 100, Luck Explorer Card 13, Innate Luck Stripping Card 3, Luck Clearance Card 1, Enlightenment Bodhisattva 20. It doesn't matter if you don't see it, Zhou Xingdou's eyes trembled slightly when he saw it. His luck value has abandoned the purely numerical display, but is calculated in units of tens of thousands. After tens of thousands, U has been used instead. The accumulated luck value is 500,000, and the remaining luck is 440,000. You must know that before, my cumulative luck value was only 130,000, and the remaining luck was only more than 80,000. Now, after the evil catastrophe, the cumulative luck has tripled, and the remaining luck has tripled. How terrifying this is! My previous luck value only reached 130,000 after killing a son of destiny, depriving many people of luck, and transmigrating the heavens once. And in just one day, he gained more than 300,000 luck points. This kind of increase, except for the lack of reward items, is almost not comparable to the Children of Luck. But his changes don't stop there. He has reached the level of proficiency in the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique, and he has become proficient in the Divine Elephant's prison suppressing power. There is also one of the 9 character secrets in the system warehouse, the Bingzi secret. The 9 secrets are so powerful that one can get a glimpse of their appearance by using the secrets of the word, so there is no need to elaborate too much. And this Bingzi secret, which is also one of the 9 secrets, is also extremely extraordinary. The secret of the word Bing can be called the #1 magical art of controlling soldiers in the world. The unique magic of weapon control is not only to control one's own weapons, but also to control foreign objects at will. Even when facing the enemy, it is not a bad idea to use the secret weapon to control the enemy's magic weapon and use the weapon to defeat the master. But the secret of Bingzi is also a peerless magical technique for refining weapons and magic weapons, which is extremely amazing. Although Zhou Xingdou does not actually need to refine magic weapons, the means of controlling and refining weapons are still relatively scarce. Although he doesn't use weapons very much, with Jazimi, others can't use weapons. Zhou Xingdou, who practices the Divine Elephant's prison suppressing power in hand-to-hand combat, can be said to be a dimension-reducing blow. However, skipping the secret of the word Bing, Zhou Xingdou also noticed the Bodhisattva of Enlightenment, which he had never checked in the system warehouse. These things were all obtained when Du Buhui was deprived of his luck. He had never taken this thing seriously, because just by looking at the name, he knew that this thing should be something to enhance his understanding. Enlightenment Bodhi Seed. Enlightenment Bodhi Seed is produced by the Bodhi ancestral tree and has been systematically sacrificed. Taking it can directly improve the host's understanding of the exercises. The improvement depends on the difficulty of the exercises. The entry of Enlightenment Bodhisattva came into view, and Zhou Xingdou realized that he had underestimated this Enlightenment Bodhisattva. Because it is not to improve one's own understanding, but to directly enhance the realm of understanding the skills, which is what Zhou Xingdou lacks the most today. Zhou Xingdou's understanding is not bad to begin with, and now he has the attribute bonus of Wanjie Kunfangpu, as well as Yuji's top-notch cauldron. His is definitely not comparable to ordinary geniuses. But there was only one thing: he was short of time. No matter how high your understanding is, those high-level skills cannot be understood in a day. The high level of understanding only determines whether you can understand or not, and a certain speed of understanding. It also requires more time and effort. It has only been more than a month since Zhou Xingdou was reborn, and this period has been full of troubles. Where can he find the time to retreat and learn the techniques? Now this Enlightenment Bodhisattva just solves the dilemma of his low level of understanding of Kung Fu. Zhou Xingdou also looked slightly happy. There were so many cards including the secret of Bingzi and the Bodhisattva of Enlightenment. What he had gained was actually not low. What's more, there is Du Buhui who is refining it in his hell furnace. If the refining is completed that day, he can get a massive reward for killing the Son of Destiny. Now he is not rich. What's more, not counting other things, the 440,000 luck points alone are enough for Zhou Xingdou to repair the system after awakening the immortal vein. However, Zhou Xingdou was not in a hurry about this. Thinking of the strange phenomenon when his physique was sublimated, he had to wait until he returned to the Zhou family to awaken the immortal veins. As for the repair of the system, there is no rush now. After all, the system will be in a semi-closed state after repair, and we still need to wait for the right time before considering it. Zhou Xingdou also closed the system panel and focused his attention on Qing Yanjing again. After summoning Qing Yanjing, he really didn't stop to calm down and have a good chat with her. Now looking at Qing Yanjing quietly, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but sigh in his heart, how stupid he was to summon him so late. Qing Yanjing didn't feel uncomfortable with Zhou Xingdou's domineering eyes scanning her whole body. She just stood quietly, calm and gentle, neither humble nor overbearing. To be honest, Zhou Xingdou didn't pay much attention to the role of Qing Yanjing in his previous life. After all, his attention was still focused on this beautiful woman's son. But I didn't expect that this mother of a dominator who didn't write much would be such a divine maiden, which is unforgettable at a glance. When I returned to the Zhou family, Luohani was there, and all my thoughts were inconvenient. But if I didn't love such a touching woman, wouldn't my personality collapse? In order to maintain his glorious and tall persona, Zhou Xingdou had no choice but to sacrifice the time he spent looking at the scenery outside the window while he was in a hurry. Zhou Xingdou didn't do any ink, and stretched out his hand to Qing Yanjing. Qing Yanjing didn't show any pretense, she smiled slightly and put her jade hand on Zhou Xingdou's palm. Zhou Xingdou raised his sword eyebrows, looked at Qing Yanjing and said seriously, "Aunt Jing, I want you to help me practice." "Fahai, what he said are all my words, my words." Qing Yanjing could not help but smile helplessly at Zhou Xingdou's serious attitude, but she did not refuse. With their fingers clasped together, she said softly, "Okay, it's up to you." For Qing Yanjing, as long as Zhou Xingdou is willing, she can give everything, even her life, let alone help him practice. Zhou Xingdou looked at Qing Yanjing, who had a helpless smile and was so captivated by the country and the city, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his heart trembled, and he gently pulled Qing Yanjing's jade hand intertwined with his. Qing Yanjing suddenly seemed as weak and boneless as she fell into Zhou Xingdou's arms with this gentle pull. For a moment, Nephrite was in his arms, making Zhou Xingdou's eyes tremble, and he shouted at the weak and helpless little Xuanfeng who dared not say a word in the corner of the giant chariot. "Xiao Xuanfeng, get out!" Xiao Xuanfeng was startled and did not dare to stay for a moment. His power in this life exploded instantly, and he rushed out of the starry sky giant chariot and came to the head of the chariot. Looking at Xiao Xuanfeng who suddenly rushed out, and Zhou Xingdou's angry voice when the carriage door opened, Chen Nong and others looked at Xiao Xuanfeng with a mocking look on their faces. Chen Nong looked at the embarrassed little Xuanfeng and laughed loudly. "You little beast, you have no eyesight at all. We haven't even stepped into the chariot, so why don't we understand the meaning?" The other guards, Luoshang and Yukalai, also laughed and shook their heads. Only Tianyin did not show any intention of teasing. Instead, he patted Xiao Xuanfeng on the shoulder and said seriously, "Little beast, although I don't understand what they mean, but believe me, after I study you, I will definitely make the young master look at you with admiration, and I will definitely not scold you like this." Only the injured world achievement of Xiao Xuanfeng is achieved. At this moment, Yuqili reminded Chen Nong who was driving. "Drive the chariot slowly and steadily. Don't arrive early and disturb the young master's purity." Chen Nong smiled disdainfully. "You don't have to say it, I understand it too well." Wei Luosheng ignored the others, and a powerful righteous energy came out of his hand, instantly covering the entire starry sky chariot. The intertwined auras of Zhou Xingdou and Qing Yanjing also disappeared at this moment. After doing all this, Wei Luosheng sighed. "It's an insult to politeness, it's an insult to politeness, but I didn't think that my awe-inspiring righteousness would one day cover up others' shame." When Yuqili saw Wei Luosheng's methods, he couldn't help but marveled. "You are so thoughtful, now everything is foolproof." At the same time, outside the Chuyuan Realm, in a remote world membrane, a black light suddenly appeared. As the black light surged, Yi Bai, who had fought with Zhou Xingdou in the holy land of Huanyu, slowly swayed in the black light. "Emerge!" Yi Bai opened his dark eyes without pupils and looked into the Chuyuan Realm. The corners of his everlasting cold mouth loosened slightly. "Interesting, I'm looking forward to meeting you next time, Zhou Xingdou." But at this moment, a rickety black shadow emerged behind Yi Bai, his voice was old, and he begged with the utmost intensity. "Young Emperor, it's time to go back. Chuyuan is extremely dangerous. If Emperor Venerable knew you were here, I'm afraid this old slave's life would be in danger and he would no longer be able to serve you." The black shadow's words made Yi Bai's loosened mouth tighten again, leaving only the coldness of death as he said coldly, "Let's go." Hearing Yi Bai's words, the black figure seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and an ominous black light suddenly flashed, covering the two figures. When the black light dissipated, the two figures had disappeared without a trace of vitality left. Their figures in the long river of time had been erased, as if they had never happened before. The sun and moon rotate. I don't know how long it took before the starry sky giant chariot slowly broke through the void and landed in the Zhou family territory. It's really not the fault of the 9 Taishu ancient dragons for not exerting any force, nor the slow movement of the giant starry sky chariot. We can only blame Zhou Xingdou for being too powerful. Zhou Xingdou didn't show up for a long time, so Chen Nong, who was driving the car, could only let the starry sky giant chariot drive slowly in the void at a snail's speed. As a result, what was originally a short journey turned into several hours. The starry sky giant chariot landed, and Zhou Xingdou slowly walked out of it, only to see a beautiful figure rushing towards him from the distance. Zhou Xingdou smiled slightly, opened his arms, and Nephrite fell into his arms in an instant. Luo Han's cold and peerless face also came into view, but there was still a hint of worry hidden between his eyebrows. He touched Zhou Xingdou's chest with his jade hand and said, "You've been here for so long, and you haven't encountered any danger in this encounter?" Zhou Xingdou gently rubbed Luo Han's face and said softly, "There is no danger, it's just that I had a long conversation with Wan Tianzhou." Although Zhou Xingdou escaped into the world of martial arts for 10 days, for Luo Han, only 1 or 2 days had actually passed. But the two of them had just been together for a while now. Even such a small separation was like a year for Luo Han, and he wished he could spend every second with Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou would naturally not talk to Luo Han about the 9 encounters during these days. After all, this would only make Luo Han more distressed and sad, so it was better to just pretend that it never happened. After listening to Zhou Xingdou's words, the worry in Luo Han's eyebrows quietly faded away, but suddenly his beautiful eyes condensed, and his nose sniffed Zhou Xingdou's body for a few minutes, and his expression suddenly became suspicious. "Why do you smell like a woman?" Zhou Xingdou's heart skipped a beat. Xing Yanjing's help in his practice had just ended when Zhou Xingdou walked out of the starry sky chariot. He had also been a little tired recently and forgot to clean up the fragrance on his body for a while. But who is Zhou Xingdou, who can tell lies and make up excuses without any blushing, and said very seriously, "When I was at the Holy Land of the Universe, I had a conversation with the Holy Mother of the Universe. I was probably relatively close, so I was probably contaminated a little bit by accident." But remembering that Qin Yanjing was still in the starry sky chariot, Zhou Xingdou added, "Maybe it's because of Aunt Jing's qi contamination. Don't worry, I don't have the energy to mess with women in such a short period of time." Luo Han's beautiful eyes stared at Zhou Xingdou for a long time, and she felt relieved when she saw that his expression was unmoving and there was indeed no trace of lying. But he asked Zhou Xingdou suspiciously, "Aunt Jing? Who is it?" Zhou Xingdou looked reminiscing inside. "My old friend's mother, in order to avoid trouble, came to Chuyuan from another world to take refuge. It happened that I was also short of manpower, so she stayed to help me practice." Seeing that Zhou Xingdou said that she was the mother of her old friend, and also called her Aunt Jing, Luo Han felt relieved. After all, in her eyes, Zhou Xingdou was not so cruel as to attack the mother of her old friend. Although Luo Han had dispelled his doubts, he still asked Zhou Xingdou, "Why don't you meet her? Since she is an elder, I should meet her and be polite." Zhou Xingdou shook his head slightly and sighed. When she came to Chuyuan from another world, Aunt Jing suffered quite a lot of injuries. Now she is recovering in seclusion in a giant chariot, so she was not disturbed. After Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, Xingdou pulled over Xiao Zhuanfeng, who was stunned at Zhou Xingdou's rhetoric, pointed at Xiao Zhuanfeng and said, "This demon came to Chuyuan with Aunt Jing. If you don't believe me, you can ask it." Xiao Zhuanfeng was slightly startled, but looking at Zhou Xingdou's smiling eyes and feeling the 3 dangerous auras behind him, he revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. It's true, it's true. Your Majesty, he is right. This is indeed the case." Shen Nong also took the opportunity to speak. "Young mistress, there is no need to worry. The old slaves are watching over the young master all the way. The young master will never do anything to flirt with others. That Qin Yanjing did come to seek refuge from another world. She was seriously injured and needed some time to recover in seclusion, so she couldn't be disturbed." With the guarantees of Xiao Zhuanfeng and Chen Nong, Luo Han no longer asked any more questions. He just glanced at Xiao Zhuanfeng, then frowned at Zhou Xingdou and said, "This demon is so ugly." When Zhou Xingdou saw Luo Han no longer asking questions, he felt happy and then kicked Xiao Zhuanfeng. "Go away, you are so ugly to my wife." Xiao Zhuanfeng was confused, looking at Zhou Xingdou, who was coaxing Luo Han to leave. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "What's wrong with being ugly? Ugly, eat your rice. Weren't you the one who pulled me here to testify?" At this time, that familiar and warm big hand patted Xiao Zhuanfeng's shoulder again, which suddenly stopped his resentful mood and made his hair stand on end. "Little guy, come with me and I will treat you well." Tianin's rough voice sounded in Xiao Zhuanfeng's ears. Now he couldn't wait to study this transformed alien beast. Xiao Zhuanfeng trembled, a drop of cold sweat slipped from his head. "Can I say no?" "Don't worry, your life will never be in danger, but it will be of great benefit to you." How could Tianin let Xiao Zhuanfeng go? After all, Zhou Xingdou's consent had been obtained, and Xiao Zhuanfeng's opinion was no longer important. After saying that, without waiting for Xiao Zhuanfeng's reaction, Tianin patted Xiao Zhuanfeng's shoulder with a slight force of his hand, and lifted Xiao Zhuanfeng's body straight into the sky. Chen Nong also raised his eyebrows, and looked at each other with Wei Luosheng and Yu Qili, wondering what they should do. Seeing everyone leaving one by one, Luo Hani's gentle attitude turned cold, and a little anger appeared on his already cold face. The jade hand that was originally caressing Zhou Xingdou's chest tenderly now grabbed Zhou Xingdou's ears with his backhand, his eyebrows stood up, and the sharp sword light flashed in his beautiful eyes. "Lying a lot, do you really think I'm that easy to deceive?" Zhou Xingdou's ears didn't hurt, but his heart felt tight. Broken. Only then did he realize that Luo Hani was no longer an inexperienced little girl. How could she be so easy to deceive? Although Luo Hani was captured by him, he was also manipulated by Luo Hani. Zhou Xingdou may be angry with playthings and other women, but he has only one attitude towards his senior sister and his wife, that is, he can only be cowardly and shameless. Zhou Xingdou hugged Luo Hani into his arms and kissed her cold lips and teeth. A gentleman speaks but does not use his hands. But Zhou Xingdou is different. He is not a gentleman, so he uses his words as well as his actions. Luo Hani also didn't expect Zhou Xingdou to be so shameless. He was clearly looking for trouble with him, but he did it after a disagreement, which immediately made her feel ashamed, and the anger dissipated between her lips and teeth. After a long time, Zhou Xingdou let go of his lips and teeth and hugged Luo Hani's delicate body tightly. His silvery white eyes filled with purple energy no longer made people unable to see his emotions, revealing his deep love for Luo Hani. Luo Hani also had a peach-like face, pressed against Zhou Xingdou's chest, but there was a hint of resentment between his brows. "I'm not stupid. I know I can't monopolize you, but I don't like you lying to me." Seeing Luo Hani's resentful look and those heart-wrenching words, Zhou Xingdou was speechless for a moment, caressing Yu Bei and said, "I was wrong. I won't lie to you next time." Then Zhou Xingdou pretended to be a child, shook Luo Hani's body, and said coquettishly, "Good senior sister, can you please spare my junior brother this time?" Women, the last thing they want is to see a man look like this, let alone Zhou Xingdou, who was very domineering and powerful outside. Such a coquettish gesture made Luo Hani burst into laughter. Luo Hani tried his best to control his smile, but there was a hint of anger in his voice. "She always talks nonsense and is not cute at all." Such a posture of Zhou Xingdou really made her not angry at all, and she even felt a little sweet in her heart. After all, who else but her could see Zhou Xingdou like this? Zhou Xingdou didn't care about his posture, but said proudly, "How can a person who is not very talkative deceive a beauty like senior sister into taking her home? I don't care about you outside, but you'd better be honest in front of me. I only recognize master, and anyone else who wants to enter the Zhou family must pass through me first." As he said this, Luo Hani pinched Zhou Xing's face. Now that she had entered the Zhou family, the grandson's daughter-in-law, who was personally certified by Zhou Xingdou's grandfather, was not as cautious as before. Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but miss the cold senior sister he used to be. Sure enough, as soon as he got it, his true nature came out, and he started to discipline himself even before he got married. I'll listen to you." Zhou Xingdou didn't dare to refute, and nodded repeatedly. He was also afraid that his dear senior sister would run away. After all, it was not easy for him to get the beauty back in his arms. He didn't want to torture his wife and chase her to the crematorium for a temporary pleasure. But while nodding his head, Zhou Xingdou was not idle either. He picked up Luo Hani and hurriedly walked towards Xingdou Palace with fiery eyes. "Can your mind be so dirty all day? It will be like this when you come back." Luo Hani helplessly held her forehead. She naturally knew what Zhou Xingdou wanted to do, but she did not resist. She could only let Zhou Xingdou carry her towards the Xingdou palace. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows and said like a rogue, "What are you talking about? You promised Grandpa to have a great-grandson. I'm here to keep your promise and behave well even if you get an advantage." Having said that, Zhou Xingdou ignored Luo Han's glare at him and rushed into the Star-Do Palace in an instant. Countless forbidden formations were suddenly launched on the magnificent Star-Do Palace, isolating and covering everything. One night passed. Zhou Xingdou, who had just let Luo Han calm down, breathed a sigh of relief and stepped out of the bedroom and walked into the quiet room in the Xingdou Palace. Now that he has returned to the Zhou family, there is no need to worry about his safety, his luck value is sufficient, and it is time to awaken the immortal veins. Zhou Xingdou sat cross-legged in the center of the quiet room, surrounded by spiritual energy like the liquid of treasure medicine, and the power of the stars spread on his treasure body like starlight. After Zhou Xingdou calmed down the turbulent energy just now, he said to the system, "System, awaken the immortal vein." Ding. After receiving the request from the host, 100,000 luck points will be set aside to initially awaken the absolute immortal veins and the absolute sword veins. Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly when he heard the system's words. It seemed to be similar to what he thought. Juexian vein was just a general term, which should be the name of his mother's grandfather's bloodline. Just as his grandfather said, he inherited his mother's lineage of the absolute sword, and he acquired the lineage of the absolute sword when he first awakened. Buzz. In an instant, Zhou Xingdou's precious blood boiled as if boiling, and the particles in his body began to stir at this moment. An overwhelming intention to cut off everything suddenly appeared in his body. A picture appeared in Zhou Xingdou's mind. In the picture, a boundless and majestic figure flashed. The boundless and majestic figure exuded the aura of supreme terror that destroyed everything. As he raised his hand slightly, countless great Tao disintegrated and severed at this moment, and the heavens were shattered and turned into endless chaos. Zhu Xian Zhu Dao returned Zhu Tian. An ancient voice resounded in Zhou Xingdou's mind. Zhou Xingdou also opened his eyes slightly at this moment, and the sense of destruction in his body instantly broke through the restrictions of the Xingdou Palace, rushed into the sky, and stirred between heaven and earth. At this moment, the swordsmanship of heaven and earth actually trembled slightly. In the great Tao domain of the first Yuan 9, countless swordsmen in many small domains couldn't help but feel a trace of heart palpitations. The countless divine swords in the world screamed in unison at this moment, as if they were waiting for the reappearance of the pulse of the absolute sword. And fear. At the same time, in the sword domain, in a thatched house with beautiful mountains and clear waters, a handsome middle-aged man woke up from meditation and slowly opened his ordinary eyes. This person's aura has returned to its original state. There is neither a powerful aura nor a sharp intention. There is no difference between him and a mortal. On his lap is an ordinary wooden sword, which is exactly the same as the wooden toys sold to children in the world. Even if it is slightly old and mottled, no one will buy it at the stall. The handsome middle-aged man gently stroked the wooden sword in his hand. Is your descendant of the Zhu sword meridian now alive? Feeling the will to destroy the swordsmanship of heaven and earth, a faint smile appeared on the face of the handsome middle-aged man. There is no difference between you and me, but my descendants will definitely be better than yours. The dispute between Fan Jian and Zhu Jian should be settled. And Tian Zhou, who was meditating in the absolute beginning Dao domain, Xian Heavenly Dao Sect, Zhoushuan Peak, and Zhoushuan Hall, also opened his fairy eyes at this moment that made the world eclipse. Looking at the slightly trembling fierce sword in the room, Tian Zhou's expression as if it were 9-day black ice melted away, with a hint of a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, and she murmured softly, "As long as nothing happens." At this moment, Zhou Xingdou felt that his head was about to explode. Every minute and every second of the swordsmanship he had learned in his memory flashed through his mind. The swordsmanship that was obscure and difficult to understand at the beginning is as easy to understand as a comic strip at this moment. In the last life and this life, all the insights of the swordsmanship surged up like a sea. The natural sword heart belonging to Luo Han was also exerting its power at this moment, and the true meaning of the sword continued to surge up. For a moment, Zhou Xingdou's whole body was wrapped in countless sharp true meanings, and his billions of thoughts were also frantically digesting this sea-like true meaning of swordsmanship. Boom! There was a roar in Zhou Xingdou's dantian, a fusion of countless swordsmanship insights, and a domineering sword intent that was unique to Zhou Xingdou. This sword intention is not sharp, but it has an extremely powerful force that suppresses everything. It is in line with the true meaning of the heavy sword with no edge, great skill, and no workmanship, but it is also extremely domineering and violent. Zhou Xingdou's brows furrowed slightly, and the sword's intention to destroy all swordsmanship burst out, and the exquisite sword in the Luoxia sword code appeared in his mind. Suddenly, the true meaning of the Thunder Emperor in the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique also appeared together with the Luoxia sword canon at this moment, and the heaven punishment intention of the punishing heaven Dao body flashed between the eyebrows. Everything was blended into the domineering sword intention under the natural sword heart. Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows flashed, and his divine eyes suddenly opened and flashed. There was another buzzing sound in the world, and the prison-suppressing giant sword in Zhou Xingdou's dantian rushed out with a bang. Zhou Xingdou reached out and grabbed the dark sword hilt in his hand. With countless true intentions evolving in his eyes, Zhou Xingdou swung his sword horizontally, and the sword body of the prison-suppressing giant sword was entangled with thousands of thunder punishments. The domineering sword intention gave birth to countless numbers on the huge sword body. As the sword's will to defeat heaven and earth rose from the giant sword, Zhou Xingdou swung his sword out, the void surged, and the entire quiet room actually trembled a bit at this moment. A huge sword light filled with the power of heaven, absolute sword, prison-suppressing, heavy, and thunderous power tore through the void and thundered on the wall of the quiet room. Boom! Wow! For a moment, the space shook, and the wind of void arose in the closed quiet room, rolling up endless airwaves and pressing them in all directions. But as the formation in the Star Do Palace was illuminated, all the power was suppressed by an invisible force, and the quiet room returned to calm again. But on the wall hit by Zhou Xingdou's sword light, a deep crack appeared, and the power of annihilation surged in the crack, stopping the self-healing formation of Xingdou Palace. You must know that this Xingdou Palace is no ordinary palace. Its hardness and power of the formation are extraordinary. Although it is not an attack from the outside, the walls in the Star Do Palace cannot leave traces in the Holy Realm. Unless the Supreme Saint understands some power of laws, there is no way to damage them. Even if it is damaged, it will be repaired immediately by the repair formation in the Star Palace. Now that Zhou Xingdou's sword has left a long-lasting crack under the wall of the quiet room, one can imagine how powerful this sword would be if placed outside. Zhou Xingdou looked at the cracks on the wall and was slightly lost in thought. Let's just call it Punishing Heaven Sword. Awakening the meridian of the Absolute Sword did not improve him much, it did not make him reborn, and even the giant elephant particles in his body did not increase dramatically. It just gave him the so-called Absolute Sword intention, the extreme restraint of the swordsman monks, and the obscure sword skills that had been obscure for many years broke out together, achieving a qualitative change. Let him master it all at once, combine it with the Luoxia sword code and the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique to realize a sword. He also understood why his grandfather said that his mother, the Jew sword immortal, only used 3 swords to become a sword immortal. It was probably when she awakened the Jew sword vein that she integrated and understood the 3 swords. It's just that I didn't practice swordsmanship much before, and I didn't have that much knowledge to let the pulse of the sword explode, so I only realized 1 sword. But the power of this sword is still far greater than that of thousands of divine abilities, and it is Zhou Xingdou's own sword. If you punish heaven with a sword, heaven can punish you. Now he is also qualified to be called the first disciple of Luoxia sword immortal. No matter how many swords he knows, just say whether he knows swordsmanship or not. At least this sword surpassed the strongest attack method in Zhou Xingdou's divine elephant suppression power, the Spear of Hades. It's just that this sword needs to be borrowed from the prison-suppressing giant sword, and Zhou Xingdou, the Spear of Hades, can be thrown away easily, so it doesn't need to be brewed for so long. Unless you meet someone who is truly your match, it is not worth using this sword. After all, this sword is almost a sure kill move, and the great sage will be severely injured even if he does not die. Zhou Xingdou did not take a break and continued to speak to the system. System, extract soldier's word puzzle. The system also responded immediately. Ding. After receiving the host's request, immediately extract the secret of soldiers. The secret of the word Bing is the magic of all the soldiers in the world. As soon as the system finished speaking, modeled ancient pictures appeared in Zhou Xingdou's mind, in which all kinds of weapons flashed, including swords, knives, spears, halberds, hammers, tripods, towers, and so on. On that modeled ancient picture, the imprints of thousands of ancient and vicissitudes of weapons exude their true meanings, and the true meanings of countless weapons are constantly intertwined and evolving in it. The 9 secrets can never be recorded in scriptures, and there is no written form that can show its profound meaning and let people understand it. This is the case with Zimi, and the same is true with Bing Zimi. Only the ancient vicissitudes, sharp, profound and extremely ancient true meanings and runes on the picture can make people understand and be slightly confused. But Zhou Xingdou not only saw axes, knives and forks, and tripod pagodas and bells in the modeled ancient paintings, a strange weapon attracted him. They were a pair of bronze fist gloves and arm armor, simple but powerful, with shocking fist power. But in an instant, the bronze gloves, arm armor and all kinds of weapons disappeared together with the modeled ancient pictures, turning into an ancient character intertwined with true meaning and runes, which suddenly appeared in Zhou Xingdou's sea of consciousness. The moment the ancient characters appeared, Zhou Xingdou felt the majestic and sharp sound of the Dharma entering his ears. The sound was like a knife, cutting the soul. But even though Zhou Xingdou has never practiced the secret method of the soul, with his supreme power of Tao Foundation, the soul is constantly baptized by thunder tribulation, and its stability is still far beyond imagination. How can it be killed so easily? Buzz. Zhou Xingdou's soul and body were shaken, and they buzzed like evening drums and morning bells. The secret art of Bingzi is a killing technique, the art of 10,000 soldiers, which is different from the gentle art of life like Juzimi. Even if there is a system for Zhou Xingdou to master it, the changes when the secret of Bingzi is completed still require Zhou Xingdou himself to bear it. This ancient character is like a stunning magic weapon. You must not only understand it, but also convince him and gain its approval. Under the sword-like sound of the Dharma, Zhou Xingdou's soul in the sea of consciousness moved. Sitting cross-legged, his mountain-like soul opened his eyes like the angry eyes of the Buddha. Under the continuous baptism of Lei Pun and the nourishment provided by Du Buhui, Zhou Xingdou's soul has expanded and solidified countless times. Now he is no longer a small person with a divine soul who has just entered the realm of true gods, but a behemoth that connects heaven and earth. The spirit soul just stretched out with a palm, causing the sea of consciousness to stir. Countless powers of heaven and earth were attracted by him, and all the sounds of the Dharma were mute at this moment. With one palm of his hand, he suppressed the ancient characters that looked like a stunning divine weapon. After Zhou Xingdou realized the secret of Bing's calligraphy, he let out a breath of turbid air. Every plant, every tree, everything in the world, including our enemies and our own soldiers, is ours to control. All methods of controlling weapons can only be eclipsed in front of the secret of Bing Zi, because the secret of Bing Zi explains what the real art of holding weapons is. During the great accomplishment, as long as you are strong enough, you are not uncontrollable even if it is the enemy's emperor weapon. This method is a fatal blow to any military cultivator. If combined with the power of his own sword, all sword cultivators in the world will be frightened when they hear Zhou Xingdou's name. It's just that although the secret of soldiers controls thousands of soldiers, there is a prerequisite. Even if Zhou Xingdou has used the power of the system to master the secret of soldiers, he cannot bypass it. That is, if you want to control thousands of weapons, you must first combine them into one weapon. Zhou Xingdou must first refine a unique source weapon. The unique source weapon is the source of practicing the secret of military characters, and the prerequisite for cultivating the unique source weapon is to have the natal source weapon, also known as the natal magic weapon. It is a coincidence that Zhou Xingdou does not have a natal source weapon. After all, he believes in all kinds of powers to bless himself. There is no need to rely on binding foreign objects. Weapons and magic weapons are just tools on the road. But fortunately, Zhou Xingdou has almost no principles except for women. It is not his character to hold a big weapon but not use it. Since the original weapon was profitable, Zhou Xingdou didn't care about refining a weapon of his own. After all, when he attains enlightenment in the future, he will also need the assistance of instruments of attainment. The natal source weapon is indispensable after all. However, the natal source weapon cannot just find a weapon and then refine it. It also requires special materials, and then blends in one's own essence and blood and a trace of the origin to refine the weapon. Moreover, the cost of refining a natal source weapon is extremely high, not something ordinary people can afford, and not just any weapon refiner can refine. At worst, he has to be the Saint King of venerable weapon to be qualified to help people refine their natal weapons. Using the prison suppressing sword peak, it will almost eliminates the chance of becoming Zhou Xingdou's natal weapon, and for Zhou Xingdou, the prison suppressing sword peak is not worthy of becoming his own natal weapon. The Zhou family naturally has no shortage of materials, but Tai Chendan, the only servant of the Zhou family who knew how to refine weapons, was also killed by Zhou Xingdou. Now it is really a problem to find someone to refine it. But now Zhou Xingdou is not in a hurry. After all, the Bingzi secret is not a necessity now. Now it is time to digest the 20 Enlightenment Bodhi seeds. According to the system, taking the Enlightenment Bodhisattva Kung Fu can directly improve your level of understanding, which saves a lot of time. Now that you are finally free, you naturally want to try its effects. Zhou Xingdou did not hesitate and immediately took out a Bodhi seed of enlightenment from the system warehouse and placed it in his palm. The Bodhisattva of enlightenment was white in color, and the moment it appeared in Zhou Xingdou's palm, a fragrance filled the quiet room. Zhou Xingdou took a few sips and suddenly felt clear-headed. The effect was even comparable to that of using Yuji's top-quality cauldron. This also made Zhou Xingdou a little impatient, and he directly threw the Enlightenment Bodhi seed into his mouth. The Enlightenment Bodhi seed melted in his mouth, and a sweet taste exploded in Zhou Xingdou's mouth. Zhou Xingdou's expression was slightly startled, and a mysterious feeling arose in his heart. This feeling is very strange. The heartbeat stops at this moment, a nebula seems to explode in the mind, and time seems to stand still for a moment. But in this moment, Zhou Xingdou seemed to have experienced 100 years, and countless insights continued to pour into his mind, like a tidal wave that made it difficult to calm down for a while. His eyes were also slightly closed at this moment, with a peaceful and calm look on his face. Lotus swelled up all over his body, and millions of thoughts were spinning crazily, as if he had entered a state of enlightenment. When Zhou Xingdou opened his eyes, he realized that one day had passed, but the insights in his heart were countless more than before. Even he couldn't help but sigh. One day of enlightenment is the enemy of 100 years of hard work. The moment he took the Bodhi seed, although the world seemed still, it felt like hundreds of years had passed. Just digesting those insights took him a day. And this is just the effect of one enlightenment Bodhi seed. If you take all 20 of them, you can even deduce all the skills in your body to the basic accomplishment state in a short time. But if he takes it, he may have to practice in seclusion for 20 days. Although he has 20 days, it is better to repair the system first. After all, it takes time to repair the system, and it just happens to be spent in retreat with Enlightenment Bodhisattva. System, how long will it take to repair you now? Ding, it will take at least 2 months to repair again. During this period, except the system warehouse and activated templates, all other functions will be frozen. The last repair took 10 days, but now it has doubled several times, and it actually takes 2 months. 2 months is not a long time, nor a short time, because for Zhou Xingdou's current rebirth, which is less than a month and a half, 2 months is indeed too long. But compared to normal monks, 2 months is not enough to retreat once. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyes slightly. Now he has gained a lot. There is no need to rush to find the lucky person for the time being. Even if the system is shut down for 2 months, it will not affect him. Moreover, now that he has not taken care of the entire world of martial arts and his collection of all the worlds, he can take some time off in 2 months to take care of various matters. After some thought, Zhou Xingdou also made a choice. Then fix it. But after Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, he didn't expect the system's voice of agreement. Ding, did the host have some misunderstanding? You are currently unable to meet the conditions to repair the system. Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly, looked at the balance of luck value of 340,000, and asked in confusion. Isn't it worth 300,000 yuan of luck? Ding, if I remember correctly, the system said at that time that the cumulative luck reached 300,000, and we will talk about the rest later. At that time, the system did not expect that the host's luck value would be collected so quickly. Zhou Xingdou recalled and found that the system did not lie. It did say that it would wait until the cumulative luck reached 300,000, but it did not say that the system could be repaired again with 300,000 luck. At that time, I was shocked by the number of 300,000 luck points, so I didn't pay much attention to the system. I subconsciously thought that just collecting 300,000 luck points would be enough. Who would have thought of doing something like this? But before Zhou Xingdou could ask, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Although the current income of the host is far from enough to repair the system, it can be offset by the Son of Destiny who was suppressed and refined by you, and the 300,000 luck points are more than enough. Familiar recipe, familiar taste. Zhou Xingdou smiled helplessly. When he repaired the system for the first time, he gave up killing the fellow villager who was the daughter of the lucky girl, and added 30,000 luck points. Now that it was being repaired for the second time, the system was imbued with Du Buhui's idea of immortal soul. In Zhou Xingdou's opinion, the necessary condition for the system's second repair was probably the destiny of a Son of Destiny. Ding! The host doesn't know something. Every time the host is rewarded, the system's income will be consumed. And the host should understand that every reward given by the system far exceeds your efforts. Therefore, if the rewards are cut off every time the host strips off the energy, the system will not get any benefits at all, and sometimes it will even cost extra. It's not that the system wants to enrich its own pockets, but it's because it doesn't extract the residual value of the Son of Destiny and cuts off the host's reward for killing the Son of Destiny. The system simply cannot complete the second repair with only 300,000 luck points. If all were converted into luck values, the required luck values would probably be far more than 1,000,000, or even far from enough. Moreover, the system wants to repair itself more than the host. If the system conditions are sufficient, the system will automatically repair itself even if the host does not use it at all, and will not hide anything for the sake of coveting what the host gains. The system said a lot sincerely. Even Zhou Xingdou could not help but feel slightly moved. To be fair, my system is indeed very generous, and every reward is generous, with almost no reservations. Before repairing the system for the first time, the effect of the repaired innate luck stripping card was forcibly used to strip Luo Hani of the Destiny heroine's innate luck. He never went beyond anything and helped himself wholeheartedly. In addition to having a good background, most of the achievements we have today are due to this system. Zhou Xingdou shook his head helplessly. Okay, I know you have grievances. It's hard for you to follow me. I don't want Du Buhui's reward. How could he not hear the sense of grievance in the system's words? He had already said it to such an extent that he couldn't be stingy. Moreover, the repair system was also provided by Zhou Xingdou, not to mention that Du Buhui would not die even for a while. Although the nourishment for nourishing the soul was good, Zhou Xingdou did not need it very much. The last repair brought him Zhutian Transmigrate in the system mall, and he also wanted to know how the next repair would be. However, Zhou Xingdou also added at this moment. But Du Buhui needs you to get it yourself, otherwise he will run away the moment I open the hell furnace. Ding! As long as the host allows it, there is no need to worry about the rest. Zhou Xingdou did not hesitate and nodded immediately. Repair the system, I agree. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xingdou noticed that the space in the hell furnace was invaded by an invisible gentle force. In the blink of an eye, in the furnace of hell, the immortal soul, which was calcined and melted by the holy fire, disappeared. Then the system voice sounded again. Ding! The system has started to be repaired, and the luck value of 300,000 has been deducted. The upgrade date is 60 days. Just like last time, everything in the system stopped abruptly after speaking, as if it had entered sleep. Zhou Xingdou also calmed down, sat cross-legged on the ground again, took out the remaining 19 enlightenment Bodhi seeds in the system space, and swallowed them all into his mouth without hesitation. 2 flowers bloom, one on each side. The forgotten Huo Lingtian was also sitting cross-legged in a quiet room. Unlike Zhou Xingdou, who entered a state of seclusion, Huo Lingtian slowly opened his strange eyes at this moment. There was no longer the same look in his eyes as before, but only ferocity and hatred. Zhou Xingdou, you can't even imagine how powerful I am now. His destroyed meridians have now been restored, and the terrifying aura of transcendent on his body proves that his cultivation that was abolished by Zhou Xingdou has been restored. Even more numerous than before. At this moment, a ghostly voice sounded in his ears. What you practice now is the chaos method. Your level is comparable to that of the saints in this world, but the holy city may not be your opponent. Huo Lingtian's expression suddenly became respectful, and he admired this ghostly voice very much. I would also like to thank you, senior. Without you, how could I have gained the power from a useless person in such a short period of time to be more powerful than before? The ghostly voice sounded leisurely, but with a bit of regret. It's just that you want revenge now, but this strength is not enough. Go outside the territory. There are millions of my followers there who can help you revenge and become undefeated. Huo Lingtian had no objection, and he knew very well that even though he had now reached a state comparable to that of a saint, his strength was comparable to that of the holy saint. But compared to Zhou Xingdou, who had the background to easily flatten the entire Great Yan dynasty, these strengths were far from enough for revenge. After many days of contemplation and the progress of his cultivation, his mind has calmed down and he no longer has such crazy thoughts. But after a long silence, Huo Lingtian's eyes flashed slightly and he spoke forcefully. Before I go to the outside world, I want to rescue my mother first. Time flies, time flies. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xingdou had been in seclusion in the quiet room of Xingdou Palace for 30 days. In the past 30 days, Chuyuan Realm has been in a state of excitement due to the incident in the Holy Land of the universe. It's hard to have an airtight wall in the world, let alone the tens of thousands of monks in the universal Holy Land. Among them are many gossips and undercover agents from other sects. Moreover, some things cannot be hidden themselves, and there is no intention to hide them from the world. For example, the news that the Holy Lord of the Universe will die after his transformation, and that Wan Tianzhou will soon become the 36th Holy Lord of the Universe, the Holy Land of the Universe needs to tell the world. However, the news that Wan Tianzhou was taken away from his body for several years and was able to return to his body with the help of Zhou Xingdou, the respected son of the Zhou family, has spread in the Taisher Dao domain. There is also such a big movement about the evil catastrophe that it cannot be hidden from the two immortal forces outside. However, the Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven and the Pantheon had a tacit understanding and did not take advantage of the current weakness of the Holy Land to attack the Holy Land of the universe on a large scale. Even the small frictions that once occurred at the border and the conquests between affiliated forces have been greatly reduced in these 30 days, almost non-existent. It's not that the two immortal forces have good intentions, it's just that in the past 30 days, the elders of the universal Holy Land have continued to return, and their preparedness has reached an unprecedented level. What's more, a young boy succeeding to the position of Holy Lord of the world is a good thing in the eyes of the two immortal forces, Lao Immortal. Naturally, they will not stop it, but are very happy to see it happen. Fortunately, the fact that Wan Tianzhou is the reincarnation of Huan Yu Dao fruit has not been revealed. After all, not many people knew about it at first, and it was too troublesome. Even Wan Xinyan, the former ninth patriarch of the universe, did not dare to reveal his grudges easily, and did not even tell the returning clan elder. But if the other two immortal forces were to learn about this, they might not be so calm. During this period, Wan Tianzhou also went to Bai Yulong's appointment to have a battle with Xinli Mountain. However, this matter was extremely secretive, and few people knew about the process and results. The news even came out after the battle. I only know that Yin and Yang Divine Child Bai Yulong has experienced this battle, and he smiles every day and is ecstatic. What makes the people of Yin Yang Grotto Heaven strange is that after this battle, Bai Yulong did not gamble for more than 10 days, but instead practiced hard every day in order to break through to the Holy Realm. In the quiet room of Xingdou Palace, the purple air fills the air, and the Dharma flower is as practiced. The power of the stars is as thick as mist, and the spiritual energy is like lake water rippling around. Zhou Xingdou sits in the center, the light of enlightenment blooming endlessly behind his head. And at this moment, Zhou Xingdou's eyelashes that had been silent for a long time moved slightly, and his eyes slowly opened. In those silver-white eyes, purple energy first surged, and then a sea of thunder rolled, and a power that ignored the world condensed in the eyes. The light of realization at the back of his head also dissipated slightly. Zhou Xingdou's body made a crackling sound, and Zhou Xingdou also showed an indifferent smile. Now his treasure body looks the same as before, and his cultivation has not increased by half, but his strength has improved by an unknown amount. Swallowing 19 enlightenment Bodhi seeds in one gulp not only did not weaken the effect, but actually pushed the effect of enlightenment Bodhi seeds to a certain level due to the superposition of enlightenment. Zhou Xingdou's enlightenment in these 30 days is definitely 19 times, or even 20 times more than when he first took one enlightenment Bodhi seed. It is definitely more cost-effective than taking one pill alone. But this also made it take him longer to digest what he had learned. Originally it only took him 1 day to digest one pill, but now it took him 30 days to digest it. But what he gained was definitely worth the time Zhou Xingdou wasted. Zhou Xingdou also opened the system panel to confirm his findings. Remaining date for system repair, 30 days. Name, Zhou Xingdou, odd number. Talent, punishing heaven Dao body, innate sword heart, absolute immortal veins, pulse of the absolute sword. Realm, late saint stage. Cumulative luck value, more than 500,000, more than 40,000. Gongfa Baozhu, Ziwei Taiwang Sutra Part 1, Basic Accomplishment Peak, Divine Elephant Prison Suppression Strength, Giant Elephant Great Accomplishment, Thunder Emperor Bao Shu, Basic Accomplishment, Luoxia Sword Code, Mastery. Rare items and magical weapons, Punishing Thunder Emperor Armor, Wonderful items of Heaven and Earth, Prison Suppressing Sword Peak, Supreme Weapon, Qingxin Palace, Magic Weapon. Person of Luck, Yunjinji, Yuji, Du. The number of transmigrate of the heavens, 0, those who kill the people with destiny have a chance to obtain the number of transmigrate of the heavens. Heavens transmigrate the world, none. System Warehouse, Throne of the Thunder Emperor, Supreme Artifact, Divine Phoenix Elixir 1, Great Movement Sigil 100, Luck Explorer Card 13, Innate Luck Stripping Card 3, Luck Clearing Card 1. As Zhou Xingdou felt, the first chapter of his Ziwei Emperor Sutra was still in the basic accomplishment realm just like the previous life. After all, it took him 20 years in his previous life to reach basic accomplishment. Now, even if he piles up 20 enlightenment Bodhi seeds, he still hasn't achieved great accomplishment. What's more, enlightenment Bodhisattva Zhou Xingdou felt that his Ziwei Taiwan Sutra was of little use and seemed unable to make rapid progress like other techniques. Although he is still in the realm of basic accomplishment, he has reached the peak of basic accomplishment, and his holy power has been condensed to an incredible level. He no longer needs to attract the power of the stars, or even the power of heaven and earth. With a thought, these powers can directly create a cycle in the body and blend with his own holy power. Now this body of holy power can emit a trace at will, which is comparable to the power of divine ability, which is not terrible. The Thunder Emperor's treasure has now directly surpassed mastery and reached the realm of basic accomplishment. As the supreme secret of Thunder Dao, the Thunder Emperor's treasure not only cultivates divine ability, but also incorporates Dao. If we talk about the stunts in the Thunder Emperor's treasure art, Zhou Xingdou can activate most of them even when he first started. Now with basic accomplishment, not only the power of those stunts' divine ability has been greatly increased, but Zhou Xingdou's understanding of Thunder Dao has also deepened a lot. Even in his opinion, if he steps into the realm of the great sage, he can immediately evolve some of the power of the law of heaven's punishment. The Luoxia sword code seems to be more terrifying than Zhou Xingdou imagined. It is still in basic accomplishment and has only reached the realm of mastery. This has indeed made his sword intention a lot stronger, but it is also the skill with the lowest improvement. I wonder if he is saving up again, waiting for a second explosion. His Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Power is divided into Colossal Elephant, Dragon Elephant, and Yuan Elephant Divine Elephant. Now his Colossal Elephant stage has reached the great accomplishment, and now the method of supreme power has changed, directly reaching the 6th layer. 5th layer Godfiend Seal, a flawless sealing method that seals oneself and others, and is almost undetectable by the person being sealed. It can seal and control others. But in fact, this method is really not of much use to Zhou Xingdou. He has the perfect level of concealment from all the worlds, even if he needs to prevent others from seeing his realm, and he does not need to seal his own cultivation. As for sealing other people, it can only be said to be better than nothing. It is only useful for those who are lucky, and others who are weak will be killed directly. Even if he wants to control others, the man Zhou Xingdou can use the 10,000 transformation slave seal, and the woman has the spectrum of beauty from all over the world, so there is almost no need for time-consuming and laborious control. The Gate of Hell on the 6th layer is a method of endless summoning. It connects to the Divine Elephant to suppress the Hell, and summons the Godfiend of Hell to use it for oneself and fight for oneself. It can be said that if Zhou Xingdou reaches the Gate of Hell on the 6th layer during the catastrophe of evil spirits, and the high-level evil spirits do not come out, he can fight against the sea of evil spirits with the gate of hell. It's a pity that Zhou Xingdou has just reached the great accomplishment of the giant elephant and has not yet entered the realm of the dragon elephant. The gate of hell can only open a gap at most, but cannot be completely open to see the endless gathering of demonic shadows. Even so, the divine elephant's prison-suppressing power can be said to be extremely terrifying, and one skill covers thousands of things. By simply practicing one divine elephant prison-suppressing power, there is almost no need to learn other divine ability techniques to become invincible. As for the 7th layer master's body, the method of forging the body of a divine elephant has been engraved in Zhou Xingdou's mind. However, he has had an epiphany in the past 30 days and has not had time to cast the body of a divine elephant. Now he has no intention of casting, because 30 days of seclusion is indeed long enough for a person like him. Since his rebirth, this is the first time that he has been in seclusion for so long, which has taken up almost half of the time since his rebirth. Now the income is not bad, and my body is close to the limit of a saint. If I go to retreat to cultivate the body of the master, the improvement will not be too big. It is better to use the Holy Thunder Tribulation to cast it in one fell swoop when the Holy Spirit is broken through, which will save trouble and waste of time. After all, he is also a time management guru. Moreover, there are still 5 days until Wan Tianzhou is crowned as the Holy Lord of the Universe. If he doesn't get out of the gate and interferes, he may miss this opportunity, and he really won't be able to explain it to the Holy Mother of the Universe. What's more, Luo Hani is still in Zhou's house. Although he is in seclusion, he still knows the movements of Xingdou Palace very well. Zhou Xingdou was in seclusion for 30 days, and Luo Hani rested in Xingdou Palace for 30 days without ever stepping out. Although the two have not yet held a wedding, their relationship as husband and wife has been settled, so how could Zhou Xingdou be willing to ignore her anymore? Thinking of this week, Xingdou no longer hesitated. Between spitting out and taking in, the extremely dense power of the stars in the quiet room and the lake-like river of spiritual power were absorbed into his body in an instant. Zhou Xingdou stretched his somewhat dusty body, stood up slowly, and with a tremor of breath, opened the door of the quiet room and walked out quickly. During the 30 days of Zhou Xingdou's retreat, although Luo Hani had not stepped out of the Xingdou Palace, he still had not neglected his cultivation. Before Zhou Xingdou stepped out of the quiet room and came to the palace, he keenly felt an extremely sharp semi-holy energy. When the door of the palace was pushed open, Luo Hani was seen cross-legged on the bed, with his heart raised to the sky, and 2 sword intents wrapped around his body. One was Luo Hani's shocking sword intent, and the other made Zhou Xingdou's pupils shrink. It was the extremely powerful prison-suppressing sword intent that he condensed when he awakened the pulse of the sword. Luo Hani was disturbed from his practice, and he frowned instinctively, and his sharp eyes slowly opened at this moment. What was reflected in front of her was the figure she had missed for a long time. This made Luo Hani's face suddenly turn from cold to happy, and he smiled and said in surprise, "Junior brother, are you out of seclusion?" After saying that, Luo Hani finished his work in an instant, and his slender jade body hurriedly jumped into Zhou Xingdou's arms and hugged him tightly, wishing to merge with him. With Nephrite in his arms, Zhou Xingdou's heart was filled with excitement. A farewell was better than a newlywed. After kissing Luo Hani's red lips for a few times, he gently caressed her jade back for a while, then said with a warm smile, "You still call me junior brother. You should call me husband twice to listen." Luo Hani's face was red. She pinched Zhou Xingdou's face with her jade hands, and said coquettishly, "It's so shameless. We're not married yet, so don't push yourself too far." Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows and sneered. "Why, do you think you can run away before you get married?" As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou ignored Luo Hani's resistance and directly lifted his jade body up and threw him into the bed. I don't know if it was night, but when Zhou Xingdou walked out of the Xingdou Palace after a long time, it was already the day when Wan Tianzhi was crowned the Holy Lord of the Universe. Zhou Xingdou originally planned to take Luo Hani with him, but Zhou Xingdou's skills have been too advanced recently and he has practiced for 30 days. Even Luo Hani, who was in the semi-saint realm, had to rest and recuperate after Zhou Xingdou helped him practice for many days. And Zhou Xingdou also understood why his sword intention appeared on Luo Hani's body. It was all because of the natural sword intention. His natural sword heart originally belonged to Luo Hani. Although Luo Hani later received the law of creation as a gift from Qin Ming and condensed the sword heart again, the two sword hearts were actually two in one. All of Zhou Xingdou's swordsmanship insights, and even his sword intention, will be fed back to Luo Hani through his natural sword heart. This is also the reason why Luo Hani was able to reach the semi-saint level so quickly. Zhou Xingdou's insights into the Luoxia sword code in the past 30 days, or the sword intent he had comprehended, were all transmitted to Luo Hani without reservation. Coupled with the dozens of fruits of the Nine Swords elixir, Luo Hani did not break through to the Holy Realm because he was afraid that his foundation would be unstable and his cultivation would be suppressed. However, Zhou Xingdou didn't mind this. Instead, he thought it was a good thing that the natural sword heart had such an effect. If possible, Zhou Xingdou would only be happy even if Tianqing Jianqing could feed his cultivation back to Luo Hani. After all, Luo Hani is his daughter-in-law. Zhou Xingdou will only be happy if he can become stronger. Even if he surpasses himself, it doesn't matter. He is not a person who cannot take advantage of others. Of course, the prerequisite for eating soft food is that Luo Hani can really surpass himself, whether in terms of strength, cultivation, or speed of progress. But looking at his current progress, this is almost impossible. If he wants to eat soft rice, it is estimated that only Tian Zhou'er has soft food for him. The coronation ceremony of the Holy Lord of the Holy Land of the Universe naturally requires good timing and auspicious times, and the coronation ceremony will not officially start until 450. It was already Qinshi, and there was still plenty of time. With the speed of the giant starry sky chariot, as long as Zhou Xingdou was not delayed inside, it would only take less than a quarter of an hour to go from the Zhou family to the Holy Land of the Universe. There is no need to call the chariot himself. Commander Xingyo has returned to pay homage to his old friend, so Zhou Xingdou's itinerary will naturally be taken care of by him. As soon as they came out of the gate of Xingdou Palace, 9 Taishu ancient dragons had already pulled the giant starry sky chariot to land in front of the palace. As for Commander Xingyo, who had not been seen for dozens of days, the broken star face had been repaired, and his face was covered again. He exuded a transcendent aura, as if he had let go of some kind of knot in his heart, and his cultivation had improved again. Seeing Zhou Xingdou appear, Commander Xingyo knelt on the ground with one knee, punched his chest with his right fist, and said respectfully with a little gratitude, "You pay your respects to the Star Lord. Thank you very much for giving you the opportunity to kill the ancient evil king and pay homage to your old friend." Zhou Xingdou nodded slightly, and after accepting it calmly, he asked the doubts in his heart. "Get up, your cultivation seems to have improved a lot." Commander Xingyo did not hide anything, nodded and admitted, "Yes, killing the ancient evil king made me realize a lot." Chen Nong also jumped down from the starry sky chariot at this moment, but this time Wei Luoshang was also there. The two of them slowly bowed down and said respectfully, "Greetings to the young master." Zhou Xingdou looked at Wei Luoshang with some curiosity. "Wei Luoshang, do you also want to go to the Holy Land of the Universe together?" After all, when Zhou Xingdou travels, by default Chen Nong drives the car, Xingyo leads the guard, and the others stay behind at Zhou's house. Now that he didn't call him, Wei Luoshang took the initiative to show up, which was a bit strange. Chen Nong raised his head and spoke first. "Young master, it was Lao Wei who asked Lao Wei to go with him. After all, he has learned from past mistakes. It is always right to be careful. Lao Wei's words and actions are a sharp weapon against the sea of demons." Zhou Xingdou also nodded. Although he had not witnessed Wei Luoshang's feat of annihilating the demon sea with his own eyes, he had learned something about it from Qin Yanjing's mouth. Indeed, as Chen Nong said, it is always right to be careful, not to mention that he is here to suppress the situation. If there is a conflict, Duo Wei Luoshang can indeed share a lot of pressure on Commander Xingyo and Chen Nong. As for the 4 servants going out again, Zhou Xingdou didn't think it would be a big deal. Chen Nong and Wei Luoshang were usually relatively free in their duties, so it didn't matter if they left the Zhou family. Tianyin and Yooka-Lai, one needs to clean up the intruders, and the other needs to maintain the formation. Although the Zhou family was impregnable, and grandfather Zhou Wuji was in charge of the ancestral home, he could not be alerted by any small movement, and some servants had to be left to handle chores. Wei Luoshang also raised his head, but he did not hide anything else and directly told everything in his heart. Young master, I have some acquaintances among the elders of the sects in the Holy Land of the universe, so I thought of going with the young master to protect the young master and at the same time catch up with old friends. People who are Confucian and Taoist rarely lie. At most, they are sophistry. They do whatever they want to do without hiding too much. Zhou Xingdou still liked Wei Luoxing's honest character, not to mention that it would be great to have a great scholar argue for him here. In that case, we won't wait any longer and set off for the Holy Land of the universe. After Zhou Xingdou stepped into the giant chariot, Qing Yanjing also waited in the giant chariot for a long time. Zhou Xingdou sat on the throne and held Qing Yanjing's plump body in his arms. Commander Xingyou also dispersed and disappeared at this moment. Chen Non and Wei Luosheng quickly jumped onto the chariot head, and the 9 Taishu ancient dragons swung their bodies that covered the sky and sun, opening up the void. Sacred Mountains. Holy Land of the Universe. Today's Holy Land of the world is different from the quiet and peaceful place before. Instead, it is constantly noisy and extremely lively. Because today is the day when their 36th Holy Lord will be crowned, and the person who will succeed him is none other than their former holy son, Wan Tianri. Regarding Wan Tianzhou's succession, there will be supporters, but there will naturally be opponents. Unless Wan Tianzhou suppresses it with iron-blooded means, the huge Holy Land of Huanyu will not have a different voice after all. Fortunately, with the control of the 36 saints and the Holy Mother of the world, these opposing voices did not unite and could only complain in secret, but in the end they could not come to the stage. The other affiliated forces who come to watch the ceremony are naturally not qualified to question anything, not to mention that Wan Tianzhou's coming to power may not be a bad thing for the Holy Land of Huanyu. Whether it is the affiliated forces or the tens of thousands of monks in the Holy Land of the universe, those who support Wan Tianzhou to succeed the Holy Lord of the universe still account for the majority. Wan Tianzhou is already extremely suitable. Regardless of his cultivation level, he is still weak and can barely be criticized for only 2 points. One is that he was kidnapped by Du Buhui, who used his identity to do many evil things. As for the second one, it is not actually Wan Tianzhou's fault, but Zhou Xingdou's fault. Wan Zheng, the great elder of Huanyu, died at the hands of Chen Non without paying any price. Wan Tianzhou didn't care about the others, whether they were in cultivation or had their bodies taken away from them, but the death of the great elder Wan Zheng really gave Wan Tianzhou a headache. Zhou Xingdou forced his way through the gate of the Holy Land of the universe. As the great elder, Wan Zheng was obliged to stop him, but his death was indeed an accident. After all, Chen Non did not have the intention to kill Wan Zheng at that time. That blow could at most make Wan Zheng, who was supported by the formation, dying. However, at the critical moment, the Holy Mother of the world forced to withdraw from the formation, causing Wan Zheng to be directly killed by Chen Non with one blow. Originally, Wan Tianzhou was not to blame, but now that he has succeeded the Holy Lord of Huanyu, the people under the Great Elder have indeed implicated Wan Tianzhou in hatred. And these are not what really give Wan Tianzhou a headache. What really gives him a headache is the clan elders who have returned from outside the territory in front of him. They are highly cultivated, and each of them was once a high-ranking being in the Holy Land of the universe. Even if they have retired from their positions for many years, they are still very prestigious in the Holy Land of the universe. There are even several who were the former Holy Masters of the Holy Land of the universe. Wan Tianzhou stood on the sacred and glorious huge jade platform. This is the place where the Holy Mother and the Holy Mother of the Universal Immortal Mountain were crowned, the Universal Sacred Platform. At this moment, in front of Wan Tianzhou is Wan Shanlong, the former 28th Holy Master of Huanyu Holy Land and now the Patriarch who has returned from outside the territory. The feud between the Holy Land of the Universe and the Grotto Heaven of Yin and Yang was forged from the generation of Wan Shanlong, who was once known as the Lord of Qianlong and the first person under the Emperor in Taisher Dao Domain. Behind Wan Shanlong, there are dozens of various beings, all wearing the robes of the ancestors of the Holy Land of the world. Their auras are all those of Creation Lord, and some even exude terrifying imperial power. The coronation of the Holy Lord of the Universal Holy Land is indeed a major event, but not every ancestor can return in time, and not every sect elder must return from the vast realm of chaos. However, this group of elders, represented by the 28th Holy Lord, was also the closest team stationed in the Chuyuan Realm, so they responded to the Emperor's order and returned. However, after returning to the Holy Land of Huanyu and learning the ins and outs of the matter, these elders' perception of Wan Tianzhou was extremely different. The face of Our Lady of the Universe was not good either. She stood beside Wan Tianzhou, her brows furrowed, and she was a little worried about what would happen next. The return of the patriarch of Wan Qianlong's lineage is the worst news for her, because Wan Qianlong is the ancestor of the deceased great elder Wan Jiang. In the past few days since Wan Qianlong's return, he has not been looking for trouble, and has even been very calm, which makes Mother Universe feel a little uneasy. Because this is more like the calm before the storm. The closer it gets to the coronation time, the more worried Mother Universe is. What's more, under the Holy Terrace of the Universe, there are already people from the Holy Land of the Universe and those affiliated forces. If Wan Qianlong launches an attack at this time, it will be even more ugly than before. Wan Xinyan, the former ninth ancestor of the world, did not stand with Wan Tianzhou, nor did he stand with Wan Qianlong. Instead, he stood sideways and looked at his nose and nose, forgetting both things in me, as if he were an outsider. Time passed minute by minute, but less than a quarter of an hour before Wan Qianlong's coronation, an old man beside Wan Qianlong suddenly opened his slightly narrowed eyes and looked at Wan Xin, who was in a state of forgetfulness. Word! Wan Xinyan, you have already lived into a dog's belly at such a young age. How could you deserve to be the ninth ancestor in the first place? This old man is also the protector of the 28th Holy Lord Wan Qianlong. Although his strength may not be stronger than Wan Xinyan, his seniority is much greater than that of Wan Xinyan, who lost his ninth ancestor status. Wan Xinyan was a little confused for a moment. He had kept such a low profile. He didn't expect that he would be the first one to be shot. At the same time, both Wan Tianzhou and the Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth also felt a thump in their hearts. Although the elder was not targeting Wan Tianzhou, the fool also understood that Wan Qianlong was about to launch an attack, and targeting Wan Xinyan was just the first shot. Wan Xinyan frowned, but finally chose to avoid the edge for the time being, still keeping an eye on the nose and mind. Yes, you are right. But in Wan Xinyan's heart, there are already 10,000 idiots rushing past at this moment. What does his mother have to do with me? I have been so low-key and they still come to me for the first shot. The elder Zone who made the first shot was also slightly stunned by Wan Xinyan's gesture, and all the words he had organized in his heart were blocked in his heart for a while, unable to be released. Wan Xinyan was not fooled, and the scene was strangely calm for a while. Finally, Wan Qianlong, the 20th Holy Master, slowly raised his unruffled eyes and looked at Wan Tianzhou. Holy Son, I have a few questions in my mind. I have been thinking about them for several days, but I can't find the answers. I wonder if I can ask you to clarify them here. The Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth has such a delicate mind, and naturally knows that all these questions may not be good words. Before Wan Tianzhou could answer, she took a step forward, cupped her hands to Wan Qianlong and said, Ancestor Qianlong, the coronation is the official business now. If there are any problems, it is better to wait until everything is over and then. But before the Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth could finish speaking, she was interrupted by a voice. The interrupter was not Wan Qianlong or other sect elders, but Wan Tianzhou. It doesn't matter, Qianlongzu, just say it. Mother Universe's expression changed, and she quickly pulled Wan Tianzhou's sleeve, hoping that he would take back his words. But Wan Tianzhou didn't pay any attention to it. He just looked at Qianlongzu with a firm gaze and continued. When the elders ask questions, the younger ones will naturally tell you everything they know. Wan Qianlong took a deep look at Wan Tianzhou, with an unknown smile on his lips, and said indifferently. Very good, then I'm not ashamed to ask. Ask why Great Elder Wan Jiang died. Wan Qianlong's voice was so loud that it almost penetrated the whole sky. Everyone present was deafened, but everyone heard this sentence clearly. Wan Jiang's death is not a secret, but the details have not been spread. Except for the people in the world who saw it with their own eyes, most people from other external forces thought that Wan Jiang died during the invasion of evil spirits. The people of Huanyu Holy Land did not publicize the true cause of Wan Jiang's death to the outside world, because he could still retain some reputation after dying in the invasion of evil spirits. This moment also aroused the curiosity of people who didn't know the truth, and their minds suddenly filled their minds with a million scenarios of fighting for power and gain to the death of Wan Jiang. the expression of Our Lady of the Universe changed. Sure enough, Wan Qianlong wanted to use Wan Zhang's death as the starting point to launch an attack. To be honest, it is actually difficult to blame Wan Zhang's death on Wan Tianzhou. Wan Tianzhou has never understood why so many people always want to cover this matter on his own head. Although the cause of Wan Zhang's death was indeed somewhat innocent, at that time Wan Tianzhou was still in a state of being snatched away by Du Buhui, so he could not blame himself. At most, it would be blamed on his mother, the Holy Mother of Heaven, for removing the power of Wan Zhang's formation at that time, which led to Wan Zhang's death. However, the Emperor's decree has already made a judgment on the Holy Mother of the Universe, and the merits and demerits are balanced. Wan Qianlong can still reject the Emperor's decree, and another trial will fail. What's more, his position as the 36th Holy Lord has been confirmed by the Emperor ancestor. No matter how hard Wan Qianlong attacks, he can still deprive himself of the position of crowned Holy Lord. From Wan Tianzhou's point of view, all this is caused by the concern of the Holy Mother of the Universe. It's just that the Holy Mother of Heaven seemed to be aware of Wan Tianzhou's thoughts, and a series of worried words entered Wan Tianzhou's mind through sound transmission at this moment. Silly son, you simply don't understand that Wan Qianlong cannot change the Emperor's will. But after he launched an attack, he knocked down your mother's reputation, and then added a stigma to you, the Holy Lord who was already promoted to an extraordinary position, which would be a blow to your reputation. Now your cultivation level cannot suppress the Holy Land. Once the people in the sect disobey me because of Wan Zhang, even if you become the Holy Lord, those instructions will not be issued to the Huan Yu Palace. If you use iron-blooded methods to suppress you, and the entire Holy Land becomes resentful towards you, and one or two bad things happen, Wan Qianlong will have reason to launch a meeting of elders and deprive you of your position as Holy Lord. Wan Tianzhou frowned. He didn't expect that there were so many messy causes and effects behind this problem, but he still said to Our Lady of the Universe with some disbelief. I have only met him a few times. Even though the incident in Wanzhan was caused by me and my mother died, why did he treat me so cruelly because of it? Our Lady of the Universe preached with great sincerity. You have a good relationship with Bai Yulong, the divine child of Yin Yang Grotto Heaven. Even if there is no such thing, you are still a thorn in his side. Don't forget, the feud between us and Yin Yang Grotto Heaven was forged when he was the Holy Master. He has an indelible blood feud with the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven, and he will never allow a person who is on good terms with the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven to become the Holy Lord of the Universe. Wan Tianzhou also had slightly cold eyes at this moment. If Wan Zhang's incident happened because of him, he could apologize and accept punishment, and it didn't matter what Wan Qianlong did. But if the problem arises because of his relationship with Bai Yulong, then he and Wan Qianlong do have some irreconcilable conflicts. After Wan Qianlong glanced at the Holy Mother of the Universe, his eyes once again shrouded Wan Tianzhou, and the majestic sound wave sounded again. Wan Tianzhou, don't you know everything and talk about it endlessly? Why are you silent now and discussing in secret? The sound wave was like a mountain, which actually made Wan Tianzhou feel a pressure. However, Wan Tianzhou did not show any embarrassment. He looked at Wan Qianlong and said without being humble or arrogant. That's right, Wan Zhang, the great elder of the world, is indeed because of buzz. Just when Wan Tianzhou was halfway through speaking, a huge buzzing sound resounded from heaven to earth. Then a cold voice echoed throughout the world, interrupting Wan Tianzhou's words. Wan Zhang died because of my son. Why bother, senior, to embarrass the new holy master of my family? If you have any questions, why not ask me? Above the sky of the Holy Land of the Universe, a huge crack in the void tore open, and 9 ancient Taishu dragons that covered the sky and the earth slowly drove out, pulling a giant starry sky chariot. After hearing this, the frowning eyes of Our Lady of the Universe instantly relaxed. She breathed a sigh of relief and felt a sense of peace of mind. She looked at the giant chariot in the starry sky with a smile. Wan Tianzhou was also slightly stunned. He didn't know that Zhou Xingdou would be here today, but he swallowed the rest of his words, looked at his smiling mother and asked. Mom, you asked the boss to come today, right? He wasn't stupid either. Looking at his mother's smile, he guessed most of it. But Wan Tianzhou had a strange feeling in his heart, feeling that something was wrong with the relationship between his mother and Zhou Xingdou. Wan Xianlong's face moved slightly, and his eyes were a little cold as he looked at the starry sky giant chariot. The elders behind Wan Xianlong were also attracted by the starry sky chariot, but after seeing the ancient characters outlined by ancient runes on both sides of the starry sky chariot, they all showed respect. This time there is no need to call for the door to open the formation. Our Lady of the Universe has already opened the formation, and the 9 Taishu ancient dragons entered the hinterland of the universe Immortal Mountain as if they were in an uninhabited land. Although Zhou Xingdou didn't want to, he did steal the limelight from Wan Tianzhou's successor as Holy Lord of Huanyu. Therefore, the giant starry sky chariot stopped on the mountainside of Fairy Mountain, still some distance away from the universal holy platform, so as not to suppress the power of the universal holy platform. Under the gaze of countless monks, Chen Nong paused in the chariot, and Wei Luoshang waited for Zhou Xingdou's appearance at the left and right sides of the chariot door. Zhou Xingdou's handsome, unparalleled figure also stepped out of the giant chariot in the starry sky at this moment, and an invisible pressure enveloped everything in the world. This pressure was not caused by cultivation, but a kind of mysterious authority, which made the powerful people below the universal holy platform involuntarily have the urge to lean down. The elders behind Wan Xianlong looked at Chen Nong and Wei Luoshang beside Zhou Xingdou and were all shocked. 9-turn medicine master Chen Nong, Master Wei, the Confucian and Taoist sage. I don't know why the two of them disappeared. It turns out that they entered the primary world. I only thought that Chen Nong had the same name, but I didn't expect that it was really him. Chen Nong is just a freeloader. I'm not surprised, but I never thought that Master Wei, who taught the demons and fought against the king alone, was actually in our Chuyuan Realm. These elders were more familiar with Chen Nong and Wei Luoshang than they were with Zhou Xingdou. After all, these two people were quite famous outside the territory, and even those who had never seen them had heard of their fame. The old man beside Wan Xianlong also changed his expression, frowned at Wan Xianlong and said, "The one who can allow these two to serve as servants to protect you is probably the young master of the Zhou family, Marshal Ziwei Zhou Xingdou." Wan Xianlong's face also moved slightly, and his eyes stared at Zhou Xingdou, looking up and down, as if he wanted to see through him. "I have the ancestral order of Huanyu, and I am also considered the patriarch of Huanyu Holy Land. This coronation ceremony is a bit late, so please don't blame me." Zhou Xingdou stepped into the void and walked slowly towards the universal holy platform with an indifferent expression. For a moment, the clan elders around Wan Xianlong looked at each other in confusion. Zhou Xingdou's appearance was undoubtedly to support Wan Tianzhou. But unfortunately, there was really nothing they could do against Zhou Xingdou. As Zhou Xingdou said, he has the Huanyu ancestral order given by the Emperor of Huanyu and is the elder of the Huanyu sect. It is reasonable for him to come to the Holy Land of Huanyu at this time. And even if there is no ancestral order from Huanyu, if the Zhou family's noble son wants to come to watch the ceremony, Huanyu Holy Land can only welcome him, and he can't refuse. As for suppressing with strength, they are all people who came back from outside the territory. Even if they are crazy, they will not be stupid enough to suppress the young master of the Zhou family with strength. If we talk about debating scriptures, Wei Luoshang next to Zhou Xingdou is a Confucian and Taoist saint king who taught evil spirits. Who can argue the existence of Taoism with words? Wan Xianlong's face also darkened. Zhou Xingdou's appearance almost disrupted all his plans. But in this situation, he could only ask the question. "Zunzi Zhou, you said that Wan Jian died because of you?" Now hundreds of thousands of eyes are staring at the universal holy platform. If Wan Xianlong doesn't dare to ask because of Zhou Xingdou's appearance, wouldn't it make people think that he bullies the weak and fears the strong? Zhou Xingdou stepped onto the universal sacred platform, nodded slightly to Wan Tianzhou, looked at Wan Xianlong, and then pointed at Chen Nong beside him. He was the one who killed it. "Senior, if you have any questions, just ask him." Chen Nong, with a calm look on his face, looked at Wan Xianlong with his hoe and said, "Are you the Wan Xianlong who knelt in front of my house for 3 days and 3 nights, asking my wife for medicine?" Wan Xianlong did not refute, but directly bowed his hand towards Chen Nong and said, "It's me. I would like to thank Yaozuan for speaking out." But after saying that, Wan Xianlong was not vague and continued to ask. "But one code equals one code. Why did Yaozuan kill me, the great elder of Huanyu Holy Land?" Chen Nong picked his nose and said with an indifferent expression, I want to go in, but if he doesn't want to, I'll kill him. Chen Nong's words made everyone present slightly stunned, and some couldn't tell which one was entering. But in fact, Wan Qianlong knew better than anyone why Wan Jiang died, and even the images of Wan Zhang's death on that day were recalled by him. The reason why I asked about this was just to find an excuse to make trouble. When I asked Chen Nong, I actually had the intention of giving up. As long as Chen Nong gave a reasonable reason, the Wan Jiang incident would be solved. But he didn't expect that Chen Nong would be so generous, which made Wan Qianlong feel a little embarrassed at the moment. As Chen Nong said, he knelt down and begged Mrs. Chen Nong for the elixir for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally got the elixir after Chen Nong offered her help. If he attacks Chen Nong because of this, he will be repaying kindness with hatred. Alchemists outside the territory have their own circles. As long as Chen Nong spreads this matter, it will be difficult to obtain elixirs outside the territory. But if he remains silent, what face would he have in front of hundreds of thousands of eyes? For a moment, Wan Qianlong was in a dilemma. The 3 immortal emperors and ancestors have all established a rule. People of the Zhou family, except for the forbidden areas of each sect, can enter their sect without any restrictions and unimpeded. Wei Luoshang, who had been silent until now, spoke up at this moment. Now that the auspicious time for Wan Tianzhou's coronation is approaching, if Wan Qianlong is prevented from coming down like this, it may be delayed for a while. So Wei Luoshang sent the steps up. My young master wants to enter the holy land of the universe. Unless he enters the forbidden land of the universe by force, not even your ancestor can stop him. Wan Jiang not only blocked my young master, but also launched a large formation to attack. What's wrong with Chen Nong killing him? It doesn't matter why Wan Jiang died, it was just a reason. Now that Wei Luoshang has given a suitable reason, Wan Qianlong's eyebrows also quietly relaxed. It was old Meng Lang who defied the emperor's rules and deliberately attacked Zhou Xingdou. Wan Zhang's death was indeed not unjust. After saying that, Wan Qianlong bowed slightly to Zhou Xingdou and Chen Nong, and said with some shame, I misunderstood Zunzi and Yaozuan, please don't blame Zunzi and Yaozuan. Chen Nong narrowed his eyes slightly, but he didn't expect that Wan Qianlong's posture was so low, and he couldn't say anything more. The Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth counted the time and suddenly said, The auspicious time has arrived, please ask Qianlong ancestor to crown the Holy Lord. A farce was resolved silently with the arrival of Zhou Xingdou. Even though Wan Qianlong was not aggrieved at all, he had no choice but to say no more. The stalwart's aura shook slightly, and his expression became solemn. Please, the holy crown of the universe. Zhou Xingdou and Chen Nongwei Luoshang also silently walked to the side of Wan Tianzhou, not in the center of the holy platform, so as not to steal Wan Tianzhou's limelight. Wan Tianzhou's eyes showed emotion, and he took a deep look at Zhou Xingdou. Only Zhou Xingdou understood the unswerving will contained in it. Zhou Xingdou slowly leaned towards Our Lady of the Universe and stood side by side with her. However, the figure of Our Lady of the Universe was too tall, and even Zhou Xingdou was half a head shorter. But for monks, height is never a matter of distance, just like Zhou Xingdou, even if he wanted to be taller, it was just a matter of thought. But it's not necessary. After all, not everyone is as nutritious, plump and beautiful as Our Lady of the Universe. In an instant, the center of the universal holy platform was filled with endless brilliant light, and a majestic and sullen force enveloped the world. An exquisite and gorgeous snow-white jade crown with golden threads appeared out of the sky, shocking the world and changing its color. This jade crown is neither a magic weapon nor an artifact. It symbolizes the authority of the holy land of the world. It is the product of the condensed Tao of the great Tao of the world, comparable to the emperor weapon. If the Holy Lord of the Universe, Manhwa, had not been infected by the unknown and was afraid of being discovered and rejected by the crown, he had not sacrificed this thing. I am afraid that Commander Xingyo would have had a tough battle. Wan Qianlong did not become a demon again, and Wan Xinyan stepped forward holding the decree, looking at the countless monks in the audience, and said in a bright voice, The Holy Son of the Universe has been benevolent, filial and righteous for thousands of days. He has an unparalleled imperial appearance and is loved by everyone in the universe. Now he is appointed by heaven and the great Tao of the universe to succeed to the position of the 36th Holy Lord of the Holy Land of the universe. Wan Tianzhou also walked towards the holy crown of the universe. After bowing to the four directions of heaven and earth, he knelt down and bowed before the holy crown of the universe. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly and said to the Holy Mother of Heaven beside him, "Those in authority are putting the cart before the horse by worshipping the crown that symbolizes authority." In Zhou Xingdou's view, although the holy crown of the universe is comparable to the emperor weapon, it is ultimately a symbol of authority. The person holding the authority is its master, so how can it kneel down and worship it? Our Lady of the Universe smiled slightly and explained, "It's not about worshipping the crown, it's about worshipping the ancestors who once opened up the holy land of the universe, and honoring the great Tao and Emperor ancestors of the universe." But as she spoke, the face of Our Lady of the Universe turned slightly red, with a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. She couldn't help but glance at Zhou Xingdou, only to see that his face was as usual, neither sad nor happy. It's just that his hands were a little dishonest. At this moment, they climbed onto the waist of Our Lady of the Universe and kept wandering around her waist. The ears of Our Lady of the Universe turned red in an instant. It was her. I didn't expect that Zhou Xingdou would be so bold and act arbitrarily when Wan Tianzhou was being crowned. But she didn't stop him. Instead, she tried her best to pretend that nothing happened and let Zhou Xingdou continue to explore. But what she didn't understand was that she didn't feel any resentment in her heart, and there was also a trace of pride rising in her heart. "You be ****, I can't bear it anymore." If Wan Huaze lived to see this scene, he would not believe his eyes. Because they are not married, their relationship is not harmonious, but Wan Hua knows that the Holy Mother of the Universe hates men. There are countless people of the same age who pursue the Holy Mother of the Universe. Among them there are also those with profound backgrounds and unparalleled beauty, but without exception, they are treated coldly by the Holy Mother of the Universe. Not to mention the man who kisses Fangza or even touches the waist of the Holy Mother of the Universe, Zhou Xingdou is probably the first one. Zhou Xingdou also relaxed his eyebrows, and a sense of comfort brewed between his eyebrows, because the Holy Mother of Heaven is really fragrant and soft. Just standing side by side, Zhou Xingdou's nose was filled with the fragrance of the ripe fruit, which made people want to stop. Wan Tianzhou's coronation ceremony did not take too much time. After Wan Xianlong gave a speech, Wan Tianzhou put on the holy crown that symbolized the authority of the world. At the moment of the holy crown of the universe's blessing, Wan Tianzhou's whole body shone with brilliant light, and the power of the heavens gathered around him, pressing in all directions with mighty force. Wan Xinyan gently threw the emperor's decree in his hand and said solemnly, "Today, the 36th Holy Lord of the Holy Land of the Universe returns to his throne." The emperor's decree turned into supreme power, soaring straight into the 9 heavens, engraved between heaven and earth, and imprinted on the way of heaven. Wan Tianzhou's heart was surging, and he shouted to the world, "As the Holy Lord, I shall devote myself to the Holy Land of the world and die." Since the ceremony was completed, tens of thousands of monks from all over the world and countless people from affiliated forces under the holy altar all knelt down on the ground and congratulated. The Holy Lord will be immortal forever, and the Holy Land will prosper. As for Zhou Xingdou, his mind was completely focused on Our Lady of the Universe. Apart from taking a pleased look at Wan Tianzhou, he got closer and closer to Our Lady of the Universe. Fortunately, now that it was Wan Tianzhou's home court, everyone's attention was attracted by Wan Tianzhou, who succeeded the Holy Lord, and they did not notice the situation of Zhou Xingdou and the Holy Mother of the Universe. Moreover, Chen Non and Wei Luoshang also silently blocked Zhou Xingdou's small movements. From the beginning to the end, no one noticed that such a vulgar scene had occurred in such a sacred place as the Universal Sacred Platform. Seeing Zhou Xingdou getting closer and closer, Our Lady of the Universe couldn't help but frown. Although she didn't dislike Zhou Xingdou's behavior, in this situation, Zhou Xingdou's move was somewhat excessive. This also made Zhou Xingdou, who was burning in his heart, instantly feel a stinging pain in my waist. Even his perfect body seemed to be ineffective. In the meantime, the slender jade fingers of the Virgin Mother of the Universe also climbed up to Zhou Xingdou's waist, twisting the soft flesh around his waist. "You brat, the elders of the Huanyu Holy Land and Tianzhou are here, and there are so many monks down there. Do you want me to be ruined?" The Holy Mother of the Universe said through gritted teeth in a voice that only 2 people could hear. But her face remained calm, as if the gnashing words did not come from her mouth. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows, reluctantly put down the palms that were on the waist of the Holy Mother of the Universe, and turned his body to the side. I did go a little too far just now, but who made the Holy Mother of Heaven smell so fragrant? What's more, in such a holy place as the Universal Holy Platform, with hundreds of thousands of eyes molesting the Holy Mother of the Universe, it would be difficult for Zhou Xingdou not to fall for it. Now that Wan Tianzhou has been crowned, the people below the holy platform bow, and the ceremony is considered over. Wan Xianlong's face turned cold. He glanced at Wan Tianzue briefly, bowed his hand slightly, and said extremely seriously at this moment, "Please, Holy Lord, please don't forget the blood feud between us and Yin Yang Grotto Heaven. I hope that under the leadership of Holy Lord, Holy Land of Heaven and Earth can completely wipe out Yin Yang Grotto Heaven." As soon as the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven was mentioned, countless monks under the holy platform made waves, and countless voices condensed into one sentence. Destroy Yin and Yang. Destroy Yin and Yang. Destroy Yin and Yang. Countless years of war have caused some hatred between the people in the Holy Land of the world and the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven, and some can even be said to be blood feuds. Among them, the affiliated forces are the most excited, because they are the forces with the heaviest losses and the most casualties in every war. For the Yin and Yang Grotto Heaven, they simply want to eat their flesh and drink their blood. This kind of hatred is complicated. Maybe this person's grandfather died in the hands of the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven, and that person's brother died in the hands of the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven. Even the monks who had never developed hatred against the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven and were new to the profession, were influenced by the current atmosphere and shouted out the words to destroy the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven. Zhou Xingdou's face turned cold, and his eyes condensed with coldness as he looked at Wan Xianlong. Because Wan Xianlong was forced to immediately launch a war against the Yin and Yang Grotto Heaven after Wan Tianzhou succeeded the Holy Lord. This is a conspiracy, and an unsolvable conspiracy. Because this is what the people of Huanyu Holy Land want. If Wan Tianzhou refuses when people are angry, it will cause dissatisfaction of Huanyu Holy Land and its affiliated forces. If someone else were to be the Holy Lord, there would be no pressure at all on this matter, and it would even be a good time to consolidate one's position as Holy Lord. But Wan Tianzhou is not like that. His wish is to quell the hatred between the Holy Land of Huanyu and the Yin and Yang Grotto Heaven. He also promised to Zhou Xingdou with Bai Yulong and Douwan Jun that in the future, Taisher Dao domain will be completely peaceful. If he launches a war against the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven when he succeeds as Holy Lord, it will violate his original intention and betray his promise. Except for Zhou Xingdou, no one thought that Wan Xianlong was attacking Wan Tianzhou. Even Our Lady of the Universe felt that this was a normal process. After all, when she and Wanwei took over as the Holy Lord and Virgin, they immediately launched a war against the Yin and Yang Grotto Heaven. In their view, this is almost a required course for the Holy Lord to succeed to the throne. Zhou Xingdou was also afraid that Wan Tianzhou would be stubborn. At this time, Wan Tianzhou could not refuse at all, otherwise he would lose his support. Moreover, it is really difficult for him to intervene in this matter, because attacking Wan Xianlong in this matter will not only bring no benefit to Wan Tianzhou and himself, but also cause considerable harm. Unless Zhou Xingdou activates his bewitching skills, allowing everyone under the holy platform to be bewitched and eliminate their hatred. But this is in the Holy Land of the Universe, with hundreds of thousands of monks below. Not to mention whether bewitching can be used on so many people, just bewitching so many people is too involved and cannot be done. What's more, the bewitching skill is not omnipotent. He can't bewitch Wan Xianlong and the elders of the sect, and I'm afraid it will be self-defeating. Zhou Xingdou had no choice but to send a message to remind Wan Tianzhou. Promise him first, and then make plans slowly. Wan Tianzhou glanced at Zhou Xingdou and showed a complicated smile. Zhou Xingdou secretly screamed, but it was too late. Because the clear and upright Dharma voice has already sounded. Sorry, I can't do it. Sorry, I can't do it. Wan Tianzhou looked at Wan Xianlong, his expression a little complicated, but his obsidian-like eyes were extremely firm. As soon as this statement came out, there was an uproar. The expression of Our Lady of the Universe changed, and she no longer cared about Zhou Xingdou beside her, and immediately shouted. Tianzhou, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Xingdou was extremely helpless. If Bai Yulong was extremely stupid, Wan Tianzhou was extremely stunned. I'm afraid it's hard to end today. Wan Qianlong's eyes were slightly focused. He was not angry, but a majestic and invisible pressure shrouded Wan Tianji in front of him. What do you want, Holy Lord? Are you unwilling to avenge the countless disciples who died tragically at the hands of Yin Yang Grotto Heaven? Wan Tianzhou never showed any sign of wavering. Instead, his eyes were firm and he spoke forcefully. Wan Qianlong, the Holy Land of the universe is not a tool used for revenge. Being called by his name by Wan Tianzhou and saying such words, even Wan Qianlong could not help but look cold. The world was shrouded in coldness, making everyone present feel like falling into an ice cellar. Wan Tianzhou, do you know what you are talking about? A majestic imperial power rose up from Wan Qianlong at this moment. The dozens of elders behind him did not say a word, but they also pushed the power to the extreme, causing the heaven and earth to change color and the void to scream. Dozens of coercive pressures pressed directly on Wan Tianzhou without any explanation. This was no longer the invisible pressure, which made Wan Tianzhou tremble and frown. Senior, it's easy to talk when you talk. If you want to use your power to pressure others, Zhou doesn't agree. By this time, Zhou Xingdou could no longer care about anything else and had to worry about it. In an instant, Wan Qianlong turned his eyes to Zhou Xingdou, and saw Chen Nong beside Zhou Xingdou clenching the hoe in his hand, and a powerful power had condensed on the ground in front of him. And Wei Luoshang smiled slightly, and Confucian and Taoist scriptures surrounded him, and his awe-inspiring righteousness soared into the sky. Behind Zhou Xingdou, the star-faced Star Robe, the Xingyo commandery who was on the borderline between the visible and the intangible, emerged. The Milky Way circulated above the starface, and a sharp and unparalleled imperial power locked Wan Qianlong. Wan Qianlong didn't want to offend Zhou Xingdou, Chen Nongwei, Luoshan, or the star-faced man who made him feel extremely dangerous unless he had to. But Wan Tianzhou's words have touched his bottom line, and he must not let it. Zunzi Zhou, I respect the Zhou family, but this is our Huanyu family matter. Although you have the Huanyu ancestral order, you are still an outsider after all. Are you being too lenient today? Zhou Xingdou's silver-white eyes were filled with purple energy, and he sneered. Wan Qianlong, did I give you a good face? The current situation is not good, not because of Wan Qianlong, but because of those affiliated forces under the Holy Platform, who are extremely dissatisfied with Wan Tianzhou's words. Zhou Xingdou couldn't explain the great truth and was unwilling to explain it. It would be better to just lift the table and muddy the water. Once he conflicts with Wan Qianlong, attention will be drawn to himself. Only in this way can Wan Tianji's problem be solved. Who says he is the big brother? There are some things that need to be shouldered. What's more, he has no intention of letting go of the Holy Mother of the Universe, who can be considered half of his brother's father. Zhou Xingdou also took the opportunity to glare at the Holy Mother of Heaven next to him. He had done so much, and if he couldn't eat the Holy Mother, it would be a big loss. The Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth was stunned by Zhou Xingdou. She was a little at a loss and didn't quite understand what Zhou Xingdou meant. Being attacked by juniors calling him by his name one after another, Wan Qianlong's face was already a bit embarrassing, not to mention that there were hundreds of thousands of monks below. Zunzi Zhou, you have gone too far. Seeing the confused expression on the face of Our Lady of the Universe, Zhou Xingdou felt a little impetuous, and when he heard Wan Qianlong's words, he suddenly became angry. I'll cross your male gobi, I'll give you the face to call you senior, but if I don't give you the face, you're a piece of shit. Clay figures have a certain amount of anger, let alone Wan Qianlong, who has been fighting for many years and is the elder of the clan. Before Wan Qianlong could say anything, the elders behind him had already spoken. Vulgar language. Even if you are the esteemed son of the Zhou family, how can you insult us like this? What Mr. Qianlong said is true, but young Master Zhou family, you have gone too far. However, Zhou Xingdou's method really worked. At this moment, no one cared about what Wan Tianzhou had just said. Even the hundreds of thousands of monks under the Holy Platform were attracted by Zhou Xingdou's hatred. Zhou Xingdou also had no choice but to do so. How could he be such a sweet-talking and unstable person? But in order to attract hatred, putting down your body and insulting Wan Qianlong is definitely the most effective method. To say it calmly, Wan Tianji cannot solve the situation, and only by breaking the rules can the water be muddied. Zhou Xingdou did not stop talking and continued to say. What are you pretending to be? Aren't you just your wife who ran away with the Yin-Yang cave master of your generation, and she cuckolded you in front of you? You just want to vent your personal hatred, but you have made countless generations of disciples of the Holy Land of the universe pay for your personal hatred with their lives. If you have the ability, why don't you go find someone who cuckolds you, and force several generations of holy masters of the universe to go to war in the Yin-Yang grotto heaven, and let so many innocent disciples die for such a small enmity of yours? You are worthy of becoming a universe Zhong Lao. This series of words, specially blessed by Zhou Xingdou with magic power, almost penetrated the entire Holy Land of the universe, allowing the hundreds of thousands of disciples under the holy platform to hear clearly. This statement is actually not groundless, and Zhou Xingdou once picked up a copy of Taisher's unofficial history in the Zhou family's treasury, and the content on it was thrilling and terrifying. Wild history may not be true, but it must be wild enough. Wan Qianlong, as the figure who plunged Taisher Dao into boundless war, has written almost one-third of the unofficial history. Most of them are the details of being cuckolded by the Yin-Yang cave master. At that time, Zhou Xingdou was brought into the perspective of the Yin-Yang cave master, and it was a joy to watch. Of course, to be fair, if someone knitted a hat for Zhou Xingdou, he might be more vicious than Wan Qianlong. However, this does not prevent Zhou Xingdou from criticizing Wan Qianlong. Zhou Xingdou's words shook the world more than Wan Tianzhou's words. Even the Holy Mother of the world looked shocked, and even some elders looked at Wan Qianlong in surprise. Not to mention the monks in the audience, each one was shocked speechless by such a wild person, and even started whispering among themselves. If someone else had said this, I'm afraid no one would believe it, but from the mouths of beings like Zhou Xingdou, it felt 80% true. At this time, Wei Luoshang looked a little embarrassed and asked Zhou Xingdou in a low voice. Young master, did you pick up a copy of Taisher's unofficial history? Yeah, what? Zhou Xingdou was not surprised how Wei Luoshang knew about it. After all, he managed the treasure house and annotated the scriptures. Taisher Yesher probably had to catch his eye before he could be placed in the treasure house. It's okay, it's okay. I'm just curious if the young master learned from it. Wei Luoshang's mouth twitched. It was naturally impossible for him to tell Zhou Xingdou that the unofficial history of Taisher was compiled by him for fun and accidentally left in the treasure house. After all, as a sage king of Confucianism and Taoism, he compiles wind and snow books, which is an insult to elegance. Feeling the eyes from all directions and the waves of discussion, Wan Qianlong's face turned green and purple. He could no longer suppress his anger and cursed at Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou, you are slanderous, talk nonsense, and go too far to deceive others. But Wan Qianlong really didn't dare to take action. He was not a mad dog, and he was not irrational enough to take action against Zhou Xingdou. The one who took action last time has now lost even the 9th ancestor status. What's more, the Zhou family is not a vegetarian. This situation was okay once, but if it happened again, Qin Ming would probably rush out of the passage and tear him alive. The whispers below did not stop due to Wan Qianlong's anger. I never thought that Qianlongzu would have such a past, but being cuckolded in front of his face is really unbearable. He couldn't stand it and couldn't let the entire Holy Land of the universe pay for his personal hatred. Because of the war with the Yin-Yang grotto heaven, many disciples died in the war before they could grow up. Those affiliated forces are the most miserable. They are the main force in the war. Some of them have been defeated and their disciples are only 1 or 20. As mentioned in the discussion, the faces of the sect leaders of the affiliated forces were not very good looking. Some of them were in decline, some of them had lost several levels of power, some of them had lost all their sect heritage, and countless of their ancestors died in the war with the Yin and Yang grotto heaven. But now they know that this is just because of women. How can they accept it? They are even lucky, because at least the sect is still there, and there are more small sects that cannot be named, or large forces that dominated for a while, have been destroyed in the war. Wan Qianlong's rebuttal is weak, because no one cares about the truth, they only believe what they want to believe. In their eyes, the Zhou family is more credible than those feeble explanations. Maybe even they don't know that they actually long for peace deep down in their hearts. Those bullshit feuds are just coerced by the general trend, making them think that they hate and want war. Now that the new Holy Lord of the world has refused to start a war, and Zhou Xingdou has revealed the cause of this so-called feud, the affiliated forces that were the most dangerous to destroy in Yang Grotto Heaven have calmed down strangely. This is a glimmer of hope for peace. Even if they don't know what they think, they don't want to miss this opportunity. As for whether Wan Qianlong was cuckolded or not, that is not what everyone wants to know. Because once the torrent of peace forms, it is unstoppable. Zhou Xingdou and Wan Tianzhou could not have imagined that this farce would inadvertently open a door to hope. Except for those who are born to kill embryos, no one likes war, because war is just a means of seeking benefits. Even some bad species may not like war, because war is not safe for them. Although they can kill people, they may be killed by others at any time. Wan Qianlong's expression became extremely gloomy at this moment, and he also saw the situation clearly. At this moment, it is no longer useful to say anything. The more excited you are, the more anxious you will feel that you are being said. Although this is a basin of dirty water, Wan Qianlong can only accept it for life. If the explanation is pale, he will not explain it. What's more, Wan Qianlong has kept it a secret all his life as to the true origin of the hatred between the Holy Land of the World and the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven. How could he reveal it now that he is being slandered? But this does not mean that Wan Qianlong will give up easily. Wan Tianzhou, let me ask you, if you don't want to launch a war against Yin Yang Grotto Heaven, then what are you going to do? Wan Tianzhou did not hide anything and answered without thinking. The great calamity is about to begin. We should coexist peacefully, recuperate and accumulate strength. Wan Qianlong smiled disdainfully. It's a joke. Not to mention whether you understand calamity or not, you want to coexist peacefully. Can the Yin and Yang Grotto Heaven agree? Do you think you can stop the grinding of flesh and blood for countless years? Wan Qianlong's words made the people in the audience react more like this. Yes, it is not just as simple as the people of the Holy Land of the Universe and the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven. After years of killing, the people of the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven also have an incomparable hatred for the Holy Land of the Universe. This cannot be stopped by just saying stop. Wan Tianzhou's face darkened when he heard this. Wan Qianlong was indeed right. Now he is not sure that the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven will cease war. Although he has become the Holy Lord of the Universe, Bai Yulong is still the divine child of the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven and has never succeeded him. As for what the current Yin Yang Cave Master thinks, no one knows, not even Bai Yulong can tell what his father thinks. This was enough to hit Wan Tianzhou's Achilles' heel. Even if he lied and said that he was sure that the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven would cease the war, if the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven was unwilling to launch a war first, it would be self-defeating and make the hatred of the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven deepen again. Seeing that Wan Tianzhou was speechless for a moment, Wan Qianlong's lips curved into an imperceptible smile. So the Holy Master didn't have a clear plan at all, and just talked about peace. Do you know how many disciples will die if you miss the opportunity and let Yin Yang Grotto Heaven take action first? At this moment, there were also voices from the crowd below. Holy Lord, I don't understand the great truth, I just want revenge. Holy Lord, my family has been from the Holy Land of the world for generations. Now my parents, grandfather, and sister have all died at the hands of the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven. If I can't take revenge, I won't be able to live in this world. There are those who long for peace, and naturally there are those who long for avengers. The voices of peacemakers are too small, even if the base is not small, but not speaking out will always be acquiescence. Even though these people with hatred as deep as the sea are only a few, but now they are the only ones speaking, roaring, and speaking. Then there is only one voice in the world, and other so-called peaceful people no longer exist. Because for these warring factions, whoever fires the first shot of peace will become the target of this group of warring factions. No one is willing to offend so many people at once. What's more, the Holy Land of Huanyu has always been controlled by the main war faction, and those who long for peace dare not express it, because under the influence of ears and eyes, peace is almost equal to heresy. It is not uncommon for a few people to control the general trend. If you want to change something, you must have people who are willing to shed blood in sacrifice. It's a pity that not everyone is like Wan Tianri, even the 36 guardians under him are silent. Even though they know that once the torrent of peace forms, it will be unstoppable, no one is willing to speak out. Some people even think that this is a game played by the big guys and they will not move. Because whoever wins, they will help. Even if they long for peace in their hearts, if one Qianlong wins, they can become the main fighting faction. There is no right or wrong, it's all just human nature. Zhou Xingdou shook his head slightly. Wan Tianzhou was too impulsive. If Su Tuji still had a chance of winning, now he was basically throwing an egg at a stone. Fortunately, he had saved a hand. Thinking of this week, Xingdou looked at his starry sky chariot and said slowly, "Senior, why don't you show up yet?" Zhou Xingdou's words were very abrupt, and instantly attracted the attention of everyone around him. The giant chariot floated in the starry sky, trembling slightly, and a figure walked out of it. He is a middle-aged man, not tall in stature, but of average height, exuding a depth that can only be cultivated by being in a high position for a long time. And if you observe carefully, you can find that this person's face is 90% similar to Bai Yulong's, but his face is more stable and not as bohemian. The pupils, one black and one white, rolled in the middle, making it impossible to see any emotion. He appeared in the Holy Land of the universe wearing a yin-yang Taoist robe, which inexplicably caused a pressure to rise in the Holy Land of the universe. But at this moment, a frightened young voice came from behind the middle-aged man. "Dad, you have to protect me. I'm still young and don't want to die." Then a head poked out from behind him, the same black and white eyes looked towards the universal holy platform, stretched out a hand and waved at Wan Tianzhou and joked. "Hey, hello, the new holy lord of the universe. This person is naturally the divine child of Yin Yang Grotto Heaven, the white jade dragon." The deep middle-aged man in front of him is also the current cave master of Yin Yang Grotto Heaven, the most unpredictable leader among the three immortal forces. It was also the hero who allowed the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven to turn around the situation after hundreds of years of disadvantage against the Holy Land of the world, and return the war to the point of competing against each other. This was the method Zhou Xingdou prepared. When he was heading to the Holy Land of Huanyu, he had a flash of inspiration and turned to the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven. Otherwise, with the speed of the starry sky giant chariot, how could he appear just before the coronation? It is naturally not a secret that Wan Tianzhou will succeed the Holy Lord of Huanyu, and Bai Yulong also knows it. It is impossible to say that Bai Yulong is not anxious about Wan Tianzhou's succession. After all, he knows very well what Wan Tianzhou is like. As long as Wan Tianzhou succeeds, even if Bai Yulong has not taken power, Wan Tianzhou will still rely on his own efforts to promote peace. Just like the hatred between the Universal Holy Land and the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven, the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven also has a blood feud against the Universal Holy Land. This kind of hatred cannot be quelled by the independent efforts of any power leader. But even Bai Yulong himself doesn't know what the position of his father, the Yin Yang Cave Master, is. Because his father was so powerful, he could almost be said to be the strongest and most amazingly talented cave master since the founding of the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven sect, apart from the emperor ancestor. Except for his mother, no one in Yin Yang Grotto Heaven, or even the entire Taisher Dao realm, could see through his father's thoughts. As for whether the two feuding immortal forces will continue to fight or hope to promote peace, even the mother of the White Jade Dragon, the only one who understands the master of the Yin and Yang Cave, has a hard time telling. Although Bai Yulong did not inherit the position of Cave Master, his biological father, Yin Yang Cave Master, was not a person like the Holy Master of the universe. He paid great attention to family ties, and he only had one son. The most important thing was that Bai Yulong was his biological son. Therefore, Bai Yulong did not hide him at all, and was not afraid of his father's anger and murder of his son. He directly chased the master of Yin and Yang Cave and talked about Wan Tianzhou's succession to the Holy Lord every day, as well as about the future direction of the two immortal forces. There is a sentence revealed in and out of the words, Yin and Yang Grotto Heaven needs peace. The master of Yin Yang Cave was not angry at Bai Yulong's words, but he did not express any thoughts. He just listened to Bai Yulong's words seriously and told him to practice hard without making any comments. When Zhou Xingdou's starry sky chariot arrived at the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven, he originally had no intention of targeting the Yin Yang Cave Master. He just wanted to take Bai Yulong there. As Bai Yulong's identity as the Yin Yang Divine Child, it might have some effect. But they didn't expect the Yin Yang Cave Master to show up on his own initiative and said that he could go to the Holy Land of the universe with Bai Yulong and Zhou Xingdou. But there is a premise. If the situation is unstable, Wan Tianzhou is not determined enough, or the situation does not reach a certain level, he and Bai Yulong will never show up. Moreover, Zhou Xingdou, as the young master of the Zhou family, must attend the event to promote the event as a witness to the first meeting between the two major forces. And if the situation is irreversible, Yin Yang Grotto Heaven will immediately attack the territory with an army, and will never let go of this opportunity to severely damage the Holy Land of the world. Although the Yin Yang Cave Master's remarks were not explicit, he also expressed his willingness to bring peace to the two feuding immortal forces. Zhou Xingdou naturally would not and could not refuse. This was almost a free bargain, and Wan Tianzhou's thoughts were known to everyone. Although I thought that the Yin Yang Cave Master might not really show up this time, it was enough to be able to watch the ceremony secretly with Zhou Xingdou today and see Wan Tianzhou's attitude when he was crowned. But he never thought that in the three-party game, Wan Qianlong would come to the door. How could Zhou Xingdou prevent the master of Yin and Yang Cave from showing up? Although it was a bit coercive to speak directly to the Yin Yang Cave Master in full view of the Universal Holy Land, it was also the right time. However, the master of Yin Yang Cave was not angry with Zhou Xingdou for his lack of integrity. He just said to Zhou Xingdou calmly, "Zunzi Zhou, although I show up, the premise of what I said will not change. I ask Zunzi Zhou not to interfere when the time comes." Zhou Xingdou naturally understands the meaning of the Yin Yang Cave Master. If the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven cannot be reached, the troops will attack the area, and Zhou Xingdou cannot intervene to stop it. This is the prerequisite for the Yin Yang Cave Master to come here with Zhou Xingdou. But before Zhou Xingdou could answer, Wan Qianlong's eyes flashed, and the Emperor's power surged like a sea, shaking the world, and said in an extremely gloomy voice, "Master of the Yin and Yang Cave, there is a road to heaven but you don't take it. There is no door to hell and you break in. You dare to go deep into the hinterland of the universe alone. Today I will let you stay in the universe completely." Almost at the same time, Wan Qianlong and dozens of old sects burst out with momentum, and the laws of the world were practiced, overflowing the world. Bai Yulong's body that was about to lean out suddenly shrank and completely retracted behind the Yin Yang Cave Master. However, the Yin Yang Cave Master did not show any change in expression, nor did he show any timidity. The mighty and terrifying imperial power shocked the passing space, and the wind of the endless void roared, causing the Yin Yang Taoist robe on the Yin Yang Cave Master's body to crackle continuously. Regarding the current Yin Yang Grotto Heaven, no one knows how strong he is. They only know that he speaks the truth in the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven and truly speaks his mind. In the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven, no one goes against any of the radical or conservative decisions of the Yin Yang Cave Master. Even the respected elders have never objected. Even the ancestor never interfered with any of his decisions. Therefore, he is almost the most enviable person in power. No one restricts his rights. Yin and Yang Grotto Heaven only has two words for him: obey. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou, who was feeling the mighty imperial power, his purple eyes sank slightly. Since this was Wan Tianzhou's coronation ceremony, he had enough control over his personality in order not to overshadow Wan Tianzhou. Now that the Yin Yang Cave Master is here, he is indeed a guest brought by himself. Wan Qianlong's words are undoubtedly a slap in the face. You let Senior Qianlong wake up. But just before Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, Wan Tianzhou grabbed Zhou Xingdou's sleeve, shook his head pleadingly to Zhou Xingdou and said, "Boss, trust me, let me handle it." Zhou Xingdou was slightly stunned. It wasn't that he looked down on Wan Tianzhou, but that Wan Qianlong was extremely powerful and had been the 28th Holy Lord of the universe, so he had seniority. Wan Tianzhou has just taken over the position of Holy Lord, and it was Wan Qianlong who crowned him. Apart from the Holy Mother of the universe, there are only 36 saints who support him, which are not enough to resist the sect leader group composed of Wan Qianlong. But looking at Wan Tianzhou's pleading eyes and firm tone, Zhou Xingdou still felt soft. He raised his palm to stop Commander Xingyou, who was about to take action. After Wan Tianzhou saw that Zhou Xingdou was no longer speaking, he took a deep breath and looked at Wan Qianlong Queen, who was exuding terrifying imperial power and annihilating everything, with a cold expression. Those bright eyes like obsidian must have had a majestic Dharma voice spit out from his mouth. Stop it all. Although this sound was majestic, in the eyes of Wan Qianlong and the elders, it was as weak as the sound of a mosquito and was not shaken at all. There is only one person in their eyes, that is the Yin-Yang Cave Master opposite, and they have only one thought to keep this Yin-Yang Cave Master. At other times, you can talk to the Holy Lord Wan Tianzhou for some reasoning, but the ZTE Lord of the hostile forces is right in front of you, so the Holy Lord Wan Tianzhou is not very important. But just when Zhou Xingdou frowned and shook his head inside, Wan Xianlong had already stretched out his palm towards the Yin-Yang Cave Master, and Bai Yulong was hiding behind the Yin-Yang Cave Master and shivering. Buzz. There was a deafening buzz in the sky and the earth. This buzz penetrated the universe and shocked thousands of miles of time and space. A boundless power descended from the 9 heavens. At this moment, whether it was Wan Xianlong or the other sect elders, they suddenly felt that the power of law in their bodies suddenly stopped, and a sense of surrender arose in their hearts that they had to bow their heads. All the power that contained the meaning of the universe quietly dissipated at this moment, and the momentum that stirred up the infinite world was also suppressed at this moment. Wan Xianlong felt his suppressed cultivation, his pupils narrowed and he looked up at the 9 heavens, and his gloomy and stable face instantly became horrified and said, "The power of the great Tao of the universe." The other elders were also shocked by Wan Xianlong's words and understood why their power was suppressed. The great Tao of the universe is the source of power of their holy land of the universe. It is one of the 3,000 great Tao in the heavens, and it is the lifelong pursuit of the people of the holy land of the universe. No matter how complex their studies are and how many scriptures they have mastered, everything is based on the way of the world they have cultivated. Now that the power of the great Tao of the universe has appeared in the world, just like the absolute emperor ordered to his people, all the soldiers who borrowed the emperor's killing weapons are prohibited. How can Wan Xianlong and others change? Wan Xianlong looked at Wan Tianzhou in disbelief and said in shock, "How is it possible? You are only in the realm of a saint. How can you communicate with the great Tao of the world? You must know that except for the emperor ancestor of the universe, no one among the top 3 of the 9 ancestors can bring the power of the great Tao of the universe into the world, not even the holy lords who have controlled the holy crown of the universe for generations." But he saw the treasure body of 10,000 heavens and days shining brightly, the power of the universe pouring out from the holy crown of the universe, and the whole body was surrounded by 36 rays of indelible light. Those eyes as bright as obsidian are now filled with Tao, turning into a pair of true pupils of Tao, sitting cross-legged in the void, under the great Tao of the universe hanging down like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens, overlooking the 10,000 hidden dragons and all the sects old. Zhou Xingdou tilted his head slightly and looked at the majestic Wan Tianzhou. It was not because he was jealous or dissatisfied because Wan Tianzhou was sitting in the sky, but because Wan Tianzhou's form gave him an indescribable feeling familiarity. Because at this moment, the power of the great Tao of the world is being directed by 10,000 days, although it is different from the power of the stars in the sky, but the feeling is the same. Wan Tianzhou's face remained motionless. The brilliant power seemed to be just his decoration and could not make him happy. The pair of true pupils of the Tao locked Wan Xianlong, and his voice turned into a majestic Taoist sound, echoing in the endless void. "Wan Xianlong, I am the Holy Lord of the universe, and I am also the reincarnation of the great Tao fruit of the universe. I represent the great Tao of the universe. I am the supreme being of the universe." The sound of the Tao turned into countless great Tao runes and spread across the world. Tens of thousands of cultivators from all over the world under the holy altar knelt down uncontrollably at this moment. At this moment, they forgot everything except their fanatical heart for the Tao. The voices of tens of thousands of monks turned into a torrent and rumbled. "Welcome to the Son of the great Tao of the world, the Supreme King of the world returns to his throne." The horror in the hearts of Wan Xianlong and others can no longer be described in words. "Wan Tianzhou Wan Yu Dao fruit is reborn?" The transformation of Tao fruit, just like the cry of the monk below, is no different from the illegitimate son of the great Tao in the world. This is an identity that makes human venerable more noble than the position of Holy Lord. Because the son of the great Tao of the universe becomes the Holy Lord of the universe, it can be said to be the gift of the great Tao of the universe, which is condescension. And the titles of these so-called sect elders and former holy masters, as well as the unparalleled strength, under the suppression of the power of the great Tao of the universe, cannot stop the surrender in the heart. One by one, the elders knelt down one after another. In the end, only Wan Xianlong struggled to support him and never knelt down. And Madonna of the universe only now understands what a terrifying monster she gave birth to because of her youth and ignorance. But she only felt proud, because this was her son. Even if she was just conceived and not biologically born, he was still her son. The bright light of 10,000 days would only make her feel happy. Zhou Xingdou rubbed his chin and looked at Wan Tianzhou with a slightly amused look, with a smile on his lips. If the system hadn't been upgraded, I'm afraid the current Wan Tianzhou would have been included in the template. After all, the Son of Great Tao sounds much more awesome than the Son of Destiny. But this is not important. After all, he has finally resurrected Wan Tianzhou and reached such a high position. Unless he is stunned again, there is no way he can deprive Wan Tianzhou of his energy. Because as long as you are not a fool who likes to lose watermelon and pick up sesame seeds, you will not do this. And a voice of gnashing teeth also sounded beside Zhou Xingdou when his mind was wandering. This guy is so good at showing off, it makes me jealous. Zhou Xingdou also came back to his senses, and then he realized that Bai Yulong had come to his side at some point, and he couldn't help but curiously joked. Hey, aren't you still young and don't want to die? How dare you step out from behind your father? Bai Yulong chuckled, his magical eyes, one black and one white, turned slightly to one side, scratched his head and said, I was joking, and Tianzhou just sent me a message, telling me to move around with peace of mind. As long as he is here, I will never have any accidents in the world. Zhou Xingdou shook his head slightly and said with a smile, You should believe him. If he can't suppress you, anyone here can beat you to death. So am I not here to protect you, boss? If Tianzhou can't protect me, how can you and the seniors behind you not be able to protect me? Bai Yulong said in a slightly flattering tone, but this flattery was not out of fear, but rather playful and intimate words, which made people feel not disgusted but rather comfortable. Even Lao Chen couldn't help but patted Bai Yulong on the shoulder and said, Yin Yang divine child is very wise. Just follow the young master. There will be no accidents with our protection. Zhou Xingdou shook his head helplessly when he saw this, but even if Bai Yulong didn't come to his side, he couldn't help but protect Bai Yulong. After all, Wan Tianzhou and Bai Yulong are already the first and most important team members in Zhou Xingdou's heart. No matter in terms of emotions or interests, it is impossible to let them lose. However, Wan Tianzhou was not paying attention to the conditions of Zhou Xingdou and Bai Yulong at this moment. The pair of true pupils of the Tao were still locked on Wan Qianlong, and his eyelashes trembled slightly when he saw his unyielding and solemn face. Now that I have seen the great Tao, why don't you worship? This sound seems to be a question, but it also seems to be an affirmative sentence, turning into a drum and a bell in the morning and ringing in Wan Qianlong's heart. This is undoubtedly the last straw that breaks the camel's back for Wan Qianlong, who has been struggling to resist the surrender in his heart. Thump! A supreme will crushed Wan Qianlong's body and mind, and his body fell to the ground helplessly as if all its strength had been drained away. Even if he is unwilling, even if he is extremely resistant, and has countless words to say, under this supreme will, all he can do is kneel down and worship. The Yin Yang Cave Master's eyes were slightly shaken when he saw this scene. To be honest, for a moment, he even wanted to take action against Wan Tianzhou to completely eliminate this huge threat that had not yet grown up. But he also understands that this is impossible, not to mention that Wan Tianzhou is now protected by the power of the great Tao of the universe, and even more so because he is in the hinterland of the universe. There is absolutely no possibility of erasing Wan Tianzhou. What's more, even if there is a chance, the first person to stop him will probably be his stupid son. He has no doubt that his son will risk his own life to block his attack for Wan Tianzhou. Wan Tianzhou looked at the sect elders kneeling on the ground and the hundreds of thousands of monks leaning down one after another under the holy platform, and he did not feel any sense of pride. Unless it was a last resort, he would not be able to harness the power of the great Tao in the world, and he would not want to use Tao to suppress people. In his eyes, convincing people with reason is the right path. So now, although the Holy Land of the universe has no objections to him, he only has helplessness in his heart, because this is not his own power, but just trying to please others, which is not honorable in his eyes. But he couldn't let Wan Qianlong take action against the Yin Yang Cave Master under any circumstances, because once he took action, all the efforts he and Zhou Xingdou had made would be turned into smoke in an instant. This is also the reason why Wan Qianlong doesn't even pay attention to Wan Tianzhou, the Holy Lord. The lord of Yin-Yang Cave followed Zhou Xingdou's chariot into the holy land of Huanyu, and was called out by Zhou Xingdou at this juncture. It is self-evident what the purpose of coming here is. Wan Qianlong did not mention killing the Yin-Yang Cave Master. Even if he only seriously injured him and fled before his death, the Yin-Yang Cave Master would definitely lose his mind, and the Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven's army would press the enemy in the next moment. At that time, even all kinds of words and all kinds of obstructions will not be able to stop the struggle between the two sects, and all talks of peace will be extremely pale. It's a pity that no one expected that Wan Tianzhou had the ability to lead the great Tao of Huanyu. Not to mention Wan Qianlong and others, even the Virgin Mary of Huanyu and Zhou Xingdou, who knew that Wan Tianzhou was the fruit of Huanyu Dao, had no ability at all. Think. The master of Yin-Yang Cave also spoke seriously at this moment. The new holy lord of the world is indeed a young hero. Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven feels your sincerity. Sitting in the void for thousands of days, the brilliance is dazzling, but the color is not revealed, solemnly said. The holy land of Huanyu and the Grotto Heaven of Yin and Yang have been fighting for too long, making the people of Taisher Dao realm miserable and in danger. I do not want my disciples to die innocently due to war under my rule. Unwilling to be affiliated, one does not get any benefits, but is coerced by the general trend and the clan is wiped out. I don't want the genius to shine and die silently in the grinding of flesh and blood. The disciples who do not want the future are twisted by hatred. The great Tao, who does not want to be glorious and bright, is filled with resentment. Wan Tianzhou seemed to be speaking to the master of Yin-Yang Cave, and also to everyone present. Blessed by the power of the great Tao of the universe, Wan Tianzhou's words are solemn and contain a sense of compassion for heaven and earth, which outsiders cannot understand. But the Huanyu disciples and those affiliated forces were deeply involved, and some even burst into tears and didn't know what to say. These countless years of war have been too painful. This kind of pain cannot be felt by those who are in high positions and give orders. Only those disciples and vassals who are not in the center of power can feel the real pain. To the Holy Master, the damage caused by the war is just a series of numbers, but to them, it is the friends and even relatives around them. Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven 2. When the master of Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven heard what he said, he couldn't help but feel waves in his heart. The holy land of the universe is like this, so why not Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven? If I had known, Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven would be at a disadvantage in the war with the Universal Holy Land for many years, and it would be even more tragic than the Universal Holy Land. Although he was the main force in Yin-Yang Cave to turn the tide, it could only barely achieve a balance of power. However, the continuous wars have caused the two immortal forces to become inseparable. For countless years, their power has not only failed to grow, but has weakened a lot. What's more, during their war, a new immortal force, the Pantheon, emerged in the Taisher Dao domain. The emergence of the Pantheon took a bite out of the two immortal forces, and it continued to profit from the war between the two parties and continued to expand its power. It can be said that in the war between the Holy Land of the Universe and the Grotto Heaven of Yin and Yang, neither side is the winner, and the only winner is the Pantheon. In this case, anyone who can weigh the pros and cons will know that they cannot continue fighting. It's a pity that once the bloody grinding begins, it is difficult to stop, let alone someone adding fuel to the flames. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to stop unless one party is dead. But now is a rare opportunity, which is why Zhou Xingdou took the initiative to go with him without even saying anything. Zhou Xingdou looked at Wan Tianzhou and Yin-Yang Cave Master, who were looking at each other but speechless. He knew what he should do. Although they all have the intention of peace in their hearts, Wan Tianzhou and Yin-Yang Cave Master inevitably still have ideology at work. The master of the Yin-Yang Cave is not Bai Yulong, so Wan Tianzhou can say it bluntly. They are all waiting for someone, or a lubricant. Otherwise, whoever speaks out about the peace talks first at this time will be suspected of being soft. This lubricant is Zhou Xingdou, or the Zhou family behind Zhou Xingdou. Because only the Zhou family is qualified to facilitate peace talks between the two parties, and the intervention of third-party forces can also reduce gossip in their respective sects. Zhou Xingdou waved his arm gently, and a rumbling thunder erupted between the sky and the earth, and a gleaming thunder emperor's throne appeared under him. The mighty and ruthless power of heaven is rising above the Thunder Emperor's throne, and ancient and mysterious lines are clinging to the throne. Zhou Xingdou was sitting on the Thunder Emperor's throne, being lifted up into the void and rising to the sides of the two immortal forces, forming a triangle. 108 beams of starlight emerged behind the Thunder Emperor's throne, casting countless stars to form a starry sky. On the left side of Zhou Xingdou, the body of Commander Xingyo materialized, with murderous intent and imperial power that shook the world. On the right side of the throne, Wei Luoxing's figure flashed, with literary energy and Confucian power surging in all directions like dragons. An ancient Chinese character of Confucianism and Taoism rose above his head, engraved with boundless Confucianism and affecting thousands of hearts. However, Chen Nong stayed on the holy platform and did not follow Master Wei into the void, guarding the throne of the Thunder Emperor. He held Bai Yulong's shoulder with one hand and clenched the hoe with the other hand, his mind reaching its peak. Because the more he was at this moment, the less he could be careless. He had to guard the Yin and Yang Divine Child White Jade Dragon to prevent a sneak attack. Otherwise, once Bai Yulong makes a mistake, everything he has done will become a fleeting thing, and the situation that was finally achieved will suddenly fall apart. The eyes of Yin Yang Cave Master and Wan Tianzhou are now focused on Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou is responsible for the most important part and is also the party with the greatest pressure. After all, as a third-party intervener, Zhou Xingdou will definitely be targeted by the ancestors, elders, and senior officials of Huanyu Holy Land and Yin Yang Grotto Heaven who do not want the war to end. But Zhou Xingdou didn't care much. He didn't feel the so-called greatest pressure at all. He only cares about whether his current reputation has lost the prestige of the Zhou family, and whether he should create some strange phenomena to highlight his dignity. However, Zhou Xingdou's expression turned indifferent for a moment as he looked at Wan Tianzhou and the Yin Yang Cave Master who were watching him closely, as well as hundreds of thousands of hopeful eyes below. Zhou Xingdou's lips and teeth moved slightly, and a series of brilliant heavenly sounds filled the heaven and earth. I, the young master of the Zhou family in the Taisher Dao domain, Heavenly Dao Sect Dao Child, have been traveling to and from Absolute Beginning Tao domain recently, and I have gained a lot of insights. The Absolute Beginning Dao domain borders the Taisher Dao domain, but the two domains are different from each other. In the Absolute Beginning Dao realm, the legal system is strict, the people live and work in peace and contentment, and the monks are peaceful. However, wherever Taisher Dao domain went, there was a massacre of blood and flesh flying everywhere, just like the Azura Hell. Tianin's voice penetrated the hearts of countless people, paving the way for Zhou Xingdou's next words. However, what Zhou Xingdou said is also true. The Absolute Beginning Dao domain where Xin Heavenly Dao Sect is located has guards in every state and guards in every city. Although it is not a perfect paradise, it is already a rare place in the world of monks where the jungle is strong and the jungle is strong. What people fear most is comparison. It is obviously one of the 9 great Dao realms, not a small and lost realm like the demon realm. Why do they live and work in peace and contentment, but they themselves have to be frightened every day, not knowing when they will die? Remove. When the sound of heaven fell, although Zhou Xingdou did not use bewitchment, the hearts of hundreds of thousands of people were restless. Zhou Xingdou also spoke again, with compassion. I know that the world longs for peace, and as a person from Taisher, today I witnessed the meeting between the Holy Master of the Universe and the Yin Yang Cave Master. I feel pity for the people of heaven and earth, and I petition for the lives of Taisher. Speaking of this, Zhou Xingdou's eyes flickered, and he stood up from the throne. The heaven and earth hummed continuously, and everything was agitated. He clasped his fists and looked at Wan Tianzhou and the Yin Yang Cave Master, and his voice exploded like a thunder. Can the two of you put down the butcher's knife together for the sake of Taisher's peace and create meritorious deeds for the world and for eternity? As soon as these words came out, Wan Shenlong's body trembled in surrender, and a look of unwillingness overflowed in his eyes. He wanted to break away from the suppression and speak out to stop it, but it was already over. Because under the holy platform, hundreds of thousands of monks were boiling at this moment, countless voices gathered, and the voices shook the earth. The beginning of Taisher peace. Create merit for eternity. Everyone knew Zhou Xingdou's intention. After all, the Yin Yang Cave Master walked out of his chariot, and they knew that his words were inciting people's hearts. But it was impossible, because the world wanted to be incited. Zhou Xingdou, the young master of the Zhou family, sought peace for all living beings. Coupled with the previous series of actions, someone else took the lead, and a torrent of peace naturally formed. At this moment, even if the masters of the two immortal forces haven't spoken yet, Wan Qianlong's face has turned pale, and his fists are beating weakly on the ground. Countless resentments are rising in his heart, but he is unable to turn back. Because the torrent of peace can no longer be blocked, it has been completely formed, and now it is no longer something that the Elder Zone can stop. When they use the general trend to coerce the people who come after them, they are destined to be coerced by the world in the future. How could Wan Tianzhou refuse? The corners of his mouth finally revealed a hint of danger, and he cupped his fists and saluted each of Zhou Xingdou and the Yin-Yang Cave Master, saying loudly and forcefully, "The Holy Land of the Universe, the 36th Holy Lord of the Universe, is willing to bring peace to the common people and create merit for eternity." The master of Yin-Yang Cave did not resist. He looked down at his silly son who was looking at him expectantly. He also smiled and said seriously, "Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven, by Qing Xian, the 32nd master of Yin-Yang Grotto, is willing to bring peace to the common people and create merit for all generations." The last words of the Yin-Yang Cave Master fell, and the heaven and earth suddenly boiled. Countless creatures celebrated at this moment, and the spiritual energy law sent an ode at this moment, surrounding Zhou Xingdou, Wan Tianji, and the Yin-Yang Cave Master. Cheering, jumping for joy, and shouting occurred one after another in the Holy Land of the world. Scenes like this may also appear in the Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven in the near future. But no one cares at this moment. They only know that peace has come. Their lives may not improve much, but they finally no longer have to worry about who will go to the battlefield tomorrow and who will come back. But Zhou Xingdou knew that these were not enough. He suddenly spoke, his eyes were as bright as fire, and his face was extremely cold. As the thunder exploded, a sense of God surged in Zhou Xingdou's heart. The fierce voice of heaven is no longer directed at the Holy Land of the Universe at this moment. Countless calamity clouds have gathered in countless places in the Taisher Dao domain, and the indifferent and ruthless voices of God are heard everywhere. I, Zhou Xingdou, represent the Zhou family and the Xian Heavenly Dao sect, and witness the signing of peace between the Holy Land of the Universe and the Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven. If weapons are used again in the future to destroy the peace, no matter how powerful they are, I will personally strike them with the sharp sword of heaven's punishment. This oath is a great Dao oath. If I violate this oath, my Zhou Xingdou will perish forever, my Dao heart will collapse, and my cultivation will be annihilated. Zhou Xingdou's words are undoubtedly a shot in the arm for those who still have doubts about the Holy Land of Huanyu and the Grotto Heaven of Yin and Yang. And it is a unique and serious warning to those who are ready to break the oath of peace talks. The young master of the Zhou family personally swore the great Dao oath. If he broke the oath, his Taoist heart would collapse and his cultivation would be annihilated, and he would perish forever. In this way, even those who are interested must consider whether the Zhou family will destroy the existence that may touch the great Dao oath for the sake of the young master's future after touching Zhou Xingdou's oath. Zhou Xingdou's move seemed stupid, but it was actually very clever. But don't forget, he is an anomaly stated by the system, and cause and effect have nothing to do with him. Whether it is the oath of heaven or the oath of the great Dao, it is actually no different from bragging. No kind of oath can restrain him. No matter how vicious the oath is, he can break it if he wants to and will not be punished at all. But others don't know about this, and a single sentence can make most people put the rat on the fence, eliminating a lot of troubles for Wan Tianzhou and the Yin-Yang Cave Master in the future. Zhou Xingdou directly made the Great Dao Pledge, which shocked everyone present. Not only Wan Tianzhou and Yin-Yang Cave Master, but also Commander Xingyou and Master Wei around him. On the holy platform, Our Lady of the Universe, Wan Qianlong and other sect elders were all horrified. The remaining hundreds of thousands of monks looked at Zhou Xingdou with different eyes. Before taking the Great Dao Oath, many people might have thought that Zhou Xingdou's compassionate words just now were just words for show and could not be true. But now that the Great Dao Oath was made, almost everyone believed those words. They came from Zhou Xingdou's heart, and the young master of the Zhou family had a bodhisattva heart. They even forgot in whose hands their great elder died, and how he suppressed them when he came to the Holy Land of the Universe. There is only one thought in my mind at this moment. Zhou Xingdou's benevolence and righteousness are unparalleled, and he is a true sage. Zhou Xingdou also didn't expect that his flash of inspiration would not only shock Xiao Xiao, but also earn him great reputation. What happened today will probably cause a sensation in the entire Chuyuan Realm within a short time. Zhou Xingdou's deeds today will definitely stir up waves with just one stone. It's just that Zhou Xingdou couldn't think too much about this, because his great wish just now, the act of gathering calamity clouds and raining down the sound of heaven in the Taisher Dao domain, was very draining on him. The Dantian, which had never been seen to the bottom, was exhausted for the first time at this moment, and even his strength was a little sluggish. Even if Wei Luosheng hadn't had quick eyesight and quick hands, and used the sage words of Confucianism and Taoism to help him, his move just now would have really caused him to suffer a huge loss, and he would faint immediately without having time to urge him. However, it was impossible for Zhou Xingdou to show any signs of weakness in such a scene. He sat back on the throne and made up for the loss with a buzz in his mind. It was at this time that everyone recovered from the shock of Zhou Xingdou swearing the Great Tao Oath. Wan Tianzhou looked at Zhou Xingdou with eyes that could no longer be described as grateful. If it weren't for the power of the Great Tao that prevented him from bending his knees, he would probably have to kowtow to Zhou Xingdou a few more times to feel better. But then he no longer hesitated, the true pupils of the Tao surged, and the Great Tao Oath that belonged to him reverberated in the heaven and earth. I swear here for 10,000 days, if the Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven does not take the initiative to attack the Holy Land of the world, and it will share eternal peace, and no more weapons will be raised. If you violate this oath, you will be punished by all forces. The master of Yin-Yang Cave, an experienced master, could not help but be aroused by the successive Great Tao Oaths. But before he could open his mouth to take oaths, the White Jade Dragon under the holy platform took the oath first. I, the White Jade Dragon, swear here again that if the Holy Land of the universe does not humiliate Yin and Yang, both sides will form an offensive and defensive alliance and will rescue you in danger. If you violate this oath, your whole family will die and your descendants will be extinct. Bai Yulong's words about the death of his whole family immediately broke the solemn atmosphere, making the Yin-Yang Cave Master's face look a little ugly. After all, this was the death of his own son and his whole family, and he was also extinct. Naturally, he was also affected. Moreover, how can one swear an offensive and defensive alliance at will? Now that the leaders of the two forces have just reached peace talks, the two forces still have a long period of time to adjust. Bai Yulong's oath has almost set the tone for the future trend of Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven and the Universal Holy Land, and there is no room for going back on it. Zhou Xingdou also raised his eyebrows helplessly. Unexpectedly, his oath caused a chain reaction, and everyone began to swear the Great Tao Oath. But they are not outliers. How dare they swear so easily? Sometimes they still cannot be incited by others, otherwise they will be the ones who suffer. Fortunately, the peace talks have been decided, and now almost no one can object. Even if the remaining 8 ancestors of the world revive and want to break the peace talks, Wan Tianzhou's Great Tao Oath must be considered. As for the Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven, it is quite difficult to break up the relationship. After all, the Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven is the cave master in the same line. Bai Yulong's ancestor is not the kind of sect ancestor who is not related by blood, but a direct ancestor of blood relatives. The death of this whole family is a bit powerful, and the impact will be quite large if you are not careful. I'm afraid that when Bai Yulong goes back, he will suffer for a while. After Yin-Yang Cave Master considered whether to practice the trumpet again, he looked at Wan Tianzhou and Zhou Xingdou and couldn't help but sigh, and said with some vicissitudes, "Sure enough, a hero comes from a boy. Today's world belongs to you." After sighing, the Yin-Yang Cave Master looked at Wan Tianzhou and spoke again. "I will promulgate regulations when I go back. After the situation is stable, you and I will sign a peace negotiation and a treaty with the offensive and defensive alliance under the witness of both sides." Wan Tianzhou nodded. "It's natural." After saying that, the light on Wan Tianzhou slowly dissipated, and the power of the Great Tao of Huanyu also gradually disappeared. His complexion also became much pale, and his body slowly fell towards the holy platform of Huanyu. Seeing this, Zhou Xingdou also took back his throne and turned into lightning and fell back to the universal holy platform. Now that the oath has been fulfilled and the limelight is out, there is no point in making gestures. Wan Tianzhou didn't need anyone's support. His condition was somewhat similar to Zhou Xingdou's before. He was bearing an unbearable weight. Although he was just receiving and not being accommodated, his body was still injured, but he was not weak. the power of the great Tao of the universe dissipated, and the suppression of Wan Qianlong and other sect elders was naturally gone in an instant. Each sect elder stood up and looked at Wan Tianzhou with eyes full of complexity. Wan Qianlong looked gloomy, but he did not attack again, because the matter had come to this, and doing anything else would be in vain. Nowadays, no one pays attention to this group of sect elders, because Wan Tianzhou has proven that he, the new Holy Master, even if his cultivation level is low, is still the absolute controller of the Holy Land of the universe. Those who are dissatisfied can break away from the way of the world and make other resistances. The Holy Lord is indeed a hero in this world, and I admire him greatly. Wan Qianlong looked at Wan Tianzhou coldly, and then continued without waiting for Wan Tianzhou to answer. Since the Holy Lord has such power, useless people like us will not disturb the Holy Lord's decision. There are many things outside the realm, and the old people have no time to waste in the primitive world. After saying that, Wan Qianlong flicked his sleeves and disappeared with all the elders. After Wan Qianlong and the elders of the sects left, Wan Tianzhou naturally would not stop them. After all, they were the biggest obstacle in the Holy Land of Huanyu. You are all so majestic, and you really hate me when you look at me, damn. Bai Yulong looked at Zhou Xingdou and Wan Tianzhou and said through gritted teeth. After all, they are all about the same age. Wan Tianzhou has now become the Holy Lord of Huanyu. Although Zhou Xingdou is still the young master of the Zhou family, his followers are comparable to a large force. Only I am still gambling in the position of yin-yang divine child every day, feeling comfortable every second. Zhou Xingdou and Wan Tianzhou couldn't help but laugh at Bai Yulong's teasing. However, in comparison, Bai Yulong's current power is indeed too small. Although he is the yin-yang grotto heaven divine child, he has not yet entered the center of power of the yin-yang grotto heaven. On the other hand, the yin-yang cave master pondered slightly after hearing Bai Yulong's words. His black and white eyes condensed slightly and he said in a deep voice. After returning to the clan, you can handle matters as your father every day. The meaning revealed in the yin-yang cave master's words was self-evident. Bai Yulong's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, Dad, maybe you want to retire, then you might as well pass the throne to me right now. The master of the yin-yang cave also had a headache for his erratic son. He knocked the white jade dragon helplessly on the head and scolded him with a half-loving tone. If I pass the throne to you now, I'm afraid the sect will be expelled by you. Bai Yulong took a breath of pain. Although there was some dissatisfaction on his face, he stopped saying anything due to the majesty of his father. The master of yin-yang cave stopped talking, looked at Zhou Xingdou and Wan Tianzhou again, raised his hand and said politely, Zunzi Zhou, Holy Master Tian, also needs to bring news back to the sect, so I won't bother you. Zhou Xingdou was not disrespectful, he bowed and held the junior gift in his hand. I would also like to thank Uncle Shi for believing in Zhou and coming to this holy land alone. After all, the yin-yang cave master is Bai Yulong's father, so it doesn't matter if he calls him Uncle Shi. What's more, if the yin-yang cave master doesn't come with Zhou Xingdou, he may have to go through countless worries about the peace treaty between the two sects. Zhou Xingdou was not rude, and Wan Tianzhou certainly could not pretend to be so. Thank you very much, Uncle Shi. Once the covenant is drawn up and everything is stable, we will have a banquet with Uncle Shi and Yulong in the morning. The master of yin-yang cave looked at the two peerless geniuses in front of him who called him Uncle Shi, and he couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. Then I'm entrusting you with your support. I hope you and Yulong can help each other in the future and truly bring peace to Taisha. However, Bai Yulong interrupted with a harsh voice. It's better to open a gambling table and play a few tricks to make a fool of yourself. Zhou Xingdou's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, he looked at Bai Yulong with a smile, and there was a loud thunder in the void. Bai Yulong suddenly trembled, but fortunately no thunder fell, which made him sigh in relief, and the complaints in his heart were nothing more than that. The fists under Wan Tianzhou's holy robe were also clenched, making a bone-crunching sound. If it weren't for the yin-yang cave master here, who wouldn't be able to beat his son in front of his father, Bai Yulong might not be able to escape the ravage today. After Bai Yulong made such a fuss, the yin-yang cave master felt embarrassed. He thought he had a wise life, but he gave birth to such a stupid son. Now there is not even a bit of movement, it can even be said to be dead silence, there is no movement at all, it is indeed extremely abnormal. Without being too polite, the Yin Yang cave master covered by Yulong's mouth, said goodbye, and left the holy land of the universe. The words he said carefully seemed normal to others, but to Zhou Xingdou's ears it was full of provocative meaning, making his eyes bristle. If the war continues to a certain extent, peace will inevitably usher in, and if peace lasts for too long, it will inevitably lead to war. Wan Tianzhou also recovered from the faint feeling of uneasiness. Our Lady of the Universe was right. The top priority now was to summon the senior officials and affiliated forces to work out matters. No, I had expected the attitude of Yin Yang Grotto Heaven, but Pantheon is too strange. Zhou Xingdou's eyes suddenly lit up, and he turned to look at Our Lady of the Universe, who had not left with Wan Tianji, but saw a look of amusement on the rich and luxurious face of the Madonna of the Universe. I don't know exactly, I just feel. But Zhou Xingdou doesn't care who is the prey. What he needs now is a quiet place, because the itching on his waist is a little unbearable and he needs someone to scratch it for him. Wan Tianzhou's expression also became complicated, but before he could finish speaking, Our Lady of the Universe had already stepped forward and interrupted the conversation between Zhou Xingdou and Wan Tianzhou. Even now Zhou Xingdou has not noticed the appearance of the third immortal force in Taisher Dao domain, it is as silent as death. After all, as a non-established immortal force, the Pantheon used to be very high profile. On days like the coronation of the Holy Lord of the Holy Land of the Universe, even if they were not causing trouble, they would come uninvited and make a spectacle of themselves. Brother! All this seems too easy, which makes me feel a little uneasy. But just as Zhou Xingdou was thinking calmly, he felt a warm force clinging to his waist, like tentacles that kept tickling. This made him not want to stay here any longer, lest he be ridiculed by the universal Holy Land. He just wanted to return to the sect and educate by Yulong. Don't think too much. This situation is inevitable. If the world is united for a long time, it will be divided and united for a long time. Don't worry about me, there will be plenty of time to get together in the future. After hearing this, Wan Tianzhou no longer pretended to be pretentious, hugged Zhou Xingdou's fists, and walked towards the center of the holy altar. Madonna of the Universe just used her strength, without saying a word or taking the initiative to speak. She looked straight at Zhou Xingdou with a provocative look in her eyes. Oh? How can you see it? Zhou Xingdou was also a little helpless. He had to say that he was indeed defeated. He was completely defeated. He had no choice but to take the initiative and said. At this moment, the identities of the hunter and the prey are reversed, and he changes from the hunter to the prey. But at this moment Wan Tianzhou looked at Zhou Xingdou beside him, frowned slightly and said. But Wan Tianzhou looked at Zhou Xingdou with some embarrassment at this time. Zhou Xingdou naturally understood what he meant, and then said indifferently. There was a hint of urgency in Zhou Xingdou's words, which made Our Lady of the Universe raise her eyebrows and reveal an indescribable look of pride. Zhuzhou's body is precious and precious, so we can't delay it. It just so happens that I, the Holy Mother, know some treatment methods. I would like to check up on Zhou, so as to prevent something from happening to Zhou and the Zhou family causing harm to the Holy Land of the world. Wan Tianzhou shook his head, but did not refute Zhou Xingdou's words, but still felt a little uneasy. However, what Wan Tianzhou said before did make Zhou Xingdou a little curious about the Pantheon. The Pantheon today is indeed too peaceful. Don't just chat. There are hundreds of thousands of monks standing below. Now that you have succeeded the Holy Lord, you have directly set the tone of two immortal pieces. You also need to summon the leaders and senior officials of those forces. Holy Mother, I just exerted too much force and lost my strength. Can you take me to a secluded place to rest? This is very inconsistent with the past purpose of the Pantheon. Zhou Xingdou also knew what Wan Tianzhou meant, but in his opinion, all this was an inevitable trend, so he consoled him. This made Zhou Xingdou immediately understand that it was probably the Holy Mother of the Universe who was causing trouble. She was not as bold as Zhou Xingdou to take action directly, but used her power to manifest hints. When Wan Tianzhou mentioned the Pantheon, Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows slightly and asked. Zhou Xingdou also swallowed his saliva immediately. It seemed that his bold move at that time aroused the desire in the heart of Our Lady of the Universe. Zhou, come with me. Our Lady of the Universe glanced at Zhou Xingdou, then turned around and walked towards the steps behind the altar. Zhou Xingdou had no choice but to push away Chen Nong and Wei Luoshang, and followed the Holy Mother of the World to leave. The little episode here did not attract much attention. After all, everyone was cheering for peace, and their attention was focused on the speech of the new Holy Lord Wan Tianzhou. However, Wan Xinyan, who had nothing to do with cause and effect and had been in a small transparent state, glanced at the two people leaving strangely. After just one glance, his eyes turned to the dazzling Wan Tianji with some jealousy, and he secretly sighed in his heart. As expected of Dao fruit reincarnated in the universe, what a blessing! He was able to return to his physical body after being robbed of his body, and he gained a new father after his death. The holy platform is so high and there are tens of thousands of steps, but Our Lady of the Universe did not use any blows and walked down step by step in an extremely leisurely manner. The snow-white golden robe was dragging underneath her body. Due to gravity, the wide robe was streamlined, making it difficult to cover her extremely plump figure. Tread, tread, tread. Every time they passed a step, a crisp sound could be heard from the feet of Our Lady of the Universe. It was the sound of high heels hitting the jade steps. It was obviously ordinary, but it made Zhou Xingdou feel more and more pleasant. This kind of sound is like the piano in the previous life, full of unique rhythm. The density of the jade on each step is different, and the strength of the Holy Mother of the Universe is different, and the notes struck are also different. But the sound is not noisy and messy, but it is not like a gorgeous musical score. It is more like music that expresses the most primitive desires, liberating the most primitive desires in Zhou Xingdou's heart. The speed of Our Lady of the Universe and Zhou Xingdou was not difficult. They had already reached the platform in the middle of the lower part of the stairs of the holy platform. Moreover, there was a mountain on the back of the holy platform and in front of it. Zhou Xingdou couldn't hold it in any longer, and hugged Our Lady from behind, who was about to walk down again. On her smooth and tender shoulders, he breathed in the fragrance of the ripe fruit crazily. Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth was slightly startled. She didn't expect that Zhou Xingdou could not stand the teasing. At this moment, he couldn't help but hugged herself, and said in a panic, "Hurry up and let go. What are you going to do? I am the Holy Mother of the Universe. I will wait until we get to the Temple of the Universe." Logically speaking, Zhou Xingdou shouldn't be like this. After all, he could refuse him when he came to his door. Why is he so frivolous and difficult to control himself now? But can it be the same for Zhou Xingdou? It was just a transaction, with the connotation of coercion, but during this period, the two of them could be said to be in love, and there was no connotation of coercion in it. How could Zhou Xingdou be polite? I observed that there are no guards on the steps at all. Everyone is paying attention to the top of the holy altar, and even if the people above come down, they will not take the steps. Zhou Xingdou's eyes were a little red, and the purple energy in his mysterious eyes dissipated, leaving only the endless spring feeling. He kissed the red lips of the Holy Mother of the Universe and continued. Moreover, wasn't the war started by the Holy Mother? Whoever fights has to choose a special place, so naturally he will fight wherever he goes. Wan Tianzhou raised his eyes, with endless killing intent in his eyes, which seemed to be a little crazy. They were no longer as clear and upright as before. Wan Xinyan did not answer directly, but the terror in his eyes faded a lot, and he asked. Under the holy platform, hundreds of thousands of monks have disappeared, and there is only silence on the holy platform. Only the faint chirping of fairy birds and the gurgling sound of fairy streams can be heard. I want Wan Qianlong to die. Do you know what you are talking about? If I want, I can start a meeting of elders with these words now and deprive you of your position as Holy Lord. Wan Tianzhou's words echoed in the empty Huanyu palace, causing Wan Xinyan, who was originally preparing to speak perfunctorily, to hold back the words he was about to say, with a light flashing in his eyes. Wan Tianzhou stood in front of the gate of Huanyu Palace, looking at the bright starry sky outside the palace, took a breath of fresh air, and then said, I need a reason. Why do you want Wan Qianlong to die? Even if you ruined his affairs, you are the Holy Lord of the Universe. He cannot threaten your life. With your character, you will not want to kill him. I still say the same thing, does Yanzu want to return to the position of the 9 patriarchs? It's done, but the place I chose is a bit bold. I will not allow any existence in this world that threatens my elder brother's life to live, not even the ancestors of the Holy Land of the universe. Wei Luosheng nodded helplessly and lowered his voice. After saying that, Zhou Xingdou showed an evil smile. When Chen Nong saw Wei Luosheng suddenly uttering Confucianism and Taoism, he seemed to be aware of it, and he quickly asked in a surprised voice. A coldness condensed on Wan Tianzhou's face, and a chilling air that had never appeared on him rose up in him, and he said a word lightly. Speaking of this, Wei Luosheng showed a look of helplessness. He followed Zhou Xing to fight with him. He had never debated the scriptures or fought with the law. He was dressed in supreme Confucianism and Taoism, which was all used to cover up his immoral things, which made him extremely tired. Wan Tianzhou did not show a smile, but turned around to face Wan Xingyan. His handsome face was extremely serious and upright, and he uttered two words. This voice echoed in the hall, stirring Wan Xingyan's heart over and over again, and even made Wan Xingyan's breathing quicken a few breaths. What do you want to do? But then Wan Xingyan chuckled twice and said half-jokingly. Young master is done? After a long silence, Wan Xingyan came back to his senses. His eyes looking at Wan Tianzhou became a little scary. He no longer had the usual out-of-the-way attitude and said in a deep voice. Yanzu, do you want to return to the ninth ancestor's status? During the war, time is difficult to detect. Several hours pass in the blink of an eye. The sun has set and the bright moon has just revealed its silver teeth. Hidden. Wan Xingyan frowned slightly, wondering why Wan Tianzhou only let him stay. His character was needless to say, and he didn't want to be tainted with right and wrong at all. Wan Tianzhou was not frightened and repeated calmly. I can. Wei Luosheng, who was chatting with Chen Nong on the holy platform, frowned slightly at this moment. After looking at the steps behind him, he sighed and said softly. Even if the Emperor Ancestor ordered him to assist Wan Tianzhou, he could still keep his head hidden. Even in the meeting just now, he was still in a translucent state. His tone was not very sharp, but it made Wan Xingyan's pupils shrink and his body tremble slightly, showing a look of disbelief. If the Holy Emperor of Confucianism and Taoism finds out, I am afraid that he will be expelled from the Confucian sect, and his name as a great Confucian will be removed. In the Huanyu Palace, the masters of the major forces have left, and the senior officials have also exited the hall. Only Wan Tianzhou and Wan Xingyan, who was left behind by Wan Tianzhou, are the only two people left in the hall. Wan Xingyan's expression froze for a moment, and he suppressed his smile. He did not let Wan Tianzhou prove how it could be done, and his eyes were slightly focused, and he said in a low voice. Old Ancestor, I naturally think so, but can the Holy Lord still allow the Emperor Ancestor to take back his life? Almost no one noticed that when Wan Qianlong left in anger, he glanced at Zhou Xingdou secretly, and there was a well-hidden murderous intent in that glance. Even Zhou Xingdou had not noticed this, but Wan Tianzhou was keenly aware of it. However, Wan Tianzhou did not say anything or remind Zhou Xingdou, because he wanted to use his own way to solve this possible threat for Zhou Xingdou. Wan Xingyan was calmed down by Wan Tianzhou's somewhat crazy words, but the reason for killing Wan Qianlong made him stunned for a few breaths. But thinking about what Zhou Xingdou did for Wan Tianzhou, Wan Xingyan was not surprised. However, he did not expect that Wan Tianzhou, who had always been gentle, would actually want Wan Qianlong to die because of this, which was somewhat radical. But it doesn't matter to him whether Wan Tianzhouji is radical or not. He only cares about whether the nine ancestors' fruition status can really return to him. Wan Tianzhou also understood that he had lost his composure. He took a few deep breaths to return his expression to normal, and continued as if he understood what Wan Xingyan was thinking. I can activate the power of the great Tao in the universe. You should understand that I can also communicate with the Emperor Ancestor. Without his approval, I cannot activate the power of the great Tao in the universe. Wan Xingyan naturally no longer doubted Wan Tianzhou's words. He knew that Wan Tianzhou's temperament would not lie to others, but for the sake of safety, he still asked Wan Tianzhou. You make an oath to let me achieve the ninth ancestor status again, and I will help you kill Wan Qianlong. Although Wan Xingyan is usually submissive, it doesn't mean that he is really indecisive. It's just that he doesn't want to get involved in matters that are of no benefit. Now that the condition for returning to the status of the nine ancestors is that it is difficult for Wan Xinyan to refuse Wan Tianzhou, and even if Wan Qianlong's death is discovered, he can blame it all on Wan Tianzhou. On the contrary, the worst he could do was to be deprived of his nine ancestor status, so he would not lose anything now. As for whether Wan Qianlong can be killed, Wan Xinyan can only say that Wan Qianlong can only fight against one evil demon king at most, but if his loopholes had not been discovered in the first place, the evil emperor might not be able to kill him. If not, how could Qin Ming pull him into a different space to fight against the enemy together? He was indeed of low seniority and a low-key person. Even if he was insulted by the elders around Wan Qianlong, he would not dare to reply even a word. But after many years of attaining the status of the nine patriarchs and receiving so many benefits, even a pig has long been reborn, let alone him? Now for huge benefits, he doesn't mind showing his fangs. Seeing Wan Xinyan's agreement, Wan Tianzhou's lips curled up slightly. Happy cooperation, Jiuzhu. On the side of the universal holy platform, a figure turned into lightning and suddenly appeared from the middle of the stairs at extremely fast speeds, breaking through the hidden runes and heading straight towards the giant chariot in the starry sky. Chen Nong, who was already dozing off, was suddenly surprised. In the flash of lightning, Zhou Xingdou's figure rushed up to the chariot, and Zhou Xingdou's urgent and slightly weak voice sounded. Go quickly. Chen Nong was still a little dazed, but he reacted in an instant. He didn't dare to delay for even a moment. He held the chariot rope with one hand, tore the void with his bare hands and let the starry sky giant chariot drive in quickly. At this moment, the figure of Our Lady of the Universe slowly appeared on the steps of the holy altar where lightning suddenly appeared. Her snow-white gold-lined robe was a bit messy, as if she had just put it on again. At this moment, the pretty face of the Holy Mother of the Universe showed a lazy and comfortable look. Her teeth bit her red lips, her complexion was extremely pink, and her complexion became more and more rosy. She looked at the starry sky giant chariot that quickly disappeared, showing a playful smile, and her tone became a lot more charming and tender. Little guy, he runs pretty fast. At this moment, the starry sky giant chariot escaped into the void, and Chen Nong and Wei Luosheng at the chariot's head noticed Zhou Xingdou's current appearance. I saw that the originally handsome face was now somewhat sunken in the eye sockets and withered cheeks. The strong body was now skinny, and the punishing Thunder Emperor armor that fit close to his body had now become a bit too wide, and the whole person looked like a starving ghost whose energy had been sucked dry. Seeing Zhou Xingdou like this, even Chen Nong and Wei Luosheng couldn't help but take a breath. If he hadn't known that Zhou Xingdou was not in danger, he might have thought that his flesh and blood had been stolen by some strange means. Zhou Xingdou reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, and the effect of Jazimi quickly caught up with the consumption. After a burst of blood, the originally thin torso became full again. Even so, Zhou Xingdou looked a little scared, as if he had encountered something terrible. He still underestimated the Holy Mother of the Universe, who was so powerful that he was definitely not someone he could offend now. What's more, I didn't expect that the Holy Mother of the Universe was still alive. After learning about the taste of the marrow, she almost went crazy. She didn't know how to restrain or control, and she didn't regard Zhou Xingdou as a human being at all. Zhou Xingdou didn't want to say anything more. He could only say that if it weren't for the secret code and his own strong recovery power, he would have been in danger of his life. Chen Nong and Wei Luosheng also knew about such matters and were not suitable to ask. They just looked at each other with a slightly strange look on their faces. Zhou Xingdou also glanced back at the right time. He left in a hurry this time and did not say hello to Wan Tianzhou. However, I think that the Holy Mother of the world will explain it to him. He has no other matters in the Holy Land of the world, so his departure is reasonable and not too abrupt. But what happened today also made Zhou Xingdou feel a burning fire of revenge. This was the first time he escaped in such embarrassment, and it was because of a woman. This was almost a shame in his life. But it is a pity that although he is now at the peak level of a saint and is only one step away from the saint, he still has a long way to go before he can compete with the half-step creation master of the universe. But what Zhou Xingdou is now more curious about is how Qin Yanjing gave birth to the ruler with the trash from the lower world in the first place. With the strength gap between them, the trash from the lower world would probably die at the first touch. However, the real owner was by his side, so Zhou Xingdou naturally asked as many questions as he wanted. He immediately ignored Chen Nong and Wei Luosheng, who made eye contact and stepped into the giant chariot. Xing Yanjing is worthy of being an ancient clan divine maiden. She spends almost all her free time practicing. As soon as Zhou Xingdou stepped into the giant chariot, he noticed waves of divine energy filling the air, and the aura was overwhelming. Xing Yanjing sat on the side of the giant chariot, with her 5 hearts in the sky. Her beautiful face was extremely peaceful, and her holy robes could not hide her plump figure, but Zhou Xingdou had no intention of thinking about anything else now. Sensing Zhou Xingdou stepping into the giant chariot, Xing Yanjing slowly opened her gentle and beautiful eyes and showed a gentle smile towards Zhou Xingdou. This moment was like the spring breeze blowing on his face, making Zhou Xingdou calm down involuntarily due to the excitement in his body and mind just now, making Zhou Xingdou feel a sense of relaxation. Zhou Xingdou had only felt this feeling from 2 women, one was his master Tianzhuo, and the other was Lin Fan's mother Yin Jinji. Xing Yanjing has always had this feeling, but Zhou Xingdou only noticed it by chance until now. However, this feeling reminded Zhou Xingdou of Yun Qingxi's words during the evil calamity of the world. Be careful with Yin Jinji. What reminds you of this sentence? Because Zhou Xingdou now entered the sage mode, he keenly noticed that Xing Yanjing made him feel this way, not because of his gentle and virtuous character, nor because of his maternal nature as a former mother, but a kind of divinity. This is a quality that ordinary mortals cannot possess. The divinity in Xing Yanjing can be explained. After all, she is also a peak existence in her own world, and she has the oldest and most sacred 8 divine veins in that world flowing through her. Such otherworldly divinity is not unexpected. As for his master Tianzhuo, as one of the 3 great sword immortals in the early Yuan dynasty, his cultivation is unfathomable and he compiled the peerless sword canon. He is extremely sacred and is worshipped by countless sword cultivators. It is normal for him to have divinity. But this divinity is extremely unexpected when placed in Yun Jinji. To put it bluntly, what is Yun Jinji's identity? The independent cultivator, who once had access to the 4 realms, was almost at the bottom of the monk world. Even though the mother of Lin Fan, the son of destiny, was the mother of destiny and a person of great luck, she could not develop that divinity for her. After all, even before his death, Lin Fan was not transcendent and could not compare with Yun Jinji's cultivation. How could he influence Yun Jinji to develop that kind of divinity? As for the 5-star Tianfeng bloodline, it was only the initial awakening. Now it is okay for Yun Jinji to advance by leaps and bounds, but it is nonsense to say that this kind of transcendent and otherworldly divinity was born. After all, not to mention other things, his punishing Heaven Dao body is definitely far superior to the Tianfeng bloodline, but before reaching the realm, Zhou Xingdou only gave birth to the ruthless power of heaven, without that divine brilliance. Because this divinity is not a sense of oppression and power, but a feeling that is allowed by the state and the mind to reach a certain height. This is definitely not something that an extremely ordinary independent cultivator can have. Thinking that Zhou Xingdou has no intention of discussing the secret of the birth of the master with Xing Yanjing this week, because if Zhou Xingdou feels that it is not bad, then Yun Jinji is too scary. Zhou Xingdou also quickly called up Yun Jinji's template. Name, Yun Jinji. Qi number is 0. Good impression, deep love. Realm, perfected being peak. Innate luck, Tianfeng bloodline, 5 stars, good wife and prosperous husband, 5 stars. Acquired luck, bloodline awakening, 4 stars. As before, there is nothing unusual. The previous realm has been upgraded from the late stage of perfected being to the peak of perfected being. But this not only did not give Zhou Xingdou any comfort in his heart, but instead he only felt a chill running down his spine. If you determine that a person has a problem but cannot detect any flaws, it means that this person is almost pretending to be perfect. The loophole has been clearly discovered, but Yun Jinji is still in the system as usual, which means that her method has deceived the system. Although Zhou Xingdou's idea was somewhat preconceived, looking back at Yun Jinji now, it is indeed full of doubts, and the whole thing is somewhat unreasonable. Just to mention one thing, how did she send Lin Fan into the outer gate of Xian Heavenly Dao sect? Lin Fan's original talent was quite poor, and he had not yet had the opportunity to stand out. How could he be qualified to become an immortal giant like Heavenly Dao sect? Zhou Xingdou didn't pay much attention to it at first, nor did he think about it. He only focused on Lin Fan. Now that I carefully consider what Yun Jinji said back then, I can see that there are quite a few flaws. Yun Jinji said that the family property left by her husband was empty, and she spent a lot of resources to send Lin Fan to the outside world. This statement seems reasonable, but it is a bit too dismissive of Heavenly Tao sect. What state is Lin Tong in? He has been pursuing progress. Let's not talk about how many resources he can leave behind. Yun Jinji is able to leverage the introductory trial of the Xian Heavenly Tao sect for Lin Fan, but with such a large amount of resources, how can she hold on to just one Tongmai? What's more, her own beauty is also a treasure. Where did the pure land of bliss come from in this world? Could it be that no one has ever coveted it? You might as well see that Lu Yanran, who has a 3-year contract with Lin Fan, is not bad at talent. Although the Lu family is small, it is still an aristocratic family. The foundation and strength are much stronger than Yun Jinji, but Lu Yanran still has not been able to worship the Heavenly Tao sect. This is definitely not Lu Jianning's chicken head rather than the phoenix tail. Xian Heavenly Tao sect is an independent cultivator in Tianxian Holy State. Whether it is a family or an individual, it is a force that is extremely respected and will always be the first choice. This makes it difficult to explain why, despite all aspects of talent, strength, background, and financial resources, Lu Yanran only worshipped the Yi Lao Rua sect as her teacher, while Lin Fan was able to worship the outer sect of the Xian Heavenly Tao sect. Climb up one step at a time. Even if destiny is responsible, there must be a cause and effect theory, not to mention that Lin Fan's destiny was not revealed at the beginning. How could he be so illogical? And think about Yun Jinji's attitude when he first met him, Yun Jinji's words when the two were in the same room, and his magnanimous thinking, which is definitely something that the low-level independent cultivator can possess. The more Zhou Xingdou thought about it, the more he felt chilled and frightened. How stupid he was to actually sit at the same table with this woman whom he couldn't figure out several times, and even to have feelings for her in his heart. Zhou Xingdou's expression kept changing and his expression was solemn, which made Qin Yanjing, who had withdrawn from the cultivation state, ask with some worry. "My lord, what's wrong?" Qin Yanjing's words brought Zhou Xingdou back to his senses, which also reminded him of the question he originally wanted to ask. "Aunt Jing, with your strength, how can you have an heir with a weakling?" Qin Yanjing paused slightly when she heard the words. She was suddenly asked about such a thing. The person asking the question was Zhou Xingdou, who now occupied her body and mind. She was somewhat at a loss as to how to speak. Zhou Xingdou also understood that his words were excessive, so he gently hugged Qin Yanjing's willow-slender waist and said as gently as possible, "Don't worry, Aunt Jing. I don't care about your past. At least the new you is mine now." Zhou Xingdou's words and actions also made Qin Yanjing's stagnant expression soften, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she said to Zhou Xingdou extremely seriously, "I have no past. You are the first man to touch and possess me." Before Zhou Xingdou could wonder about this, Qin Yanjing's gentle voice slowly sounded. "I had a better choice, but I chose that person because our strengths were very different and I could fully control the situation. I am also a great master of formations, so I can make him think that what he sees and perceives is real. And Shenner is indeed the child of me and him, but it's just like the situation of Our Lady of the World. I intercepted a bit of that person's origin and gave birth to Shenner with my blood. I didn't do anything beyond that." When Zhou Xingdou heard this, he couldn't help but lose consciousness for a moment. It turned out that his father, the master, was just a tool? But Zhou Xingdou also caught what he wanted to know in the words, "I thought what I saw and perceived was true." Of course, Zhou Xingdou couldn't make trouble for himself for no reason. Although Qin Yanjing explained that she had never been touched by others, Qin Yanjing and Zhou Xingdou would not be in a good mood when they mentioned the matter in that world. What he asked about was not only the situation of Our Lady of the Universe, but also his guesses about Yun Jinji. If those loopholes are established and his conjecture comes true, then Yun Jinji is definitely a terrifying existence that is extremely terrifying. How can such a person give birth to an heir with a loser like Lin Tongna? After all, I almost didn't let the Holy Mother of the Universe eat up her whole body, let alone Lin Tong, the loser who barely managed to break through to the Holy Realm after wandering outside the territory. In this case, Lin Fan's creation may be the same as Qin Yanjing's method. And I can't guarantee now that I have actually slept with Yin Jinji at the same table. Just as Qin Yanjing said, let others see and feel what he wants to see and feel. Zhou Xingdou's strength was not very strong at first. Although he was far superior to his peers, when he was not suspicious or defensive, a great sage who was proficient in illusions could make him think that something was happening. After all, this kind of hallucination does not touch Zhou Xingdou's thinking logic, nor does it change his cognition. As long as the small hallucination is real enough, even he cannot detect it. This reminded Zhou Xingdou of Du Buhui. The only sons of destiny he met now were Lin Fan and Du Buhui. According to Yun Xingxi, Du Buhui was created by her, not a natural choice. If his guess came true, Lin Fan might have been created by Yin Jinji, and the two destinies he killed were all shaped by human factors. And if we continue to dig deeper and speculate on this matter, I am afraid that the secrets contained in it can only be described as terrifying. Assuming everything has happened, Zhou Xingdou's death in his previous life basically originated from Yin Jinji. And he was sleeping with this woman at the same table and had feelings for her. How could he not make his scalp numb? So when the thought came to this point, Zhou Xingdou forcibly cut it off and suppressed his thoughts that were constantly mired in it. After all these are just conjectures. No matter how reasonable all conjectures are, they must be confirmed by reality before they can become true. Nowadays, meaningless fantasies are of no use. Moreover, there were loopholes in his conjecture. After all, when he captured Yin Jinji, he had truly stripped Yin Jinji and Lin Fan of their qi, and gained rewards and luck points. The reason why I haven't called them out is because there is no place to put them now, and people need to modify the primary system for them. I haven't had time to change their physiques recently. Fortunately, Zhou Xingdou didn't go out for too long this time and came back in less than a day. Luo Hani couldn't bear the loneliness and threw himself into Zhou Xingdou's arms. But this environment is indeed a bit lonely for Luo Hani. The whole world becomes vibrant at this moment, the colors between heaven and earth become more vivid, and everything in the world is no longer silent, but becomes gentle at this moment. What's more, in his collection of beauties from all realms, there are so many talented beauties in Wuhuan continent. Besides, since I have doubts, I might as well go back to the absolute beginning domain to investigate, and after the system is repaired, I can also ask whether the system will be deceived. As for the Pantheon, although it is strange, the two established immortal forces have to form an offensive and defensive alliance under Bai Yulong's hot-headed oath. It is the Pantheon that is in danger. Moreover, if people from the low-level world do not adapt to the high-level world like Chuyuan through special formations, the weak may be directly squeezed by the spiritual energy and explode to death. Dou Wanjun has also not come out of the mysterious land. Visiting the Pantheon on his own is probably just a formality, and it is difficult to see him appear. Especially after sleeping in the same bed with the one you love, only to wake up to an empty room and a silent environment. Now Zhou Xingdou has to sort out his punishing Thunder Palace. After all, it is his own power. Even the spiritual flowers, plants and trees did not dare to make a rustling sound, and there was only endless solemn silence. She didn't even know how Zhou Xingdou lived in such an environment when he was a child. There was no sound of wind or the chirping of fairy birds. Although the scenery is indeed quite moving, and the power of the stars and spiritual energy are so strong that it makes people stronger every moment, in the end it is still a bit lonely. It seems that I have to go back to the absolute beginning realm. After all, Zhou Xingdou was not by her side all the time, and her basic range of activities is only within the Xingdou Palace, which makes her a bit like the canary in the cage. It turns out that it's not that the world is silent and colorless, but that without you, I can no longer see color. But in Zhou's house, the servants rarely come near the Star Palace to avoid suspicion, and no women can talk to him or take him out to see him. Different from when Zhou Xingdou left, countless subtle winds were blowing gently at this moment, dragons roaring and tigers roaring, and cranes singing happily could be heard from time to time. As for Xingyou's 108 star guards, except for the commander of Xingyou, they are basically as if they don't exist and cannot be counted at all. Now that he is almost making trouble in Taisher Dao domain, Huanyu Holy Land and Yin Yang Grotto Heaven have reached a peace agreement. That's why Zhou Xingdou never took care of the martial arts world. There are some conspiracy theories. In addition to the territory of the Zhou family, 4/5 of the Taisher Dao domain has fallen into the hands of Zhou Xingdou. No matter how hard the Pantheon tries, it can't save it. It is not human nature. Although Luohani is cold and quiet by nature, a girl of her age will never want to be completely lonely. For Zhou Xingdou, this situation is too normal. When he was a child, it was difficult to see living people except Qin Ming for a year and a half. Even Chen Nong could only see him occasionally when picking fruits. Furthermore, Taisher Daoyu itself has no value in staying here. And Bai Yulong has begun to contact the core of power of Yin Yang Grotto Heaven, and the master of Yin Yang Grotto is already intended to hand over the position to him. Wan Tianzhou controls the Holy Land of the universe, and endorses it with the power of the great Tao of the universe. No one can restrain his rights. Although Yu Xian was known as an iceberg beauty during the Heavenly Tao sect, and kept away from strangers, the elder Ning Yuezet and several female friends occasionally talked to her. But fortunately this time, Zhou Xingdou did not rush into the Xingdou palace impatiently, blocked everything, and held her hand and wandered around the Zhou family. Zhou Xingdou hugged Chang Yan and Jingqing, took out a breath of fresh air and murmured. In the midst of his thoughts, the giant starry sky chariot had opened up the void and returned to the Zhou family again. The lace trees began to sway, making a thin rustling sound, and streams filled with spiritual energy flowed through, making a gurgling sound. The Zhou family is as quiet as usual. After all, the Zhou family is so big. Apart from Zhou Wuji, who is enclosed in the ancestral land, and Luohani, there are only 7 servants in the Zhou family. What's more, although he is called Xian Heavenly Dao Sect Dao Child, he has not yet been crowned. Now that the time for his Dao Child's coronation is approaching, he has to go back to the absolute beginning Dao realm. Why couldn't Zhou Xingdou see Luohani's loneliness? He found that he was indeed too selfish these days and ignored his senior sister most of the time. This made him feel a little uncomfortable, so he could only hold her hand tightly and walk with her to every beautiful place in the Zhou family. Does it look good? This place belongs to you, and you are their mistress. Zhou Xingdou smiled softly, looked at Luohani's beautiful eyes that became brighter due to the beautiful scenery, and said slowly. At this moment, Luohani withdrew his eyes from looking at the beautiful scenery, and instead put his beautiful eyes on Zhou Xingdou's face. I'm not happy because they are mine. I'm happy because you see them with me. You and I are in the scene. The rest is not important. Speaking of this, Luohani's charming face bloomed with smiles. For me, the most beautiful scenery is where you and I are. Zhou Xingdou's heart palpitated at this moment. He hugged Luohani into his arms, his silver eyes lost their sharpness and became indifferent, and he said with waves. I was born with a good fortune, and I am lucky enough to be blessed with cold clothes. Luohani pinched Zhou Xingdou's nose and burst out laughing. If we don't have that literary flair, don't make a sentence. It makes no sense and is awful. Zhou Xingdou also smiled dumbly, took Luohani into his arms and hugged him tightly, unwilling to let go even a little bit. He tilted his head and raised his eyes and said, I think it's okay. At least it rhymes, right? Yes, junior brother is the best. Luohani could only agree with a slight helplessness, then kissed Zhou Xingdou on the lips like a dragonfly, leaned on Zhou Xingdou's chest and continued. As long as it's made for me, I like it. Zhou Xingdou also lowered his head and touched Luohani's fragrant hair, but his heart was full of guilt. After all, he was indeed sorry for his senior sister and owed a lot. And he has no way to make up for it, because now he can't stay with Luohani every day because of the love between his children. But this Zhou family is indeed too cold for Luohani. All Zhou Xingdou can do is take Luohani back as soon as possible. Tomorrow, let's go back to Xian Heavenly Dao Sect. Luohani's eyes brightened obviously, but he said with utmost obedience. It's all up to you, I'll follow you wherever you go. Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but joke. Now you understand the troubles of marrying a chicken and following the chicken, and marrying a dog and following the dog. Luohani did not show any weakness and raised his eyebrows. Then you are just a chicken or a dog. Zhou Xingdou didn't care, he directly injured the enemy 800 and himself suffered 1,000 damage. Then should you be called Mrs. Chicken? Or Mrs. Dog? But as soon as he finished speaking, the soft flesh around Zhou Xingdou's waist was suddenly pinched by his jade hands and pinched hard. At the same time, in a void passage, Qin Ming opened his dust-covered eyes, and billions of divine light paths surrounded him. His stalwart body was majestic, but also contained endless evil power. Under his body, countless withered black bones, exuding endless ominous will, had already accumulated like a sea. The remaining power in the sea of bones made all forces retreat and dare not be contaminated. Qin Ming looked in the direction of the Zhou family, his extremely weathered pupils were somewhat moved. "Are you leaving?" But that trace of emotion flashed past, and then the face that made countless beings in the Chaos Realm trembled with fear showed a little smile at this moment. "It's time to let those two little guys out of seclusion." What Qin Ming said was Yuan Tian and Fa Hai, who were imprisoned in a secret realm for training by Zhou Xingdou after they came to the Zhou family. One thought of the vast sea, another thought of the mulberry fields. It's only been more than a month in the outside world, but it's unknown how many years have passed in the secret realm. And Qin Ming's eyes flickered slightly, seeming to penetrate everything, reflecting the scenery in the secret realm into his eyes. But in the darkness, Buddha's light spread all over the heaven and earth. Dharma Sea was sitting on a lotus throne, with a majestic appearance, and there seemed to be a wheel of Buddha's light turning behind him. The most surprising thing is that the dragon on his body has disappeared, replaced by a huge golden holy dragon circling around him, and countless evil spirits dare not take even half a step forward. Opposite Fa Hai was Yuan Tian. At this moment, he was whisking dust with one hand and forming seals with the other. The sea-like seals turned into a Taoist platform to lift him up. During the conversion of the hand seals, the lotus is like a tide, and the complex and ancient seals are like ancient divine mountains suppressing the world, and they are sliding down like meteors. Wherever they fall, the evil spirits are wiped out and the unknown disintegration occurs. Even Qin Ming couldn't help but nodded slightly when he saw this. Not counting the original evil demon among them, he later threw many high-level evil demons into it. There are many existences comparable to heavenly venerable among them. Now they have been exalted and there is no need for him to take action, and they have been wiped out by the two of them. Now that they have grown enough, they have the qualifications to protect the young master of the Zhou family and be barely qualified as protectors. Qin Ming waved his palm slightly, and the void in front of him opened up a passage connecting to an unknown foreign land. Fa Hai and Yuan Tian, who were originally sitting upright in the void, showing off their power, suddenly felt an unstoppable suction force coming towards them. When they came back to their senses while spinning, they saw a majestic figure in front of them. Both Fa Hai and Yuan Tian were stunned for a moment at this moment. It was not until they saw the face of the figure surrounded by millions of divine lights that the long-lasting and dusty memories exploded at this moment. Yuan Tian's breathing became rapid and he hurriedly bowed. "Greetings to Emperor Qin. Thank you, Emperor Qin, for giving me this opportunity." Yuan Tian is deeply grateful. Fa Hai also held the Buddha and bowed before him, but his words were much shorter. "Thank you, Emperor Qin, for helping me to become enlightened." Qin Ming's expression did not change at all, but he said with extreme indifference, "You don't need to thank me, just thank yourselves. If you don't have the will of the sky, how can you survive there for hundreds of years without dying?" Hearing this, Yuan Tian and Fa Hai couldn't help but look at each other. There were too many emotions in that look. Yes, hundreds of years have passed. Even they can't remember exactly how long it was. They are already a little numb. For hundreds of years, every day has been a matter of life and death. The two have supported each other and survived to this day. The danger of death and the urgency of life are almost daily occurrences, and the two of them can't even remember how long they haven't spoken. Because there is no free time and no safe place, any sound or the slightest distraction can be fatal. Constantly improving in life and death, constantly relying on each other, the two of them had a tacit understanding that no words were needed in the end. Wherever the Tao seal comes, there will be Buddha's light to protect it. Go all the way along the passage and you will reach the Zhou family again. The young master plans to return to Xian Heavenly Tao sect tomorrow. You too should remember your mission. After saying this, Qin Ming closed his eyes again and said nothing else. Only the billions of divine lights blocked the endless darkness behind him. Yuan Tian and Fa Hai nodded in agreement and then bowed to Qin Ming again, because they knew that the precious medicine and precious Buddhist scriptures and Taoist treasures in the secret realm did not appear out of thin air. After thanking Qin Ming, Yuan Tian turned to look at Fahai. Should I call you Fahai or Manhwarecap now? Fahai's face remained calm. He stroked the holy dragon's head wrapped around his body and said slowly. Manhwarecap is the Sea of Dharma, but the Sea of Dharma is not Manhwarecap. Zhou Xingdou was not too surprised by the return of Fahai and Yuan Tian. After all, to be honest, he almost forgot about them and thought they were still waiting in the absolute beginning Dao domain. Only when they appeared did Zhou Xingdou remember that they seemed to have been taken away by Qin Ming for training just after he came to Zhou's house. Young master, I miss you so much day and night when I leave you. I can't sleep at night or eat every day. I have no motivation to move forward and my life is empty and boring. Yuan Tian's disgusting words made Fahai beside him twitch his lips. Now that he has unlocked the memory of his past life, he still has difficulty learning Yuan Tian's disgusting words. He just knelt down and said, Master, Fahai has lived up to his high expectations and returned to protect the young master after obtaining the law. Zhou Xingdou didn't have any objections. He hadn't listened to Yuan Tian's clumsy flattery for many days, but now it suddenly sounded pleasant to his ears. However, he also keenly discovered that the nature of the two people seemed to have changed greatly. 1 month ago, Yuan Tian and Fahai were only in the realm of the holy saint and saint. But now that Zhou Xingdou has entered the holy realm, he can't see through the feelings between the two of them. What's more, the aura of the two of them is extremely restrained in front of him and they don't dare to be bold, which makes Zhou Xingdou even more unable to see through. This is only more than a month. In Zhou Xingdou's vision, the most he can do is to improve to a big level. This is not a big deal, but now it seems that he still underestimated Qin Ming's methods. What state are you two in now? Zhou Xingdou asked his doubts directly. After all, these two people would not play riddles with him like others. They would tell the truth as long as he asked. Yuan Tian seemed to have already guessed that Zhou Xingdou would ask, and had already prepared an answer, and immediately said. In order to protect the young master, Yuan Tiancha stayed up all night and worked hard to practice every minute and every second. He faced countless life and death difficulties and life-threatening situations, and finally reached the supreme state of perfection. As soon as these words came out, even Zhou Xingdou was slightly startled and his pupils shook slightly. Because he didn't see Yuan Tian as frivolous, nor did he seem to be trying to encourage others to grow. In 1 month, I was promoted from the holy realm to the supreme realm. The foundation is solid and not vain. This is not cheating, it is even worse than Zhou Xingdou. But looking at Yuan Tian's proud look, I'm afraid it's not a lie. At this time, Fahai also raised his head, looked at Zhou Xingdou and said respectfully. Master, Fahai is now in the heavenly venerable great perfection state. Zhou Xingdou glanced at Fahai, feeling unbelievable in his heart. After all, he was in the realm of a saint a month ago, and he was not even a little bit different from heavenly venerable. Saint, Holy One, Great Sage, Supreme, Heavenly Venerable. There are 5 realms, among which there are 4 major realms, as well as the Holy Realm and the Great Heavenly Palace of the Venerable Realm. In his previous life, Zhou Xingdou was stuck in that heavenly barrier and had difficulty entering, but now the two of them broke through it easily, which was really hard for him to accept. Zhou Xingdou also immediately pulled out the Fahai panel. War Slave, Fahai, Manhwarecap. Realm, Heavenly Venerable Great Perfection. Dharmakaya, Python Sacred Dragon Body. Looking at the changes, Zhou Xingdou finally understood that it seemed that Fahai had awakened the memory of the Python god. Although it is still incredible, Zhou Xingdou is not too shocked after Yuan Tian's experience. However, this also reminded Zhou Xingdou of Tian Jiu's words. Supreme, worthless. At first, he still didn't believe it, but now it seems that it is indeed true. Now that he is surrounded by Supreme, it does make it difficult for him to return to his original mentality. Compared to Zhou Xingdou, Luo Luohani was the calmest. Apart from laughing a few times, he was not surprised by the strength of Fahai and Yuan Tian. After all, with the laws of creation given to her by Qin Ming, if she is willing, she can now directly enter the supreme realm. The days in the Zhou family had shocked her enough, and she had even become numb to such impossibility. After all, what could a family that eats elixir fruits as fruit not be able to do? However, Zhou Xingdou was more filled with joy than shock. After all, when Fahai and Yuan Tian reached the Supreme Realm, apart from themselves, the one who benefited the most was himself. What's more, when he returns to the absolute beginning Dao realm, he can't bring his servants like Chen Nongwei and Luosheng with him. At most, he will bring the Xingyo group. But for Zhou Xingdou, Commander Xingyo was his trump card and it was impossible to reveal it every day. And Qing Yinjing, the woman who belongs to him, naturally cannot let her run for him. Now that the combat power has expanded, and Zuanjie is needed as his right-hand man, Fai and Yuan Tian, two people who already follow him, are naturally the best choices. Of course, the appearance of Fahai and Yuan Tian also reminded Zhou Xingdou of Xiao Xuanfeng, who was taken away by Tianyin. After all, he was also his war slave, and he didn't know what happened to him now that 1 month had passed. Zhou Xingdou did not directly summon Tianyin, but opened Xiao Xuanfeng's panel to observe. War slave, Xiao Xuanfeng. Realm, peak of the great sage. True body, golden winged sky roar, different species. Xiao Xuanfeng's improvement can also be said to have progressed by leaps and bounds, directly from the original early stage of the great sage to the peak of the great sage. But comparing the progress of Yuan Tian and Fa Hai, this shocking improvement speed makes people uninterested. Zhou Xingdou naturally also discovered the changes in the real body field. Xiao Xuanfeng was once a sky-drilling rhinoceros, but later became an extreme wind-drilling sky rhinoceros due to the evolutionary reasons given by the system, but his potential was also exhausted and he was unable to make further progress. But now the extreme wind rhinoceros has turned into the golden winged roar, which makes Zhou Xingdou a little curious. It has to be said that Tianyin has some abilities. He not only allowed Xiao Xuanfeng to break the stated limits of the system, but also allowed his true body to become alienated again. Now that he plans to leave, Xiao Xuanfeng, as his war slave, will naturally take him away, and it is estimated that Tianyin has almost studied Xiao Xuanfeng, otherwise it would be impossible to make Xiao Xuanfeng change his true body. Zhou Xingdou also instantly summoned Tianyin. Tianyin was still dressed in the simple hunter's clothes, but his dull expression was now slightly joyful. Next to him was Xiao Xuanfeng. Compared with Tianyin's joyous expression before, Xiao Xuanfeng was trembling a little. However, compared to before, Xiao Xuanfeng's appearance has changed greatly. His horn has become longer, his brown hair is slightly golden, and the most eye-catching thing is the pair of golden wings growing on his back, which are brilliant and eye-catching. Reporting to the young master, I have merged the golden winged Peng bloodline and the Kaoshinhu bloodline with this beast. Finally, it will live up to everyone's expectations and make it a heterogeneous species with monstrous potential and unparalleled speed. After finishing speaking, Tianyin glanced at Xiao Xuanfeng with great satisfaction. Tianyin still felt very accomplished for his success in creating such a perfect mutant. When the little wind blows, the old man bursts into tears. My lord, you don't know how much torture I have suffered in the past month. I can't describe the small sufferings even if I am cut into pieces with thousands of knives and thousands of arrows. Of course, they didn't care about Xiao Xuanfeng's suffering, they only cared about whether he had changed and become stronger. No one paid attention to Xiao Xuanfeng's suffering. After all, even though he was crying, his rough appearance made it difficult for people to pity him. Zhou Xingdou looked at Xiao Xuanfeng and said calmly, "Okay, don't get the advantage and behave yourself. You are now free of shackles and your future is limitless." The golden-winged roc, roaring towards the sky, is a beast of extreme speed. Many monsters want to get one of them but they have no chance because of their thin bloodline. However, Xiao Xuanfeng can get both. Moreover, the body has mutated into a golden-winged sky-piercing roar, and the blood concentration is definitely not low, and it has reached a balance with its own extreme wind-piercing sky, which can be said to be a masterpiece of heaven and earth. It can only be said that with this kind of transformation, if Xiao Xuanfeng hadn't been Zhou Xingdou's strange beast, Tianyin might not have been willing to use the bloodline of Golden Winged Pang and Kaoshinhu for Xiao Xuanfeng to use. Xiao Xuanfeng knew in his heart that its body was already much stronger than before, and the bloodline of the Golden Winged Pang was very similar to that of its former 3 kings. It would be a lie to say that it was not happy at all. This month's torture was indeed not light. Almost all of its body was sliced and studied by Tianyin, but Tianyin used secret methods to hang it alive. Even if it was sliced into pieces, it was still alive and conscious. This kind of torture made Zhou Xuanfeng feel extremely aggrieved even though he was scolded by Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou thought for a while, and Zhou Xuanfeng had indeed been discriminated against and treated differently since he was called out because of his appearance, which was a bitter experience. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but comfort him. In the future, go to Beast Realm to catch a female beast for you as your wife. Don't talk nonsense. When Zhou Xuanfeng heard this, he suddenly smiled and his eyes widened. He did not see the grievance just now and said excitedly, "Excellent, excellent, thank you, Your Majesty." Even Zhou Xuanfeng was already fantasizing about whether the hair of the unshadowed female beast was shiny and whether the muscles and bones were strong. After all, Journey to the West is not like Chuyuan. Banshees are extremely rare, and those who do exist are all very powerful. Even the weak are attached to the Monster King. How can a little monster like Zhou Xuanfeng be contaminated? As for the human race, for Zhou Xuanfeng, it is a good cannibal, but it really has no interest in human women at all. He is not as happy as the female rhinoceros letting him come. Yuan Tianzi looked at the new little Xuanfeng with gloating. Didn't he know the temperament of his young master? Those with good looks will get into Zhou Xingdou's mouth first, and only those with crooked melons, cracked jujubes and strange shapes will be given to Zhou Xuanfeng as his wife. Probably not as good as my own tigress. Thinking of this, Yuan Tian couldn't help but shake his head. For him, he really misses his family after not seeing them for hundreds of years. After returning to the absolute beginning Dao domain, he may have to resign from Zhou Xingdou for a few days and go home to visit relatives. After all the fuss, a touch of white fish belly appeared on the horizon, and Zhou Xingdou also knew that it was time to prepare to set off. Chen Nong wanted to go to absolute beginning with Zhou Xingdou. With his personality, he really couldn't stay in the Zhou family. However, Zhou Xingdou did not agree. After all, the spiritual plants of the Zhou family still need to be maintained and multiplied by Chen Nong. They are all his own family property. If they die, he will be the one who loses. Fahai has now entered the realm of heavenly venerable Dzogchen, and Chen Nong's half-stepped out venerable cultivation is not indispensable. The main reason is because the Zhou family does not have many servants, and 2 people were killed when he first came back, so he must leave someone to guard him, otherwise he can't alert the grandfather of his ancestors for any trivial matter. However, Zhou Xingdou did not take away anything. He actually asked Tianyin to replace his 9 Taishu ancient dragons. Because after seeing Tianyin's method of transforming Zhou Xuanfeng, Zhou Xingdou knew that this guy definitely had something in store. Tianyin was originally in a bit of a dilemma. After all, although he was dull, he loved his strange beast very much and was extremely reluctant to let go of it. What's more, the original 9-headed Taishu ancient dragon, 8-headed great sage peak, and 1 half-step supreme are enough to pull the cart for the Holy Lord even if they are placed among other immortal forces. It's a pity that Zhou Xingdou disliked the 9-headed Taishu ancient dragon for being too cowardly. During the battle in the Demon Sea in the Holy Land of the Universe, the 9-headed Taishu ancient dragon immediately escaped into the void and hid. If it weren't for the Taishu ancient dragon, the most ferocious beast in the void, he would have cut these 9 Taishu ancient dragons into 8 pieces. Chen Nong also added some fuel to the fire. In the end, Tianyin was also afraid that Zhou Xingdou would attack because of this, and the beast he gave him to pull the cart escaped from the battle, which really made Tianyin feel embarrassed. However, the Taishu ancient dragon was indeed the most suitable beast to pull the chariot, so the species was not changed. Instead, 8 Taishu ancient dragon kings and 1 Taishu ancient dragon king were used to pull the chariot for Zhou Xingdou. As the king clan bloodline and sovereign clan bloodline among the Taishu ancient dragons, their ferocity is far beyond that of purebreds. If Tianyin hadn't handed over the beast control mark, even Chen Nong would have been unable to control these 9 peerless beasts. Moreover, as Taishu ancient dragon king and Taishu ancient dragon king, they have extremely strong dignity and would rather die in battle than escape from the battlefield. Seeing the ferocity of these 9-headed ferocious beasts, even Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but wonder how Tianyin managed to enslave them. There is also a mark of beast control, so there will be no chance of rebellion, and Yuan Tian can also drive a car. This departure was different from before. Zhou Xingdou decided to leave openly and naturally, so he naturally had to take more things with him. Zhou Xingdou emptied out 10 treasure houses of the Zhou family, and they were 10 extremely high-end treasure houses. Even Wei Luoshang, an outsider's servant, felt an ache in his heart when he saw this. Because each of these 10 treasure houses is comparable to the century-old foundation of a top force under the immortal force. Zhou Xingdou disagreed. They were all his family property. Anyway, the 4 uncles were not here, and it was impossible for his grandfather to care about this with him. Even if Qin Ming was here, he would not pay attention to it. Naturally, he would move as much as he wanted. It doesn't matter even if it is emptied, no one will use it anyway, so it is better to use it to strengthen his punishing Thunder Palace. There are still many beauties in his spectrum of beauty waiting to be fed. To be honest, Zhou Xingdou was actually a little reluctant to leave Taisher Dao Realm. After all, for him, this was his home, so he didn't have to worry about anything, and he would have someone to take care of everything for him. Moreover, in the Taisher Dao Realm, the incarnation of Qin Ming comes almost at will. Except for Tianjizi's methods, no existence can threaten him even an inch. What's more, it's only a matter of time before one of his 2 brothers controls the holy land of the world and the other succeeds to Yin Yang Grotto Heaven. He is already no different from the emperor in the Taisher Dao Realm. It's a pity for Du, after all, he is also a lucky person of 6,999 and has no time to play around. However, Zhou Xingdou is still relatively wealthy now, so this bit of luck is dispensable. If he is destined to meet, he will still accept him casually. If he is not destined to meet, he will not make a separate trip for him. It can only be said that in Zhou Xingdou's case, her luck is much better than that of Du Buhui, the son of destiny. The absolute beginning Dao realm naturally has to return, and the position of Xian Heavenly Dao Sect Dao Child must be firmly established, because although Xian Heavenly Dao Sect has not been around, its foundation is by no means comparable to ordinary immortals. Zhou Xingdou's vision has never been about one continent, one region, or one region. His ambitions have gradually expanded since his rebirth. Today, he is no longer the waste who once wanted to rely on the Son of Destiny, but wants to seize Tianqin and reach the top of the first yuan. What he wants is the whole world. Absolute Beginning Realm. Tianxian Holy State. Xian Heavenly Dao Sect. The sun blooms in the middle of the sky with endless brilliance and overlooks the earth. Above the clusters of Qiangdayuyu, the 3 peaks of profound heaven, Jiushuan and Zhoutian, float in the 9 heavens, showing the style of the immortal family. And even though the 3 fairy mountains are floating in the 9 heavens, there is still a fairy-filled brilliance that turns them upside down like a sky curtain, covering Xian Heavenly Dao Sect from the 9 heavens, making the heaven and earth where Xian Heavenly Dao Sect is shining with splendor and sacredness. Zhou Xingdou's departure seems to have been an extremely long time ago, but in fact it has only been half a month. For the monks, this time has almost passed by in a blink of an eye. And Xian Heavenly Dao Sect did not change because of Zhou Xingdou's absence. It was still peaceful, and even nothing worthy of praise happened in the entire absolute beginning Dao domain. Although Lin Fan died, Lin Hua had resurrected his soul through his corpse. During these days, he practiced quietly and made faster progress than Lin Fan. It can be said that he has made rapid progress and has been able to secure the position of true successor with his own strength. Because of Ning Yueza, Yu Ji was extremely peaceful. She only occasionally went to Punishing Thunder Heaven Palace and spent the rest of her time practicing. The entire Xian Heavenly Dao Sect can be said to be extremely peaceful. Buzz. But at this dull moment, a huge buzz resounded between heaven and earth, and a wave of space fluctuations was set off above the Xian Heavenly Dao Sect mountain gate, and the fluctuations spread out like water. Immediately afterwards, the center of the fluctuation suddenly opened, revealing the faint void seen inside. Roar! A domineering dragon roar that shocked the world and made the gods cry came out from the void, and in an instant, a huge purple gold dragon head slowly poked out from the void. This dragon head is so huge that it is like a giant mountain. The purple gold scales are glowing with dazzling luster, and the domineering dragon eyes are extremely scarlet. Just the erect pupils are so huge that hundreds of people cannot fill them. As the huge and endless dragon body emerged from the void, covering the sky and the sun, it was not an exaggeration. What's even more terrifying is that the extremely noble dragon is so powerful that it actually causes the strange beasts thousands of miles around to flee in all directions at this moment as if they were frightened. The extremely weak beast was so frightened that it fell to the ground in a daze, losing its vitality. And countless subdragon seeds felt the suppression of the bloodline of the pure-blood ancient dragon, and they enthusiastically knelt down to the behemoths in the sky, just like kneeling before their emperor. Xian Heavenly Tao Sect, these disciples who were raised in the greenhouse have never seen this scene before. Even the gatekeeper disciples instantly had their legs weak and several of them sat down, and the remaining ones could not help but tremble. But before everyone could react, the hole in the void continued to expand, and then 8 giant dragons, which were only slightly smaller than the domineering dragon, also poked their heads out. Compared with the first giant dragon, their golden color is slightly lighter and their purple color is thicker, but they are still immeasurable and their ferocious power is overwhelming. Xian Heavenly Tao Sect light flickered on the 2 fairy mountains of Zhoutian and Zhoushuan, and several streams of light cut through the sky, coming to the front of these 9 ancient dragons that could suppress heaven and earth. The light dispersed, and 7 figures emerged, standing on both sides of the mountain gate. Not many people knew about the news of Zhou Xingdou's return to the Zhou family, and subconsciously, it was difficult for everyone to imagine that a junior would have such honor. An elder in white from Zhoutian Peak twitched his face and exclaimed. As the 9 Taishu ancient dragons bowed their heads, a noble and huge jade chariot that looked like it was transformed from the starry sky emerged from the void, and everything was silent for a while. Not only is it a purebred Taishu ancient dragon, it is also the sovereign clan among Taishu ancient dragons. Ningyu showed off her hand buckles and the sword on her waist. Her heroic eyes did not look at the giant dragon first, and she looked down at the frightened and panic-stricken gatekeepers. Only then did people discover that the 9 extremely noble Taishu ancient dragons were actually connected by extremely ancient ropes, and those ropes led straight to the unhealed void. Fa Hai held the Wu Buddha bead, and the aura of heavenly venerable great perfection accidentally leaked out, causing all living beings to rebel. Around the giant chariot, there are 108 ancient stars faintly flashing around and guarding. However, these 108 ancient stars are difficult to capture in reality. They are only mysterious and strange. The extremely precious power of the stars turned into dots of starlight at the moment the giant chariot appeared, splashing across the sky and earth. The world buzzed again, and the 9-headed Taishu ancient dragon lowered its arrogant and domineering dragon head. The terrifying dragon body twisted wantonly, and the endless fluctuations caused by it suddenly stopped at this moment. 1 Taishu ancient dragon king and 8 Taishu ancient dragon king pulled a chariot, and they are all ferocious beasts that have reached the level of respect. What kind of people are these? Even the gatekeeper disciples are like this. How can Xian Heavenly Tao Sect not accept the challenge? The people from Zhoutian Peak also showed their figures, for middle-aged elders led by a handsome man who looked to be in his 30s. One side represents Zhoushuan Peak, and the leader is a beautiful woman, wearing a tight cyan martial arts shirt, with a tall and straight figure but a round figure. The most ferocious beast in the void Taishu ancient dragon. At this moment, Ningyu's eyes were as bright as a torch and she said in a deep voice. At this moment, Ningyu had a very charming figure in purple behind her, showing a look of surprise, because the slave mark in her true spirit made her feel that her master had returned. And when the giant chariot was completely driven out, the ancient characters exuding endless coercion on both sides also told everyone the answer. Fong Daoquan looked at the ancient characters with unfocused eyes. A ferocious one-horned monster king, with a scarlet demon flag on his back and golden wings, looked at the elders with disdain. Fong Daoquan also nodded. Buzz. They are indeed noble-level ferocious beasts, but they don't seem to have any intention of attacking. Otherwise, the Hall Master of Profound Heaven Peak would have made no move, and the 2 Peak Masters also ignored them. Fong Daoquan looked at the 9-headed peerless ferocious dragon in front of him that covered the sky and made the world dark, and said with slightly horrified eyes. This woman is also an old acquaintance of Zhou Xingdou, Ning Yueza, the elder of Zhoushuan Palace who is in charge of all matters on behalf of Tianjur. This 9-headed Taishu ancient dragon makes me feel pressured. I'm afraid it is already a senior-level existence. That handsome man is also the law enforcement elder who presides over affairs for the master of Zhoutian Peak, Fong Tianyan's uncle, Fong Daoquan. Zhou the chariot of the Zhou family? Could it be one of the 5 emperors of the Zhou family? You brat, I'll do a lot of damage to you when I go home. The elder behind Fong Daoquan looked at the 9 Taishu ancient dragons and could not hide the shock on his face, and exclaimed one after another. Ningyu's expression softened at this moment, and an indistinguishable smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. There are 8 Taishu ancient dragon kings and 1 Taishu ancient dragon king. Could it be that someone from our sect has provoked the Taishu ancient clan and they are here to cause trouble? The giant chariot approached, and people could see the whole picture clearly. Yuan Tiandao's robe was moving in the wind, holding the chariot rope in his hand and looking at the shocked people, showing a proud smile. Fang Daoquan's words made the 4 elders behind him breathe a sigh of relief. After all, facing the attack of the noble beast, no one among the 7 except Fang Daoquan and Ning Yueze could stop them. Absolute Beginning Taiping, Profound Heaven Wuzhan, also created a bunch of disciples who became soft-footed shrimps when faced with truly vicious scenes. Maybe some people don't know Fa Hai and Xiaozhuan Feng, but how could the elders of Shenwu sect Xian Tianli Dao sect not know them? With Ning Yueze's words, Fang Daoquan and others suddenly understood who was in the giant chariot, and their expressions became a little ugly for a moment. If Qin Nong were here, he would probably shout loudly. The young master of the Zhou family is here, and he has not quickly opened the formation. But it's a pity that Chen Nong is not here, and Zhou Xingdou cannot be so reckless in his own sect. After all, he has to consider whether his beautiful master will spank him. The giant chariot stopped in front of a group of elders. Yuan Tian and Fa Hai immediately walked to both sides of the giant chariot's door. Xiao Zhuanfeng ignorantly blocked the chariot door at first, but under Yuan Tian's kick, he immediately found a corner and shrank up. The chariot door's thunder suddenly flashed, and Zhou Xingdou's figure slowly stepped out of it. Wearing the punishing Thunder Emperor armor, a pair of silver-white eyes full of purple energy are so powerful that the moment they appear, all living beings feel an invisible oppression. It is a kind of supreme temperament, no less inferior to any master of power. The vertical lines of purple and silver intertwined between the eyebrows exude a substantial and ruthless power of heaven, which makes people tremble in heart. It's Tao Child. The disciples who guarded the gate discovered the figure on the giant chariot and immediately exclaimed, but at the same time, their limp body relaxed a lot in an instant. With Zhou Xingdou's philanthropic, easygoing and gentle persona in Xian Heavenly Dao sect, even though he was surrounded by great power, it gave all his disciples a sense of security. Because they didn't think their Dao Child would harm them, they even showed joy and a sense of security when they saw Zhou Xingdou return. Luo Hani, who was walking side by side with Zhou Xingdou, although his sharp swordsmanship was outstanding, was still overshadowed by Zhou Xingdou's aura, making it difficult for anyone to notice. Zhou Xingdou looked at Ning Yueze. He still had some respect for the heroine Aunt Ning, and smiled and nodded towards her. But for the 5 Fang Daoquan from Zhoutian Peak, they were a little indifferent and said, "You guys have something going on? If nothing happens, leave." Because of Fang Tianyang's incident, the elders of Zhoutian Peak didn't have any good impressions of Zhou Xingdou. They were disturbed by this news, but they could only give such an arrogant reply, which naturally made them a little dissatisfied. It wouldn't matter if they were really powerful men of the same generation from outside the sect, but when the juniors from their own sect said this, it naturally made the 5 of them feel embarrassed. Fang Daoquan's eyes suddenly focused, and an elder beside him immediately scolded. "Dao Child is so majestic. He has not been officially crowned yet, but he is shouting at me and other elders. If he waits for his official coronation, wouldn't he not even take the Hall Master, the Peak Master, and even the Tao Master seriously?" Zhou Xingdou's eyes turned cold. He looked at the elder who spoke, and said with extreme indifference, "Yes, would you like to ask them if they have any objections?" Zhou Xingdou's arrogant words should have made them angry, but the elder who spoke suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Endless chills came from above and below, and waves of heart palpitations kept coming. At this moment, his pupils shrank and he stopped in place, not daring to make any movement. Yuan Tian and Fa Hai no longer restrained their energy. The power of the Supreme, which shocked the world and turned pale, pressed on the 5 Fang Daoquan without reservation, shocking their hearts. Ningyu frowned at this moment and said to Zhou Xingdou, "Okay, enough trouble, return to the peak, don't be too rude to the elders of Zhoutian Peak." Although Ningyu didn't like these people, they were all elders of the sect after all. In her mind, Zhou Xingdou's approach made her feel comfortable, but it was quite inappropriate. Zhou Xingdou also stopped when he saw the situation, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and withdrew all his power. He looked at Ning Yu's heroic yet charming face and said slowly, "I listened to Aunt Ning." Then Zhou Xingdou signaled to Fa Hai, Yuan Tian, and the secret commander Xingyu to put away their attacks, and Fang Daokuan and others took a breath away from the suffocation. Zhou Xingdou also raised his hand slightly, but his attitude was very perfunctory. "Elders, I have just been offended." Fang Daokuan's expression had become a little ugly, but he did not lose his posture. He also raised his hand slightly and said in a low tone, "I can't stand Dao Child's majesty." The other elders were also filled with anger at this moment, but they were still a little wary of the pressure just now. Like Fang Daokuan, they raised their hands slightly and walked away with their sleeves rolled up. Zhou Xingdou looked at the backs of several people, the corners of his mouth suddenly lifted, and his eyes became cold. If it weren't for his own sect, he would not be so good-tempered. Ningyu looked at Zhou Xingdou's face and shook her head slightly, reminding, "What you did just now was wrong. You shouldn't admit that you don't take Hall Master, Peak Master, and Tao Master in your eyes, and you shouldn't bully them like this." Zhou Xingdou did not reply directly to Ning Yueze, but took a serious look at him and said calmly, "Aunt Ning, you take etiquette and rule of law too seriously, which is why you haven't opened Supreme's door yet." Ning Yu's eyebrows narrowed slightly when she heard this, but before she thought about it, she was interrupted by Luo Hani, who rushed towards her. This is the first time that Luo Hani has been separated from Ning Yueze for so long. She has almost never left Ning Yueze since she was a child. Even when she goes out for training, Ning Yueze always takes her with her. In her heart, Ning Yueze has no relationship with her relatives. 2. Seeing the deserted Zhou family, she missed this relative even more. It was rare for her to do this little daughter gesture and throw herself into Ning Yueze's arms with tenderness. "Elder Ning, I miss you so much." Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows slightly. After all, his senior sister Bingshan seemed to have become more and more disintegrated since she was taken down by him. But the picture of the two stunning beauties embracing each other was indeed very good. Zhou Xingdou was not jealous, he just looked at the opposite jade peaks admiringly. The scenery was indeed refreshing. Ningyu did not blame Luo Hani for his sudden behavior. She was not as serious as she was towards Zhou Xingdou. Instead, she said dotingly, "How come you were wronged when you went to Taisher?" However, Ningyu also knew that there were many people at this mountain gate, so she patted Luo Han's back and said to Zhou Xingdou, "Let's go back to the peak first. I just have something to tell you. Can my chariot be brought into the sect?" Zhou Xingdou also had a headache about Ning Yueze's integrity. He didn't need to ask even when he went to the Holy Land of Huanyu, but when he returned to his sect, he had to ask Elder Ning. Ningyu looked at the 9 extremely ferocious Taishu ancient dragons that covered the sky and the sun, and frowned. "Your dragon is too big, and it's so vicious. It's definitely not going to work." In fact, she didn't want to embarrass Zhou Xingdou, but this dragon was indeed too big and fierce. If it went crazy after entering the sect, no one could control it for a while, which would cause great damage. After hearing Ning Yueze's words, Zhou Xingdou was not only not annoyed, but his eyes lit up and he joked, "It's really too big. Aunt Ning still needs to get used to it slowly." Ning Yueze's intuition told her that Zhou Xingdou's words were not good, but she couldn't explain why, so she had to give Zhou Xingdou a hard look. Zhoushuan Peak was as usual, except that Zhou Xingdou's return caused all the true disciples to walk out of the quiet room one after another and pay homage to their chief senior brother, Dao Child. No one in Zhoushuan Peak was dissatisfied with Zhou Xingdou. Except for Lin Fan, the white-eyed wolf, all the other true disciples were grateful and respectful to Zhou Xingdou. Otherwise, Zhou Xingdou would not have been able to take the position of chief senior brother just by relying on the perfected being realm world. Even the veteran true disciples would not have any objection. Of course, the most important point is that Zhou Xingdou has a large background and is extremely wealthy. Lin Hua, who had resurrected his corpse, naturally also appeared in the ranks of the true disciples, but Zhou Xingdou did not communicate with him, but only looked at each other. Lin Hua is worthy of being the soul of Supreme. Now he has entered the divine treasure realm. In the mysterious heavenly Dao sect, he is already outstanding at this age and level. For Zhou Xingdou, these true stories were not of much value anymore. He nodded politely towards them and went to the top of the mountain with Luo Hani. Zhou Xingdou did not bring Fahai and Yuan Tian into the Xian Heavenly Dao sect. After all, the replaced nine-headed Taishu ancient dragon was indeed vicious and needed someone to take care of it. Moreover, in this Xian Heavenly Dao sect, he would not be in danger, let alone on Jiushuan Peak, the place where Tian Zhouer cleanses himself. Ningyu led Zhou Xingdou and Luo Hani into the main hall of Jiushuan Peak, then closed the hall door with a dark expression, looked at Zhou Xingdou and Luo Hani and said sternly, "Master Tianfeng has gone to the outer realm to kill evil spirits. Now only Sect Master Xian and I know about this matter, so it's not the right time for you to come back. Why did Master go to the outside world to kill evil?" Both Zhou Xingdou and Luo Hani are a little confused. The absolute beginning Dao domain has domains in all directions, and it is also close to the endless wilderness. It does not border the edge of the world. Naturally, there is no access to outside domains, and there is little contact with outside domains. Moreover, the fifth hall of Profound Heaven Peak will take turns to support outside the territory twice every 10 years. There are also ancestors following, so it is not Tian Zhouer's turn to go. Ningyu looked at Zhou Xingdou with a pair of heroic eyes. "Do you still remember the group of saints you asked me to kill?" "Of course, but I didn't expect that there would be a big terror to wipe out the traces after you left." Zhou Xingdou's expression turned serious. It was impossible for him to forget that the incident was caused by Lin Hua's jade pendant. No one expected that 8 great sages suddenly appeared to snatch it. In the end, Zhou Xingdou came to Ning Yueze, who killed almost all the saints in the Holy Realm with one sword, leaving a crippled great saint for him to torture. But he didn't expect that after Ning Yueze left, he encountered that ominous black light. If it weren't for his good luck, Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt something was wrong, and that black light almost killed Zhou Xingdou. This was also Zhou Xingdou's first encounter with something ominous. At that time, Tian Zhouer's words were unclear. When he asked whether it was related to evil spirits, Tian Zhouer answered yes. From Lin Hua, he also learned about the Black Light Chaos Cult. But this time he saw a real evil demon in Taishu Dao realm, but Zhou Xingdou felt that the ominousness of the evil demon was very different from the ominousness he had touched at that time. The ominous black light of the evil spirit is full of negative emotions and evil spirits. Although it is scary, it does not scare Zhou Xingdou. Ordinary people only find it terrifying. But it is fundamentally different from the ominous black light that fights for Supreme's remaining soul. After all, she had really seen Tian Zhouer take action, and she was always only worried about her opponent. After all, when traveling outside the territory, you not only need to look for clues, but also observe the ancestors and hall masters outside the territory. Needless to say, the dangers involved are dangerous. If not for the bad luck of the Virgin Mother of the Universe, she almost died outside the territory. Moreover, within the 10 states, our sect has set up restrictions, and it is extremely difficult for the power from outside the territory to manifest. Unless a spy informs the loopholes, even the ancient gods will not be able to penetrate through the world's film and the heavenly blockage, and then penetrate the restrictions to manifest. Fear. And the most important thing is, after seeing the real evil demons, Zhou Xingdou understood that those in the Holy Realm who were killed by Ning Yueze were definitely not evil demons, but real human races. If Zhou Xingdou and Qin Ming hadn't been there that day, the evil demon would have relied on the method of destroying the world, and I am afraid that the Holy Land of the world would have been killed even if it was not destroyed that day. It's not my intention, it's the intention of Master Tianfeng and Taoist Master. A black line appeared on Zhou Xingdou's face when he was laughed at by Ningyu. Although he was concerned and confused, how could he not be worried about the person he loved going into danger alone? A spy appears in the top management of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, which is almost fatal. Think about the Holy Lord of the Universe who is infected by evil spirits, and the divine ability of the Holy Land of Universe is fully exposed. So what Aunt Ning means is that there is a spy in the sect? Listening to Zhou Xingdou's words, Ningyu couldn't help but smile, while Panasonic's serious expression said, "Because it was impossible and not possible for any of them to betray, Master Tianfeng had to go outside the territory to look for clues." Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but frown when he heard this, and said in a deep voice, "Even so, it's too dangerous. Why doesn't Zhuangjizi go outside the territory?" I have never seen the master of Tianfeng defeated, even the one who calls himself the ancestor. No, on the contrary, because there are not many involved, but it involves almost all the high-level officials and even the ancestors. It is the reason that is difficult to find out. Absolute Beginning is an extremely pure realm. For countless years, almost no evil demons have touched it, and the chaos cult has rarely appeared. Ningyu also looked extremely solemn. Ningyu shook her head. Zhou Xingdou was slightly shocked. Sure enough, he had a calamity-prone constitution, and big things would happen wherever he went. Before Zhou Xingdou could understand, Ningyu looked at the empty hall, and after confirming that there was indeed nothing here, she said slowly. Moreover, this spy probably has a high status. It cannot be ruled out that some of the peak master hall masters and even the ancestors betrayed Chuyuan and Xian Heavenly Dao sect. Ningyu also nodded and said, there are only 5 hall masters in total. Apart from master, only the peak master of Zhoutian Peak is left. Not many other ancestors have awakened. It shouldn't be difficult to guess, right? Why does master want to go outside the territory? The sword head of Xian Heavenly Dao sect is the head of the 3 great sword immortals. The emperor's ancestor said that she is the #1 sword cultivator in Chuyuan. Everyone in the sword field has been defeated by her. Do you need to worry about such a person? You should worry about yourself first. But Zhou Xingdou also has his doubts. What's more important is to observe Ertong and several ancestors who are currently on duty outside the territory. Because the black light that time was just weird, incomprehensible, uninterpretable, and incomprehensible. Don't you know how strong your master is? It would be fine if just some holy beings appeared that day, but they caused such great terror. If it was a coincidence, it would be a coincidence. It is precisely because of this that Master Tianfeng went outside the territory. At this moment, even Luohani couldn't help but look at Zhou Xingdou with some disgust, but she didn't have any worries about her master's safety. It is something that you cannot understand or describe. Even when Zhou Xingdou thinks about the black light now, a faint feeling of fear comes to his mind. Are you worried about Master Tianfeng? Zhou Xingdou felt a little unhappy and said dissatisfiedly. Seeing the attitudes of Ning Yueze and Luohani, Zhou Xingdou also let go of his worries a little. Maybe he really cares about things. Luohani also asked Ning Yueze his doubts at this moment. Why do you think we came back at the wrong time? Even though Master went outside the territory, no one knew about it, right? Although there was a betrayer in the top management, in Luohani's opinion, it was not serious enough that he could not even return to the sect. Zhou Xingdou's eyes narrowed slightly, and before Ningyu could answer, he said in a deep voice. If I guess correctly, their next target is me. Ningyu looked at Zhou Xingdou in surprise, but did not refute. Yes, based on the deductions made by the sect master and Tianfeng master, the person most likely to be targeted next is you who is crowned Dao child. Zhou Xingdou took a long breath and said with some emotion. Yes, otherwise with masters in different character, he would never have gone outside the territory because of the traitor incident. The only possibility is that this crisis has affected Han Yi and me, and Han Yi has nothing worth targeting, so it can only be because of me. I don't dare to say that I know Tianjie and Zhou Xingdou well, but I also know what his temperament is. He is almost indifferent to the extreme, paying no attention to the sect's affairs and focusing on cultivating Taoism. Zhou Xingdou even met her once in the Zhou family, and since then he has never seen her step out of the mysterious Heavenly Dao sect. She is a proper homegirl. Not to mention a traitor coming out of the sect. Even if all the second hall on duty outside the territory were wiped out, she would not be allowed to go to the outside world alone. But this time he took the initiative to go there, only because of 2 people. One was Luohani, who was like a woman, and the other was Zhou Xingdou. Just like Zhou Xingdou said, although Luohani is not bad in talent, he is really not qualified to be targeted by senior officials. The only person who is likely to be targeted is Zhou Xingdou, the young master of the Zhou family who is about to be crowned Dao child. Zhou Xingdou's identity is too special. He is obviously the young master of the Supreme Immortal family, but he has worshipped Xian Heavenly Dao sect, who is also the Supreme Immortal. Now he is going to be crowned as Dao child. This situation cannot be said to have never happened before, but it is also very rare. What's more, Zhou Xingdou is the only respectable son of this generation of the Zhou family. Xian Heavenly Dao sect nowadays, the situation is at a standstill, and the only one who can turn the tide is himself. It would be interesting if something happened to me. I originally thought that when you return to Taisher Dao domain this time, it will be difficult to come back in March or May. The sect leader also has an excuse to postpone the coronation date. After March or May, the disaster may have been uncovered. After saying that, Ningyu smiled bitterly, sighed and said, I didn't expect that not only would you come back today, but you would also cause such a big scene. The whole sect now knows about your return. If the sect leader postpones the coronation date any longer, he may alert the enemy. Indeed, as Ning Yueza said, the news of Zhou Xingdou's return has already spread throughout the sect. If the originally scheduled date of the coronation is postponed, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. But Zhou Xingdou smiled calmly, without any trace of worry. Wouldn't it be better? I can just use my body to lure the snake out of its hole and save trouble. After hearing Zhou Xingdou's words, Ning Yu's eyes widened. You put it lightly. If you have an accident, the sect master cannot bear it, and Xian Heavenly Dao sect cannot bear it either. Ning Yueza's expression also became as solemn as water at this moment, and she said in a deep voice. And the most important thing is that I don't know how far Xian Heavenly Dao sect has been penetrated. Have you ever heard a sentence? When you find one cockroach in your house, there are probably thousands of them lurking around every corner. Ning Yueza's profound words made Luo Hani suddenly get goosebumps. If it was true as Ning Yueza said, then they really shouldn't come back. The upright and fearless look on Ning Yu's eyebrows turned into a very worried look at this moment. You are too young to understand this characteristic. The chaos cult is not an evil spirit. They are a religious belief. When something is wrong, it has often been developed to an unimaginable level. Zhou Xingdou saw that the atmosphere had become a bit depressing, so he half-joked. So Aunt Ning might also be from the chaos cult? Unexpectedly, Ning Yu was not moved by the joke. Instead, she looked serious and said word for word. This possibility is not ruled out. Seeing Ning Yueza's attitude, Zhou Xingdou finally understood the seriousness of this matter. I'm afraid, as Ning Yueza said, no one can trust this Xian Heavenly Dao sect except his own people now. Luo Hani also frowned, but she was not worried about herself, but worried about Zhou Xingdou, but she didn't know what she could do for Zhou Xingdou. Ning Yu also knew that the atmosphere was too solemn, and she had already finished talking, so she ended the topic. Remember not to reveal even half of what you said today to anyone. Except for those who return from the Zhou family together, you must not reveal even half of it to outsiders. It's best to keep it in your heart. Luo Hani nodded seriously, then turned to look at Zhou Xingdou. In the future, I will eat and live with Elder Ning, otherwise my strength may be a burden and you will be put off. Luo Hani knew in her heart that with Zhou Xingdou's strength and protection, she might be the biggest flaw. The only thing she could do was not to cause trouble to Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou took a deep look at Luo Hani. He understood that this was indeed the best choice, and he did not want Luo Hani to be in danger along with him. Thinking of Zhou Xingdou hugging Luo Hani, kissing her red lips, and said softly, Thank you, but you are not a burden. You are the treasure that I have pursued throughout my life. Luo Hani turned her head shyly, but the sweetness at the corner of her mouth could not be concealed. This sentence was enough to satisfy her. Ning Yu only felt a little uncomfortable with the sweetness between Zhou Xingdou and Luo Hani. She didn't know why, so she had to bite her lip in embarrassment. But at this moment, Zhou Xingdou suddenly turned his head to look at Ning Yueza and said, Aunt Ning, can your family accommodate one more person? Ning Yu also came back to her senses immediately and straightened her expression. Who? Needless to say, Luo Hani, Ning Yu also understood that Zhou Xingdou was not talking about himself. After all, looking at the 9 supreme Taishu ancient dragons in Zhou Xingdou's chariot, one can know that Ning Yu's protection is not needed. And with Zhou Xingdou's out-of-the-box personality, he probably wouldn't be able to stay at Zhoushuan Peak. Zhou Xingdou did not say it directly, but said slowly, Auntie Ning, please start the battle. Ning Yu was a little confused, but she did not refuse. The formation of Zhoushuan Palace suddenly opened a corner, and the moment the formation opened, a beautiful figure appeared next to Zhou Xingdou. A wave of divinity rippled through the Zhoushuan Palace, making both Luo Hani and Ningyu feel lighthearted. Ningyu also looked at the gentle and divine woman, but did not feel any ill feelings towards this unknown person. And that plump and tall figure exuded an aura that was half a step beyond Ningyue's supreme, which made Ningyue ask Zhou Xingdou with a little caution. Who is this? Luo Hani naturally recognized this person's identity at a glance. He was Zhou Xingdou's war slave Qing Yanjing, and immediately understood what Zhou Xingdou meant. Are you asking Aunt Jing to protect us? Zhou Xingdou nodded, and then explained to Ningyu. Aunt Jing is the mother of my old friend. She is a great master of formations. She is absolutely trustworthy, and her strength has reached the middle stage of supreme. Having her help you, Aunt Ning, can make me feel more at ease. During the extraordinary period, Ningyu did not stick to the rules and showed no sign of resistance. Instead, she bowed her hands to Qing Yanjing and said, Meet Jing, fellow Daoist. Qing Yanjing also returned the greeting and said, Fellow Daoist, you are welcome. Luo Hani was extremely happy about this. She knew that Zhou Xingdou had so many powerful people around him, and it would not be a problem if Qing Yanjing was missing, so she quickly pulled Qing Yanjing to her side. Mainly because she knew Zhou Xingdou so well that she was really afraid that Zhou Xingdou would be cheating on him behind his back. Now that Qing Yanjing was staying with her in Ningyue, Zhou Xingdou was not suspected of cheating. If Zhou Xingdou knew what Luo Hani was thinking, he would probably laugh out loud. Wouldn't he know that the cunning rabbit has 3 burrows? Zhou Xingdou has more than 3 burrows? A few people chatted for a while, and Zhou Xingdou gave Qing Yanjing a few more words before stepping out of Zhoushuan Hall. With Qing Yanjing's protection, he does not need to worry about Luo Hani's safety, because Qing Yanjing's strength cannot be measured by realm. Her system is slightly different from that of the early Yuan. Although her cultivation has been converted to the middle stage of supreme, her formation is not restricted too much. The first person to dominate the formations in the world, and the formations of the 9 profound peaks can be controlled. Luo Hani and Ningyu can be safe as long as they do not leave the 9 profound peaks, or even the Heavenly Dao sect. But this did not completely reassure Zhou Xingdou. He was worried not only about Luo Hani, but also about his master Tianzhou. Even though everyone firmly believed in her power, this still made Zhou Xingdou uneasy, so Zhou Xingdou left the Zhoushuan Palace and asked Ningyu Zhutian where Zhou was going outside the territory. Now that he was walking out of Zhoushuan Hall, Zhou Xingdou's calm expression turned heavy and he asked behind him. Do you know Miluotian in the Chaos Realm? Zhou Xingdou knew very little about the outside world. It could even be said that he had nothing, but Zhu, a strong man who had returned from outside the territory, must know it. The half-empty and half-solid body of Commander Xingyou emerged behind Zhou Xingdou, and a low and hoarse voice sounded. You know, Miluotian is the 5th Master's realm. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows. Uncle 5? The one called 5th Master by Commander Xingyou could only be Zhou Wuji's 5th son, Zhou Xingdou's 5th uncle, Zhou Yangye. This made things much easier for Zhou Xingdou, and he immediately said to Commander Xingyou in a solemn voice. Please go outside the territory for me. With that said, Zhou Xingdou took out a black token from his arms, which was also Tianzhou's Zhoushuan order. However, with Ningyue, the nosy Aunt Ning, Zhou Xingdou rarely used this token. There is no use in keeping it. Zhou Xingdou handed this order to Commander Xingyou and continued. This order has the original mark of my master. You can use this object to find his traces. Speaking of this week, Xingdou's voice paused, rarely showing a tangled look, but in the end he seemed to have made some kind of determination, and said in a deep voice. By the way, I'm looking for my 5th uncle and tell him nephew, I beg him, don't let anything happen to Tianzhou. Commander Xingyou took the Zhoushuan order, knelt down on one knee and said solemnly. I will obey Star Lord's order, I will live up to Star Lord's trust, and I will never let any accident happen to Star Lord Master. Zhou Xingdou did not delay and immediately asked Commander Xingyou to leave. After all, even with Commander Xingyou's speed, it would take some time to get to Miluotian. Commander Xingyou stopped talking nonsense. He had already understood the importance of Tianzhouer from Zhou Xingdou's words, otherwise Zhou Xingdou would not have allowed him to bring such begging words to Zhou Yangye, the fifth master of the Zhou family. He barely dared to delay for even a minute, and in an instant he left the Xian heavenly Daosec formation, opened the void and disappeared between heaven and earth. And Zhou Xingdou did not stop at the top of the mountain, but turned into a bolt of lightning and headed to the place where Yuji lived. It wasn't that Zhou Xingdou was lustful, but that Yuji kept hinting to herself when she walked out of the giant chariot that she seemed to have something urgent to say to herself. But at that time, there were many people and Zhou Xingdou could only ignore it. Now it was time to ask Yuji why she was so urgent. For Zhou Xingdou now, the distance from the top of the mountain to the place where the elders live is almost a teleportation at his speed. Unlike Ning Yue's residence, which is so special, Yuji's residence is very normal, just a beautiful and exquisite small building, but it is painted in dark purple, which makes the surrounding light look a bit dim. Yuji is his maid, so Zhou Xingdou naturally doesn't need to pay attention to any etiquette. He doesn't even knock on the door and just opens the door and enters. The moment he stepped into the building, Yuji's enchanting figure rushed towards him. Zhou Xingdou was not polite and directly held your thin and boneless body, and his solemn brows were instantly dissolved by a strange fragrance. Yuji was wearing a purple gauze, and the skirt was almost transparent. Her eyes were full of enthusiasm when she looked at Zhou Xingdou, as if she had been looking forward to Zhou Xingdou's arrival for a long time. The subtle influence of the manhwa slave seal, coupled with the 1 month since Zhou Xingdou left, made Yuji almost forget her previous fear of Zhou Xingdou, and instead gave birth to endless longing and love. This made her look at Zhou Xingdou's face longingly, and whispered in Zhou Xingdou's ear. "Master, I miss you so much." Zhou Xingdou's expression did not waver in the slightest, he could still distinguish the priorities clearly. The look in Yuji's eyes at that time was not that of yearning for love, but that she was really on business. "Why were you so anxious just now?" Zhou Xingdou's voice was a little indifferent. He actually didn't have much love for women such as Yuji. He just had pure possessiveness and humane desires, and it was difficult to be gentle. This indifferent voice made the coquettish Yuji pause. She seemed to have recalled some bad memories. She quickly put on a positive face, but she was reluctant to leave Zhou Xingdou's arms and said softly, "There is indeed something about punishing Thunder Heaven Palace." Zhou Xingdou frowned when he heard this, let go of Yuji, and sat on a tea seat nearby, but he was not in a hurry. What happened to punishing Thunder Palace? The reason why Zhou Xingdou was not in a hurry was because he knew that nothing serious would happen yet. His system did not remind him that something had happened to Princess Iron Fan. As long as Iron Fan was fine, nothing would happen to anyone else in punishing Heavenly Thunder Palace. And if the situation is really urgent to a certain extent, Yuji will not dare to seduce her. This means that it is not a big deal, or it has not happened yet. Yuji also knelt down obediently in front of Zhou Xingdou's throne, held Zhou Xingdou's legs with a pair of jade hands and said respectfully, "I received a letter from Punishing Thunder Heavenly Palace. I don't know who sent it. There are only 4 words on it. Heavenly Palace is in danger." Zhou Xingdou was a little unhappy. Was it just a letter worth speaking to him so urgently? What's more, it's just 4 words without beginning or end, which hardly means anything. Yuji also saw Zhou Xingdou's displeasure and quickly explained. "This is because Lady Ironfan told me that if I see the master in advance, I must tell him, because the information in the letter can only be understood by the master and his slaves. It must be written by the master and his slaves, so I have to be serious. Only war slaves can understand it, and it must have been written by war slaves. If this is the case, Zhou Xingdou has to think carefully, because the war slaves are from the system. This letter is 80% true, and Princess Ironfan is by no means a fussy person. But which war slaves sent it? Zhou Xingdou's war slaves can now be counted. Fahai followed him back to Zhou's family, so naturally it couldn't be him. Xiao Zhuanfeng and Xing Yanjing were both extracted after the battle with the Demon Sea, and it was absolutely impossible for them to follow me all the time. Do you have any other war slaves? Zhou Xingdou opened the war slave list and realized that he had indeed forgotten a war slave. War slave, Luo Balian. Realm, late Saint stage. Identity, holy grade weapon refiner, ancestor of the Luo family. Note, this person is a native of the Chuyuan Realm, so there is no need to extract a host, he will automatically find a host. This native of the Chuyuan Realm was originally drawn together with Xiaozhuan Fengqing Yanjing. But he was neither a familiar figure to Zhou Xingdou, nor a charming woman, nor did he have many powerful cultivation skills that needed to be extracted, so Zhou Xingdou didn't care at first. Not long after the extraction, he returned to Taisher Dao domain and transmigrated the martial spirit world. Luo Balian did not appear in front of him, and he gradually forgot about it. Now it seems that this person should be the one who sent the message to punishing Latian Palace. But why not show up directly, but use this secret method to convey the message? Zhou Xingdou will not doubt the loyalty of the drawn war slaves, and they will never betray them. Even if they die, they can be resurrected in the system, and no one can threaten them. Zhou Xingdou only felt a little headache, and his scalp was numb from a lot of things in Taisher Dao domain. Now that he returned to the absolute beginning realm, he thought he could calm down, but there were still a lot of mysteries waiting to be solved, which made him feel a little tired. At this time, Zhou Xingdou looked at Yuji's charming eyes, took a long breath and asked, "Anything else?" Yuji shook her head. "There's nothing else." But as she spoke, Yuji seemed to suddenly remember something. "By the way, last time I went to the Tiangong, I felt that Queen Dian seemed to have good luck condensing on her body. I wonder if I was wrong, or if she had good luck because she was with you, the master." "Oh? Gathering of luck?" Zhou Xingdou's eyes suddenly flashed. He knew that Yuji had a keen eye for picking up the luck, so he could not have seen it wrong. "Because after fighting with Zhou Xing, your luck will be prosperous, which is bullshit. Following Zhou Xing, your luck will only be robbed, so how can you have good luck?" It had been confirmed before that Queen Yeshua of Dian could never be a person of luck, but now Yuji saw that luck condensed in her body, which was absolutely unusual. As for the reason, Zhou Xingdou couldn't easily draw a conclusion until he saw Yeshua in person and the system was successfully repaired. However, he originally planned to return to Lei Tian Palace to punish him, so this incident did not disrupt his plan. It could only be said to be a minor incident. Zhou Xingdou also focused his attention on Yuji's purple gauze dress again. "I haven't seen her for a month, and I don't know if it's because Yuji's strength has improved, or because the manhwa slave seal is nourishing her, and Yuji's figure is more well-proportioned." Zhou Xingdou stretched out his palm, pinched Yuji's charming cheek and slowly turned it. He had to say that compared to the failed method of enslaving the entire Lu family, enslaving Yuji was an extremely correct choice. Whether it was her role in dealing with Lin Fanzhong or her own beauty and status, it was all worth it. What's more, he is also a top-quality cauldron, and its ability to improve understanding is extremely valuable. It can even be said that he is the most valuable person he has conquered besides the war slaves and the Wanhua slave seal. Even Lin Hua, the supreme soul body, is not as valuable as Yuji. Zhou Xingdou also dissipated his irritation, raised the corners of his mouth, stared at Yuji's face and asked, "Elder Yu, you said you were so beautiful and valuable, should I be gentler to you?" Yuji's eyes were filled with spring water, and she said foolishly, "No, the master can treat me how he wants to treat me. I am the master's thing. I can do whatever he likes." Zhou Xingdou also showed a wry smile when he saw this. Originally, the reason why he was cruel to Yuji was nothing more than hatred from his previous life. But Zhou Xingdou could no longer hate Yuji in this life, and that hatred had long since turned into smoke with the death of Lin Fan. He even felt that Yuji was a little pitiful now. It seemed that he should not treat her like this. She had done nothing wrong in this life, and she could not escape from his hands. Thinking of Zhou Xingdou gently leaning over and kissing Yuji's forehead, Yuji, who was in a state of obsession and fanaticism, was slightly startled. Zhou Xingdou also released the palm that was holding his chin, gently picked up the nephrite body that was kneeling on the ground, and walked towards Yuji's boudoir. Zhou Xingdou looked at Yuji, who was still stunned and had not yet reacted to the shock, and smiled warmly. "I really should be gentler to you. After all, you are also my woman. Right?" Yuji's charming eyes flashed with tears. She nodded vigorously, her face was filled with joy after all the hardships, and she was carried into the room by Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou didn't waste too long, and walked out of Yuji's building in just an hour. After all, he still has many matters waiting to be dealt with, not to mention that he is now at the peak level of a saint. Although Yuji has advanced to the Supreme Saint, but she has only passed the Supreme Saint soon. In terms of physical fitness, how can she compare with Zhou Xingdou, who has cultivated the Tao Foundation and the great accomplishment of the Divine Elephant? Now that Zhou Xingdou left, it was really for Yuji's sake. Zhou Xingdou naturally has not forgotten about Yun Jinji, but he has no intention of confronting Yun Jinji because he didn't notice the abnormality at first, and he may not be able to detect it now. What's more, if Zhou Xingdou's guess was wrong, wouldn't it mean that he had hurt the beauty's heart in vain? Moreover, Zhou Xingdou is now a little afraid of Yun Jinji and has no plans to see him for the time being. He will check first before talking about anything else. And if we were to say where to start checking, it would naturally start with Lin Fan's entry, the elders who let Lin Fan pass the assessment, and even everyone in the assessment. It was naturally impossible for Zhou Xingdou to investigate this matter himself. After all, he was not familiar with the underlying structure of the Xian Heavenly Tao sect, and it was somewhat too eye-catching for him as a Tao child to inquire at the outer door, which would inevitably lead to speculation. So Zhou Xingdou left the matter to Yuji. After all, Yuji had nothing to do with him, and as the elder of Jiuxian Peak, it was not out of the ordinary for her to ask the disciples of this peak about the original assessment. Zhou Xingdou did not leave in a hurry, but came to Lin Fan's residence. Now that he came to this disciple's residence, Zhou Xingdou felt a little strange. At the beginning, he and Lin Fan showed loyalty on the surface, but secretly they both had evil intentions and acted in vain. Now Lin Fan's physical body is still there, but the soul in his body is already Zhou Xingdou's slave. Lin Hua seemed to have something in his mind and guessed that Zhou Xingdou would come looking for him. At this moment, he took the initiative to open the door of the house and hurriedly welcomed Zhou Xingdou in. After welcoming Zhou Xingdou into the door, Lin Hua plopped down on the ground and said with great respect, "My lord, is there anything you would like to share with me?" For Zhou Xingdou, Lin Hua was extremely grateful even if he was not planted with the slave mark. After all, even if Lin Fan was not dead, he would not be able to resurrect him so quickly. Zhou Xingdou raised his hand and said slowly, "Get up, I just have something to ask you." Maybe it was because of his personality. Although Lin Hua was imprinted with the Wanhua slave seal, he didn't restrain himself too much. He immediately stood up and said, "My lord, please ask me. I will tell you everything I know." Nowadays, Zhou Xingdou is more open-minded and does not care about too many false courtesy. He looked into Lin Hua's eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Did Yun Jinji send you letters or contact you in other ways during this period?" After thinking for a while, Lin Hua shook his head. "No, the Lord has been away for more than a month, and no one has contacted his subordinates." Regarding Lin Hua's answer, Zhou Xingdou was not disappointed. He just asked in passing, "It would be best to gain something, but it is normal if there is no gain." "Then do you think Yun Jinji is different from ordinary people?" Zhou Xingdou actually didn't have much hope for this issue. Lin Hua and I woke up after Lin Fan went to Xian Heavenly Tao sect. After waking up, he probably hasn't had any contact with Yun Jinji. What's more, I'm afraid the real Lin Fan doesn't know about his mother's abnormality. How could Lin Hua, the fake Lin Fan, know about it? But this time Zhou Xingdou made a mistake. Lin Hua frowned slightly, looking thoughtful, and said, "I'm afraid Yun Jinji is not simple." Zhou Xingdou's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly asked, "How can I see it?" Lin Hua naturally couldn't hide anything, so he told everything at once. "I once had a trace of clarity in that jade pendant. If I remember correctly, I was not in the hands of Lin Fan's father, but in the hands of Yun Jinji, and it was Yun Jinji who handed the jade pendant to Lin Fan." Zhou Xingdou did not think there was something wrong with Yun Jinji because of his preconceived ideas, but said rationally, "This doesn't prove anything. Before Lin Fan's father left the territory, he probably gave this jade pendant to Yun Jinji. It's normal that you are not in Lin Tong's hands." Lin Hua shook his head. "No, master, Lin Tong is of the Lin family's bloodline. If the jade pendant had been in his hands, how could his subordinates not absorb his spiritual energy and awaken? My subordinate is in the state of remnant soul, but there is a bloodline mark in the jade pendant. As long as the Lin family bloodline holds it, it will definitely absorb spiritual power secretly. However, after so many years, my subordinate has only awakened this time. Having said this, Lin Hua paused and saw that Zhou Xingdou's expression was not displeased before he continued. And if we talk about waking up, given my current state, I'm afraid it will take another 100 years. Even if I absorb Lin Fan's spiritual energy, it will take more than a year. But I suddenly woke up before, leaving me confused. Zhou Xingdou sighed quietly. What Lin Hua said was not unreasonable, but he didn't understand why he had never thought about this before, and no one took the initiative to say it. But when he doubted Yun Jinji, doubts surfaced one after another, which was really abnormal. But it was impossible for Lin Hua to lie to himself, because the Wanhua slave seal was still rooted in his true soul, so it was impossible for Lin Hua to lie to Zhou Xingdou. However, Lin Hua's early awakening should have nothing to do with Yun Jinji, but Lin Fan's innate luck that turned danger into blessing, and it was also due to Zhou Xingdou. But Lin Tong is indeed a bit difficult to explain. After all, as Lin Hua said, if Lin Tong had held a jade pendant, Lin Hua would not have been able to sense the Lin family's bloodline, and the jade pendant would have absorbed Lin Tong's spiritual energy. How could it be possible for him to wake up in the hands of Lin Fan? Zhou Xingdou sighed and nodded slightly. I understand. If someone contacts you secretly, or if there is any change, please send me a message as soon as possible. After saying that, Zhou Xingdou threw down a transmission note, turned into lightning and left Jiushuan Peak, flying out of Xian Heavenly Dao Sect. Zhou Xingdou did not use his stealth skills to hide his figure, which meant nothing to him, and he did not care whether the traitor in Xian Heavenly Dao Sect would take action. If you have the guts to do it, you can save yourself the decryption and at worst, start fighting among the stars in the sky. Fai Hai and Yuan Tian had also been waiting at the starry sky chariot. When Yuan Tian saw Zhou Xingdou appearing, he immediately went up to him with some embarrassment. Zhou Xingdou was a little puzzled by Yuan Tian's behavior. For such a shameless person, embarrassing emotions should not appear on his face. Yuan Tian was also extremely coy. He hesitated to speak, as if he had something to say but couldn't. Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly and said with a hint of doubt. What? Just tell me if you have anything to say. Me. But Yuan Tian was still a little hesitant. Even when he opened his mouth, he was stuck in his words and found it difficult to speak. Just when Zhou Xingdou thought that Yuan Tian was short of weapon resources and wanted to ask for them, Fai Hai couldn't stand it and said on behalf of Yuan Tian. He wants to ask his master to leave for a few days and go home to visit his family. That's it? Zhou Xingdou felt that he was at a loss for words. He thought it would be a difficult thing, but he didn't expect that he would just be resigning for a few days. He originally thought that if Yuan Tian asked for a weapon, he would give him an emperor-grade whisk. He had to dig through several treasure troves to find it, but now it seems that it is saved. But Zhou Xingdou was not stingy and said generously. That's right, you go to the chariot to get some supreme medicine and holy medicine to take away, so you can stop your wife's mouth when you go home. Zhou Xingdou has always heard about Yuan Tian's tigress, but Yuan Tian's name is not an adjective, but a real name. Because Yuan Tian's wife is indeed in the form of a tiger beast, with big shoulders, thick muscles, sharp teeth and big lips, dark skin, and golden curly hair. Zhou Xingdou didn't know if Yuan Tian had any special hobbies, but if a real tigress had been away from home for so long and Yuan Tian hadn't been allowed to bring something back, she would probably have a bruised nose and face. Yuan Tian also immediately beamed with joy, thanked him repeatedly, and shot one after another as if they were free of charge. To be honest, Zhou Xingdou felt comfortable taking the pictures. 100 years of killing in the secret realm made Yuan Tian miss his family very much, but he did not forget what Zhou Xingdou said, and went to get some resources from the carriage before leaving. After all, I don't want to take advantage of the B*****. What's more, if I really don't bring anything to the tigress in the family, I'm afraid she will eat him alive. Yuan Tian's resignation actually has little impact on Zhou Xingdou. After all, although he has reached the supreme perfection, Yuan Tian may not be a match for the 9 Taishu ancient dragons pulling the cart. After Yuan Tian left, Zhou Xingdou stopped fussing and slowly walked into the starry sky chariot. Commander Xingyou, Yuan Tian, and Chen Yanjing are no longer around now. His side is indeed much cleaner, but the defensive force is indeed somewhat spare. The strongest person around him now is Fai Hai of Heavenly Venerable Dzogchen, but in fact it is enough. After all, even if the absolute beginning Tao realm is undercurrent, the heavenly venerable Tao protection is extremely sufficient. What's more, Zhou Xingdou also has 108 stars of ghost guards. But this time, he also planned to disperse the Xingyo guards to collect information. Zhou Xingdou sat on the throne of the giant chariot, his eyes flashed, and he shouted softly, "Xingyi!" In an instant, a ray of starlight flickered in front of the Zhou Xingdou constellation, and a half-virtual and half-real Xingyi appeared in front of him, with a star-robed face, but the only difference was that his masked figure had a thick black line across it. Xingyi only has a codename but no name. Except for Commander Xingyo, whose codename is Yu, the others are all named after numbers. The size of the number proves his strength and status among the Xingyo guards. Xingyi is the most powerful and highest status person except Xingyo, the leader of Xingyo. He was also one of the original 8 distinguished star guards. Now that Commander Xingyo is away, Xingyi will naturally lead all the Xingyo guards. Xingyi's deep voice suddenly sounded. "Please give me your instructions, Star Master." Zhou Xingdou looked at Xingyi, thought about it and said to him, "Separate an honorable person and 10 Xingyo guards to go to the forest house in Lingyin City to protect them openly but also for observation." Regarding Yin Jinji, although Zhou Xingdou did not want to meet him for the time being, he still had to send people over to protect him or observe him, both of which required manpower. The elusive Xingyo is undoubtedly the best choice. Of course, Zhou Xingdou didn't think that Xingyo guard could really observe anything. After all, if Yun Jinji was really not simple, Xingyo guard might not be able to hide it from her. But under the observation of Xingyo guards, she will definitely not be able to do anything unless she takes action to eliminate Xingyo guards. But once the Xingyo guards are wiped out, Zhou Xingdou basically doesn't need to investigate anymore. There must be something wrong with Yun Jinji. And even if he guessed wrong, the Xingyo guards were used to protect Yun Jinji, but there was no such thing as a waste. Yes. Compared with Commander Xingyo, Xingyi has a much colder personality and speaks much less, but this concise and clear reply is what Zhou Xingdou likes. Of course, Zhou Xingdou didn't just have this goal. He then called Xiao Zhuanfeng in from outside the carriage and spoke to Xingyi again. "Let's divide one senior and 10 Xingyo guards, and Xiao Zhuanfeng will go to find Luo Balian of the Luo family, see if he is imprisoned, and find a way to get in touch with him." After all, Luo Balian is actually unfamiliar to him. Although Xingyo can find Luo Balian, he may not be able to gain Luo Balian's trust, and he may be self-defeating. Moreover, it is estimated that Luo Balian's situation is not optimistic. Even if he is not imprisoned, he may still be in a difficult situation. Maybe he is among the forces threatening punishing Lei Tiangong, otherwise how would he know that Tiangong is in danger? With Xiao Zhuanfeng following him, it would be easier to talk. After all, they were both Zhou Xingdou's war slaves, and they had a vague feeling for each other. Luo Balian would know that Zhou Xingdou sent someone to get in touch with him. After arranging everything, Xingyi disappeared with Xiao Zhuanfeng, and Zhou Xingdou could also feel that the 108 auras that were faintly guarding him suddenly lost 22 people. Now that Yuan Tian has left, the task of driving the giant chariot falls on Fa Hai, but this is not difficult for Fa Hai today. After all, now that we have reached the realm of heavenly venerable Dzogchen, it is not difficult to control the chariot. With Yuan Tian's previous demonstration, Fa Hai's control of the chariot is not considered skillful, but it is still stable. What's more, the journey to the punishing thunder heavenly palace is not that far away. There is no need to let the starry sky giant chariot escape into the void. It only takes a split second to travel from the Xian Heavenly Dao sect to the punishing thunder heavenly palace. Even Zhou Xingdou's buttocks were not warmed up, and the starry sky chariot had landed smoothly. More than a month has passed, and the environment around punishing thunder palace is also changing due to various spiritual plants and underground spiritual veins. Nowadays, this place has a radius of thousands of miles, and it is no longer the extremely desolate barren land. Although the aura is still not as good as the grotto heaven, it is not bad. And this is only the change outside the punishing thunder palace. The punishing thunder palace, which is shrouded by a large formation, already has a faint aura condensed into the power of the wind, which is no less than the center of the general big forces. Zhou Xingdou also walked out of the starry sky chariot, slowly raised his head and looked at the carefully built portal, as well as the 4 words he had engraved with thunder punishment on the plaque, and he felt as if he was in another world. Although he was a little colder at that time, his skills were still immature compared to now. Although the power of heaven swelled on the plaque, from Zhou Xingdou's perspective now, it felt a bit like a child's clumsy writing. But Zhou Xingdou didn't intend to modify it, because it was considered a mark of his past, and it would be bad to change it. Now that he is at the peak of his sainthood, he can break the shackles of the holy saint at any time, and he has taken so many enlightenment Bodhi seeds, so his strength and foundation are no longer the same. But he no longer had the same hard heart as before. He seemed to be melting away from his feelings, no longer so unkind, cold, and cruel. Sure enough, women will only make people unable to hold the sword. But Zhou Xingdou doesn't think there's anything wrong with this, or it's good. After all, he doesn't have that hatred anymore, and it's hard for him to return to his previous state of mind. People will always change, and you at this moment may be completely different from you at the next moment. All you can do is follow your heart. How could Princess Ironfan not notice such a big movement outside the formation? What's more, as a war slave, her perception of her master Zhou Xingdou was different from ordinary people. So before Zhou Xingdou could step to the entrance of Punishing Thunder Heaven Palace, the graceful figure of Princess Ironfan had already rushed out and instantly threw herself into Zhou Xingdou's arms. Zhou Xingdou also smiled slightly, hugged Princess Ironfan into his arms, and gently stroked her smooth jade back. But at this time, he keenly noticed that Princess Ironfan's cultivation had improved a lot. From the rich aura, he could feel that she had entered the realm of the great sage and was still improving steadily. However, Zhou Xingdou was not too surprised, because Princess Ironfan's cultivation was originally sealed, and it was unsealed as his cultivation level improved. Now that he has stepped onto the ladder of saints, Princess Ironfan's seal has naturally become looser. If Zhou Xingdou is right, Princess Ironfan will break through the holy sky barrier and step into the realm of Supreme in less than a month. Master, when you are away, I miss you so much that I get sick. Princess Ironfan had a peach-like face and spring water in her eyes. She looked at Zhou Xingdou with a charming look. Her fat and thin legs were looming under her robe, and her graceful body was pressed against Zhou Xingdou's chest, which made people dream. If it weren't for the right time, Zhou Xingdou would even want to put him to death immediately. Through Princess Ironfan's words, Zhou Xingdou also learned about the changes in the girls in Punishing Thunder Heaven Palace since he went to Taisherdao Realm. The first is Qiuyu, who has made rapid progress in just 1 month after performing many performances and practicing high-level skills in the true dragon casting technique. Everyone is like a dragon. Now not only has the meridians been opened, but I have also gotten rid of my mortal body and stepped into the divine treasure perfected being realm. As for mother and daughter Li Xiuru and Lu Yanran, they have made great progress by focusing on the extreme wind sword code and supplementing the true dragon body casting technique. Everyone is like a dragon version. Although the 2 of them are still in the realm of Divine King and True God, and have not broken through the holy mortal heavenly barrier, their combat power and foundation have surpassed those of the past. Lu Yanran's emptiness due to the heavenly spirit flame jade has also been replenished. The most surprising thing is that the great Yin Queen Yeshua, who was originally in the realm of a saint and did not practice the true dragon body casting method, actually reached the peak of the saint in just 1 month. Even if Princess Ironfan's seal had not been loosened, her cultivation recovery speed was so fast that she was almost surpassed by Yeshua. Zhou Xingdou also came to the Star Hall built exclusively for him by Yuan Tian and Fa Hai and sat down on the throne after a long absence. For some reason, he loves the throne very much. He doesn't like to stand or sit cross-legged. He just likes to sit on a high and heavy throne, and he even likes the feeling of looking down at others. Upon learning of Zhou Xingdou's return, both Li Xiuru, Lu Yanran and her daughter, as well as Qiuyu's chief manager and Dian Queen Yeshua, immediately put down their cultivation and retreat, and almost fanatically came to the center of the Star Hall to kowtow to Zhou Xingdou. They were not as bold as Princess Ironfan, who dared to jump directly into Zhou Xingdou's arms without the slightest hint of taboo. Because Princess Ironfan is Zhou Xingdou's war slave, and Zhou Xingdou also loves her very much. But Qiuyu and others, no matter how kind Zhou Xingdou is to him, they are still female slaves who have been planted with the mark of slavery, and their respect and fear for Zhou Xingdou are far greater than their passionate love. Forgive me. Zhou Xingdou's temperament was much gentler than before, and he did not show any cold expression. He just smiled slightly, raised his palm, and a powerful holy power lifted the 4 women's kneeling postures. The 4 girls are not said to be unrivaled in elegance, but they are definitely beauties. Li Xiuru's meanness and the mole at the corner of her mouth, Lu Yanran's youthfulness, Xiuyu's shyness and humbleness, Yu Shuo's plumpness and her mother's grace and magnificence, make them each have their own characteristics, and they will not be homogeneous in beauty. Of course, the most beautiful woman among them must be Princess Iron Fan, the most beautiful woman in Journey to the West, so she and Fa Hai stood on both sides of her throne, while the others could only stand below. Zhou Xingdou's silvery white eyes filled with purple energy swept across the 3 girls, Li Xiuru, Lu Yanran, and Xiuyu, and then rested on the Queen of Great Yen, Yu Shuo. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a half-step saint at the pinnacle of sainthood. This kind of improvement is normal for the Zhou family, but it is absolutely impossible for the newly built Thunder Punishment Palace. The Holy Realm and the Extraordinary Realm are one step at a time. Zhou Xingdou has not broken through to the Holy Realm for a month. How can Yu Shuo be so good? The most important thing is that according to Princess Ian Fan, Yu Shuo did not take any precious medicine, nor did she practice the true dragon body casting method. It is completely cultivated naturally. But Zhou Xingdou did not believe that it was natural practice. If Empress Dian had such talent and ability, she would not have been caught by Zhou Xingdou in the first place, nor would she have been coerced or induced by Zhou Xingdou to plant a slave mark. This is when Zhou Xingdou thought of Yu Ji's words, Yu Shuo had luck condensed in her body. But unfortunately, the system is still undergoing its 3rd repair, and it will take more than 20 days to complete the repair. Zhou Xingdou cannot know through the system whether Yu Shuo has become a lucky person. But since there is Zhang Liang's plan, Zhou Xingdou has a plan. The 10,000 transformation slave seal will automatically become ineffective against those with great luck. Zhou Xingdou also communicated with Yu Shuo about the 10,000 transformation slave seal in Yu Shuo's soul as soon as she entered the palace. But getting married is a waste of time and there is no response. That also means that Yu Shuo not only condenses luck, but also condenses great luck and becomes a person of great luck. Yu Shuo was controlled by Zhou Xingdou, so it was impossible for her to gather luck, and she was not a lucky person in the past. It is impossible for a person to become a person of great luck by himself. If he suddenly becomes a person of great luck, there is only one possibility. Her close relatives or extremely important people have a lot of luck, which affects her causally and makes her a lucky person. The royal family of the Dian dynasty had been slaughtered long ago, and Yu Shuo's mother clan, the Yu family, the first family in Dian, had also been destroyed along with the Dian dynasty, and now there was only one close relative left. That was Huo Lingtian, Absolute Beginning's most virtuous man, who had his fiancée snatched away by Zhou Xingdou, his father killed, his dynasty destroyed, and his mother enslaved. At the beginning, the Shenwu sect issued an order from the Zhou family to assemble the Tianbei sect, Dayang City, Yingmi Tower, Fanyao Valley, Nine Swords Villa, Shenlian Pavilion, and Jinhai Palace, a total of 7 major forces to attack Yan and turn the entire Great Yan into a void. However, Fang Tianyang came up as a variable, allowing him to take Huo Lingtian away as Xin Tianli Dao sect. Zhou Xingdou knew about this at the beginning, but at that time Huo Lingtian had been destroyed by his own hands, and his cultivation had become empty. Moreover, the Great Yen destroyed the Great Yen Queen in Zhou Xingdou's hands, so Zhou Xingdou didn't bother to care about this reptile. Now that I think about it, my whole family died, my mother was enslaved, my fiancé was tortured to death, and I was deprived of my cultivation, but I escaped with my life. Who said it is indeed a bit miserable, but isn't this the perfect template for the protagonist? Zhou Xingdou also seemed to understand some things in an instant. Punishing Thunder Heaven Palace is secretive, and not many people know about it. Moreover, the Punishing Thunder Palace is located in the core state of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, Tianxian Holy State. Luo Balian, a war slave, has not yet met Zhou Xingdou. Not only does he know about the existence of Punishing Thunder Palace, but he also sends a message that the Heavenly Palace is in danger. This shows that Luo Balian knows about and pays attention to Punishing Thunder Heaven Palace from other places, and he may even come there in person to do something. But after arriving at Punishing Thunder Heaven Palace, Luo Balian sensed that the same war slave Princess Ianfan was inside, and instantly understood that this was Zhou Xingdou's power, so he passed on the letter. It is certain that Luo Balian and even the Luo family are the subordinates of dangerous forces or people in Tiangong. But Punishing Thunder Heavenly Palace is a little-known realm that was established less than 2 months ago. It is still in Tianxian Holy State under Xian Heavenly Dao Sect's nose, and it has the situation to compete with Supreme's Dharma Protector formation. Why is it being targeted? There has to be a reason, right? Whether it was for reasons such as profit, risk, etc., Zhou Xingdou couldn't figure it out at the beginning. But now looking at Yushu Hua, Zhou Xingdou suddenly became enlightened. Huoling Tian may have become a climate within these 2 months, otherwise it would be impossible to affect Yushu Hua. And what is the first thing that happens when the protagonist becomes a climate? Of course it was revenge. No matter what happens, we must rescue our enslaved mother, right? Thinking of this week, Xingdou actually laughed in his heart. The heavenly palace may not be in danger, but he might be cut off again. As for Yushu Hua, Zhou Xingdou found that when he stared at her, there was a bit of dodge in her eyes. Although it was very secretive, Zhou Xingdou still noticed it. Zhou Xingdou didn't say much about this, but instead acted as if nothing happened. Although the manhwa slave seal is gone, the mind and consciousness that have been subtly influenced are not so easy to remove. Qiu Yu is the best example. When Zhou Xingdou gave the innate destiny heroine that he stripped off Luohani's body to Qiu Yu, the manhwa slave mark on Qiu Yu's body immediately dissipated. But Qiu Yu still ruined Lin Fan's life with his own hands. He had no intention of rebellion at all and was still loyal to Zhou Xingdou. As for how far Yushu Hua was subtly influenced by the Wanhua slave seal, Zhou Xingdou couldn't say, so now he really wanted to tease the Queen of Great Yen. Zhou Xingdou's fingertips lightly tapped the armrest of the throne, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Yushu Hua, your recent improvement in realm is beyond my expectation. Yushu Hua didn't know whether she was nervous or excited. She hurriedly knelt down and lowered her head and said, "I'm telling you, Master, I'm just lucky." Zhou Xingdou's silvery white eyes filled with purple energy condensed slightly at this moment, his words were low, and his expression became much colder. "It's not your luck, it's Huoling Tian's luck." As soon as Zhou Xingdou said this, Yushu Hua's body suddenly trembled, but she still pretended to be calm and said with a puzzled look on her face, "Master, what do you mean? Could it be that Tianer survived?" It has to be said that Yushu Hua's acting skills are actually full of flaws, and even Zhou Xingdou was surprised how she got the position of Queen of Dian. The people present, even the 2 young girls Zhou Yu and Lu Yanran, could feel that Yushu Hua was in a strange state, not to mention the others. Zhou Xingdou even laughed at this poor acting. "You should know this better than me, right? After all, you are his biological mother. There is no need to look at any acting skills at all." Yushu Hua's current attitude towards Zhou Xingdou, the master, is completely different from that of the past. A fool can see that his mentality has changed. Princess Ironfan's beautiful eyes flashed with a sharp meaning at this moment, and she looked at Yushu Hua's expression with a chill. But Yushu Hua didn't seem to realize there was anything wrong with her. She still lowered her head and said respectfully, "Master, what do you mean by this? I have never been out of Punishing Tian Palace, how can I know this?" Zhou Xingdou smiled instead of getting angry, and ignored Yushu Hua's words. Instead, he looked at the others with a cold smile on his lips. "Everyone else, please step aside. I will have a private chat with Queen Dian today." In response to Zhou Xingdou's order, Li Xiuru, Lu Yanran, her daughter, and the chief manager Qiu Yu resigned directly. Princess Ironfan's expression changed, and she looked at Zhou Xingdou with some worry. After all, Yushu Hua was now at the pinnacle of the holy saint. It would be risky for her to be alone with Zhou Xingdou. But just when Princess Ironfan wanted to say something, she was stopped by Fa Hai's look. Fa Hai shook his head. He is the person who knows Zhou Xingdou's strength best in Punishing Thunder Heaven Palace now. The Peak Saint is not afraid of the great sage. Although he had never seen it with his own eyes, Fa Hai still learned from Xiao Zhuanfeng that Zhou Xingdou was able to kill a chicken and a sheep when he faced the Saint Grade Demon 1 month ago. After Zhou Xingdou's battle with the Demon Sea, he stayed in seclusion for 1 month in the Zhou family. To others, 1 month of seclusion might be nothing, but for Zhou Xingdou, being able to stay in seclusion for 1 month was definitely a huge improvement. Even Zhou Xingdou himself would be hard-pressed to estimate how terrifying Zhou Xingdou's strength is now. What's more, there is still the ghostly Xingyo guard lurking next to Zhou Xingdou. Even if 2 of them are separated, there are still 6 of them. How could they be hurt by a holy saint? Princess Ironfan said no more. As a war slave, she could feel Fahai's confidence in Zhou Xingdou. She just took a deep look at Yushua and then exited the Star Hall with Fahai. After everyone left, the already empty Zhuxing Hall suddenly became silent. Yushua surprisingly did not react to Zhou Xingdou's move to withdraw from others. She didn't say a word and just buried her head in the ground. Zhou Xingdou also slowly stood up from the throne, walked down from the high position, and walked towards Yushua, who was still kneeling in worship. The armor boots stepped on the floor, making a crisp sound of gold, which made Yushua's breathing speed up involuntarily. The fear of Zhou Xingdou had already penetrated into her bones. Even though her cultivation was higher than that of Zhou Xingdou, she didn't dare to look up at this moment. Zhou Xingdou also stopped in front of Yushua's kneeling body, but at this moment his eyes were extremely deep, his face was as cold as a knife, and his deep voice echoed in the empty hall. What makes you think you can escape from my grasp? Zhou Xingdou understood Yushua's posture very well. There was a perfunctory awe in her posture and words, and there was also a hint of relief about to be released. Yushua took a deep breath, her body rose and fell due to the long breath, her plump body swayed slightly, and her face that had stepped into the ground was raised at this time, revealing a graceful and noble face. I don't feel that way. Yushua raised her phoenix eyes and looked directly into Zhou Xingdou's eyes. The meaning was unclear and the emotions were extremely complicated. It was a mixture of love and hatred, and there was a firm look in her eyes. Together with her majestic face, there was an indescribable sense of beauty. Zhou Xingdou was no longer like before, taking action at the slightest disagreement. Although his face was indifferent, he was extremely calm and said, "Do you really think Huo Lingtian can save you?" Yushua closed her eyes, took a deep breath again, and opened her eyes again, but there was a hint of death in her eyes. "Why are you so sure that it is Tian'er who wants to save me? He has been deposed by you long ago, and the great Yin dynasty has been destroyed by you. How can he have the ability to save me? Do you think I am a person who will let the tiger go home? How could it be possible that Huo Lingtian doesn't have my people monitoring him?" Zhou Xingdou looked at Yushua with a calm expression. If it weren't for the lack of manpower and the fact that he didn't care about the little Huo Lingfei, he would have believed that he had sent someone to monitor Huo Lingtian. But how could Yushua know Zhou Xingdou's original thoughts? Based on her impression of Zhou Xingdou and the influence left by the manhwa slave seal, Zhou Xingdou in Yushua's heart is close to deification, not to mention the perfect level of bewitchment. Even if it is not actively activated, it will still affect people vaguely. This made Zhou Xingdou's words extremely true. Yushua's expression suddenly changed, her pupils were shaking as she looked at Zhou Xingdou, and she was stunned for a moment. Zhou Xingdou also squatted down and looked at Yushua's kneeling posture from a suitable angle. He reached out and grabbed her chin with his palm, playing with the taste. "Do you believe it or not, if I want Huo Lingtian to die, even if his divine ability is extremely high, his head will be sent to the Thunder Punishment Palace within a quarter of an hour?" Zhou Xingdou's words were like a devil's whisper, and Yushua reacted in an instant. The light called hope was swallowed up by darkness at this moment. She completely believed Zhou Xingdou's words without even questioning it. Now it was like going back to the time when she first met Zhou Xingdou. Her hope was shattered again and despair enveloped her. It's just that this time her cultivation level has not been banned, but her cultivation level at the Holy Peak seems even weaker than before, and she can't muster the courage to take action against the demon in front of her. "You promised me not to kill my son." Yushua stared at Zhou Xingdou with her phoenix eyes and spoke word by word, her voice trembling like chaff. But Zhou Xingdou laughed deeply at this moment. "Queen Yu, if promises were useful, would there be so much treachery in the world?" Zhou Xingdou said, holding Yushua's chin close to his face, looking at those fierce phoenix eyes, and continued. "What's more, even if I don't kill him, there are still many people under me who can kill him. Did I say that others can't kill Huo Lingtian?" Yushua's eyes suddenly filled with water, but she was not crazy, because the subtle influence that had been enslaved by the Wanhua slave seal prevented her from being arrogant towards Zhou Xingdou, so she could only grit her teeth. "You don't keep your word. You've obviously got me, why don't you let Tian'er go?" Is it because I won't let you go? Zhou Xingdou's voice became extremely cold at this moment, and the palm that was only holding Yushua's chin was thrown away at this moment, causing Yushua's face to hit the ground, and the phoenix crown on her head fell off instantly. If you were to be my woman, how could I operate on an ant? What's more, he wants to seek revenge from me. If you are still loyal to me, I may consider sparing his life and letting him become a rich man in the world. Speaking of this, Zhou Xingdou looked at Yushua with no emotion in his eyes, only endless chill. But now you are not only colluding with outsiders to deal with Tiangong, but you also have no respect for me. Since you want to reunite with your son, then I will make it happen for you. I will transform him into a dog puppet to accompany you. Zhou Xingdou's words made Yushua wake up from a dream and burst into tears for a while. No, I was wrong. As she spoke, Yushua used her hands and feet to crawl towards Zhou Xingdou's feet. But Zhou Xingdou didn't give her this chance. A burst of mighty power rose from the ground, blowing Yushua and rolling several feet away. But Yushua did not dare to use her holy power to resist, and allowed the power to lift her away. Her luxurious phoenix robe was stained with dust, but she didn't care, she only wanted to crawl back to Zhou Xingdou's feet. I'm sorry, master. I shouldn't have been obsessed with things. Please forgive me. Only then did Yushua realize how stupid she was. It could be seen from Qiuyu that Zhou Xingdou was not only doting on his woman, but he was also very fond of her. As long as she stays true to Zhou Xingdou's woman and has no other ideas, she can keep herself safe and prosperous in Tianer's lifetime. Even if Huo Lingjun really seeks revenge on Zhou Xingdou, as long as he is obedient enough, Zhou Xingdou might do what he said and spare Huo Lingtian's life again. But all this is based on the premise that she is Zhou Xingdou's woman and is loyal enough. Now thinking about her gesture just now and thinking about Zhou Xingdou's terror, she felt extremely regretful. Can Huo Lingtian beat Zhou Xingdou? Even if Yushua has not been planted with the slave mark of the 10,000 transformations and has not been affected by her sanity, anyone with some sense will not think that Huo Lingtian can succeed. The reason why Yushua thought Huo Lingtian could save her at the beginning was because Zhou Xingdou was not in the absolute beginning realm at that time. Now that Zhou Xingdou is back, the most important thing she should do is to take the initiative to tell Huo Lingtian about the disappearance of the slave mark and contact her, so as to give Huo Lingtian a chance to survive. But now, Huo Lingtian's last vestige of life was cut off in her own hands, how could she not regret it? But Yushua's actions did not waver Zhou Xingdou. To be honest, Zhou Xingdou doesn't like to hurt the women he has had a relationship with, let alone his own woman. So he won't kill Yushua. But we will never let Yushua be like others again, otherwise wouldn't it be unfair to others? Zhou Xingdou originally planned to get some information out of Yushua, but now that he saw her like this, he lost interest. He looked at Yushua's moving tearful face and the figure that was blown away and kept crawling back. He didn't have any emotional fluctuations and just said lightly, "You didn't know you were wrong, you knew your son was going to die." After that, Zhou Xingdou ignored the crying and begging Yushua and walked out of the star hall alone. The figure of Princess Ironfan also appeared in front of the almost desperate Yushua at the moment Zhou Xingdou left. Knowing the cause and effect more clearly, Princess Ironfan looked at the extremely pitiful Yushua. There was no pity on Princess Ironfan's face, but only disdain and anger. "You humble servant, please beg your master for forgiveness." If Zhou Xingdou hadn't wanted to hurt Yushua's life or torture Yushua, the pair of green-edged swords hanging from Princess Ironfan's waist would have been drawn out and struck down long ago. Yushua also knew that her last hope was gone, and she collapsed weakly on the ground, but she kept murmuring, "I was wrong, forgive me." Unfortunately, Zhou Xingdou could no longer hear these words, and Princess Ironfan also picked up the limp Yushua and locked him into the dungeon below the Zhuxing Palace. Zhou Xingdou stood on the jade platform outside the palace with his hands behind his hands, looking at the dome thoughtfully. Naturally, he is not sad about Yushua, and he has no shortage of women, so naturally he will not be sad about this matter. However, what he was thinking about was indeed related to Yushua, and that was Huo Lingtian. Zhou Xingdou did not fall into the habit of being passive. He could ignore Huo Lingtian for the time being, but he must not be unaware of his movements and where he was. If his guess is correct, Luo Balian is related to Huo Lingtian, then he has indeed used up many methods. Now I am afraid that Xiao Zhuanfeng has also found Luo Balian, and he only needs to wait for the good news. However, in Zhou Xingdou's opinion, there is probably someone who knows Hua Lingtian's whereabouts, and that is Fang Tianyang, the chief disciple of Xian Heavenly Dao Sect Zhoutian Peak. Now that he has just returned to punishing Leitian Palace from Xian Heavenly Dao Sect, Zhou Xingdou will not immediately go to Xian Heavenly Dao Sect to look for Fang Tianyang. What's more, there are still dozens of beauties in the world of martial arts in his myriad realms Chuyuan Lu who need to be taken out and converted to the primary system. Nowadays, it is also necessary to set up a non-pressure formation to isolate spiritual energy and the pressure of heaven and earth. Otherwise, most of these beauties will be crushed into blood mist the moment they come out. It's a pity that Qing Yanjing and Yuan Tian, who know the formation now, are not here, but fortunately, Fahai has now entered the realm of Heavenly Venerable, and can create a stress-free environment on one side. Zhou Xingdou also deepened his consciousness into the fragrance spectrum of all realms in the Sea of Consciousness, marking those beauties who are talented and can practice in the first yuan. The first is Pope Dong. His talent is not bad, but he has converted to the primary system. He does not need the pressure-free formation, and she has become his own woman, so he is naturally the first choice. Alan must also be in this list, after all, she is his favorite woman in the martial arts world. There is no need to say much about Xiaro. Being captured by him in front of Lord Poseidon, there is no need to say much about the entertainment in her. The rest, Hualong, Zhu Yuzhu, Zhu Yuyun, Ning Rongrong, Bo Saishi, Gan Rinshui etc., are all pretty good. At this moment, Fahai is glowing with Buddha's light, and countless laws are scattered between heaven and earth, isolating all spiritual power and the pressure of heaven and earth in front of the empty space of the Star Hall. In this kind of field, even Zhou Xingdou feels a little weightless. The pressure-free field was formed, and Zhou Xingdou no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, 9 rays of life burst out from his sleeves, and graceful figures also appeared in the field. One thing to say is that the costumes in Wuhuan world are indeed much more interesting than the ancient costumes like Chu Yuan. The beautiful legs and stockings are dazzling, and all the clothes are as interesting as others. It's a pity that this group of people fell into a deep sleep immediately after changing the world. Even if there is a pressure-free field, it can only guarantee that they will not be hurt by the spiritual energy and the pressure of heaven and earth. After leaping from the lowest world to a world many times more advanced than Chuyuan, it is still difficult to adapt to the changes in the world. Among them, only the Pope of the East woke up in a dazed moment because he modified the primary system. This sudden change in time and space surprised her. Today's Eastern Pope is becoming more and more charming. After all, she has changed from stealing the power of humble beasts to a system that develops the body's potential. Her body has also become plumper and smoother through the subtle influence of qi and blood. After a period of trance, Pope Dong finally discovered Zhou Xingdou. His confused face suddenly lit up with joy, and his eyes were filled with spring water, but he was also surprised. Because she can feel that Zhou Xingdou is almost completely different from hers in life. He is so advanced that she doesn't know how high he is. Even now that Zhou Xingdou has restrained all his aura and just stood there, he is a terrifying existence that cannot be looked at for the first time. What is even more terrifying is the monk next to Zhou Xingdou. Although the Buddha's light is extremely gentle and does not contain any pressure, it is even more terrifying than Zhou Xingdou. It is even an existence that the Eastern Pope cannot understand. Pope Dong walked slowly towards Zhou Xingdou and asked cautiously, "Master, is this your world?" "Yes, you are now in a pressure-free environment. Otherwise, you may be damaged if you face the pressure and spiritual energy of heaven and earth." Zhou Xingdou was not surprised by Pope Dong's cautiousness. After all, his cultivation was completely sealed by the system in the martial arts world, and he was only a semi-disabled person. But even so, Zhou Xingdou is a nearly invincible existence in the world of martial arts. Even in the god realm of that world, no one can threaten him in the slightest. Even with full physical strength, it is not difficult to destroy the world. Zhou Xingdou, who was half awakened, could not be understood by the Eastern Pope, let alone Zhou Xingdou, who now that the seal has been unlocked and has crossed the saint mortal heaven and reached the pinnacle of a saint? Even if Pope Dong was not afraid of Zhou Xingdou, he would be involuntarily afraid when he came into contact with such a high-level existence for the first time, and he could only adapt slowly. Zhou Xingdou glanced at the sleeping Wuhuan girls again. Xiaoro with long legs and white silk stockings, tender Alan, hot and firm fire dragon, plump, cool and coquettish nether cat sisters, blonde and handsome Ganrinshue, and youthful Ningrongrong. These are all people who were already on his list, and in addition, he also selected some people with slightly higher talents according to the statistics of Wanjie Chuanfang. After all, there are probably countless beauties with martial souls, but there are indeed not many who have the talent for cultivation in the higher world of Chuyuan. Even Bo Saishi could only be considered worthy of being selected, but the most unexpected one was Tango-san's aunt. Although he obviously has no talent in the world of martial arts, his talent is 6 points in the Wanjie Kunfanglu. This talent is considered high even among the beauties. Looking at the peaceful faces of Alan, Xiaoro, Tang Yuewa and Bozeixi sleeping, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but admire him. Although he hated Tango-san in his previous life, this incident really took away all the women in his family. There is not a single one left of his mother, wife, aunt, and grandma. If Tango-san were still alive, he would probably be pissed to death. As for the rest of the martial arts world, either his talent is not enough to support his cultivation in Chuyuan, or his appearance is not enough to interest Zhou Xingdou. After all, he is not a charity. Although he does have enough resources, it is impossible to take out all the women in the martial arts world and use resources to build realms for them. That kind of behavior is very unwise. Even if there are other talented optimists, Zhou Xingdou does not intend to take them out together. For Pope Dong, Alan and others, Zhou Xingdou's plan was to let them undergo transformation first, and then set up a Wuhuan hall in punishing Latian Palace to allow these people from the Wuhuan world to practice on their own. In the future, the martial arts world will be connected to the Thunder Punishment Palace, allowing them to choose people to transform themselves. This will save Zhou Xingdou a lot of trouble. As for the current 9 people, there is no need for Zhou Xingdou to personally initiate and transform them. After Zhou Xingdou gave instructions to Pope Dong, he handed them over to the chief manager Chiu Yu. If he does everything personally, what kind of power would he need? It would be better not to build the punishing Latian Palace. With the cultivation level of Li Shouru and Lu Yanran, coupled with the treasure house managed by Chiu Yu, it is enough for those who have not yet transferred to another cultivation, and those who have transferred to another cultivation to find suitable techniques to practice. The most important thing is that today's Pope Dong and others are too weak, and those who have not changed their cultivation, such as Fire Dragon and Ghost Cat Sisters, are even more gas-like and cannot withstand Zhou Xingdou's extreme physique. If they really play tricks on them, even the Eastern Pope who has already opened the meridians will not be able to withstand Zhou Xingdou's great accomplishment, and he will die in seconds. With Li Shouru, Lu Yanran, and Chiu Yu taking care of them, Zhou Xingdou naturally no longer worries about the beauty of the martial arts world, and they may be able to adapt to the changes in the laws of heaven and earth in a stress-free environment, and they may not be able to get out for a while. Before anyone could wake up, Zhou Xingdou took Fahai and left the place, but this time Zhou Xingdou did not ride on the giant chariot. The Taishu Ancient Dragon King and the 8 Taishu Ancient Dragon King were also left behind by Zhou Xingdou to guard punishing Latian Palace. After all, there is no telling when Huo Lingtian will attack punishing Thunder Heaven Palace. Princess Ironfan is only a great sage after all, and Zhou Xingdou's current view of punishing Thunder Heaven Palace's formation is not very strong. It would be safer to have these noble-level ferocious beasts guarding us. Regarding Huo Lingtian, who suddenly rose from a useless person and influenced Yu Shuhua to become a man of great destiny, Zhou Xingdou could also be sure that he was probably another son of destiny. As for how far Huo Lingtian has grown in the past 2 months, Zhou Xingdou still doesn't know. But he knew he had something to play with now. In the following days, Zhou Xingdou almost shuttled between Xian Heavenly Dao Sect and punishing Thunder Palace. Unexpectedly, he did not encounter any trouble these days. The so-called traitor of the early Yuan dynasty did not take action, nor did he make any move. Everything was extremely calm, and it was unknown whether there was an undercurrent surging under this calmness. It's just that Yu Ji was looking for the person in charge of reviewing Lin Fan's entrance, but found nothing for a while, because the outer sect elder resigned and returned home on the grounds that his time was approaching. As for where this person's hometown is, no one in the outer sect knows, and even his former colleagues can't explain where he has gone. Looking for one person in the vast Chuyuan realm is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. And in Zhou Xingdou's view, this outer sect elder may not be still alive, not to mention that this is more like a well-prepared plan. The elder of the outer sect resigned not long after Lin Fan joined the family. He was probably prepared for someone to investigate the matter early in the morning. If he continued the investigation, he might not only gain nothing, but might also be disturbed by the other party's line of sight. The outer disciples who started with Lin Fan had no way of knowing the details, but Lin Fan's combat prowess was indeed impressive. Except for his talent, he was top-notch in everything else at the same time. In this way, the clues were lost, but in Zhou Xingdou's view, this approach was self-defeating. Originally, he only had 30% suspicion of Yun Jinji, but after all clues were cut off, he had 80% suspicion. It can even be said that there is definitely something wrong with Yun Jinji. Xiao Zhuanfeng and Xing Yue, who were looking for Luo Balian, also returned. Zhou Xingdou's guess was indeed correct. It was Huo Lingtian who was going to punish Leitian Palace. Zhou Xingdou sat high on the throne of the Star Hall, his eyes bright and everlasting, while Xiao Zhuanfeng below explained the news he got from Luo Balian one by one. Luo Balian did come to inquire about the situation of punishing Thunder Heaven Palace the day as his master thought. He just accidentally noticed the mark of the war slave of the Iron Fan Queen in punishing Thunder Heaven Palace, but did not feel the mark of the king, so he only left it for the sake of caution. That unclear letter. And Luo Balian doesn't know that this is the king's power. Originally, he wanted to find the king, but a mysterious figure recently came to the Luo family. Even the ancestor of the Luo family respected him very much. Nowadays, the entire Luo family is under strict security and extremely cautious. Although Luo Balian is the ancestor of the Luo family, he also has a strange secret technique in his body, and he has never found the opportunity to escape completely. Zhou Xingdou frowned upon hearing this. Everything was not far from what he had guessed, and he immediately asked, "Where is the Luo family where Luo Balian lives?" Don't have too many families with the same surname, some are strong and some are weak. For example, there are countless Zhou families in the absolute beginning Dao realm. After all, surnames are extremely repetitive. Just because your surname is Zhou, you cannot call them Zhou family, so no one in the world can have the surname Zhou. The same goes for the Luo family. Although it is not a very big surname, in the entire Chuyuan dynasty, there were only 8,000 or less Luo family. This is still not a small aristocratic family like the Lu family, so even Zhou Xingdou would not know the name of the Luo family alone. What a noble family it is. But what is certain is that it is by no means an immortal family. Xiao Zhuanfeng naturally didn't know the difference between regions, so a starlight shadow appeared around it, and there were 3 black lines on the star surface, which should be the 3 stars in Xing Yue. Xing Yue's unique hoarse voice also sounded at this moment. Let me tell the Star Lord that the Luo family where Luo Balian lives is located in Tianqizu. It is a moderate force on the surface, but its hidden power may be comparable to a large force. Tianqi Zhou? Zhou Xingdou pondered for a long time. He had never heard of this Fangzhou. I am afraid that it is also a desolate state in the absolute beginning Dao domain. It is possible for a barren and desolate state to give birth to a medium-sized power, but it is almost impossible to give birth to a big power. But Xingsan said that the hidden power of the Luo family was comparable to a large force, which was very abnormal. Just like the Great Yan dynasty, it occupied several states and barely managed to accumulate the foundation and strength to become a major force. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to support so many powerful people. However, the Luo family has developed a power comparable to that of a major force in a desolate state, and has remained unknown. Zhou Xingdou has never heard of it in his 2 lifetimes. This is almost impossible. Zhou Xingdou did not doubt that Xingsan and Xing Yue's judgment would be wrong. After all, even Qin Ming said at the beginning that Xing Yue was good at gathering intelligence. Xingsan said that the Luo family's hidden strength is comparable to that of a major force. Even if the Luo family's bottom level cannot keep up, the strength of its top leaders will definitely meet the standards of a major force. This is why Zhou Xingdou became curious about the Luo family itself, so he asked again. Luo Balian can tell you why the Luo family hides their strength. For a family, hiding its strength is a very stupid decision. After all, if you want to prosper at any time, there is only one choice, and that is to use the strong to rob the weak. Therefore, unless there is a great purpose or secret, or a supreme and immortal force like the Zhou family and Xian Heavenly Dao sect, no force will hide its weakness. Because in the world of monks where the jungle is strong and the jungle is strong, those who pretend to be pigs and eat tigers are the ones who are most likely to be eaten. Unless those at the top of the food chain, those below will definitely show their prosperity and rob others to strengthen themselves. After all, there is no force or individual who would dislike him for having many resources and powerful magic weapons. Xiao Zhuanfeng also hurriedly replied. Luo Balian possesses the family's secret method of control. He did not wait to reveal the true secrets of the family, but he said something and asked me to convey it to you, Your Majesty, saying that you will know the source of the Luo family's secrets after listening to it. Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly, looking at Xiao Zhuanfeng and uttering one word. Explain. Xiao Zhuanfeng thought for a long time before saying this. The 18 soul-stealing saints originate from the Luo family. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Xingdou's pupils shrank slightly and his expression became a little grim. The 18 soul-stealing saints probably refer to the 18 saints who competed with Princess Ironfan for the Supreme Jade Pendant where Lin Hua's remaining soul is located. After the Supreme Jade Pendant escaped, Princess Ironfan chased her immediately, and immediately encountered 3 great saints and 15 saints trying to snatch the Supreme Jade Pendant. It was also at that time that Zhou Xingdou encountered an ominous black light for the first time. Zhou Xingdou will never forget this memory, not to mention that Ning Yueza mentioned it to herself not long ago, saying that there might be a traitor from Xian Heavenly Dao sect. But at this moment, when Luo Balian borrowed Xiao Zhuanfeng's mouth to say this to him, how could he not surprise Zhou Xingdou? Because of the secret of this matter, not many people knew about it, but Luo Balian said this to himself, which proved that he knew that he existed in that battle. He also used code words to tell Zhou Xingdou that the secrets of the Luo family were related to the Chaos Cult. Or maybe the Luo family is the hidden nail planted by the Chaos Cult in the absolute beginning realm. This also explains why there is a force comparable to a large force, but it is hidden as a medium force. Zhou Xingdou's eyes kept flickering, and with such a large amount of information, even he had to remain silent for a while. Of the 18 soul-stealing saints, Ningyu originally left 2 alive, but they were taken away by the ominous black light that suddenly appeared. And when she just returned to absolute beginning a few days ago, Ningyu said that the ominous black light might be related to the traitor of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. It was for this reason that my master, Tian Zhou'er, went to the outside world. This Luo family is somehow connected to the traitors of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. After Zhou Xingdou pondered for a while, he asked again. Didn't Luo Balian mention Hualing Tian? Who is the big shot in the Luo family? Zhou Xingdou originally speculated that the Luo family was probably related to Hualing Tian, so they came to explore punishing Leitian Palace, and Yushu Hua also acquiesced that Hualing Tian would contact her and come to rescue her. But now Xiao Zhuanfeng and Xingsan have talked a lot, and the amount of information is indeed quite a lot, and the level of mystery is shocking enough, but there is no news about Hualing Tian. Xiao Zhuanfeng thought for a while and replied. No, although Luo Balian is apparently the ancestor of the Luo family, in fact he has just stepped into the Luo family's secret threshold. He doesn't know many things at all. As for the big shot Luo Balian, he has never met him. Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly when he heard this. Then he didn't say why he was sent to investigate punishing Leitian Palace. Xiao Zhuanfeng continued to explain. He said it was for Queen Dian. He was not the only one in the Luo family to investigate punishing Thunder Heaven Palace. There are other beings who have contacted Queen Dian and should be related to Queen Dian. Zhou Xingdou finally nodded, his eyebrows stretched. As long as there was this news, his guess would be confirmed. The Luo family must be related to Hualing Tian, and everything they do is for the great Yan Empress Yushu Hua, and that big shot should not be Hualing Tian. After all, a prince whose dynasty has been destroyed should not be qualified to be called the Luo family, which is as powerful as the Luo family. Be a big shot. However, this big shot is most likely the person behind Hualing Tian, and must be related to the Chaos Cult. Otherwise, how could the Luo family, which was hiding its strength, be allowed to send out manpower to communicate and investigate Yushu Hua? In this way, it would be much more reasonable for Hualing Tian to rise again from the useless person whose cultivation was abolished in 2 months. After all, the extremely mysterious Chaos God sect may really have a way to help Huo Lingtian not only restore his cultivation level, but also reach a higher level. As for the details of Huo Lingtian, I am afraid we will have to wait until the system repair is completed before we can know clearly. However, Zhou Xingdou needs to consider whether to report the Luo family's hidden strength and collusion with the Chaos cult to the Xian Heavenly Dao sect. But Tian Zhuor was not here. To be honest, he only trusted Ning Yueze, the senior leader of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. Even the sect leader Xian Jizi, Zhou Xingdou did not trust 100%. Now no one can rule out suspicion, and telling Ning Yueze about this matter seems to be of no use. After all, Ning Yueze is only a half-step supreme. Instead of talking to her, it would be better for Zhou Xingdou to solve it himself. What's more, if Xian Heavenly Dao sect were to alert the enemy, or the information was leaked, then all the information would be cut off. Not only would the Luo family escape, Huo Lingtian might also give up rescuing Yushuhua. At that time, it will be even more difficult for Zhou Xingdou to find Huo Lingtian. If they are allowed to escape outside the territory, they will be looking for a needle in a haystack and will always be a hidden danger. Thinking about this week, Xingdou has a headache. The absolute beginning Dao realm is not like when he was in the Taisher Dao realm. He can pull out a team to destroy big forces at will. He can't command the Xian Heavenly Dao sect's background. Now that Commander Xingyou has been sent out of the territory by him again, with only Fahai and 108 Xingyou guards, he is not sure that he can completely control the Luo family. What's more, there is the ominous black light that makes him throw the rat into a trap. If the traitor is not found, the black light may appear at any time, making all Zhou Xingdou's efforts in vain. This is almost a silent battle of wits. Under the surging undercurrent, relying solely on the current brute force will be self-defeating. But the question still needs to be asked. Zhou Xingdou looked at Xing San, who was half imaginary and half real, and asked, "How much hidden strength does the Luo family have?" He also needs to know how many powerful people are hidden in the Luo family. The term comparable to a big force is too general. For example, the Great Yin dynasty can also be called a big force, but it is at the bottom among the big forces. Xing San's hoarse voice also sounded again. There are some places that my subordinates have not been able to touch, but only preliminary inspections have shown that there are no less than 20 people in the 4 realms of Supreme. There are high-level Supremes hidden among them, but I don't know if there is a quasi-emperor. Zhou Xingdou's face couldn't help but become a little solemn when he heard this. This is already comparable to some of the established powers. The 4 realms of Supreme are divided into Supreme, Heavenly Venerable, Dao Venerable, and Creation Zune. Among them, the ones that can be called high-level Supreme are Dao Venerable and Creation Zune. There are no less than 20 venerable realms in the Luo family, including high-level Supremes. This is an extremely terrifying force. Even among the major forces in the absolute beginning domain, this force alone is second to none. What's more, Xing San is only making a preliminary investigation. This may not be the complete background of the Luo family. There may be more powerful existences among them, but Xing San, the senior one, cannot detect it. This is almost the first force that makes Zhou Xingdou feel wary. Even if he faces the immortal force of the Holy Land, he has no worries. Without overwhelming power, he still had to be prepared for the ominous black light that appeared at any time, and he couldn't set fire to Lingtian and return to the mountain. The only thing Zhou Xingdou could do now seemed to be to wait for the opportunity. Waiting for the system to be repaired, waiting for the return of Commander Xingyou. At the same time, in the Chaos Realm Millow Ocean, in an ancient palace that was simple and contained endless chilling meaning, the figure of Commander Xingyou knelt down on one knee before His Highness. At this moment, Commander Xingyou took off the star face that he had never taken off on his own initiative, revealing the face that belonged to Heavenly King Hua Zhantian. On both sides of him stood a majestic being wearing armor, and the aura of each of them surpassed him. Even in the eyes of this group of people, the once famous Heavenly King was just a junior with good talent. And sitting on top of the throne in this ancient palace was a handsome man with a somewhat pale complexion, looking slightly sickly. But it was this handsome, slightly sickly man who commanded the utmost respect from all the powerful beings in the palace. This sickly and handsome man was not wearing armor, but but was wearing a black robe, and his eyes were endless, making it impossible to see any emotion. The most conspicuous thing is that there is a black vertical line between his extremely pale eyebrows. The terrifying power contained in the vertical line makes people dare not look directly at him, and it also makes his sickly face look calm and intimidating. This person is also Zhou Xingdou's fifth uncle, the Black Heavenly Emperor, Zhou Yangye, who was the last of the 5 emperors of the Zhou family. But now there was a smile on Zhou Yangye's lips. He looked at Commander Xingdou below and said with some surprise, "Did Xingdou really say those words himself?" Commander Xingdou looked respectful and spoke in a low and hoarse voice. "Yes, Fifth Master, it was Star Master who told me personally to convey it to me." Zhang Tian did not exaggerate in the slightest. "I will say whatever Star Master asked me to say. It seems that my nephew has indeed changed a lot, and he is actually willing to beg my uncle." Zhou Yangye smiled, coughed twice, looked down at the terrifying existence wearing armor and said, "Do you think that fierce woman Tian Zhuo needs protection?" The cold and murderous faces of the terrifying beings on both sides were twitching involuntarily at this moment, and some even laughed outright. They will never deny their power, but if they talk about protecting Luoxia's sword immortal Tianjir, it is indeed like a joke. One of them took a step forward, suppressed his smile and said, "The Luoxia sword immortal's sword has access to 10,000 ways. Zhang Jian beheaded the immortal. He can't be called a protector, but he can give some help in Milieu Tian." Zhou Yangye's sickly and delicate face was also filled with a smile. He raised his hand to silence everyone, and then said lightly, "This is the first time my nephew begs me. I can't refuse. Besides, Tian Zhuo is also considered my future nephew-in-law. As an elder, I naturally have to protect her." Having said this, Zhou Yangye's smile paused, his endless eyes looked at the second female general standing on the left, and he spoke again. "General Killing, I will lead you to kill the Emperor's army and help Luoxia's sword immortal. She can investigate everything she wants in Milieu Tian." Speaking of this, Zhou Yangye's eyes welled up, and the black vertical lines between his eyebrows flickered, and he smiled. "Besides, I'm in a good mood today. The battle line with the evil demon has advanced 30 million miles, and I killed 2 evil emperors and drank." At this moment, Zhou Xingdou had returned to Xian Heavenly Dao Sect again, but this time he came not to return to Zhoushuan Peak, but to Zhoutian Peak. The whole Lingtian incident involved a lot of things, and Zhou Xingdou didn't know how to start because they were so intertwined. Lingtian should be related to the Luo family, and the Luo family is related to the Chaos cult, and is very likely related to the traitors of Xian Heavenly Dao Sect. Once one link is handled carelessly, it may affect the other 2 parties. If you want to find the traitor of Xian Heavenly Dao Sect, you probably have to start with the Luo family, but the Luo family is the middle link and cannot be easily moved. That can only start from the first and last 2 paragraphs. But is it so easy to detect the traitor of Xian Heavenly Dao Sect? If there are clues, why did Tian Zhuo go outside the territory? Even if Zhou Xingdou wanted to start, he could only start with the Luo family, but the Luo family could not be easily touched. At least for now, Zhou Xingdou's forces did not need to touch the Luo family. Then he had only one choice: start with Lingtian. For several days in a row, the Penalty Thunder Palace was extremely peaceful, even though Xiao Zhuanfeng had brought back news about Luo Balian. However, although Luo Balian was clearly the ancestor of the Luo family, his status was not high, and he had no idea when the Luo family would cooperate with Lingtian. In this way, if Zhou Xingdou wanted to find Lingtian, he could only find Fang Tianyang, Lingtian's good brother. Turtle Nest, this name is very good, but I have no intention of doing so. After all, the master of Zhoutian Peak is an outstanding person, but you. At this moment, in the Zhoutian Palace, the 4 elders who were humiliated that day were also there. Although their eyes when looking at Zhou Xingdou were not unkind, they were also extremely indifferent. How can it be? However, he saw Zhou Xingdou's face remained unchanged, sitting firmly on the chair, resisting the wind from all directions and not falling down, not wavering at all. But Fang Daoquan was also a showman. Although he was extremely dissatisfied, he still took the lead and asked. Then Zhou Xingdou smiled slightly, but his silver-white eyes full of purple energy looked at Fang Daoquan somewhat deeply, and a voice that seemed to be a smile but not a smile sounded. Fang Daoquan's tone was indifferent, with the intention of seeing off guests. After saying that, he stood up and raised his hand towards the palace door, indicating that Zhou Xingdou could leave. The remaining 4 elders also stood up one after another. The strong wind in the 9 Heavens Palace roared like a knife. One was half-step supreme. The pressure of the 4 Peak Saints was now only directed at one person, and that was Zhou Xingdou, the Peak Saint. How could a junior like Zhou Xingdou break through the trap-like pressure of 4 Peak Sages and a half-step supreme? That Zhou Dao child's opening today is unlucky. Tian Yang is sitting at the gate and making a breakthrough. Zhou Dao child, please come back. With the humiliation of Zhou Xingdou's return that day, Fang Daoquan really found it difficult to have a good impression of Zhou Xingdou. He was already giving face by not stopping Zhou Xingdou from the peak. One of the elders with a goatee immediately stood up and pointed at Zhou Xingdou and said angrily. After all, it was Fang Tianyan who rescued Huo Lingtian in the first place. Zhou Xingdou wouldn't believe it if the two of them had no contact at all. At this moment, there seemed to be an elephant roaring and thundering in the void. Zhou Xingdou, do you regard Zhoutian Peak as a turtle's nest? Zhou Dao child, I wonder why you are driving me to Zhoutian Peak? Fang Daoquan's face instantly darkened, and the robe on his body also automatically moved without wind at this moment, and a powerful aura rose from his body. How could he be dismissed by Fang Daoquan with just one sentence? If he really left like this, others would think that he was afraid of Zhoutian Peak. Zhou Xingdou's originally gentle expression darkened at this moment. He sat in his seat and did not move. He just quietly put down the teacup in his hand and spit the tea in his mouth on the ground. What's more, they are not some random monks, but the elders of the supreme and immortal force Xian Heavenly Dao sect. Their pressure is by no means as frivolous as that of the independent cultivator. You're welcome, Elder Feng. Today, Dao Child from Japan is here to ask Brother Tianyang a question. Boom. But Zhou Xingdou ignored this person, didn't even look at him, but wiped the remaining tea from the corner of his mouth indifferently. On the high beams of the 9 Heavens Palace, a heavenly punishment thunder dragon suddenly appeared and struck Zhou Xingdou on the head with a snap of his fingers. Lightning flashed for a moment, adding to the power of the overbearing sword intent, breaking through the pressure in the palace. Zhou Xingdou, don't go too far. Zhou Xingdou's words paused at this moment. An extremely heavy and domineering sword intent that contained mighty power, almost annihilating everything, suddenly rose from Zhou Xingdou's body and shot straight into the sky. I thought the tea in Zhoutian Peak would be good because of its outstanding people, but I never thought it would be of such poor quality. It's just that Zhoutian Peak doesn't seem to welcome him very much now. Zhou Xingdou didn't see Fang Tianyang, only Fang Daoquan, the law enforcement elder of Zhoutian Peak. Roar. What's more, a fool could tell that Zhou Xingdou's words just now were clearly referring to them. Zhou Xingdou picked up the tea in front of his seat, took a sip and said. The goatee elder suddenly exclaimed. Should you call him out yourself, or should I help you? Zhou Xingdou's actions combined with his words immediately made the other elders look angry. The act of spitting out tea was a sign of disrespect for Zhoutian Peak. Regardless of whether Fang Tianyang is in jail or not, Zhou Xingdou must see Fang Tianyang today, and he must know what he wants to know. The thunder light dissipated, and Zhou Xingdou's figure appeared in front of Wan Daoquan and others again. Purple clouds were boiling on the punishing Thunder Emperor armor, witnessed by thunder and lightning. The purple energy in those silver-white eyes disappeared and was replaced by scorching white lightning. No emotion could be seen in the arc flash. A series of silver-purple ancient thunder patterns clinging to Zhou Xingdou's body as clear as jade. At this moment, all the complex aura belonging to Zhou Xingdou disappeared, replaced by an absolute majesty, like a god punishing God on behalf of the sky, making people feel inviolable. At this moment, Saint Zhou Xingdou's peak state was no longer hidden, causing Fang Daoquan and others' pupils to tremble, and their faces were so shocked that they were speechless. That goatee expression is the most shocking. The pinnacle of a saint, how is that possible? The elder Bai Mei beside him was also shocked and said. Tianyang is also about to break through to the Holy Realm. Zhou Xingdou was still perfect being realm 3 months ago. He broke through the divine realm 2 months ago and now he has reached the peak of the saint. Is it possible that he is trying to undermine his own strength? At this time, one of the four elders shook his head and said in a solemn voice, "Absolutely not. The power contained in him may now surpass the holy saint, and his aura is extremely thick. He may have reached the ultimate perfection." Fang Daoquan was also distracted for a moment, but soon his expression became solemn. It was naturally impossible for him to take action against Zhou Xingdou, but he just wanted to suppress Zhou Xingdou's madness. But they never thought that Zhou Xingdou was not only not suppressed, but also broke through the pressure of the five of them. Now he showed the peak cultivation level of a saint, and the power leaked from his whole body surpassed that of the holy saint. "You do have crazy capital." Fang Daoquan looked at the incomparable Zhou Xingdou and said in a solemn voice, "It is well known to everyone that Xian Heavenly Dao sect has been in decline, and now this generation can be regarded as the weakest among the immortal forces. If it weren't for the extremely terrifying foundation of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, I am afraid that other immortals and their disciples would have stepped on the mountain gate." Before Zhou Xingdou was reborn, among the disciples of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, only Fang Tianyang could use him, and he was also the one with the highest cultivation level. After all, although Zhou Xingdou in his previous life was extremely talented, he had no intention of practicing and was more focused on recruiting enemies. He had appearance but no power, and had background but no mind. Although Luohani has a bright sword mind, his cultivation qualifications are still inferior to Fang Tianyang, and his personality is quite cold. So before that, Fang Tianyang was almost the Dao child in Zhoutian Peak's heart, but he never thought that he would be directly intercepted by Zhou Xingdou after awakening his Dao body, and he didn't even have a chance to compete. How could Zhoutian Peak have a good impression of Zhou Xingdou? Zhou Xingdou's body was scorching with thunder and lightning, and as soon as he spoke, he heard the majestic Tianin. "Elder Fang, this Dao child must see Fang Tianyang today." Fang Daoquan was not angry at Zhou Xingdou's words this time. Instead, there was a trace of smile and curiosity on his solemn face. "Hit me with all your strength." At this moment, even the four elders who stood up in protest were silent and did not say much else, staring at Zhou Xingdou with wide eyes. Buzz. As soon as Fang Daoquan finished speaking, there was a buzzing sound in the sky and the earth. Zhou Xingdou didn't hesitate at all. He raised his palm and grabbed it, and the prison-suppressing sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The prison-suppressing giant sword instantly swung horizontally, and the scarlet lines flowing on the dark sword were filled with thousands of thunder punishments at this moment. The domineering sword intention that combines the power of heaven, the absolute sword, the prison, the weight, the thunder, all the true meanings, completely revealed its power at this moment. And all of this was almost done between Sumeru. The next Sumeru, Zhou Xingdou swung his sword. For a moment, the spiritual energy in the Zhoutian Palace was empty, and a huge sword light struck Fang Daoquan directly. It's not so much the light of the sword as it is the mountain of sword intent, and it can't be said to be chopping, more like smashing. The mountain-like sword light disintegrated into the void and crashed into Fang Daoquan mightily. A flash of light flashed in Fang Daoquan's eyes, and he stretched out his palm from under his sleeve, and a gorgeous palm print condensed on his palm, directly capturing the mountain-like sword light. Boom! A huge bombardment resounded, and the airflow in the Nine Heavens Palace poured in like a sea, blowing the wind of endless void. As the earth shook, Fang Daoquan's figure moved back just an inch, but there was no anger on his face. Instead, he said in surprise, Good swordsmanship." The eyes of the other four elders also shone with light, and they praised. "The danger of this sword may be unstoppable by a peak saint. The sword intent of this sword is enough to be called a swordmaster. If a saint strikes this sword at his peak, who else in Chuyuan dares to say that I, profound heaven, will not be able to fight?" Contrary to Zhou Xingdou's imagination, he thought it would be difficult to do good today, so he resorted to thunder punishment and sky punishment sword. But he didn't expect that neither Fang Daoquan nor the four elders of Zhoutian Peak would be angry when they saw his power. Instead, they were very surprised. Moreover, Zhou Xingdou did not expect that Fang Daoquan's strength could be so terrifying. His sword was a sword that punished the sky with thunder and punishment, and its power was even greater than when he first realized it. This sword was almost his strongest blow. It was a sword that combined all the power and true meaning of a strike, but it only made Fang Daoquan retreat an inch. Even this inch may have been caused by his unexpected moment. Fang Daoquan, the half-step supreme, is definitely better than the great elder of the universal Holy Land who is also the half-step supreme. Fang Daoquan's face was no longer as gloomy as before. Looking at Zhou Xingdou's expression, he became much gentler. He shook off the remaining power of destruction in his hands and praised Zhou Xingdou. This sword can kill the great sage outside. In fact, the change of attitude of Fang Daoquan and others can be easily explained. They are simply dissatisfied that Zhou Xingdou did not show the strength he should have, but became Dao Child. But now this sword proves that Zhou Xingdou is not only stronger than Fang Tianyang of their Zhoutian Peak, but even surpasses him by an unknown amount. In this way, Fang Daoquan and others became qualified to take the position of Dao Child, and even more pleasantly surprised at Xian Heavenly Dao Sect, a peerless talent finally emerged. Except for traitors, no one who is also a Xian Heavenly Dao Sect would want Xian Heavenly Dao Sect to get worse and worse. Zhoutian Peak and Zhoushuan Peak are just in healthy competition. They are both from the same sect and there is no blood feud, so how can there be so much hostility? What's more, in today's era of inexhaustible talent, Zhou Xingdou has proven his powerful talent. For these elders who are eager to prove that Xian Heavenly Dao Sect is not a sluggish person, as long as there is such a genius, even if he rides on his neck and shits, what does it matter if he doesn't rise to the top? What's more, becoming a Dao Child does not belong to the two peaks of Zhoutian and Zhoushuan, but belongs to the main peak of profound heaven. How can there be so many ideological battles? Just like when the Emperor Yan of the Great Yan dynasty wanted to take action against Zhou Xingdou, even though Fang Tianyang and Zhou Xingdou were on opposite sides, he still threatened the Emperor Yan for Zhou Xingdou. At this moment, even the goatee elder who was initially angry couldn't help but sigh and said, "The sect leader is indeed very discerning." It was the old man and others who underestimated Dao Child. Even Zhou Xingdou, who was in the state of thunder punishment, was a little stunned by Fang Daoquan and others who changed their faces so quickly. After all, he was ready for a big fight, but now it seems that he may not be able to fight. The prison-suppressing sword in his hand also instantly escaped into his dantian again. The silver-purple thunder marks on his body were slowly fading away, the lightning in his eyes dispersed, and the purple energy surged up again, returning to its original state. "Let Tianyang come out." Fang Daoquan looked at the elder with the goatee and motioned to him to find Fang Tianyang. Zhou Xingdou was also helpless and had no choice but to give up. He slightly arched his hands and said with a little embarrassment, "Thank you very much, Elder Fang." Fang Daoquan waved his hand indifferently. "There's no need to thank me. This is earned by your strength. If you didn't show your value, we wouldn't make it easy for you today." Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows, looking at Fang Daoquan who spoke so directly. He suddenly felt that he was very pleasing to the eye, and he also said with a little smile, "Each other." Just as Fang Daoquan would not let him have an easy time, he was already prepared to make a big fuss in Zhoutian Peak. After all, even if he does not have such power, Fahai and Qing Yanjing, who are both at Zhoushuan Peak, are not vegetarians. Not long after, Fang Tianyang followed the goatee elder to Zhoutian Temple, but seeing Fang Tianyang's current appearance, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but frown slightly. In the past, Fang Tianyang could be said to be full of energy, full of vitality and blood, and his whole person was majestic. But now when he saw Fang Tianyang again, he had lost weight, his brows had lost the original boldness, his breath was dying, and his face looked like a sick ghost. Even when Fang Daoquan saw Fang Tianyang's current posture, he couldn't help but be in a daze for a moment, then sighed and said to Zhou Xingdou, "Tianyang is indeed sitting in a barrier. I'm not lying to you about this, but it's not to break through to the Holy Realm, and it's trapped by inner demons." Fang Tianyang seemed to have returned from a fugue at this moment, and seemed to have just discovered the existence of Zhou Xingdou. His bloodshot and turbid eyes looked at Zhou Xingdou, revealing an extremely complicated emotion. To be fair, apart from Zhou Xingdou slandering him that day, there was no direct conflict between the two. It was all because of Huo Lingtian. Huo Lingtian was his good friend, but his cultivation was ruined by Zhou Xingdou in front of him and he was beaten into a bloody man. After Huo Lingtian's death, the Great Yan dynasty was also slaughtered because of Zhou Xingdou. But everything seemed to happen for a reason. If Huo Lingtian hadn't coveted Liu Yanran's Jifeng sword code, he wouldn't have provoked Zhou Xingdou. If Emperor Yan had not taken action against Zhou Xingdou, he would not have caused the Zhou family's affiliated forces to massacre him. And Zhou Xingdou is from the same clan as him, and is now the Dao child of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. This makes it difficult for Fang Tianyang to hate Zhou Xingdou, and it is difficult for him to have too much affection for Zhou Xingdou, so he only feels a little complicated. Zhou Xingdou looked at Fang Tianyang, who was now neither human nor ghost, and said with some doubts in his words, "With your state of mind, this turmoil will not cause inner demons." Fang Daoquan shook his head at this moment. He won't say anything. Since he went out once more than a month ago, he has been silent since he came back and has fallen into this state. Just as Fang Daoquan said, regarding Zhou Xingdou's question, Fang Tianyang just kept looking at him complicatedly, without any sign of speaking. Zhou Xingdou's eyes narrowed, and after staring at Fang Tianyang for a while, he asked Fang Daoquan, "More than a month ago? Where was he going out?" Fang Daoquan did not hide this matter from Zhou Xingdou. After all, there was no need. It seems that he went to Tianqi Prefecture. I also went to Tianqi Prefecture to check, but I didn't find that Tianyang had any accidents there. Can. Fang Daoquan was a little confused by Zhou Xingdou's sudden question. However, when Fang Daoquan said this, he paused for a few breaths, and his eyes looking at Zhou Xingdou became much sharper. Then with a wave of their sleeves, the five people stepped out of the Zhutian Palace, leaving Zhou Xingdou and Fang Tianyang, who was as sick as a ghost, silent and expressionless, alone in the Zhutian Palace. Zhou Xingdou focused his attention on Fang Tianyang again and said slowly. Fang Daoquan's eyes were slightly condensed at this moment. He only recognized Zhou Xingdou as Dao child, but how could he feel relieved if Fang Tianyang in such a state was handed over to Zhou Xingdou? And there is no if. Zhou Xingdou was very calm. When he said this, he looked at Fang Daoquan again, showing a domineering air. After that, Fang Daoquan said to the other four elders. Zhou Xingdou's words made Fang Daoquan frown slightly. Although he didn't want to admit it, as Zhou Xingdou said, Fang Tianyang was no longer worth Zhou Xingdou's risk of sect regulations. Elder Fang, I wonder if you can let go of Dao child? Elder Fang, please be careful when making meaningless threats, otherwise it will only be self-defeating. There is indeed a huge gap between the two, and they are no longer opponents on the same level. For now, Zhou Xingdou is not in a hurry. The ones who are anxious should be Fang Daoquan and others. After all, the chief disciple is still silent because of his inner demons. How could they not be in a hurry? Fang Daoquan's face turned cold for a few moments, and in this tense atmosphere, he suddenly showed a smile. Because Fang Daoquan was not only the law enforcement elder of Zhoutian Peak, but also Fang Tianyang's uncle. He knew what Zhou Xingdou had done to Fang Tianyang, but he still couldn't rest assured about this unscrupulous Dao child. Zhou Xingdou said extremely calmly. Now the roles have been reversed, and Zhou Xingdou has become the leader. Is Zhou Dao child really confident, or does he have other ideas? If Zhou Dao child has any ideas or questions, he will ask them in front of us. Why should he be alone with Tianyang? That's my Dao child's business. It's up to you, Elder Fang, to decide whether you want to give it a try. This Dao child can only say that I hope Fang Tianyang recovers more than you do, and I can get some information from him. You are indeed more suitable to be Dao child than Tianyang. I'll wait outside the palace to see if my sect, Dao child, has any means. What does Zhou Dao child mean? Why don't you worry? Tian Qizhou. Maybe I can try to get Fang Tianyang back to normal, but this requires me and him to be alone for a while. Zhou Xingdou's eyes also condensed. He was not a good person. If Fang Daoquan's threatening words were spoken, he might really become rebellious and want to kill Fang Tianyang. But Fang Daoquan is still a little worried. Zhou Xingdou's pupil shrank. Wasn't that the state where Luo Bailian's Luo family lived? But before Fang Daoquan could finish his words, Zhou Xingdou interrupted. Thinking that this weak Xingdou also vaguely guessed why Fang Tianyang was like this, he immediately looked at Fang Daoquan and said, I'm sure, but I also have other thoughts. After all, I came here just to ask him something. But if Fang Tianyang's condition worsens and even dies? As Zhou Xingdou expected, Fang Daoquan's eyes kept flickering, and after a moment of silence he finally spoke. As for harming him, does Elder Fang think it is necessary with my current strength? Zhou Xingdou narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Feng Tianyang, who was now dull, thoughtfully. Ever since Feng Daoquan said that Feng Tianyang became like this after going to Tianqizu, Zhou Xingdou knew that this matter was definitely related to Huoling Tian. As for helping Feng Tianyang get rid of his inner demons, Zhou Xingdou was not deceiving Feng Daoquan, he was indeed sure. However, Zhou Xingdou looked at the empty Zhoutian temple, but he was not at ease. After all, it was the main hall of Zhoutian Peak. Whatever he said or did, he might not be able to hide it from Feng Daoquan and the Peak Master of Zhoutian Peak. So Zhou Xingdou raised his hand to call out the Qingxin Palace. Fortunately, the Zhoutian Peak was big enough, and the Qingxin Palace could expand and contract freely, so it could barely expand in the Zhoutian Palace. Although the Qingxin Temple is only a god-level magic weapon, the formations engraved on it are indeed enough to isolate it from all detection. Unless it is broken with force, even Tian Zhou'er will not be able to overcome the restrictions and formations and know what is going on. This is also the reason why Zhou Xingdou always carries it with him. Except for the low level, the functions of Qingxin Temple are enough to be called heaven-defying. However, Zhou Xingdou did not drag Feng Tianyang, but smiled slightly, raised his hand towards Qingxin Palace and said to Feng Tianyang, "Brother Tianyang, please." At this moment, Feng Tianyang's dull face moved slightly, and the eyes that were staring at Zhou Xingdou also retracted, and he actually walked into Qingxin Palace on his own initiative. Seeing this, Zhou Xingdou stopped saying anything and walked into the Qingxin Palace together. The moment Zhou Xingdou stepped in, all the formations and restrictions in Qingxin Palace were activated at once, completely dividing the space of Qingxin Palace from Zhoutian Palace. At this moment, Feng Daoquan and others outside Zhoutian Palace also noticed that the auras of Zhou Xingdou and Feng Tianyang disappeared. The four elders wanted to break in, but were stopped by Feng Daoquan. Feng Daoquan's eyes brightened and he said slowly, "Since you have chosen to believe him, let him do it. We will say nothing else when the result is known." At this moment, Feng Tianyang, who stepped into Qingxin Palace, returned to that dazed state again. Zhou Xingdou ignored him and sat on the tea seat beside him, minding his own business. After pouring 2 cups of tea, he took a sip from it and said to Feng Tianyang calmly, "This place is isolated from the world. Anyone who wants to explore the situation here will be noticed by me. You can rest assured that you don't have to pretend to be crazy." As soon as Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, Feng Tianyang's sluggish face returned to its normal state. He closed his eyes and let out a long breath, then looked at Zhou Xingdou and said complicatedly, "How do you know I'm playing dumb?" Zhou Xingdou sneered and glanced at Feng Tianyang. "I don't know. I just deceived you. I exposed myself without thinking about you." Feng Tianyang, Zhou Xingdou did deceive him just now, but he really didn't expect Feng Tianyang to be fooled so easily. But he did have doubts in his heart, otherwise he would not have been able to deceive Feng Tianyang. From the first moment Zhou Xingdou saw Feng Tianyang, he felt something was wrong. Inner demons are indeed terrifying. Once a monk gives birth to inner demons, he will be in catastrophic trouble, ranging from losing consciousness to being possessed and dying. But when he saw Feng Tianyang, apart from his dull face, his eyes were full of emotions when he looked at him. Moreover, it had only been a month since his inner demon appeared, so how could he become like this? Moreover, given Feng Tianyang's state of mind, Zhou Xingdou's previous slander was not completely broken and he turned against Zhou Xingdou. Even if such a person has inner demons, it will take a long time to have an impact on him. Feng Tianyang let out a long breath again. Although his breath was gone, he still looked a little decadent. "That's because I trust you, otherwise you wouldn't be able to deceive me." Having said that, Feng Tianyang was not restrained and sat directly opposite Zhou Xingdou, picked up the teacup in front of him and drank it all in one gulp. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard Feng Tianyang's words. "Believe me? You don't believe your uncle, but you believe me? Interesting." Even Zhou Xingdou thought Feng Tianyang was ridiculous, but he had really thought about killing Feng Tianyang. But Feng Tianyang said that he believed in himself, so what else could it be if it wasn't ridiculous? However, this also made Zhou Xingdou a little curious about Feng Tianyang's experience. What made him, as the chief disciple of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, pretend to be crazy and act stupid, not trusting his uncle, but trusting a person who had slandered him and wanted to kill him? Fang Tianyang put down the finished teacup and showed a little fear. There are not many people I can trust anymore. Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly, looked at the frightened Fang Tianyang, and said in confusion, "What did you experience in Taiyankizu?" But Fang Tianyang did not answer Zhou Xingdou's question, but said nervously, minding his own business, "Did you come to me to ask Huo Lingtian?" Zhou Xingdou looked at Fang Tianyang's somewhat strange state and then realized, "Have you really given birth to a demon?" When Fang Tianyang faced this problem, his body suddenly relaxed again and he smiled bitterly. "If you don't give birth to inner demons, how can you even hide it from Uncle Kuan?" Zhou Xingdou took a deep look at Fang Tianyang, nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, if there were no inner demons, how could Fang Daokuan not notice that you were pretending to be crazy and acting stupid?" If he really had no inner demons, Fang Tianyang would not have been able to hide it from Fang Daokuan. Even he would have been unable to hide it from the other elders, and Fang Daokuan would not have been able to swear to him. Moreover, Zhou Xingdou also saw that Fang Tianyang had been avoiding or did not dare to face what happened in Taiyankizu that day, so Zhou Xingdou did not press the question directly, but followed Fang Tianyang's words. "If you are haunted by inner demons, if a bad emotion gets out of control and turns into dementia, then your clues will be cut off again." Fang Tianyang filled the teacup in front of him again, and after drinking it all in one gulp, his mood relaxed a lot, and he looked at Zhou Xingdou and said seriously, "I have been waiting for you for more than a month. Only you can I believe." Zhou Xingdou stopped irritating Fang Tianyang and continued to ask, "Why?" Fang Tianyang looked at Zhou Xingdou and said seriously, "Because you are the person in the sect who is least likely to be related to the chaos religion." Zhou Xingdou's pupils shrank, and he thought to himself that it was true. It seems that Fang Tianyang discovered something terrible about the chaos cult in Taiyankizu, so he is haunted by inner demons and dare not trust anyone. As the respected son of the Zhou family, Zhou Xingdou had just returned from the Taisher Zhou family. There was no way he was related to the Chaos God cult. He was even in existence that the Chaos God cult would kill if it had the chance. Zhou Xingdou did not ask the Chaos God cult any further questions, but took a sip of tea and asked casually, "What are you waiting for me to do? Do you think I can help you?" Fang Tianyang closed his eyes at this moment. After taking a few breaths, the bloodshot eyes disappeared and the decadent look faded a bit. He looked at Zhou Xingdou and said, "Don't be afraid that I will go crazy. If you have any questions, just ask me while I can still control my emotions." Zhou Xingdou was no longer afraid and asked in a deep voice, "Your trip to Taiyankizu a month ago was related to Huo Lingtian and the Luo family in Shizhou that day?" Fang Tianyang looked surprised. "You actually know about the Luo family?" After all, even he had never heard of the Luo family before going to Taiyankizu. However, Zhou Xingdou guessed the Luo family just by relying on the words Tian Shizhou, and also guessed that his trip was related to the Luo family. How could he not surprise Fang Tianyang? Zhou Xingdou was not afraid of Fang Tianyang knowing about it and said calmly, "While investigating Huo Lingtian, I checked some along the way." Fang Tianyang took a long breath and admitted Zhou Xingdou's guess. "It was because of Huo Lingtian that I went to Taiyankizu, and it was also because of the Luo family that I became like this." Looking at Fang Tianyang, who was haunted by inner demons and looked like a sick ghost, Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly and asked, "The Luo family is just a small, medium-sized clan. As the chief of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, why are you like this?" Naturally, he would not leak the news about Xingyou's investigation. After all, although Fang Tianyang trusted him, Zhou Xingdou found it difficult to completely trust Fang Tianyang. And he also wanted to know whether Fang Tianyang knew the Luo family's hidden background. Unexpectedly, Fang Tianyang sneered, but there was a trace of terror in his eyes. "A small, medium-sized clan? That's just a disguise of the Luo family. No matter how disguised the Luo family is, you are still the chief of the Supreme Immortal Force Xian Heavenly Dao sect, second only to Dao Child. No force in Shu Yuan can make you so scared." Zhou Xingdou couldn't understand Fang Tianyang's fear. After all, even though the Luo family's background was comparable to that of the established powers, and could even compete with the immortal forces, nothing could make Fang Tianyang fear like this. Fang Tianyang sighed and smiled slightly. If you don't suggest it, can you let me start from the beginning? Zhou Xingdou did not object. After all, he was also very curious about the whole story. He nodded slightly and said, "Please speak." Fang Tianyang's eyes also flashed with a hint of memory. I did save Huoling Tian in the Great Yin Dynasty in the name of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. But at that time, his cultivation had also been exhausted, and it was impossible to recover. Moreover, I also felt that he was wrong. In the end, we parted ways due to different ideas. But I actually wanted him to cheer up and even recover, so I left him a storage ring, which not only contains treasures in medicine, but also a sound transmission stone that can communicate with me. I actually don't have much hope for Huo Lingtian's recovery, and he put all the blame on me, which made me feel a little disgusted. I haven't had any contact with him since then. Speaking of this, Fang Tianyang paused, wondering if he was nervous, and then filled the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Zhou Xingdou, on the other hand, looked as usual. After all, even if he didn't check these things, he would have guessed them pretty well. And what Fang Tianyang said next made Zhou Xingdou listen attentively. Fang Tianyang drank the tea and breathed a long sigh of relief. There was a faint light in his eyes and he said in a deep voice, "Until January." That day, I suddenly received a message from Huo Lingtian, which surprised me. Because the message stone is not allowed to be used by non-monks, since Huo Lingtian can transmit messages to me, he has naturally recovered a little bit of his cultivation. He sent a message to me saying that he has recovered his cultivation and apologized to me for what happened in the past. However, he caused some trouble in Tianqizu and asked me for help. Fang Tianyang had a hint of hatred in his brows, and said angrily. Regarding the chaos cult, Zhou Xingdou was not surprised after hearing more about it, but his face became a little more solemn, and he tapped the tea table lightly with his fingertips and asked. But before Zhou Xingdou could think too much, Fang Tianyang started talking again. What about the Luo family? What made you look like this? It was precisely because of my refusal that Huo Lingtian took me to Luo's house, hoping to make me change my mind. Zhou Xingdou looked at Fang Tianyang, took the initiative to pour tea into his teacup, and asked lightly. How could I agree? Zhou Xingdou nodded. This was indeed Fang Tianyang's temperament. Unlike Zhou Xingdou's vengeance, Fang Tianyang had a more generous personality and did not hold grudges. He would not sit idly by when his former friends asked for help. But when I went to Tianqizu, I found that not only was Huo Lingtian no one causing trouble, but his cultivation level was even better than before. He was stronger than before, and his aura was as deep as the sea, and even I couldn't see through it. And he said that as long as I am willing to help, I can obtain power that even Xian Heavenly Dao sect cannot obtain. His so-called power comes from the Chaos God religion. Although we, Fang Tianyang, desire to be strong, we will never betray Xian Heavenly Dao sect or Chuyuan. Fang Tianyang smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, Can Huo Lingtian let you go? Zhou Xingdou did not worry about how Fang Tianyang escaped, but also raised the following questions. But when it came to this, Fang Tianyang's eyes burst out with a bit of chill. Speaking of this, Fang Tianyang's eyes suddenly trembled. Do you agree? At that time, it had been some time since I parted ways with him, and I wasn't that angry. Coupled with the apology and the original relationship, I couldn't just sit back and ignore it. Did you know? A family that only occupies half of the territory of a barren state, secretly has hundreds of saints, tens of supremes, and even hidden imperial power. The second is that Huo Lingtian has a top-level secret cultivation method. If even Fang Tianyang can't see through it, there are only two possibilities. Although the Luo family is strong, how could I waver? I was willing to die in retribution, but Huo Lingtian did not kill me, and took me to hide myself to spy on a conversation deep in the Luo family. However, Huo Lingtian's message to me was not out of harm's way. He really remembered our past friendship, and his purpose was to get me and him to follow him. Do you know who I saw? Of course, Zhou Xingdou also understood that it was impossible for Fang Tianyang to agree due to his temperament. He was just using appropriate words to alleviate the tension in Fang Tianyang's heart. Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly when he heard this. Fang Tianyang was at the peak of the Divine King realm and a disciple of the Xian Heavenly Tao sect. Unless Zhou Xingdou had the means to hide himself, even the great sage would not be able to escape his prying eyes. Fang Tianyang looked at Zhou Xingdou's calm expression and smiled bitterly. It seems you really know something. He didn't let me go at first, but the power around him was too strong. There were even 2 supremes among the guards. I didn't even have a chance to escape. First, Huolingtian's cultivation has indeed reached the level of the great sage, or even surpassed the great sage. Zhou Xingdou had already learned the information about the Luo family, so it was difficult to cause any trouble. He just motioned for Fang Tianyang to continue. However, Fang Tianyang was also not amazed, but continued. When he heard about the Luo family, Fang Tianyang couldn't help but tremble slightly and showed an extremely ugly smile. Fang Tianyang didn't care whether Zhou Xingdou agreed. He was already caught up in his own words and said quietly. But no matter which one it is, one thing that is certain is that Huolingtian's cultivation has surpassed Fang Tianyang, otherwise Fang Tianyang would never have been able to feel that his aura was as deep as the sea. Zhou Xingdou finally became interested. If he guessed correctly, Fang Tianyang's appearance was related to the conversation where Huolingtian took him to peek into the depths of the Luo family. The person Fang Tianyang met at Luo's house must be extraordinary, and he was someone both Zhou Xingdou and Fang Tianyang knew. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows. Who did you see? Fang Tianyang did not say anything directly at this moment, but carefully observed the surroundings. He seemed a little panicked in his heart, as if he was afraid that there were other people here. Zhou Xingdou naturally noticed Fang Tianyang's panic and caution, and couldn't help but comfort him again. Don't worry, no one can know what's going on here except you and me. Zhou Xingdou is not just a consolation, he has a strange destiny, no one can deduce his cause and effect in current situation, and the restrictions in the Qingxin Palace make it almost impossible to leak. After receiving Zhou Xingdou's reassurance, Fang Tianyang turned his attention to Zhou Xingdou again. He was silent for a few breaths, then swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, and said 3 words with a trembling voice. Zuan Jizi. Every word of this name seemed to be forced by Fang Tianyang from the depths of his throat, but it made Zhou Xingdou's pupils shrink suddenly. What did you say? Zhou Xingdou's tone was filled with disbelief. At this moment, he couldn't even believe his ears. The teacup that was brought to his mouth stopped in midair, and the purple clouds of the punishing Thunder Emperor armor on Zhou Xingdou's body surged, and waves of heavenly power exploded uncontrollably. He looked at Fang Tianyang in disbelief, and even his breathing stopped at this moment. On the contrary, Fang Tianyang felt relieved after saying that name, as if the boulder pressing on his chest had been removed, and he breathed a long sigh of relief, and his tone even relaxed a lot. You heard it right, he is the Taoist, sect master, Xian Jizi of our Xian Heavenly Tao sect. Compared to Fang Tianyang's current situation, Zhou Xingdou's heart was filled with huge waves, and the teacup in his hand had several cracks at this moment. Now he seemed to have been struck by a bolt from the blue and fell into a state of confusion. He needed some time to digest the sudden and explosive news. Do you know that with just this sentence, I can kill you now? Zhou Xingdou looked dazed, looking at Fang Tianyang with a fierce look on his face, a gloomy look, and a cold tone, not as if he was joking. Fang Tianyang said indifferently at this time. Believe it or not, brother Zhou, this is all I know. Zhou Xingdou now has some doubts whether Fang Tianyang was brainwashed by Huolingtian. This move was also to deliver false news to him, deceive him, and sow internal relations in Xian Heavenly Tao sect, so that the real traitor could fish in troubled waters. But before Zhou Xingdou could say anything, a sudden change occurred on Fang Tianyang's body. An extremely strange aura emanated from his body, and the palm of his hand holding the teacup began to strangely disintegrate. You were released from the curse? It is difficult for him to understand. Is there anything more important than life? Zhou Xingdou's pupils shrank. He grabbed Fang Tianyang's disintegrating palm, and immediately input all kinds of magic power, intending to delay the disintegration speed. If my death can prevent the disaster, even though Fang died 9 times, he still has no regrets. Before he finished speaking, Fang Tianyang's body completely disintegrated and turned into a burst of dust, leaving only the lingering sound. He couldn't believe it anymore. But as Feng Tianyang said, Zhou Xingdou's holy power, the power of the stars, or the input of life essence could not prevent the strange disintegration of Feng Tianyang's body. Zhou Xingdou still stopped at grabbing Feng Tianyang to suppress the disintegration trend, as if he was still stunned in place. Feng Tianyang is not barefoot with nothing. With his talent and current status, he can definitely step into the upper echelons of Xian Heavenly Dao sect in the future and become the Lord of Creation or even the Quasi-Emperor. Brother Zhou, now that I have handed over this heavy burden to you, I will let you have the headache, and let you live and suffer. Zhou Xingdou, you have your way, and I have mine. Although I, Feng Tianyang, am not a great and upright person, I am definitely not a junior who was greedy for life and afraid of death. Zhou Xingdou didn't know how long he had been still for a while before he recovered from his overwhelming mood. Looking at the tea seat where Feng Tianyang had disappeared, he couldn't calm down. Feng Tianyang looked at Zhou Xingdou and said very calmly. Zhou Xingdou frowned, looking at Feng Tianyang, who seemed to be beyond life and death, and said in confusion, "After I die, who cares about the flood? You obviously could have said nothing, even if you voted for the Huoling Tian. Why did you say it to me?" He looked at Zhou Xingdou. This enemy he once hated to death was the only person he could trust now, and the person he would rather give up his life to pass on. If you die, there will be nothing. Zhou Xingdou also didn't expect that he originally asked Feng Tianyang about the whereabouts of Huoling Tian, but he would lead to such a big secret. Feng Tianyang's words were sonorous and powerful, and even Zhou Xingdou's face showed a hint of emotion. But this also allowed Zhou Xingdou to get to know the Nine Heavens chief again. The nearly broken teacup in his hand tilted slightly, and the aura-rich tea was poured in front of the tea seat, splashing a little bit of aura. Looking at the greatly disintegrated body, Feng Tianyang actually smiled at this moment, but his face, which was now as sick as a ghost, did not smile as freely as before. It's useless. Why do you think Huoling Tian and others dare to let me back? This curse cannot be broken, and you will die if you say it. Within a few breaths, the disintegration trend had spread to his arm. Feng Tianyang died like this, and even Zhou Xingdou was completely disintegrated before he could try other treatment methods. Feng Tianyang's death is proof that everything he said is indeed the truth. Even though Feng Tianyang had turned into powder and there was nothing in his hands, he couldn't recover for a long time. There was no way to stop that kind of disintegration. Zhou Xingdou knew it was in vain from the beginning, but he still felt a little guilty. But regarding his disintegrated palm, Feng Tianyang did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he was very calm, even relieved. He could obviously keep this matter a secret, or even switch to Huoling Tian's camp, without dying, but now he chooses to tell himself everything and wait for death in such a dull way. Brother Gingfeng. This made Feng Tianyang sigh that fate plays tricks on people. Now, his eyes showed a bit of ridicule, but also a bit of freedom and ease, and he left his last words as he continued to disintegrate. This news is a big deal, and Luo Japan is intricately implicated in more than just me, Xian Heavenly Dao sect. I don't know their plan, and I don't know or understand it. I can only tell you what I saw. Zhou Xingdou slightly cupped his hands towards Feng Tianyang, and said softly with a heavy expression and emotion on his face. But one thing I can be sure of is that if the Luo family's plan comes to fruition, Absolute Beginning and even Chuyuan will suffer a catastrophe. Feng Tianyang's death was indeed unexpected by Zhou Xingdou, but it couldn't be said to be grief. The relationship between the two was not deep, but more of a touch. According to what Feng Tianyang said before his death, the person he saw deep in the Luo family was Xian Jizi, the leader of the Xian Heavenly Dao sect, which still made Zhou Xingdou a little unbelievable, but he had to believe it. This also made Zhou Xingdou feel a chill. It was him who never doubted Xian Jizi from beginning to end, because it was almost impossible for him to betray Xian Jizi. For no other reason than because he is the supreme and immortal sect leader, the Taoist master of the Xian Heavenly Dao sect, and the absolute powerful sect leader, and no one is dissatisfied with it. If Xuan Jizi betrays, it will be like the emperor rebelling against himself. Whether from the perspective of interests or from any other perspective, this is absolutely impossible. But Zhou Xingdou had to believe the news that Feng Tianyang passed on at the cost of his life, but it was full of doubts. To put it bluntly, who is Feng Tianyang? Even if he is a genius of a generation, how can the Luo family look down on a leader who has not yet grown up? As Fang Tianyang said, it was Huo Lingtian who wanted to make him surrender. Even if Huo Lingtian had emotional factors, it would be too unwise to lead Fang Tianyang to spy on the secrets of the Luo family and let him see Xian Jizi haunting the Luo family. With Huo Lingtian's methods, it was impossible for him to have the strength to forge Fang Tianyang's curse that even Zhou Xingdou could not shake. Moreover, such a weird method was probably related to the Chaos God cult. Then except Huo Lingtian, could anyone else allow Fang Tianyang to return to Xian Heavenly Dao sect with such a great secret? Or are they confident that even if Fang Tianyang tells this, no one will believe it? Although Fang Tianyang paid the price with his life, it does not mean that what he said is definitely right. Thinking of Xingdou exhaling a breath this week, Fang Tianyang's death indeed left him with a huge problem, not only the shocking news, but also how he explained it to Fang Daoquan and others. He was full of confidence that he wanted to be alone with Fang Tianyang, and he also said that he was sure to get rid of the demons in Fang Tianyang's heart and guaranteed that he would not die. But now that Fang Tianyang doesn't even have any scum left, it's hard for him to give Zhutian Peak an explanation. Buzz. Before Zhou Xingdou could think about it, the entire Qingxin Palace was shaken instantly. The various formation restrictions running on it were instantly broken, and a loud roar resounded instantly. Zhou Xingdou, what have you done? Fang Daoquan. Zhou Xingdou was shocked and had no time to think about anything else. Once Fang Tianyang died, the life card would be extinguished. Fang Daoquan immediately learned about Fang Tianyang's death. At this moment, there was no room for Zhou Xingdou to explain. After all words were powerless. After all, Zhou Xingdou asked to be alone with Fang Tianyang and promised that nothing would happen. Only then did he win the consent of the 5 elders of Zhutian Peak. Now that Fang Tianyang is dead, no matter what the reason is, it is difficult to calm Fang Daoquan's anger. How could the Qingxin Palace, which is only half a step above Supreme's cultivation and is only at the level of a divine weapon, be able to block it? The closed door exploded in an instant, countless airflow poured into the Qingxin Palace, the sound of shattering continued, and Fang Daoquan's figure also appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou in an instant. It's just that Fang Daoquan's face is no longer as calm as before, but only filled with endless anger. His sword eyebrows are almost upright, and his eyes are looking at the tea-seat where Fang Tianyang's aura still remains, and his anger is surging. He is not only the law enforcement elder of Zhutian Peak, but also the younger brother of the current head of the Fang family and the uncle who watched Fang Tianyang grow up. He loved Fang Tianyang very much both in public and in private. When he saw the dust on the tea-seat with his own eyes, he had to believe the fact that Fang Tianyang was dead. His nephew died a violent death in the Zhutian Peak Hall under the eyes of his uncle. So before Zhou Xingdou could explain, an extremely painful and violent sound resounded throughout the world. Zhou Xingdou, I want you to pay for my nephew's life. The chill in the words caused frost to condense in the Qingxin Palace. Zhou Xingdou felt a huge pressure coming on him, and a huge fist mark filled with cold murderous intent crashed towards him. The movement of Supreme in half a step was so fast. After all, Zhou Xingdou was only at the peak of his sainthood, and his thunder punishment plus state had long since exited. This fist seal blocked almost all directions where he could dodge, and it was as fast as thunder and fire, leaving Zhou Xingdou without any defense at all. Even when he had a chance to speak, he was directly hit by the fist seal. The half-step Supreme was an angry blow from a strong man like Fang Daoquan. Even if Zhou Xingdou showed great talent again, he would not be able to compete with him in his current state. What's more, the half-step Supreme has already touched the threshold of the law. The magic power he cultivates cannot be countered by the law. Zhou Xingdou has no power to fight back and is blasted back by the fist seal. Boom! Zhou Xingdou's treasure body was like a kite with a broken string at this moment, hitting the wall of Qingxin Palace. The wall with the strength of the divine weapon was instantly torn apart and exploded. Puff! It was as if Zhou Xingdou was struck by a giant hammer. Even though he was protected by the punishing Thunder Emperor armor, the concussive force still made his internal organs surge. For a moment, his throat felt sweet and a mouthful of precious blood spurted out. All this happened in an instant. Not to mention Zhou Xingdou, even the other 4 Zhutian Peak elders did not react. But before Zhou Xingdou could adjust the disturbed aura, Fang Daoquan moved again. Fang Daoquan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, almost losing his mind, and he clenched his fists again. The fragments of the law of heaven and earth condensed on his fist at this moment. Under the shining golden light, a violent fist seal condensed instantly. The fist mark was like a mountain, running through every inch of space, sweeping the wind of the void, and hit Zhou Xingdou again, who had not yet stabilized his body. At this moment, several loud shouts sounded. "No! Jiu Feng, calm down." The person who spoke out was beyond Zhou Xingdou's expectation. It was the four elders of Zhoutian Peak. The four elders looked gloomy. Although they were equally angry about Feng Tianyang's death, Wu Feng Daoquan and Feng Tianyang were so close that they were not blinded by hatred. It was clear to onlookers that the four elders also knew the priorities. Suddenly they all appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou and took action against the violent fist seal that was coming. Being able to rank with Feng Daoquan, these four elders are no ordinary people. When they all took action, millions of runes flashed in the Zhoutian Palace, and the arrangement and combination intertwined several terrifying divine abilities, blasting towards the violent fist seal. Rumble! Under the collision between the fist seal and divine ability, deafening sounds continued to sound. Under the struggle of several forces, even the Zhoutian temple was shaking, and the Qingxin temple was completely shattered by the surging power. Zhou Xingdou adjusted his aura at this moment, but at this moment he did not explain too much, but instead a burst of anger burst out from his heart. Since his rebirth until now, except when facing Tianjizi, have he ever been in such a panic? Even if there is a misunderstanding, for him, it is sinful to attack him. In response to the four elders' obstruction, Feng Daoquan's eyes flashed with clarity, but he was quickly swallowed up by anger. Whoever stops him will die. Feng Tianyang is the hope of this generation of the Feng family. Although he has not won the position of Dao Child, he is the chief of Zhoutian Peak. If he cannot be Dao Child, he can still be the peak leader. This is almost an opportunity for the Feng family to take another step forward. But now Feng Tianyang has turned into a handful of dust. Whether it is the Feng family's years of investment or the deep affection and family affection, it is difficult for Feng Daoquan to act rationally. The four elders also looked at each other with a look of solemnity in their eyes. They understood Feng Daoquan's mood very well, but whether it was for Feng Daoquan's benefit or Zhou Xingdou's, they couldn't help but stop him. Even if Zhou Xingdou really kills Feng Tianyang, he is the Dao Child who is waiting to be crowned. Even if he is tried, it is not Feng Daoquan who can judge him, but profound Heaven Peak. If Feng Daoquan tried without authorization and insisted on killing Zhou Xingdou, it would be almost a disaster for Feng Daoquan and the Feng family. Even Xian Heavenly Dao Sect will not let Feng Daoquan go. That's why even though the four of them were angry with Zhou Xingdou, they still blocked Feng Daoquan from taking action. Feng Daoquan couldn't bear the consequences of killing Zhou Xingdou, and neither could Zhoutian Peak. But at this moment, a cold shout came from behind the four elders. "Step aside." Zhou Xingdou's face was cold at this moment, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. The injury caused by the half-step supreme's angry blow may be unbearable for others, but for him, it is a small scratch that can be recovered in a moment. Zhou Xingdou's cold drink also displeased the four elders who were already angry, and they couldn't help but glared angrily. "Zhou Xingdou, you are really seeking death. Whether it was you who killed Feng Tianyang or because of something else, please explain quickly." In fact, in their opinion, it was basically impossible for Zhou Xingdou to kill Feng Tianyang, because it was neither necessary nor beneficial. What's more, in the Zhoutian Peak Hall, under the noses of several people, even a fool knows that Feng Tianyang can't be killed, and he can't escape even if he is killed. Moreover, Feng Tianyang was already haunted by inner demons and was no longer a threat to Zhou Xingdou. Otherwise, they would not have been able to let Zhou Xingdou and Feng Tianyang be alone and let Zhou Xingdou solve Feng Tianyang's inner demons. Feng Tianyang was not killed by me, but because of a curse. Zhou Xingdou did not conceal the cause of Feng Tianyang's death, but before he finished speaking, his aura continued to rise. Just hearing a click, waves of air surged from his treasure body, and the shackles between the saint and the holy saint were broken at this moment. Brilliant divine power descended into the world, thunderous punishments flashed around Zhou Xingdou, starlight filled the hall, and the extremely majestic supreme holy power surged from Zhou Xingdou to all directions. Zhou Xingdou remained calm, not caring that the four elders were horrified by his words and the sudden break in the mirror. Those silver-white divine eyes full of purple energy looked directly at Fang Daoquan, who was as angry as the sea, and said in a voice like black ice. Fang Jifa, I pity you for losing your nephew, and I will not discuss your background or dignity with you, but I am not afraid of you. I will fight you today to test your mysterious heavenly Dao sect. Be the first to get off. If Fang Tianyang hadn't risked his life to spread the rumors to him, and he didn't retain a trace of his remnant soul, so he felt slightly guilty. At this moment, he was afraid that Fa Hai and Qing Yanjing would naturally come to Zhoutian Peak to break the formation. But his own pity was not the reason for Fang Daoquan to take action against him. Even if he was so angry that he lost his mind, Zhou Xingdou could not bear his anger. If he swallowed his anger now, would he still be Zhou Xingdou? Fang Daoquan couldn't listen to any words now and shouted angrily. Court death. Before he finished speaking, Fang Daoquan had already punched out, and then pushed another powerful and violent fist seal towards Zhou Xingdou. Naturally, it was impossible for the four elders to trust Zhou Xingdou's words and still stand in front of Zhou Xingdou. Moreover, Zhou Xingdou's words that Fang Tianyang was not killed by him and died under the curse were enough to make them determined not to let Fang Daoquan hurt Zhou Xingdou's heart again. But before a few people could take action to block the fist seal, they felt a burst of extremely powerful power behind them, and then there was a sound of tearing, and a dark mountain peak whizzed past their heads and smashed into the pushed fist seal. And Zhou Xingdou's voice was like the sound of heaven, and it sounded instantly. I told you, get out of the way. This voice contained a sincere intention that could not be rejected, causing the four of them to involuntarily stop taking action. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou's whole body was covered with starlight and thunder, and his body was covered with thunder patterns. He instantly used thunder punishment to get past the four elders, and rushed towards the violent fist seal along the dark mountain peak. The pitch-black mountain peak is naturally the Xinjing Peak. The black light on it is like the sea, and the meaning of thick and turbid is reached to the extreme. Zhou Xingdou is wearing endless thunder punishment and holds his fist up, like a thunder spear. The sharp and destructive intention cannot be looked directly at. The dark mountain peak hit the violent fist seal that pushed everything across, and the fist seal immediately stopped, making it difficult to take another half step back. Zhou Xingdou turned into a thunder spear and struck again. There was only a click sound, and the fist mark was split inch by inch. At this time, the vertical lines between Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows flashed, and thunder waves were set off on his body, swallowing up the fist mark and consuming its power. Annihilation. Next. How is that possible? The four elders exclaimed, never expecting that Zhou Xingdou would actually receive Fang Daoquan's fist seal alone. This was a half step to Supreme Fang Daoquan. Even if Zhou Xingdou made him step back with a sword, few of them were so surprised because they knew that Fang Daoquan would not be able to use all his strength to catch it at that time. But now that Fang Daoquan was in a rage, it was not a problem for him to seriously injure a great sage with one punch, but he was caught by Zhou Xingdou, who was in a desperate situation. And even if Zhou Xingdou breaks through, he is just a pseudo-holy who has not experienced thunder tribulation, and is not even a true saint. How can he not frighten them? Even Fang Daoquan, who was in a rage, was slightly stunned, and his eyes filled with anger were a bit surprised at this moment. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou broke through the fist seal and raised his left hand. Jin Yufeng instantly returned to the palm of his hand and was lifted up by him. Looking at Fang Daoquan, his face became more serious. He has long been able to enter the realm of the holy saint, or even the great saint, but he has been deliberately suppressing it. First, because I am too powerful, I cannot fully realize my potential by blindly trying to break through. The second is that I am afraid that the increase in realm will make my strength a little unstable and difficult to control. If he had a fight with Fang Daoquan today, it would probably take some time for him to break through to this holy realm. I thought that after breaking through the shackles of the holy saint, my increased strength would not only be able to defeat Fang Daoquan, but I would still be able to win evenly. But with that fist seal just now, Zhou Xingdou realized how terrifying the Supreme was. In the eyes of others, it looks easy to break through, but in fact it is not easy. Not only did he use thunder punishment to increase his body, but he also used the prison suppression peak, but even so, he only shattered the fist seal, but the law fragments still had power. If he hadn't used the thunder source of heaven's punishment and wrapped himself in thunder waves with all kinds of power to consume the law fragments, he might have been injured. At this moment, heavy calamity clouds gathered in the sky above Xian Heavenly Dao sect. The black calamity clouds spread for hundreds of miles, and the sky and earth changed color with the constant explosions of heavenly punishment, and all living things trembled. The clear sky was covered by black clouds, and the terrifying pressure of the heavenly calamity naturally alarmed everyone in Xian Heavenly Dao sect. The Xian Heavenly Dao sect has regulations. If the heavenly tribulation breaks through, you need to go out of the sect to experience the tribulation. This is not because they are afraid that the heavenly tribulation will damage the formation, but because they are afraid that the formation will block the heavenly tribulation, and the disciples will not be able to reach perfection without going through the heavenly tribulation. Just like when Yuji broke through to the Holy Saint, she also came out of Xian Heavenly Dao sect transcending tribulation. As for whether there will be danger when going out to experience tribulations, basically no one will consider this. In Tianxian Holy State, except for the unscrupulous person like Zhou Xingdou, who has the courage to disturb the people of Xian Heavenly Dao sect transcending tribulation. And if he can't stop the catastrophe, it can only be blamed on his weakness. Such a disciple deserves to die. Therefore, it is extremely rare for the tribulation cloud to condense on the Xian Heavenly Dao sect, and as long as you observe carefully, you can find that the meaning of the tribulation is directed at Zhoutian Peak. At this moment, the main hall of Zhoutian Peak is filled with divine flowers, and the fluctuations are terrifying. The battle between Zhou Xingdou and Fang Daoquan also entered a fierce stage. The power of the fist is overwhelming, the power of thunder is as powerful as the sea. A half-step supreme actually had an inextricable fight with a pseudo-sage who is not yet transcending tribulation. If this were put outside, Fang Daoquan would probably lose the title of the first person under him. Zhou Xingdou held up the prison-suppressing peak with his left hand and kept sacrificing. The spear of Hades on his right hand was splashed as if it was free. The thunder dragon of heavenly punishment galloped in the Zhoutian temple. He also performed other methods frequently, but it was still difficult to hurt Fang Daoquan. The power of the law is too difficult to control. Even if it is just a half-step of the law fragments in the supreme realm, it would take Zhou Xingdou to mobilize a lot of power to kill it. The holy realm is one step at a time. Zhou Xingdou is indeed crossing the realm like drinking water and eating. Even if he is the ultimate saint, he can be sure to kill him now that he has broken the shackles of the holy and reached the false holy realm. Even if he is a half-step supreme like the great elder of the world Holy Land, he can suppress him and beat him. Even if he cannot kill him, he can still defeat him. But now facing Fang Daoquan, he felt helpless for the first time. This deprived him of the pleasure of releasing his power, and the more he fought, the more he felt a little irritated. With the release of his power, Fang Daoquan's mind became much clearer. Although he was angry, he did not lose his reason. To him, Zhou Xingdou was equally difficult to deal with and had countless methods, so he did not dare to slack off. If he was slow for a moment, he would be injured by those methods. Moreover, no matter how powerful his punches were, he was unable to break even a single flaw under this sea of divine ability thunder. Fang Daoquan took a deep look at Zhou Xingdou at this moment and said seriously. However, in Zhou Xingdou's view, Fang Daoquan should indeed not look like a traitor, because the punch mark that attacked him at that time could have been heavier, and even in anger, he still spared his hand. Zhou Xingdou could already feel this in this battle, because Fang Daoquan only used his full strength now, and he only used 80% of his power in the previous blow. Zhou Xingdou was not idle as he spoke. The black light on the prison-suppressing peak flickered, and the powerful power surged again, turning into a 3-foot-sized hill and smashing towards Fang Daoquan. The golden fist seal was as hot as the sky's flames, the opening and closing of the fist was majestic, and the law fragments surged like the sea, smashing the heavenly punishment thunder dragon and pushing towards Zhou Xingdou at extremely high speed. In that case, the news that Fang Tianyang risked his life to touch the curse and sent it would probably become nonsense. Or maybe he's afraid that his uncle won't believe him? Do you not trust him as an uncle, or do you not trust other elders? Can you believe me when I say it? If he is really a traitor, he is unprepared. Judging from his current strength, even with the protection of punishing Thunder Emperor armor, he can almost explode half of his body. Roar! Moreover, he did not intend to hide the secrets Fang Tianyang said from Fang Daoquan. Fang Daoquan also sent people to investigate, but found nothing. But now Zhou Xingdou's curse is in line with Fang Tianyang's abnormal behavior. Fang Tianyang has had inner demons since he left Tianqizu, and he has kept silent. There is undoubtedly a huge secret in it. This is the third layer of the current power change of his idol's prison suppressing power, the strongest protection method, the protection of the underworld. Zhou Xingdou did not remain silent, but he just sneered. Fang Tianyang would rather die than tell Zhou Xingdou, but he didn't tell his uncle, who was as close as father and son, which seemed a bit strange. It's not that Zhou Xingdou was afraid of Fang Daoquan, it's that Fang Tianyang's death touched him deeply. He doesn't want to enmity with Fang Tianyang's relatives anymore, and he doesn't want to kill Fang Tianyang's relatives who told him the news with their own lives. Fang Daoquan also looked shocked. He didn't expect Zhou Xingdou to have such a method and easily block his all-out blow. Zhou Xingdou also felt that it was not that Fang Tianyang didn't believe Fang Daoquan's uncle at first, but that even if he told Fang Daoquan might think that he was possessed and talking nonsense. The law on the fist was surrounded by fragments in an instant, and in a flash of light, it hit the prison suppressing peak, causing the prison suppressing peak to tremble, and the extremely powerful power was instantly defeated, and it was punched back. What's more, even if Fang Daoquan believed it, what could Fang Daoquan do? At that moment, it also hit the shadow of Hades, but it only caused the slightest ripples on the shadow of Hades. Fang Daoquan was not a stupid person to be able to do this. Although his mind was confused by anger just now, he now realizes it as soon as he thinks about it. Facing the oncoming prison-suppressing peak, Fang Daoquan clenched his right fist and waved around, deflecting the lightning strikes around him. As long as you say it, I will believe it. In this fierce battle, only Zhou Xingdou could hear Fang Daoquan's words. With Lei Fist's intention, even if he wanted to detect, it was extremely difficult. The Fang family is just a family that relies on the Xian Heavenly Dao sect. How can it threaten Xian Jizi, the Taoist master, and has no ability to do anything? But now that his rage had dissipated, he was able to think about the doubts and asked Zhou Xingdou amidst the overwhelming power. Instantly, the prison-suppressing divine radiance suddenly appeared on Zhou Xingdou's body, and a dark shadow of Hades enveloped the body. Why did Fang Tianyang rise? You said he died because of a curse. Who cast the curse on him? Then what did he say to you? Only then did Fang Daoquan ask Zhou Xingdou what he doubted in his heart during this fierce confrontation, when the other four elders could not detect it, and when the Zhoutian temple formation could not penetrate. The moment Fang Daoquan spoke, the energy and blood in his body rose, and his whole body was as dazzling as the sun. The power of heaven and earth and the holy power had been blended into the fist that pushed everything across. Zhou Xingdou did not retreat or evade, the shadow of the giant elephant behind him roared to the sky and touched the ground, the 540 million giant elephant particles in his body boiled, and the music of Hades suddenly sounded in the sky and the earth. And Zhou Xingdou, who was shrouded in the shadow of Hades, even though his fist seal released all its power, he remained motionless. Not to mention Fang Daoquan, even Zhou Xingdou was slightly surprised by the absolute defense guarded by Hades. Since the great accomplishment of the giant elephant in the divine elephant prison suppression power, Zhou Xingdou has never personally fought with anyone, and the several new changes of the divine elephant prison suppression power have been almost never used. Now, for the first time, he used his pseudo-holy state to punch Fang Daoquan with all his strength without any damage. It was terrifying. It truly deserves the name of the most powerful guardian law. By this moment, the battle between Zhou Xingdou and Fang Daoquan could be over, because once the guardian of the underworld came out, Fang Daoquan would no longer be able to do anything to Zhou Xingdou. And Zhou Xingdou was unable to hurt Fang Daoquan. In this situation, unless you risk your life, there is no way to determine the outcome in a short time. And whether it was Zhou Xingdou or Fang Daoquan, it was clear that they had no intention of killing each other. But at this moment, Zhou Xingdou did not stop. The purple and silver vertical lines between his eyebrows flickered again, and the heavenly punishment thunder dragon that was smashed by the fist seal condensed again. Rumble. The power of the sky was mighty, with thunder streaks all over the sky. An intention of punishing the heaven surged in Zhou Xingdou, and the power of the punishing heaven body was exploded to the extreme. In the void, majestic thunder dragons condensed one after another, each one filled with the aura of absolute destruction. Under the chaotic dance of the dragons, the thunder sea that surged several times directly blocked everything. One after another, the majestic thunder dragons squeezed into the small space, completely surrounding the figures of Zhou Xingdou and Feng Daoquan, and the dragon's mouth opened slightly and spit out the sound of heaven. Penalty, punishment, punishment. The four elders had already been squeezed out of the Zhoutian temple by the sea of thunder and fists. The formations of Zhoutian Peak were running wildly under this force of destruction, using all their power to block the power set off by the two. But in the space left by this intense power center, it was extremely calm at this moment. Zhou Xingdou looked at Feng Daoquan, his eyes slightly condensed, but without giving in, he said in a deep voice. According to what Feng Tianyang said, my Xian Heavenly Dao Sect Taoist Master Xian Jizi is related to the Chaos God cult. Zhou Xingdou's voice echoed in the Sea of Thunder. Although the roar of the Sea of Thunder continued, Feng Daoquan could hear every word clearly. After listening to Zhou Xingdou's words, Feng Daoquan's pupils trembled, and even his breathing stopped instantly, as if his whole person was frozen in place. The impact of these words even overwhelmed the anger in his heart over the death of his nephew Feng Tianyang, and made him feel at a loss for the first time since he became the law enforcement elder of Zhoutian Peak. Zhou Xingdou just looked at the sluggish Feng Daoquan quietly, but the guardian of the god of the underworld had never been removed. The prison-suppressing peak held by his left hand was also in a state of being sacrificed at any time, and the heavenly punishment thunder dragons were also dancing ferociously. As Feng Daoquan said, the master of Zhoutian Peak had no breakthrough in cultivation, so he traveled outside the region to look for opportunities. He had already lost contact, otherwise his disciple Feng Tianyang would have appeared when he died. When the time comes, he will have to take action again, even calling Fei Hai and Qing Yanjing to completely wipe out Feng Daoquan at all costs. The profound Heaven Dharma realm is the real foundation of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. It is located in the interlayer of the world where Xian Heavenly Dao sect is located. It is a place opened by the Emperor ancestors and blessed by the ancestors. That's exactly why I told you this. What's more, if the Taoist master is not ashamed after activating the questioning game, he will basically offend the Taoist to death, so he will basically be forgotten. Because not to mention Feng Daoquan, even if Zhou Xingdou witnessed Feng Tianyang's death after touching the curse, he still couldn't completely believe this statement. However, because the method is extremely cumbersome, it is rare for the peak masters of the two peaks to be suspicious of the Taoist master at the same time, so even in the long history of the Xian Heavenly Dao sect, it has rarely been launched a few times. The reason why Zhou Xingdou knew about the Dao Master's inquiry was because he went through all the laws and methods of Xian Heavenly Dao sect in his previous life when he and Lin Fan eliminated dissidents. Why he told Zhou Xingdou but not himself was not only because he didn't reply, but also because he knew that neither Feng Daoquan nor the Feng family could bear this secret. Even if you can invite Tian Zhou'er, the master of Zhoutian Peak has been traveling outside the territory and has lost contact with me for a long time. And even if you find him, he may not believe me. How to activate the Taoist master's questioning heart? Tianyang, I've suffered so much for you. And he couldn't help but not question it, because this matter was too involved. If it really involved Xian Jizi, it would be a major issue in dealing with Xian Heavenly Dao sect. Although Zhou Xingdou was a little surprised that Feng Daoquan believed in him so much, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh slightly when he saw Feng Daoquan's sad look. This profound heaven ancestral spirit cannot be summoned even by the Taoist master. It cannot appear unless the sect is in danger of being destroyed or the masters of the two peaks pay homage at the same time. After all, Feng Daoquan is still the law enforcement elder of Zhoutian Peak and is not an ordinary person. He and Zhou Xingdou have the same idea and do not think that the news must be reliable just because his nephew died. Among them, the power of the ancestors and the spirituality of the Dharma realm gave birth to a Dharma realm spirit, known as the profound heaven ancestral spirit. It is a mind-reading and psychic spirit, and is also the key to activating the mind-asking bureau. But Feng Daoquan was not an indecisive woman after all. He quickly suppressed his sorrow, wiped away the tears in his eyes, and looked at Zhou Xingdou, but there was still a slight tremor in his voice. Could it be that you want to activate the Dao Master's Inquiry Bureau with the orders from the Masters of Zhoushuan Peak, Zhoutian Peak, and the Two Peaks? Speaking of this, Feng Daoquan's face remained solemn, his brows furrowed, and he continued. Such news was not only secret, but also a huge pressure. Even he felt a little breathless, let alone Feng Tianyang. Fang Daoquan's brows suddenly wrinkled, and he instantly understood what Zhou Xingdou meant. Do you think what Tian Yang said is reliable? The Tao Master asks the heart. The masters of the two peaks need to activate it at the same time to invite the profound heaven ancestral spirit from the Yuan Tian Dharma realm to ask the mind. By revealing this news to Zhou Xingdou, he was undoubtedly protecting his relatives in disguise and preventing them from getting entangled. It wasn't that Zhou Xingdou thought there was something wrong with Fang Daoquan's identity, but that in his opinion, Fang Daoquan might not believe his words. Zhou Xingdou did not answer Fang Daoquan's question because he was not sure about drawing a conclusion. He just said with a deep look in his eyes. The Taoist's questioning of the mind is exactly a method set up by Xian Heavenly Tao sect to target his own Taoist. Yes, this is the only way now. As the name suggests, the Taoist questioning heart bureau means asking the Taoist master of the heart. Tears welled up in Fang Daoquan's eyes when he thought about it. He was Fang Tianyang's closest relative, and he could understand Fang Tianyang's painstaking efforts even more at this moment. Of course, the Tao Master's Inquiry Heart Bureau cannot be activated at will. Only Zhutian Peak and Zhoushuan Peak, which are second only to the Tao Master, can activate it if they question the Tao Master. Zhou Xingdou nodded slightly and said. But what Zhou Xingdou didn't expect was that after Fang Daoquan was stunned for a long time, he didn't react too fiercely, but instead showed a bit of sadness. That's it. Fang Daoquan now understood why Fang Tianyang kept silent and why he was haunted by inner demons. Fang Daoquan didn't know that Tianzhou also left Xian Heavenly Tao sect and went outside the territory, so the peak masters of the two peaks of Zhoushuan Peak and Zhoutian Peak were not in Xian Heavenly Tao sect, let alone the Chuyuan Realm. But since Zhou Xingdou thought about the Taoist master's question, how could he not consider the situation where the masters of both peaks were absent? Looking at the frowning Fang Daoquan, Zhou Xingdou said slowly. When the profound heaven emperor set up the Tao Master's Inquiry Bureau, he also thought about the situation where the masters of the two peaks of Zhoutian and Zhoushuan were absent, or even died in battle, so there is another way to activate the Tao Master's Inquiry Bureau. The thunder continued to rumble, and Zhou Xingdou's every word was integrated into the thunder, making Fang Daoquan shrink his eyes. Is there any other way? As the law enforcement elder of Zhoutian Peak, although he has not written down all the laws of Xian Heavenly Tao sect, he can still get 80% or 90% of it, but this 80% or 90% does not include the secrets of the Taoist master's heart. The reason why he knew it was because the master of Zhoutian Peak traveled around the world and took care of matters on his behalf, so he was told some secrets that only the master of Zhoutian Peak could know. Moreover, the Taoist master's inquiry into the inner situation was originally the sex method against the Taoist master, and the master of Zhoutian Peak also mentioned it in one sentence. After all, Xian Jizi is the elder brother of Tianzhou and the master of Zhoutian Peak. Not only his personality and character, no one in Xian Heavenly Tao sect, even in the entire Chuyuan Realm, said no, and no one thought about it. There will be a day when Taoist Questioning Bureau will be used against him. Therefore, Fang Daoquan only knew about the Tao Master asking the Heart Bureau, but did not know the details, and he had never heard from the master of Zhoutian Peak that there was a second way to activate the Tao Master asking the Heart Bureau. Although Zhou Xingdou is not the Peak Master, his knowledge and understanding are not superior. In the previous life, Tianzhou and Ningyu were both at death's door. The entire Zhoushuan Peak was almost owned by Zhou Xingdou and Lin Fan. In order to allow Lin Fan to control the Xian Heavenly Tao sect in the future, Zhou Xingdou read almost all the historical records of the Xian Heavenly Tao sect in the Zhoutian Temple at that time, and he also accidentally found the second method of activating the Taoist Master's inquiry. This matter requires Fang Daoquan's cooperation. Zhou Xingdou naturally did not show off and explained the second method. The Emperor Ancestor has long expected that this would happen, if both Peak Masters were killed, or if neither of them were in the sect. Therefore, if there is a formation eye hidden in the two peaks protecting the formation, it only needs to activate the two peaks formation at full strength and at the same time inject power into the formation eye, then the profound heaven ancestral spirit can be forcibly summoned and the Tao Master can be questioned. Fang Daoquan nodded thoughtfully, but did not doubt what Zhou Xingdou said. After all, in his eyes, Tianzhou was still in the sect and was about to succeed Dao Child. It was normal to know such secrets. However, he still had some doubts. But why go to such trouble? With Tianfeng Master here, with her power, even if she can't subdue the Tao Master, she still has the blessing in favor of the ancestors. She can bypass the Tao Master and directly awaken the ancestors. When the time comes, the ancestors will verify the Xiandao Master. Tianjor is considered special among the previous peak masters. Although he is the peak master, his strength has long been called the ancestor. He was also an extremely dazzling figure in the previous era. Even though Xian Jizi, who succeeded the Tao Master, is still inferior to Tianjor. Quite a few. He is the head of the three great sword immortals in the early Yuan dynasty. He is the belief of sword cultivators in the world. Even the master of the sword domain intends to pass it on to Tianjor. Such talent naturally allowed Tianjor to receive countless support and privileges in the Xian Heavenly Dao sect, one of which was that he could bypass the Taoist master and directly awaken the sleeping ancestors. But as Fang Daoquan said, if Tianjor was still in the Xian Heavenly Dao sect, there would be no need to go to such trouble to summon the profound heaven ancestral spirit to activate the Taoist questioning heart. Zhou Xingdou also knew that the news of Tianjor's trip to the outside world could not be hidden after all, so he did not hide it and directly told Fang Daoquan. My master had previously suspected that there was a traitor in the sect. After negotiating with Xian Jizi, he was sent outside the territory to investigate the two halls and ancestors stationed outside the territory. But I didn't expect that the news brought back by Fang Tianyang pointed directly at Xian Jizi. Although Zhou Xingdou was not convinced by Fang Tianyang's words now, it was indeed a bit difficult to understand when he thought about Xian Jizi's behavior of not alerting his ancestors but sending Tianjor to investigate the second outer hall outside the territory. But after hearing Zhou Xingdou's words, Fang Daoquan's expression changed drastically, his eyes widened and he shouted hurriedly. What you said Tianjor is not in Chuyuan? Zhou Xingdou also frowned a little at Fang Daoquan's sudden shout, and asked in confusion. What's wrong? Zhou Xingdou was a little confused by Fang Daoquan's abnormal state. He didn't feel that there was anything too inappropriate in what he just said. If Fang Tianyang hadn't happened, he would have been a little dissatisfied with Xuan Jizi for letting Tianjor go outside the territory instead of going by himself. This was also based on personal feelings. Fang Daoquan's face became extremely ugly, and he objected to Zhou Xingdou and asked, do you know why Xian Heavenly Dao sect set up two peaks of Zhoutian and Zhoushuan? Zhou Xingdou was a little confused by Fang Daoquan's sudden rhetorical question. He didn't know why the 9 heavens and 9 mysteries were set up. What's the meaning of setting up the 2 peaks of the 9 heavens and 9 mysteries? But when Fang Daoquan asked him this question, Zhou Xingdou had to think deeply. After all, he was not the real person. It was clear at one point. The establishment of the 9 heavens and 9 mysteries peaks should be to check and balance the rights of the Taoist master. Fang Daoquan nodded and said slowly. Yes, the position of Taoist master of Xian Heavenly Dao sect is not hereditary, so the power is often very great, so that he will not be unable to command the profound heaven peak because he has no foundation. But the disadvantages of this are also huge. The entire Xian Heavenly Dao sect has also become the Taoist master's one-word hall, so the 2 peaks of Zhoutian Zhoushuan are set up to check and balance slightly to prevent the Taoist master from being confused and causing a fatal blow to the sect. Speaking of this, Fang Daoquan paused for a few breaths, his face became as gloomy as water, and continued. The 2 peak masters also have this kind of responsibility. As long as the 2 of them are together, the 2 peak masters must be notified of any transfers made by the Tao master. If the 2 peak masters feel that it is inappropriate, they can choose to object and restrain the Tao master. But if the masters of both peaks are absent, the Taoist master has the right not to inform anyone, to arbitrarily decide all matters, to mobilize any information, and not to be known to the ancestors and others. After listening to Fang Daoquan's words, Zhou Xingdou's heart tightened and his expression became solemn. He immediately understood why Fang Daoquan had lost his composure just now. Now that Tianjor is not here and the master of Zhoutian Peak is not here, if Xian Jizi really has a problem, he will take advantage of this time to secretly arrange everything and subvert the entire Xian Heavenly Dao sect. Fang Daoquan's face was more solemn than Zhou Xingdou's, and he said in an urgent tone. The situation is urgent and Taoist questioning heart needs to be activated immediately. Zhou Xingdou shook his head and said. It's useless to activate it now. can you and I be sure that Zhuangzi is in the sect? Hearing this, Fang Daoquan also frowned. Yes, neither Zhou Xingdou nor Fang Daoquan could figure out the whereabouts of their Taoist master, nor were they qualified to know. If Zhuangzi is not here, then even if they call out the profound heaven ancestral spirit, it will be in vain. After all, they can only make the profound heaven ancestral spirit ask the Taoist's heart, and cannot let the profound heaven ancestral spirit do anything else. Fang Daoquan is also in a mess. Then what should we do? The mysterious dragon has never seen its head or tail, and I haven't seen it appear once for several years. What Fang Daoquan said was true. Zhuangzi was indeed a divine dragon that saw its head but not its tail. Except for the masters of the two peaks, basically no one knew his whereabouts and could not detect him. Zhou Xingdou rubbed his chin and said slowly, I have the qualifications to enter and exit Profound Heaven Peak, but I have no way of knowing whether Zhuangzi is in the sect. But Fang Daoquan was a little anxious about Zhou Xingdou's slow words and quickly urged. But what? Zhou Dao child, don't show off at this time. Zhou Xingdou took a deep look at Fang Daoquan. He was testing Fang Daoquan step by step. But now it seems that there is indeed nothing wrong with Fang Daoquan, and naturally there is nothing to test. If I count on my fingers, the day of my coronation should be less than a month, only 10 days. Dao Child's coronation is not a trivial matter, and the heavenly Dao sect is not secretly carried out like other sects. It has already been announced to the world. By then, I am afraid that all the major sects in the absolute beginning Dao domain will come to support it, and this ceremony is the secret of the Tao Master. The child must appear. Fang Daoquan's eyes suddenly flashed, and he still didn't know what Zhou Xingdou meant. Yes, when you are crowned, Zhuangzi, as the Taoist master, must personally crown you, and he must appear then. Zhou Xingdou nodded slightly and then said to Fang Daoquan, your top priority now is to find the formation eye in the protective sect formation. Although Zhou Xingdou knew the second method of activating the Taoist master's inquiry, it was impossible for even him to know where the array eye was. He had to ask Fang Daoquan to find it quickly within 10 days. Fang Daoquan did not feel that it was difficult at this time. He majored in boxing and minored in formation. He was not worried about himself and said confidently, as long as I know that this formation exists, I can find it within 5 days. However, although he was confident, Fang Daoquan looked at Zhou Xingdou with some worry. I don't have a big problem here, but now that the peak master is gone, will Ningyu believe your words? Furthermore, Ningyu has never practiced the formation, so can she find the location of the formation eye? Ningyu is famous for his uprightness and stubbornness in the entire Xian Heavenly Dao sect, and there are only 2 elders in Jiuxuan Peak and no masters in formation cultivation, so it is normal for Fang Daoquan to be worried. Zhou Xingdou disagrees. Aunt Ning still trusts me. As for the formation, I have brought back a great formation master from Taisher Dao domain, so there is no need to worry. Ning, you believed it or not? It didn't matter. The Tao Master's inquiry was the sect's law. It was reasonable to initiate the Tao Master's inquiry when he had doubts about Zhuangzi. What's more, if Zhuangzi is really okay, he will not be harmed, and it is related to the foundation of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, and Ningyu cannot refuse. The Grand Master of the Formation Dao is naturally Qin Yanjing. As the number 1 Formation Dao person in her world and the Grand Master of the Saint Grade Spiritual Formation, there is no doubt about finding a formation eye. Fang Daoquan was worried about Jiuxuan Peak, and Zhou Xingdou was also worried about Zhoutian Peak, so he said cautiously, I also want to say that you must not tell anyone else about this. Fang Daoquan raised his eyebrows, somewhat dissatisfied with Zhou Xingdou's distrust. Is Fang an ignorant person who did that bad thing? Zhou Xingdou shook his head. His silver-white eyes filled with purple energy made it impossible to see any emotion. His eyes penetrated the sea of thunder and fists, and looked at the 4 anxious-looking elders outside the Zhoutian temple. Fang Daoquan also noticed what Zhou Xingdou was looking at and asked knowingly, Are you worried about them leaking? The 4 of them could only watch helplessly as they were attacked by the fist seal and the thunder dragon, and then fell into a coma before they even had time to scream. Zhou Xingdou glanced at Fang Daoquan and shook his head. The news of Fang Tianyang's death cannot be spread. The only ones who know about it now are you and me and the four elders. Enough, everyone is black. Zhou Xingdou naturally had no objection to the idea he proposed. In the Sea of Thunder, thunder continued to buzz, and the four elders were involved in the Sea of Thunder. Four powerful and heavy fist seals, shining with the light of law, came from behind them. Not sure. The four elders outside looked at the powerful thunder sea and fist intention, and they were all extremely anxious. However, it was difficult to spy on what was going on, so they had to worry. Zhou Xingdou shook his head and denied Fang Daoquan's words. Before he finished speaking, ferocious thunder pillars condensed in the thunder sea, bombarding the four floating elders as if they were free of charge. The four elders turned their eyes white and foamed at the mouth. Boom! But if he just let them faint to death, then he, as the law enforcement elder of Zhoutian Peak who acts as the Peak Master's agent, can still suppress them. Moreover, as long as he activates the Taoist Questioning Bureau 10 days after they faint, even if the four elders wake up and are dissatisfied, it's no longer a big problem. The clashing fist intention and thunder punishment unexpectedly swept towards the four of them at this moment. How could the four of them have imagined that there would be such a change? Moreover, the huge wave composed of the fist intention and thunder punishment was so fast that before a few people could react, it involved them into the Nine Heavens Palace together. Well, try it. Your thunder punishment is more likely to make people faint. Why don't you try a few more thunder punishments? Rumble. Have you fainted? No, wouldn't it be more abnormal to kill them? What's more, they may not have any problems. At that time, they stopped me for you. If there were any problems, they should be ignored. Buzz. But just when the four of them were considering whether to bring in reinforcements to put an end to the battle between Fang Daoquan and Zhou Xingdou, a sudden change occurred in the Zhoutian Palace. Then you and I will work together to drag the four of them into the battlefield and beat them until they faint. No, you can't block Zhoutian Peak, otherwise others will think it's too abnormal. Good. As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou looked at Fang Daoquan again and said in a concentrated voice. The Fist Seal and the Heavenly Punishment Thunder Dragon also seemed to have spirits. The moment the four people fainted, they dissipated in the Sea of Thunder, leaving only the four elders floating in the Sea of Thunder, unconscious. Fang Daoquan did not hesitate and made a prompt decision. Hearing this, Fang Daoquan also knew that he was wrong, but he also agreed with Zhou Xingdou's words. If the four elders died, he would not be able to suppress the news. I never said let them die. I just want them to be unable to move for 10 days and pass out. Although he is murderous, he is not so irrational. These are four elders of the sect. How can he kill them just as they say? In this thunder sea, countless thunder and lightning penetrated their bodies, making them numb, not to mention moving, and even their minds were unclear. Rumble. After a while, a voice came from the depths of the thunder sea. Why didn't Fang Daoquan know Zhou Xingdou's true intention? He immediately objected. I won't tell them this, and I will also block Zhoutian Peak. Everything happened so suddenly that even they couldn't react, but before they could figure out where the fist seals came from, four thunderous thunder dragons emerged from the thunder sea and rushed straight towards the door facing the four of them. Fang Daoquan's eyelids jumped wildly as he looked at the four elders who were struck by lightning and were as black as carbon. If he hadn't felt that there was still a little bit of life in the charred bodies, he would have thought that the four of them were chopped to death by Zhou Xingdou. He never thought that one day he would unite with others and take action against his colleagues, but in this situation, no matter whether the four of them had problems or not, they could only aggrieve these colleagues. I planted a source of lightning for each of them that can last for 10 days. Even if their resilience is amazing, they won't be able to wake up within 10 days. Zhou Xingdou looked cold. In his opinion, these four people were not wronged. After all, at least they still had their lives, and Fang Tianyang didn't even have his life now. After saying that, Zhou Xingdou took out a token from the storage ring and threw it towards Fang Daoquan before continuing. We'd better not meet each other for the next 10 days, so let's keep in touch through this thing. Fang Daoquan took the token and nodded. That's how it should be. After all, it is not convenient for the two of them to meet often, so there is nothing wrong with being more cautious. Zhou Xingdou also nodded. Now that what needs to be said and done has been done, it is not convenient for him to stay for a long time. It's not convenient for me to stay for a long time. I'll follow your orders in 10 days. After saying that, Zhou Xingdou stopped caring about anything else and turned around to leave. After all, he still had to arrange the affairs of Jiushuan Peak and he had other things to do. But at this moment, Fang Daoquan suddenly spoke, causing Zhou Xingdou to pause. Slow? Zhou Xingdou looked puzzled and asked with a frown. What? Fang Daoquan bowed his hands towards Zhou Xingdou very politely, but his voice was extremely cold, as if he was suppressing his murderous intent, and said, Who cast the curse on Tianyang, and who led him to Tianqizi to let him discover such a secret? Please ask Zhou Dao Child to inform him. Although for Xian Heavenly Dao sect he could cooperate with Zhou Xingdou and even attack his colleagues, how could he easily give up on the death of his nephew Fall Tianyang? Fang Daoquan is not a fool, and the curse was definitely not made by Xian Jizi. If Xian Jizi really discovered Fall Tianyang, Fang Tianyang would not be able to walk out of Tianqizi alive. There was definitely someone else who caused Fang Tianyang's death. Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but remain silent after hearing this. He naturally knew that the main culprits of Fang Tianyang's death were Huo Lingtian and the Luo family, but they were less important than Xuan Jizi. He was also afraid that if he told Fang Daoquan would be unable to bear it within these 10 days, and his plan against Xian Jizi 10 days later would be ruined. Zhou Dao Child, Fang knows the seriousness and will not ruin the big thing. But after this matter is over, Fang needs to give an explanation to my nephew who is under the influence of Jiuquan. Every word that Fang Daoquan spoke seemed to come out with all his strength, and there was even a hint of prayer in Zhou Xingdou's eyes. The ghostly voice sounded again. This is all because of Fang Tianyang. It can be said that Fang Tianyang made an extremely correct choice by telling Zhou Xingdou the secret. This law enforcement elder who was in charge of Yifeng, the supreme and immortal force, felt a sense of powerlessness for the first time in a long time. If Fang Daoquan didn't know why he led the Fang family to seek revenge, the whole army would basically be wiped out, and the Luo family would also know that he was exposed. Having said this, I hope Elder Fang will not be blinded by hatred. 2 flowers bloom, one on each side. There was a riot of essence in a secret room, with scorching divine flames like a sea, and red dragons swimming in the sea of fire. The terrifying power and holy pressure continued to rise with the temperature, and monstrous visions continued to surge. Now that the curse has been touched, don't tell the Luo family to follow you, but you and I have to go to the Chaos Realm quickly. I have a feeling that the Chuyuan is about to be in chaos, but if you and I don't leave, I'm afraid there will be a catastrophe. Hearing this, Fang Daoquan's face showed a bit of bitterness, and his whole person looked a little desolate. As Zhou Xingdou said, his Fang family was not even qualified to avenge Fang Tianyang personally. To be honest, Zhou Xingdou showed very little goodwill, and Zhou Xingdou had to remind him that after all, this matter involved a lot, and he wanted Fang Daoquan to retreat when he revealed the Luo family's background. If Zhou Xingdou were here, he would be able to discover that this person is the Huo Lingtian he is looking for. He can also see the rising fluctuations. I am afraid that he is just one step away from the great sage before he can reach the peak of the holy saint. To him, this revenge was like the revenge of killing his son, otherwise he would not have taken direct action against Zhou Xingdou at that time. Zhou Xingdou also sighed quietly, and after a moment of silence he slowly said. He died in front of Zhou Xingdou, which made even Zhou Xingdou so cruel-hearted inevitably feel compassion. Naturally, he didn't want to see Fang Tianyang's relatives die, and subconsciously wanted to save them. Even though he can't take revenge immediately for the sake of his sect, he doesn't want to not even know who the enemy who killed his child is, and he doesn't even have a direction for his hatred. Zhou Xingdou also knew that Fang Tianyang had some intention to divert trouble, but how terrible death was. Zhou Xingdou, who had experienced it twice, knew very well that in comparison, his intention to cause trouble could only be said to be insignificant. Speaking of this week, Xingdou also reminded him with some kindness. I will take care of Huo Lingtian. As for the Luo family in Shizhou that day, it was a hidden nail planted by the chaos cult in the absolute beginning domain. Tianqizi. After saying that, Zhou Xingdou stopped dawdling. After all, Fang Daoquan also needed some time and space to release the suppressed sadness. Zhou Xingdou also accepted it calmly, shook his head slightly and said. Huo Lingtian's eyes also suddenly filled with sadness, and with tears welling up in his eyes, he murmured. Calmness returned to the secret room, but Huo Lingtian's eyes were a bit shocked. He suddenly spoke in the empty secret room and said in surprise to the air. Senior, are you saying that the curse on Fang Tianyang has been broken? Yes, that curse was cast by me. If it is touched, I will detect it immediately. It will never be wrong. Moreover, the curse has taken effect. This person's true spirit has been disintegrated, his soul has been annihilated, and he will never be reincarnated. I'm not sure, Fang Tianyang didn't tell me clearly, but it should be related to the Luo family of Tianqi province and Huo Lingtian, the crown prince of the Dian dynasty. But even so, Fang Daoquan still bowed solemnly to Zhou Xingdou and said with utmost sincerity. Moreover, the hidden secrets of the Luo family are no less than those of a top power. You must not get involved with them. You can only make plans after pacifying the Xian Heavenly Dao sect. Because just because Xingyi found out about the Luo family, Fang Daoquan from the Fang family and Half-Step Supreme couldn't deal with it, let alone the Chaos God cult, which even Zhou Xingdou had to treat with caution. He still has no wife or children. Fang Tianyang is his nephew, and he has been in Zhoutian Peak since he was a child. In terms of companionship and affection, he is even more like his father than Fang Tianyang's father. Brother Fang, would you rather die than help me? The center of these unusual movements was a strange young man wearing a red dragon robe. Fang, on behalf of the Fang family in Tianyang, thanks Zhou Dao child. But in the secret room where only Huo Lingtian was alone, a ghostly voice that was completely different from Huo Lingtian sounded, saying unhurriedly. But at this critical moment of cultivation, Huo Lingtian suddenly opened his extremely ferocious and demonic eyes, and all the surging visions were shocked at this moment, turning into various torrents and being absorbed into his body. After Zhou Xingdou left Zhoutian Peak, he did not return directly to Zhoushuan Peak. Instead, he left the sect formation and passed through his Holy Thunder Tribulation to achieve the true Holy Realm. The Holy Thunder Tribulation has nothing to say. Zhou Xingdou is no longer like ordinary people in the Transcending Tribulation. There is only one thing he has to do, and that is to swallow the Heavenly Tribulation in one gulp, and then the Transcending Tribulation succeeds. To him, the Heavenly Tribulation was just a nourishing holy product. It was no longer a threat, and it was difficult for Zhou Xingdou to become interested. Even from the time Zhou Xingdou left the sect and then disappeared, the thousands of miles of calamity clouds suddenly dissipated in less than a breath. After that, Zhou Xingdou returned to Zhoushuan Peak and never appeared again. Whether it was Xian Heavenly Dao Sect or Penalty Thunder Heavenly Palace, they were extremely calm, but I don't know if it was a storm that was about to come. It's just that Zhou Xingdou deceived Fang Daoquan. In fact, he had the ability to know whether Xian Jizi was in the sect. Even if he was not in the Xian Heavenly Dao sect, Zhou Xingdou had the means to lure him back. The reason why he chose to launch the Taoist Questioning Bureau 10 days later during Dao Child's coronation ceremony is that Zhou Xingdou does have selfish motives, and the selfishness is not small. In fact, that kind of occasion is not suitable for initiating the Dao Master's inquiry, because there will be many people from outside the sect watching the ceremony during the coronation. At that time, initiating the Dao Master's inquiry will undoubtedly make outsiders laugh, and it will greatly damage the Xian Heavenly Dao sect. Power. The reason why Zhou Xingdou did this is nothing more than one thing: officially becoming Xian Heavenly Dao sect Dao child. Even if Xian Jizi appears on the day of the coronation, Zhou Xingdou will not choose to let the two peaks activate the Dao Master Questioning Bureau immediately. Instead, he will wait for Xian Jizi to complete his coronation and officially become the Dao child before he will let him activate it. Xian Heavenly Dao sect Dao child is no different from the Crown Prince, Holy Son, Divine Child of other forces. They are all candidates for the next power leader. What Zhou Xingdou is planning is precisely the position of Taoist Master. After all, even Wan Tianzhou can sit on the throne of the Holy Lord of the immortal power of the universal Holy Land in the realm of a saint. Zhou Xingdou feels that there is nothing wrong with sitting on it. During this period of time, Zhou Xingdou did not forget Yun Jinji, and was always paying attention to the information sent back by the Xingyo guards who stayed at Lin's house. However, Ningyu was also in Zhou Xingdou's expectation and did not oppose Zhou Xingdou's plan. Instead, she was very in favor of Zhou Xingdou's Taoist inquiry on Xian Jizi. Deng even agreed to this approach and completely let go of Qing Yanjing. Xianfeng Formation. There is still no news about Zhou Xingdou's master Tianzhou, and Commander Xingyou has not returned since he went to the outside world, which makes Zhou Xingdou always feel a sense of insecurity. Under normal circumstances, the first in line would be the peak masters of Zhoutian Peak and Zhoushuan Peak. The two peak masters would take over the position of pike master. They would wait for Dao Child to reach a certain level of cultivation and character before letting Dao Child take over. Zhou Xingdou didn't have any objections to this. Yuan Tian was not his slave after all. He was not a war slave extracted from the system like Fa Hai, nor was he implanted with the Wanhua slave seal like Qiu Yu. But the current situation in Xian Heavenly Dao sect is that the master of Zhoushuan Peak is missing, and the master of Zhoushuan Peak, Tianzhou, is Master Zhou Xingdou, and he has no intention of taking the position of Taoist master. Everything he did to Zhou Xingdou was out of loyalty, which was what Zhou Xingdou admired most about him. Because his system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly made a noise today. So the first thing Zhou Xingdou did when he returned to Zhoushuan Peak was to tell Ning Yueza everything he knew and planned. After that, Zhou Xingdou also announced his retreat to prepare for the upcoming coronation of Dao Child. Just like Fang Daoquan was about the same when he first learned about Xian Jizi, Ning Yu was also shocked and almost even wanted to confront Xian Jizi. He even often sat in the courtyard, missing Zhou Xingdou and often murmuring Zhou Xingdou's name. There was no news from Luo Balian from the Luo family. He probably didn't realize that they had been exposed, and he seemed to be unaware of Fang Tianyang's curse, just as before. Qing Yanjing is worthy of being the Grand Master of the Holy Formation. It took only an hour to find the formation eye. But he also used the name of seclusion to secretly contact and plan for the next major events, and at the same time consolidate his cultivation that he had just entered the Holy Realm. Coupled with the young master position of the Zhou family, Zhou Xingdou can be said to control two supreme immortals by one person. He can control two great Dao domains in the 9th great Dao domain of Chu Yuan, which is not without terror. What's more, he is stronger than Wan Tianzhou. This is good news for Zhou Xingdou. After all, 5 days have passed and the Luo family has not known about it. It is basically impossible to know, and there is no way to tell Xian Jizi, so Zhou Xingdou's plan will not be disrupted. So Zhou Xingdou was grateful from the bottom of his heart and respected Fang Tianyang. This is also the fundamental reason why Fang Daoquan and the Fang family have great goodwill. He even hoped that Zuan Jizi really had a problem. Then when the Taoist master asked about his inner situation, Zuan Jizi's position as Taoist master would definitely be deprived of him by the profound heaven ancestral spirit, and he would be imprisoned in the profound heaven legal world to be judged by the ancestors. Of course, these messages were not enough for Zhou Xingdou to wake up from his practice. There was another reason why he did not wake up after 10 days. Because the benefit that I am about to get is a great opportunity that is difficult to reproduce in the past, present and future if we look at the history books of the early Yuan dynasty. So judging from the current situation, as long as there is a problem with Zuan Jizi, in 10 days from that Zhou Xingdou will be the youngest supreme immortal force in the history of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, even the absolute beginning Dao domain, and even the long history of the first Yuan dynasty. Host. Of course, the premise of all this is that Zhou Xingdou planned properly, and everything did not develop as he thought. But it was impossible for Zhou Xingdou to stop doubting Yan Jinji, and at this time, he would disrupt his arrangements because of the love between his children. The reason why Yuan Tian followed Zhou Xingdou was, firstly, because of the Zhou family, and secondly, because he chose Zhou Xingdou and believed that Zhou Xingdou was worth following. 5 days is naturally not a long time. Even for Zhou Xingdou, whose time is like gold, it is just a snap of a finger. As for Yuan Tian who returned home, he also received a message saying that he was safe, but he just wanted to spend more time with the tigress at home. Later, he would participate in the coronation of Zhou Xingdou's Dao child with Shenwu sect, and then he would sit down with Zhou Xingdou. Fortunately, in the end, Zhou Xingdou tried his best to explain the pros and cons before persuading the upright elder Ning, otherwise Zhou Xingdou would have collapsed and everything would have been lost. And 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Even if there is a chance, he wouldn't mind supporting the Fang family. And even if Tianzhou was interested, Zhou Xingdou didn't believe that Tianzhou would compete with him for the position of Dao child. Of course, even though Zhou Xingdou officially became the Dao child, he was still young and was not the first choice to act as the Dao Master. However, Xingdou did not gain much. Yun Jinji was very normal and did not do anything out of the ordinary. The most important thing now is to ensure that the second condition for activating the Taoist Inquiry Bureau is established. He also needs to tell Ning Yueze everything, so that Qing Yanjing can completely control the Jiaxuanfeng formation and find the formation I. Ding, due to changes in the luck of heaven and earth, the system will be repaired ahead of schedule. The long-lost voice suddenly rang in Zhou Xingdou's ears, which shocked Zhou Xingdou and opened his eyes that had been covered in dust for 5 days. Before Zhou Xingdou could be surprised, the ticking countdown sounded. 10, 9, 8, 7. Every countdown made Zhou Xingdou's mind tense up involuntarily, until the moment the countdown reached 1, dense reminders sounded loudly. Ding, congratulations to the host, the second system repair is completed. Ding, congratulations to the host, the transmigrate function of the system has been updated. You can purchase transmigrate opportunities in the Luck Value Mall. Ding, congratulations to the host, the Luck Value Mall has been updated, adding original card functions and updating new products. Ding, congratulations to the host, unlocking the skill fusion function. Ding, congratulations to the host. Since the system's function has become stronger, the host can forcefully kill the Son of Destiny who has not cleared the air in the future. Ding, congratulations to the host, you got the system repair reward luck value, 100,000. Ding, the new changes in the remaining panels are simplified, please check it yourself. Name, Zhou Xingdou, odd number. Talent, Punishing Heaven Dao Body, 7 stars Absolute Peak, Innate Sword Heart, 4 stars, Absolute Sword Veins, 6 stars. Realm, Early Holy Stage, Perfect Level. Cumulative Luck Value, more than 600,000, more than 140,000. Gongfa Baozhu, Ziwei Taiwang Sutra Part 1, Basic Accomplishment Peak, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Power, Giant Elephant Great Accomplishment, Thunder Emperor Bao Shu, Basic Accomplishment, Luoxia Sword Code, Mastery. Number of Transmigrate Times, 0. Number of Skill Fusions, 0. System Warehouse, Divine Phoenix Elixir 1, Great Movement Seal 100, Luck Explorer Card 13, Innate Luck Stripping Card 3, Luck Clearing Card 1. Zhou Xingdou looked at the familiar light screen that appeared in front of him and realized that his system had actually been successfully repaired in advance. If the original time had been followed, even by the time of the coronation, it would have taken more than 10 days to successfully repair it. But now it was almost 20 days ahead of schedule, which was half the time. Zhou Xingdou was not unhappy. The repair was completed ahead of schedule. According to the system, it was due to changes in the fate of heaven and earth, which made him a little curious. System, what kind of changes have occurred in the fate of heaven and earth? Can it affect you? Ding, the fate of heaven and earth is chaotic. Those who deserve to die are not dead, and those who deserve to live are not alive. Those who deserve to be ruined will be king in hegemony, and those who deserve to be powerful will die unfavorably. As a result, the way of heaven is chaotic and luck is chaotic. Only then can the system profit invisibly and recover in advance. The sound of the system was as usual, and the change was not as big as the first repair, but it seemed to be more willing to answer Zhou Xingdou's confusion and no longer be secretive. Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou's eyes flickered, and the joy of having the system repaired in advance was diluted, and he asked slowly, "Does the chaos in heaven and earth have something to do with me?" Chaos of heaven and earth's fate and chaos of heaven and earth are definitely not a good thing for a world. Even for Zhou Xingdou now, it is only harmful but not beneficial if it does not count as an early recovery of the system. The system also continued to answer. Ding, it has nothing to do with it. The host is stirring up the luck locally, but there are also many unknown entities secretly adding fuel to the fire. Otherwise, just relying on the ability of the host at this time, even with the help of the system, it would still be impossible to make the luck of the entire world chaotic. Far from it. Zhou Xingdou's eyes narrowed slightly and he was silent for a while before he asked again. Is this chaos in the fate of heaven and earth the catastrophe they say it is? Zhou Xingdou heard the word catastrophe more than once, but he didn't understand it at all and had no way of knowing what the disaster was. It would be great if the system could answer it. The system answered all questions. Ding, a great catastrophe is a great catastrophe. The calamity of all living beings is also the calamity of the world. The chaos of the destiny of heaven and earth, and the chaos of heaven and earth are the precursors of the start of the great calamity. The chaos of the destiny of heaven and earth, and the chaos of heaven and earth are just the precursors of the great catastrophe. So what will it look like when the great catastrophe actually comes? The horror contained in these two words, catastrophe for all living beings and catastrophe for the world, is absolutely far beyond anything else. The calamity that all living beings in the world must face is probably an unprecedented disaster, and no one can be spared. This made Zhou Xingdou frown. The current situation in the absolute beginning Dao realm was already giving him a headache. Now the entire Chuyuan is about to cause a catastrophe that no one will be spared. How can this not make him upset? The system seemed to be aware of Zhou Xingdou's worries and took the initiative to say, "Ding, the host does not need to worry too much. With the power of the primary world, the catastrophe cannot be promoted in a short time. Even if the destiny of the earth is chaotic now, there will be no major changes in 10 or 8 years." Zhou Xingdou also raised his eyebrows instantly. 10 years and 8 years? This immediately made him forget about the catastrophe. Even judging from Zhou Xingdou's short time of 3 lifetimes, 10 years is a long time. What's more, with the speed of his own power's advancement, it is still unknown what state he will enter in 10 or 8 years. Perhaps a catastrophe will be broken by him at the snap of his fingers. Ding, so the host doesn't have to worry. What you have to do now is to rob your luck and strengthen yourself. Even if there is no acceleration to promote the catastrophe, it will take at least a year and a half. With the help of the system, the host will even you can't break the catastrophe, but you can also protect yourself from the catastrophe. Regarding the system, Zhou Xingdou also nodded in agreement. However, he has never worried about his own safety. Catastrophes and other disasters actually have little bearing on his life. The big deal is that he is hiding in the Zhou family, and it is difficult for him to die even if his grandfather Zhou Wuji protects him. He was worried that the layout he had worked so hard now would be destroyed in a catastrophe, and all his previous efforts would be wasted. Now that Zhou Xingdou has figured it out, he no longer has to worry. After all, this repair of the system has brought about changes and new functions. It was only at this moment that he carefully observed the light curtain panel in front of him. However, the panel was not much but less than before. It seemed that it had been streamlined during the repair. Among them, the 2 columns that record rare objects, magic weapons, and people who record luck disappeared, and the Thunder Emperor's throne in the system warehouse also lost its text display. It's just that although it has been streamlined, there are many changes. The Transmigrate World column also disappears, replaced by the number of skill fusions. Moreover, in the Talent column and the Strength column, there are more stars after each talent, and there are also more ratings after the realm. I have always understood the star Zhou Xingdou. After all, the luck of those who are lucky is determined by the star. It's just that Zhou Xingdou didn't expect that his punishing heaven Dao body actually had 7 stars, and his Juexian vein, which only awakened the Juejian vein, was also as high as 6 stars. You know, even Lin Fan and Du Buhui's Destiny Sons were only rated 6 stars by the system. But in the end, Zhou Xingdou was relieved. If his talent was not as strong as the Destiny Child, then that would be the wrong thing. Otherwise, how could Lin Fan and Du Buhui die in his hands, and how could he crush the Son of Destiny in all aspects? Zhou Xingdou was more interested in the words after realm than stars after stars. Perfect level, I don't know if it is an evaluation of his foundation or strength, but at the same time, a message suddenly appeared in Zhou Xingdou's mind. In addition to the star rating, the system divides everything in the world into 5 levels, which are the rookie level, the initial level, the perfection level, the perfect level, and the ultimate level. The perfect first level is already considered the pinnacle. The ultimate peak can be encountered but cannot be sought. It is based on the evaluation of the host's cultivation strength at the stage. After reading that message, Zhou Xingdou also instantly understood the classification of the levels. What he didn't expect was that with his strength, he did not reach the top level of the system classification, and could only be rated as the next perfect level. This undoubtedly made Zhou Xingdou a little dissatisfied, because not reaching the peak meant that there were still people who might surpass him at the same level, which he could not accept. As if sensing Zhou Xingdou's thoughts, the system immediately gave advice. Ding, the host needs to pay attention. It is not entirely a good thing to break the perfection and enter the extreme. The extreme is harmful to the future. Only when you know the time and reach perfection can you go further. Ding, there are many powerful people in the world who can be rated as the top level in a certain realm. In the end, most of them are stuck in one realm, or even suffer misfortunes and die unexpectedly. It is not a good thing to be at the top, perfection is the way to go. The system made 3 sounds in succession, making Zhou Xingdou slightly raise his eyebrows. After all, the system rarely speaks proactively, not to mention the fact that it is the first time that 3 voices have been emitted at once. This is enough to show how much opposition the system has to Zhou Xingdou's desire to enter the top level. Even just a thought has caused such a big reaction. It is conceivable that the top level is probably not a good thing. But Zhou Xingdou still has doubts. Then is it good or bad that my punishing heaven Dao body is rated as the top 7 stars? The system also slowly explained. Ding, the rating of physical fitness does not participate in the rating of realm strength. The higher the rating of talent, the better. Speaking of how long the system paused, he expanded his explanation. Ding, what's more, the physique is already at the peak of the 7 stars. There is no physique in the heavens except the Tao body that can surpass the 6 stars. The Tao body is supreme. The end of all innate physiques is the 7 stars. The physique at the top of the 7 stars is already the highest in the heavens. One of the strongest talents. Zhou Xingdou nodded as if he didn't understand, and immediately asked another question. System, how do you divide stars 1 to 7? Zhou Xingdou has always had some doubts about the star classification of the system, which started from the world star rating of Zhutian Transmigrate. Later, there was the 7-star peerless Wanjie Kunfanglu. Coupled with the current talent star level, it was difficult for him to measure it from the perspective of the Chuyuan world. Ding, if we explain it according to the system of the first element, 1 star is equivalent to the 4th realm of the physical body, 2 stars is the 4th realm of universal truth, 3 stars is equivalent to the 5th realm of divine treasure, 4 stars is the holy realm and holy weapon, and 5 stars is equivalent to supreme realm and supreme devices, and the quasi-emperor realm world and quasi-emperor great things in the early Yuan are extremely special. They are existences between 5 stars and 6 stars, and can be called 5.5 stars. The system did not make any excuses, and explained every word with extreme seriousness. Zhou Xingdou also nodded clearly, and then drew inferences from one instance to another. Then 6 stars are the great emperor grade? Isn't 7 stars the immortal grade that surpasses the great emperor? The system also hurriedly replied. Ding, yes, you can think so, but the Tianqin great emperor in the Chuyuan system far exceeds the 6 stars in the sky, and can even be called 6.5 stars. Not only can it be rated as the top, it will not affect the future Tao, or even it will be of great benefit to the 7 stars in the future. Zhou Xingdou smiled when he heard this, and he immediately understood why the system was so talkative today. System, after you have said so much, do you want me to compete for Tianqin and become the great emperor of Tianqin? The system did not hide its thoughts. Ding, congratulations to the host for guessing correctly. Although your Tao body can ignore Tianqin and break through the suppression of heaven and earth to enter the emperor grade, the system of Tianqin great emperor can indeed be called the strongest 6-star Tao in the world, and Tianqin is very important to the host and the emperor. The system is of great benefit. Zhou Xingdou shook his head and said, You're too anxious. I'm still in the holy realm now, and it's still early for me to reach the peak of quasi-emperor. And if a catastrophe kills me, the battle of Tianqin may not begin. Now, even if Zhou Xingdou makes a breakthrough without reservation, his realm will only stagnate at the peak of the great sage. Because he had never stepped on the path of the great sage in his previous life, the supreme realm had no empirical reference for him and he could only realize it on his own. By then, his progress in the realm would have slowed down. And now that the fate of heaven and earth and the way of heaven are in chaos, it is still unclear whether Tianqin will appear in this life. But the system refuted Zhou Xingdou's words very firmly. Ding, the host is wrong. Before the catastrophe begins, Tianqin will definitely appear. Zhou Xingdou immediately frowned, his silvery white eyes full of purple energy flickered, and he asked, How did you know? Whether Tianqin will appear or not, or when it will appear, even many immortal forces cannot calculate, because they cannot be calculated at all, and there are no rules at all. Zhou Xingdou asked this not because he doubted whether what the system said was true or false, but because he was a little shocked and curious. The system still didn't hide it. Ding, it's the host's credit. After this repair, the system can intercept some information in Tiandao, which is also learned from Tiandao information. Zhou Xingdou sighed. He never doubted the magic of the system. Even if it was nonsense like intercepting information from heaven, it must be true from the mouth of the system. Zhou Xingdou was just a little helpless, because he felt like he was working hard and was being pushed forward without stopping for a moment. Of course, Zhou Xingdou had no choice but to make sure it was not ruined, so he immediately asked the system. According to what you said, if someone promotes the catastrophe, it will take at least a year and a half before the catastrophe is launched. And if Tianqin appears before the catastrophe, how much time do I have to improve my strength? Ding, there is no specific time. It is possible that Tianxian will appear tomorrow, or it may appear 1 second before the great catastrophe. It is possible. Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou didn't react too fiercely. After all, he had heard a lot of the system's disturbing remarks today, and the ups and downs of his mentality made him infinitely calm now. After Zhou Xingdou was silent for a while, his expression became cold and he asked, "So what do you mean?" Ding, the best choice for the host now is to use the system's heavenly transmigrate function to gain training time and reach the quasi-emperor peak as quickly as possible, so that he can catch up with the battle for the heart of heaven. After listening to the system's words, Zhou Xingdou's face remained cold, even a little cold. After muttering for a long time, he spoke again. Is it because the times of transmigration are not enough and the luck value is not enough? Do I need to kill a few more sons of destiny and give you the fragrance spectrum of all realms? Zhou Xingdou felt that the system being repaired for the second time was a little too interfering with him. Perhaps the system's suggestions were indeed well-intentioned for Zhou Xingdou, but they made him feel a little controlled. Moreover, the system began to let him calm down, but in the following words, he secretly urged himself to quickly increase his strength, which was both Tianqin and Zhutian transmigrate. This was undoubtedly an attempt to deprive Zhou Xingdou of a large amount of luck points in order to replenish the power of the system. This feeling is different from before. Although the previous system was very urgent about luck value and repairing itself, it did not rush Zhou Xingdou. Even when Du Buhui needed to repair the second time, he kept his attitude very low. Nowadays, although the system talks more and answers all questions, it is full of personal information, and its tone is no longer as sincere as before, but more like a bystander. Even the chess player. And Zhou Xingdou became its chess piece, and it controlled Zhou Xingdou with words and interests. This was also the first time that Zhou Xingdou had a strong dislike and resistance to the system. Although the system had given Zhou Xingdou a lot of benefits and he was grateful to the system, it did not mean that he wanted to become a pawn of the system. His previous relationship with the system was more like a parasitic relationship of mutual existence and mutual benefit. He needed the system's functions, and the system needed Zhou Xingdou to obtain luck, and almost always Zhou Xingdou was the main body and the system was the supplement. Nowadays, the system's initiative is not too much, but in Zhou Xingdou's eyes, the system undoubtedly wants to seize the initiative and make the system the main body, with Zhou Xingdou as the supplement. This is something Zhou Xingdou doesn't want and doesn't allow to happen. The system didn't seem to expect Zhou Xingdou to have such a violent reaction. After a rare long pause, he spoke again, but his tone was still calm and even cold. Ding, the system does not mean this. Everything the system says and advises is for the benefit of the host and the system. What the system puts forward are suggestions. The system does not restrict the host. Whether to accept the suggestions or not is up to the host himself. But this answer did not make Zhou Xingdou's expression soften. It made his expression colder and his tone even more stern. If it were him, he would never answer like this. Speaking of this, most of Zhou Xingdou's mind has been focused on the infinite power of the stars in the sky, which seems to be activated in the next second. Zhou Xingdou's eyes were as deep as water, and his whole body was tense to the extreme. He shouted sternly in the empty secret room. Zhou Xingdou continued to ask. Ding, the current system is just a program that runs autonomously. There may be some places that make the host uncomfortable based on the interests of the system, but I will not lie and cannot lie. As for whether the host believes it or not, it depends on the host himself. What's more, it seems that this program that combines the will of the system with the information from heaven can really do nothing except remind and answer questions. Zhou Xingdou can feel that the function of the system is still under his control and has not been lost. If the system really changes and is occupied by other things, it will be the biggest danger to Zhou Xingdou, which makes him unable to ignore it. If this system is really just a program that runs autonomously, then its initial actions can indeed be explained. Moreover, Zhou Xingdou also felt that what the system said was more likely. After all, he still understood the magic of the system, and it was difficult to believe that something could occupy the system silently. Zhou Xingdou frowned, still a little doubtful. Zhou Xingdou initially felt that the system might have changed its mind after the second repair, but regarding the system's answer just now, Zhou Xingdou could almost conclude that this system is not that system. This was inconsistent with the system's increasingly human-like form in the past. Now it was more like a mechanized product, which Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but doubt. It was the mechanism mentioned by this program that gave Zhou Xingdou some ideas. But just when Zhou Xingdou was desperate and wanted to mobilize the power of the stars in the sky, the cold sound also broke the silence at this moment. Where is the original system? The voice of the system was still calm and slowly explained. After Zhou Xingdou heard this and thought for a long time, he finally pressed down the power of the stars that was about to be activated again, and took a deep breath to relax his tense body. For the time being, except for the words, the consciousness of this voice has no place that can threaten me. I only need to think about it, but it is not a big problem. Ding, when the original system repair time is over, the system's origin will be completely awakened, and I will also be integrated into the system's origin will. The system also answered truthfully. Ding, the change in the fate of heaven and earth caused the system to be repaired in advance, but the source of the system is still in a sleeping state. Therefore, when the source of the system is intercepted, the source of the system automatically makes a judgment, integrates the will and the information of heaven, and allows me to be born to fill the vacuum where the source is sleeping. Expect. What the hell are you? Any questions will be answered, and any doubts will be clarified. And if this program really intended to harm yourself, then when you were about to launch the power of the stars in the sky to bombard the system deep in the true spirit, you should have made some reactions. Zhou Xingdou narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not relax his vigilance and continued to ask. You must know that the system is the foundation for your current life, and it is your biggest secret. Even your closest grandfather has never told the existence of the system. Ding, I am indeed not the system in the host's mouth, but the consciousness born from the interweaving of the system's will and the information of heaven. I will answer all questions, answer any confusion, and provide useful advice. The suggestions I make are based on the system and the host. Profit perspective. The system can only recover in advance for 20 days, which means that we will see the results after 20 days, which is not a long time. How do I know what you say is true? If the answer now is not the system, what is it? What's more, according to this program, the system is just sleeping and will wake up completely when the system repair time is not advanced. Time almost froze in the entire quiet room, the atmosphere was extremely tense, no sound appeared, and the system also fell into silence. However, under Zhou Xingdou's observation, this program did not take any actions or measures other than speaking, or it simply did not have the authority of the system itself and could not do anything. If anything goes wrong next, he will immediately lift the table and use the power of the stars to bombard the deepest system of his true spirit. Because it is too calm, almost different from the original system, and even colder than when the system was never repaired. That was why he was nervous. And according to what he said, he is a blender of heavenly information, so he must know a lot of information. Isn't this the answerer Zhou Xingdou needs most? When will the system wake up? Zhou Xingdou has too many questions in his heart now, but no one around him can answer his questions, or in other words, he is unwilling to answer his questions. And if he pursues every question, not only will he not get the answer, but more questions will arise. So if this program really answers every question, solves any confusion, and is a product that the system inadvertently creates to fill the vacancies, then its value to Zhou Xingdou can be said to be extremely huge. How could Zhou Xingdou miss such an opportunity? He immediately asked. Can you really answer every question and answer any confusion? Ding, I have nearly half of the information on the way of heaven in this world, and some knowledge of the system. As long as it does not exceed this scope, I can answer it. A hint of excitement suddenly appeared in Zhou Xingdou's eyes. Nearly half of the information about the original heavenly way. It may not sound like much, but the information contained in one side of Tiandao is about everyone and everything in the entire history of the world since the birth of Tiandao. The huge content of information is almost immeasurable. Even if this program only has nearly half of it, it is still extremely huge and difficult to estimate. What's more, it also has partial cognition of the system. This combination is enough to make this program the largest knowledge base of Chuyuan except for the way of heaven. Just for this alone, it can become an extremely powerful system on its own, giving others a great opportunity to defying the heavens and changing fate. Zhou Xingdou couldn't bear it at this moment and asked tentatively. Is the Zhou family a local force in the early Yuan dynasty? Zhou Xingdou also had an answer to this question in his mind. When he fought against Tianjizi, he learned some information from Tianjizi's crazy words. Asking this question now is just an experiment to see if it really answers the question and whether the answer is correct. The program that replaced the system did not disappoint Zhou Xingdou, and he immediately answered. Ding, the Zhou family is not a local force of the Chuyuan. The Zhou family settled in the Chuyuan world after solving some problems for the Chuyuan Tiandao in ancient times. They also reached a consensus with the Tiandao to try not to affect the Chuyuan pattern, and help Chuyuan resist evil spirits. It is recorded in the Tiandao information that at that time, the Zhou family carried an unknown terrifying existence, which was suppressed in the current Taisher Dao domain. According to Tiandao's calculations in the Tiandao information, this existence is also the main reason why the successive heads of the Zhou family have to guard their ancestral land and cannot leave. As for what it is specifically, there is no answer in the intercepted Tiandao information. Zhou Xingdou's eyes lit up when he heard this. What this program said was basically consistent with what he knew and guessed, and it was also detailed enough. It should be correct. From now on, he could continue to ask. Zhou Xingdou held his breath and concentrated, and after sifting through his mind, he asked in a deep voice. Is the system's lucky person panel absolutely correct? Is it possible that it could be covered up and cause errors? The reason Zhou Xingdou asked this question was naturally because of Yun Jinji. He has also been waiting for the system repair to be completed and he wakes up before asking. After all, it seems that Yun Jinji is indeed abnormal. But this is extremely inconsistent with the panel provided by the system. That's why Zhou Xingdou needs to know whether the system will go wrong. Name, Yun Jinji. Qi number? Luck in the weather tomorrow? Because whether it was all the unreasonable things in the past, the elders from the outer sect who disappeared completely after taking Lin Fan's entrance examination, Lin Hua's reminder, or Yun Jinji who was too normal under the supervision of Xingyo guards. World, Chuyuan Realm, Mo Luo Tian. This is a special and inexplicable emotion that is difficult to explain in terms of interests and personality. If it is not cleaned up, it will become chaotic. You really have a problem. But now Yun Jinji's completely different panel from before was the most powerful evidence placed in front of Zhou Xingdou, making him unable to be sure and had to believe it. Because he was Zhou Xingdou's first woman, even though she was Lin Fan's mother, he still had some feelings for her. Rather than the real person, this made Zhou Xingdou a little confused, and a word also appeared in his mind. Ding, it is indeed possible that something went wrong. The system is not in its peak state. The previous power was too small and could not even cover the Chuyuan world. If this person is not from the Chuyuan world and is powerful enough, and has exquisite hidden means to intentionally mislead the system. Misrecognition is indeed possible. This gave Yun Jinji a certain status in Zhou Xingdou's heart. The incarnation is to separate part of one's own power, and it is much simpler to use the power that is far weaker than the original body. A strong person can transform into countless incarnations in an instant. This procedure confirmed Zhou Xingdou's idea without any hesitation. But even so, Zhou Xingdou still didn't want to believe it, or maybe he knew it in his heart, but resisted the idea that Yun Jinji had something wrong, so he insisted on finding irrefutable evidence. All these information undoubtedly say that Yun Jinji is not possible, and there is absolutely something wrong with it. Realm, early stage of great power, initial level, comma? Mo Luotian, it's not me. Clone. Zhou Xingdou knew very little about the outside world. He had indeed never heard of Mo Luotian, but he still knew that the sky named by the demon was probably not a good place. This clone can be said to be another self. In addition to having to obey the orders of the original being and being connected with each other, it can be said to be a living person with its own consciousness. System reminder: the host does not seem to be the real person, and the original information is confusing. Only when the host finds the place where he was born, or faces his true self, can the system complete the information. Zhou Xingdou smiled bitterly and murmured a little lonely. In fact, he knew very well that Yun Jinji had a huge problem and could never be innocent. The word clone is also called external incarnation, so it is easy to be confused with incarnation. But Zhou Xingdou didn't feel sad for long. After a while, he suppressed his emotions, looked at the information on the panel, and said softly, "Ding." However, now that the system has been repaired for the second time, and the information about the way of heaven has been intercepted, not only the host's own panel is changed, but the panel of the lucky person has also changed, and the errors may be repaired independently. As the system said, Yun Jinji's panel had indeed changed greatly, but Zhou Xingdou was not surprised. Those bright silver eyes filled with purple energy actually looked dim at this moment. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xingdou immediately called out Yun Jinji's template to check. What is generally called heaven is not actually a world, but a division in the chaotic domain, that is, the outside world. But against a strong enemy with the same strength, this kind of incarnation is completely useless, even very useless. It is basically used to communicate, or like Qin Ming, who can't get away and turns into an incarnation to save people. Innate luck, a good wife and a prosperous husband, 5 stars. The clone is different. This requires separating one's own origin and soul, and then using holy items and the clone method to create a real person. Zhou Xingdou is almost certain that Yun Jinji is her clone, because if it is really an incarnation, it cannot be hidden from the system, and he will be somewhat aware of it. In this case, Yun Jinji's true form may be an extremely powerful being. Because there is not enough strength to separate the soul and origin that is enough to create a perfect clone, this is suicide for the weak. Even if you are strong enough, you need to be cautious when using your own original soul to refine a clone, because the perfect clone is actually yourself. Therefore, if the number of differentiated origins and souls is huge, it will make you lose yourself to the point where you don't know who is the main body, and the main consciousness will jump uncontrollably between the clone and the original body, resulting in complete chaos. The Chuyuan world almost never uses the art of clones, because for a system like Chuyuan that imposes great power on itself, the damage itself to separate another self is contrary to the Chuyuan system. The technique of clone can only be used by mediocre people who have stagnated cultivation and cannot break through, and try various methods of breakthrough. Therefore, Chuyuan was very disdainful of the method of clone. What's more, after entering the Supreme Realm, the monks will condense a Dharma body that is comparable to the strength of the original body, and then refining the clone is undoubtedly superfluous. However, Yun Jinji is a clone, which proves that the real person of Mo Luotian in the world frame on Yun Jinji's panel is not a Chuyuan person but a person from a certain world in Mo Luotian, or a person in the realm of chaos. Otherwise, the clone method would never be used. Zhou Xingdou also became curious about Yun Jinji's purpose. What allows an extremely powerful being to create a perfect clone and place it safely in other worlds, or in a world like Chuyuan, which is among the best in the chaos realm? If it was to cultivate a son of destiny like Lin Fan, why would he marry him? Moreover, Yun Jinji had a lot of credit for Lin Fan's death. Zhou Xingdou really couldn't figure out what Yun Jinji or her true self wanted. But fortunately, now that he is in the dark, Yun Jinji should not know that he has been exposed, otherwise he would not be able to remain calm and normal under the surveillance of Xingyo guards. In this way, the initiative is still in your own hands. However, Zhou Xingdou did not intend to take action now. Commander Xingyo had not returned yet and he did not have enough strength on hand, so he would not test Yun Jinji. What's more important now is the coronation in 5 days and the launch of the Zhuangji's questioning game. Although Zhou Xingdou also wanted to know who Yin Jinji was and what his purpose was, now was definitely not the time and he could only wait until later. After recovering from Yin Jinji's message, Zhou Xingdou suppressed the throbbing in his heart, held his breath and concentrated again, adjusted his emotions, and restored himself to a calm state. He still has more important questions to ask. Now Yin Jinji's questions may not be worth mentioning under this issue, so he needs to stabilize his emotions first. But even so, Zhou Xingdou still felt a little uneasy in his heart. After swallowing his saliva, he asked with a hint of uneasiness in his calm tone. What is the reason for my rebirth? For Zhou Xingdou, although he was extremely grateful for his rebirth, he had never been able to figure out why. Everything must have a cause and effect, and such a heaven-defying thing as rebirth cannot be for no reason. Originally, he thought it was the system's fault. After all, the system bound him immediately after his rebirth, but the last time the system said that his rebirth had nothing to do with him. This cannot explain why he was reborn, and what was the reason for all this. He knew very well that he had died at the hands of Lin Fan. Although the memories of his previous life were becoming increasingly blurry, Zhou Xingdou could feel that they were real and not hallucinations. He had some other guesses in his mind, but he never dared to confirm them. Now it would be great if he could ask something in the systems program. Regarding this question, the system program did not answer immediately as before, but paused for some time. During this period, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but breathe a little faster, and his heart felt a little anxious. But just when Zhou Xingdou wanted to urge him, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding, there is nothing about the rebirth of the host in the heavenly Tao information, and there is no explanation about this matter in the partial knowledge given to me by the system. Even in the heavenly Tao information, the rebirth understood by the host is impossible. When Zhou Xingdou heard the system's words, his eyes dimmed a little, but he was not too disappointed. After all, this matter was indeed too much beyond common sense. And since oneself can be reborn, it must be without the knowledge of heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao does not know that one is reborn, let alone a program that only obtains partial information from heavenly Tao? Just when Zhou Xingdou no longer had any hope that the system program could answer the secret of his rebirth, the system program took the initiative and said. Ding, however, based on the Tian Dao information and the partial understanding of the system, there is a vague speculation about the beginning of the abnormality at the beginning of the host's rebirth. This speculation may not be correct or true. I cannot guarantee that the speculation is true. The words of the system program undoubtedly made Zhou Xingdou's eyes light up. Even according to what the system program said, this was just a speculation and could not be guaranteed to be true or false. However, what was inferred from the heavenly Tao information and the partial knowledge of the system was definitely much more correct than what he had guessed, and it might be able to provide Zhou Xingdou with new ideas. Zhou Xingdou also hurriedly spoke and urged. Say it. The system program did not pause this time and responded immediately. Ding, in part of the system's understanding, the system appears on the host, and Tiandao feels that the host's sudden change is not affected by Tiandao's luck, all pointing to one person, and the host's rebirth is probably related to this person. But when the system program talks about one person, and when rebirth is also related to this person, its words are like a speaker that suddenly loses power and stops abruptly. This situation makes Zhou Xingdou extremely uncomfortable. After all, this may be the closest it comes to the answer to his rebirth. The system program's words stopped here, which even made him a little crazy. Stop being so pretentious and tell me. Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows were wrinkled into the Chinese character Chuan, and his tone became much colder. He even felt that this was a deliberate attempt to show off the procedure. But next he knew that he had misunderstood the system program. Ding Zila, there is an inexplicable force that affects me and I can't tell this person I can't resist. The sound of the system program was filled with the sizzling sound of electricity. The extremely plain voice also became a little painful at this time, and the words were incoherent. Zhou Xingdou's eyes were filled with shock, and he said in surprise. Can it actually affect you? Ding, maybe it has something to do with the system itself, I can't tell, but the host knows this person. The host can guess. I'll answer yes or no. Listening to the intermittent sound of the system program, Zhou Xingdou fell into deep thought. Even the system itself restricted the program that was created unintentionally from saying this person. That can basically confirm that this is probably no longer speculation. There is a high probability that this person is responsible for his rebirth. According to the system program, the appearance of the system on me is also related to this person. Doesn't it mean that everything I have is arranged by this person? Or are you just a pawn in this person's hands? The rise of this thought made Zhou Xingdou feel frightened. But this also aroused Zhou Xingdou's curiosity about this person. After all, fantasy is meaningless, and so is fear. Good or bad, enemy or friend, only by knowing who this person is can we know clearly. However, what surprised Zhou Xingdou was the attitude of the system program. It was obviously something the system itself restricted from saying, but it found ways to circumvent the system's restrictions and told himself. This always made people feel abnormal. But regardless of whether it was abnormal or not, Zhou Xingdou's curiosity had been aroused, and naturally it was impossible to stop there. And as the system said, this person also knew him, which directly reduced the scope of the person to a very small range. Zhou Xingdou didn't even need to ask the system program to answer yes or no to confirm, as several figures and names suddenly crossed his mind. Finally, a stalwart and warm figure appeared in Zhou Xingdou's mind, causing the other figures to instantly collapse, and Zhou Xingdou instantly felt that there was no need to guess. Let yourself be reborn and let the system choose you. Although you are suspected of using Zhou Xingdou as a pawn, you will also have to pay a huge price. Rebirth is easy to say, but it is almost impossible to do it. Because Zhou Xingdou was not reborn in the future, but returned to the past with future consciousness, this cannot be explained clearly in a few words. What's more, this kind of rebirth situation cannot even be known by heaven, and it is considered impossible to happen. Even if this person is transcendent, he will have to pay a huge price. He also has his own system, which feeds on destiny and luck, and is known as the strongest in the world. Everything else Goldfinger seems to be nourishment in front of him. And even if Zhou Xingdou is given a high-level world, he will not change it even if he has not yet fully demonstrated his functions. It is really hard to understand that this person would let such an incredible thing choose him. Even if this existence is so powerful that it does not need system assistance, if Zhou Xingdou does it, even if it is left to his own descendants, he cannot give it to outsiders. So now this person who allowed himself to be reborn and let the system choose him is self-evident. However, Zhou Xingdou's face showed an extremely difficult to understand look. His silvery white eyes filled with purple energy were full of bitterness and confusion at this moment. His lips and teeth parted slightly and he murmured to himself. Why bother so much? Why don't you tell me? Why do you do so many things without letting me know? But how is this possible? Could there be someone in Chuyuan who would force the Zhou family to abandon the young master and hide in the world? Why let yourself taste the taste of death? Is it cheaper to let yourself be reborn than to save yourself? Ding, as the host thinks, based on some information from Tiandao, the power of the Zhou family has exceeded the scope of the primary world. However, in Tiandao's understanding, it is believed that the Zhou family will not take action against it, nor will it dominating the world threatens it, but it will help it solve some problems. I can't understand and explain why. Yes, the only people who can do this are close relatives of Zhou Xingdou. The only person who has the strength to do it is probably his grandfather, who no one can see through, the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Wuji. Every step I took was as expected by my grandfather. Even my death in the previous life was caused by my grandfather. Zhou Xingdou also stopped and looked at the figure in front of him. His pupils suddenly trembled and he said. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou also looked towards the north. The system program also spoke at this moment. Zhou Xingdou's concern about these issues has surpassed everything else. Nowadays, all the mysterious things, Yun Jinji, the great calamity, etc., all of them don't matter anymore. Zhou Xingdou's words also inspired the system program to answer. After going beyond the rebirth answer, the system program's voice became normal. And if his grandfather is so powerful, then what's the point of everything he is doing now? He keeps making calculations without daring to stop for even a moment. Is it just playing house in the end? Young master, you are finally out of seclusion. He only has one thought in his heart right now, to return to the Zhou family to find his grandfather Zhou Wuji and ask him everything. And why did the Zhou family seclusion and cut off contact with themselves in the previous life? He just wants to know why all this is happening. Since he has such a powerful force, why does he have to die and live again? Is everything he is planning now a joke? Old Chen? Why are you here when you're not at Zhou's house? This made Zhou Xingdou almost want to return to the Zhou family immediately and ask his grandfather Zhou Wuji face to face why all this happened. Since you can be reborn regardless of the laws of heaven and the passage of time, why do you still have to go through that death? This is the case for Zhou Xingdou now. He got the answer in his heart, but the problem that could be explained or had already been explained was completely overturned. Now Zhou Xingdou couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up in the quiet room. He no longer had the calmness and indifference of the past. He even had no intention to ask other questions or check the new functions of the system. Ding, it seems that the host has guessed it, so I won't say more. As Zhou Xingdou said before, when you pursue a question, even if you get the answer, you will get more unexplained questions. Why on earth, Grandpa? But then more questions appeared in Zhou Xingdou's mind. Then why did he still need to die in Lin Fan's hands? Even if Tian Dao wanted to kill him personally, he would never be able to do it as long as Grandpa took action. Then why do you need to be reborn? But just when Zhou Xingdou opened the dusty door of the quiet room and planned to summon Fahai to immediately go to Taisher Dao Domain and Zhou's home, a familiar figure who should not be here appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou's door. Moreover, more new problems emerged, making almost Zhou Xingdou extremely confused, and his mind was filled with countless questions. When the familiar figure saw Zhou Xingdou appear, he immediately said excitedly, "Why did you hide from the world?" It can even be said to be trivial. Although Zhou Xingdou thought that the words of the system program could not be completely believed at first, and it was just a speculation, now Zhou Xingdou completely chose to believe it. Because there is no better answer. If there is such a person, it can only be Zhou Xingdou's grandfather Zhou Wuji. Lin Fan is just a son of destiny, and he can still be greater than the law of heaven. Since his grandfather has the ability to reborn himself without telling the world of heaven, it was naturally impossible for Zhou Xingdou to admit the wrong person. The person in front of him was his servant Chen Nong, who was supposed to stay in the Zhou family. But now that Chen Nong appeared at the Nanshan Peak, Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Chen Nong's expression was very complicated. He was a little excited when he saw Zhou Xingdou coming out of seclusion, but he hesitated to speak. "Young master, the Zhou family." Zhou Xingdou's eyes narrowed, his heart tightened, and he asked in a somewhat urgent tone, "Why are you here? What happened to the Zhou family?" The old family leader left Shu Yuan with the entire Zhou family ancestral land in Lord Qinming. Chen Nong said with a somewhat ugly expression, his face full of confusion, as if he didn't know how to explain to Zhou Xingdou next. But he didn't expect that when Zhou Xingdou heard this, his expression softened a little and he felt relieved. After all, with Chen Nong's tone and expression, he thought something serious had happened to the Zhou family. However, this relaxation was only for a moment. Then Zhou Xingdou reacted, frowned again, looked at Chen Nong, who didn't know what to say, and said with a solemn expression, "All gone?" Chen Nong nodded and said with an ugly expression, "The entire Zhou family has left with the old head of the family, as well as the affiliated forces that guard the Zhou family in the Taisher Dao domain. Now only our servants remain in Chuyuan." Zhou Xingdou's silvery white eyes filled with purple energy showed a bit of confusion at this moment, and he actually didn't believe Chen Nong's words. At this moment, a fierce female voice sounded. "What he said is true. The Xian Heavenly Dao Sect Intelligence Network also got the news. The Zhou family and the powerful forces in the Taisher Dao domain that protect the Zhou family, including Nine Swords Villa, Xinlian Pavilion, Jinhai Palace, and Fenyou Pavilion. And other affiliated forces completely disappeared overnight." Zhou Xingdou looked towards the source of the sound, only to find that Ningyu appeared not far away, her face extremely solemn, and her heroic brows now contained a bit of sadness. The most mysterious and immortal Zhou family in the early Yuan dynasty has disappeared. This is news that is enough to shock the entire early Yuan dynasty. It also disappears along with so many big forces. Such news cannot be covered up or made up. But this was all too coincidental for Zhou Xingdou. I just got some news from the system program, and wanted to go back to the Zhou family to ask my grandfather for confirmation. When I went out, I bumped into Chen Nong and learned that my grandfather had left Chuyuan with the entire Zhou family. It's like hiding from yourself. This information had a huge impact on Zhou Xingdou. It even made him stunned for a few breaths before he recovered and asked Chen Nong, "When did this happen?" Chen Nong immediately replied, 3 days ago. 3 days ago, Zhou Xingdou frowned. At that time, he had just been in seclusion for 2 days, and the system had not recovered early due to the chaos of heaven and earth. Logically speaking, the Zhou family should not have left to avoid him. Zhou Xingdou tried his best to calm down, looked at Chen Nong and asked again. But the bigger problem now is that not only the supreme immortal of Chuyuan has disappeared, but also the defense line of Chuyuan. So you know how to leave something behind. Hearing Zhou Xingdou ask this question, Chen Nong seemed to suddenly remember something and said hurriedly, "Ning, you looked a little unbearable," but after thinking for a while, she still worried and said, "Because of the existence of the Zhou family, the entire Chuyuan Realm's defense against external evil spirits was impregnable. The main evil forces were unable to take a step beyond the realm of chaos. The 4 emperors of the Zhou family even pushed the battlefront into the chaos realm." Chen Nong also secretly observed Zhou Xingdou's face and saw that he did not have much emotional fluctuations, so he slowly replied, "Yes, Emperor Qin said before he disappeared that if the young master one day finds the Holy Land of Heaven, he will know the master's painstaking efforts. It is said that Zhou Xingdou's parents, Zhou Azure Emperor and Zhou Sword Immortal, are in this holy realm of heaven. This old slave really doesn't know. The old master didn't notify us specifically. Instead, Lord Qin suddenly appeared and told us that the Zhou family was about to leave. He asked us to protect the young master, and then in the blink of an eye, the whole Zhou family and Lord Qin suddenly appeared. Then it disappeared." Although she felt a little sorry for Zhou Xingdou, Ningyu still had to say that because the world film and extraterritorial passages in the far north of the Taisher Dao territory where the Zhou family was located were the main attack direction of the extraterritorial evil spirits. Zhou Xingdou smiled bitterly and did not hide it. Zhou Xingdou's eyes flashed and he immediately found this word from his memory. "Why did Grandpa take the entire Zhou family away from Chuyuan? Aren't you leaving the customs in 10 days? Why did you leave the customs early today?" Chen Nong also looked sad and said at a loss. Zhou Xingdou rubbed his temples with a headache. In fact, he was not too shocked by the disappearance of the Zhou family, because this was not the first time. As a result, other immortal forces are extremely perfunctory in their defense against evil spirits. They can just send some people to deal with it. In the previous life, the Zhou family lived in such a silent and hidden world. Although the Zhou family has directly left Chuyuan now, there is not much difference between leaving and hiding in the world for Zhou Xingdou. I wanted to leave the customs in advance and go back to the Zhou family to ask some questions, but I didn't expect that the Guan family would be gone as soon as I left the country. When Zhou Xingdou returned to Zhou's home to see Zhou Wuji that day, Zhou Xingdou asked his grandfather Zhou Wuji where his parents were. Zhou Wuji had mentioned this holy land of heaven. Zhou Xingdou's words were slightly funny, but no one could laugh at this moment because they understood the sadness behind these words even better than Zhou Xingdou. The holy land of heaven. Otherwise, didn't Uncle Qin say anything? But in this holy land of heaven, you can't even find an existence like your grandfather, let alone yourself now? Zhou Xingdou sneered when he heard this and said with some dissatisfaction. Naturally, Chen Nong didn't dare to answer this, because who Zhou Xingdou was dissatisfied with didn't need an explanation at all. The better thing is that Chen Nong and other servants did not disappear this time, and were left by the Zhou family to protect themselves. Although the head of the family left with the Zhou family's ancestral land, most of the buildings such as the formation and the treasure house were not taken away. It should be left for the young master's development. A few of them are still staying at the original site of the Zhou family to take care of it. A series of ups and downs of emotions made Zhou Xingdou's mind become a little numb. His whole person was in a daze at this moment, and his words were a little weak. The one who feels the most relaxed now is Zhou Xingdou, because he has become extremely numb to this situation. Just as his grandfather said to him at the beginning, just get used to it. Zhou Xingdou also asked Chen Nong a little numbly. This is undoubtedly another unsolvable problem for Zhou Xingdou now. Where are Master Wei and the others? He no longer had any hope in his grandfather. He even kept secret about the mystery of his rebirth. He didn't tell him about the Zhou family's departure, so naturally he couldn't leave any information to him. Seeing that Chen Nong had already made a similar explanation to Zhou Xingdou, Ning Yueza on the side slowly opened her mouth and asked Zhou Xingdou. But now that the Zhou family has disappeared with so many powerful forces, the main defensive force of the Chuyuan Realm has disappeared directly. If the evil spirits wait for it to react, the defense line that the immortal forces have perfunctorily will be basically vulnerable. By then, the real main force of the evil spirits will most likely invade the territory of the Chuyuan Realm. By then, scenes like the Holy Land of the universe will be everywhere, and the entire Chuyuan will be covered with scorched earth and all life will be reduced to ashes. But Zhou Xingdou was very dismissive of Ning Yueza's concerns, and could even be said to be disdainful. If there is no Zhou family, the entire Chuyuan will not be able to bear it, and then Chuyuan deserves to be captured by the evil spirits. Zhou Xingdou is not in the mood to care about these macro-level matters. The Zhou family is not the only one in Chuyuan who is the supreme immortal. Xian Heavenly Dao sect is also the supreme immortal. There are other realms. If the sky falls, there will naturally be tall people on top. I have no intention and no ability to care. Chen Nong naturally nodded in agreement with his young master's words. There is really no need to worry for the time being. Emperor Qin has left a force in the passage, and the Zhou family also has a formation. Even if no one is on top, it can still support the evil demon's offensive for more than a month. Speaking of this, Chen Nong looked at Zhou Xingdou again and said. And as the young master said, there are other immortals without the Zhou family. I don't know about other realms, but the Holy Land of Huanyu and the Yin and Yang Grotto Heaven have awakened the ancestors and are about to form a coalition to support outside the realm to resist evil spirits. However, even if Chen Nong mentioned this, Ning Yu's worries did not ease much. After all, it was such a troubled time. Whether there is a problem with Xian Jizi, the master of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, or the sudden disappearance of the Zhou family, it is a great turmoil for the entire Chuyuan, making it difficult for her not to worry about the future. Chen Nong also accepted the order respectfully, and finally said with some confidence. Although Zhou Xingdou said this to Ning Yueza, he was not talking to himself. Fortunately, although the Zhou family left, Chen Nong and other servants did not leave with them, leaving them alone. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou's silver white eyes filled with purple energy were bright and dark, and he looked at Chen Nong and said in a deep voice. The original site of the Zhou family is almost the last line of defense for Chuyuan. Once the evil spirits invade Chuyuan, the original site of the Zhou family will be the first to enter. It is naturally impossible for Zhou Xingdou to place the treasure house left by the Zhou family in such a dangerous place. The absolute beginning Dao realm does not border the world film and has its own mysterious relationship with the Heavenly Dao sect. It is naturally the best choice to place the Zhou family in the territory of the Great Yin dynasty. Zhou Xingdou will not arrange any more arrangements for the Taoist master's questioning of Zhuan Jizi. The more he does now, the easier it will be to detect it. The best choice is to wait and see what happens. Zhou Xingdou was slightly relieved after hearing this. The Great Yin dynasty was driven to extinction by the Xinwu sect and other vassals of the Zhou family. It has not recovered yet, so naturally no one has made any plans for the time being. We can no longer stay at the original location of the Zhou family. Let Wei Luosheng and the others move what they can to the absolute beginning Dao domain, to the former Great Yin dynasty. After all, the Zhou family suddenly left Chuyuan, and Xian Jizi probably saw no threat to him anymore, and Xian Jizi also knew that without the Zhou family behind Zhou Xingdou, he would have to rely on Xian Heavenly Dao sect. The next step was to continue retreating in the secret room, but before that, Zhou Xingdou still had some things to do. It's just that he understands that at this time, the more he needs to stay calm and collected, do things one by one, and eat meals one bite at a time. Now that Zhou is not around today, Zhou Xingdou can only rely on Taoist Master Zhuan Jizi to deal with emotions and reasons. Now that the formations of the two peaks have been confirmed, the only thing left behind is time. This forced Zhou Xingdou to be cautious about everything, and he had to worry about more things that he didn't need to worry about before. Now he can only take care of the things in front of him first, and then think about other things, otherwise even if he has hundreds of millions of thoughts, he will be exhausted by these things and be dragged to death. Now the departure of the Zhou family has undoubtedly taken away the power behind Zhou Xingdou, making opponents and enemies less afraid of him. Now that the Zhou family has left, Zhou Xingdou naturally has no need to leave. He still has to wait until his Dao child is crowned in 5 days. But now the departure of the Zhou family has caused the backbone of Zhou Xingdou to be pulled away from the backbone. Even in the past, the Zhou family would not take action against outsiders, but the Zhou family is there, Qin Ming is there, and Grandpa is also there. As for whether doing this would alarm Xin Jizi or the Luo family, Zhou Xingdou felt that it would not, but would make Xin Jizi relax his vigilance. Zhou Xingdou looked at Ningyu and shook his head slightly. Of course, he would not have thought that Zhou Xingdou did not rely on his idea, but wanted to replace it. This kind of blow is undoubtedly a heavy blow, so Zhou Xingdou's top priority now is naturally Xin Jizi's Taoist inquiry. What's more, once the Zhou family leaves, other supreme immortals may also be stationed at the passage of the Zhou family. If they are greedy for the Zhou family, there will be some trouble. Now that the Zhou family's clues have been cut off, Zhou Xingdou has no choice, and he is no longer in the mood to ask questions about the program. However, he has not checked out the new functions of the system, and now he wants to sort out whether there are any that can be used. If we talk about being confused, no one is more confused than he is now. Too many things are pressing on his little holy head at one time, and everything is beyond his control. How to avoid chaos? Tianjor is gone and Zhuangjizi has problems again. Now Zhou Xingdou has almost become the backbone of Jiushuan Peak and Zhoutian Peak. Now all the trust is placed on Zhou Xingdou. Although the affiliated forces of Taisher Dao domain have all left together, the affiliated forces in other domains like Xinwu Sect should not have left. They still have power in their hands, so the situation is not too bad. What's more, the Dian dynasty was nominally destroyed because of the Zhou family. As long as the Zhou family's remaining power was still there, no one would dare to touch the Zhou family's trophies. Countless beings are also wary of the Zhou family. No matter how bad Zhou Xingdou is, he can still hide under the protection of his grandfather Zhou Wuji and Qin Ming. No trouble or enemy can do anything to him. We should put aside all external factors now. The disappearance of the Zhou family, any defense lines, and resistance to evil spirits. We should wait until the mystery is solved in 5 days before thinking about it. The Taoist master's inquiry is the most important thing, otherwise everything will be useless. If you don't take care of it, it will cause complete chaos. If there is no problem with Xin Jizi, then Xian Heavenly Dao sect can rely on himself. Even though the Zhou family has disappeared, there is still a huge monster standing behind him, which has made countless beings throw rats away. After giving instructions to Chen Nong, Zhou Xingdou looked at Ning Yueze. Now he was in no mood to tease Ning Yueze and had nothing to give him. He nodded slightly to Ning Yueze and retreated into the secret room. Yes, don't worry, young master. When the Zhou family was first built, they left behind the method of moving it. No dust will be left to others. If there is a problem with Zhuangjizi, Zhou Xingdou can take over his Dao child, and he doesn't need to worry about his background. When Zhou Xingdou closed the door of the secret room again, his expression could no longer maintain the calmness he had just before, and for a moment it was as gloomy as a cold pool. Grandpa took the Zhou family and left Chu Yuan without a trace. How could he really be so calm? Numbness is numb, but it does not mean that he is really calm in his heart. He is just acting in front of others, and his heart has long been filled with a sense of crisis. No matter how arrogant he was in the past, Zhou Xingdou never worried, because the presence of the Zhou family was a mountain of stability in his heart. But now he had to admit that his position was a little messed up, and his whole body became tense involuntarily. The evil spirits, Tianjizi, Tiandao, Chaos God Cult, those unknown enemies, and Yun Jinji who can't see clearly, all threaten his life. Zhou Xingdou was not in a hurry at the beginning because, although he was in a swamp and mud, there was still an Optimus pillar pulling him. As long as he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. But now it's completely different. The sky-supporting pillar behind him suddenly pulled away, leaving only a few bamboo poles. These bamboo poles can only barely hold him, but they may be broken at any time. The swamp mud may swallow you up at any time. This caused Zhou Xingdou to break out into a sweat on his forehead. Now that he had been released from seclusion, how could he return to the secret room again if he was really confident? If he was really confident, he would immediately go to the original location of the Zhou family to see if his grandfather and Uncle Qin left any information, instead of letting Chen Nong and the others move the Zhou family's legacy to the Dian dynasty. But Zhou Xingdou couldn't show this kind of worry in front of Chen Nong and Ning Yueze. Just as he thought, now he was the backbone of everyone, and if he messed up, everything would be in chaos. And his pride did not allow others to see his nervousness. This is an extremely contradictory mentality. It is difficult for Zhou Xingdou to understand that this kind of mentality can appear in himself who has been a human being for 3 generations. But in fact, this is not Zhou Xingdou's fault. The things he comes into contact with and the things he provokes now would make even the great emperor tremble. In the final analysis, he is just a holy saint now. Zhou Xingdou took a few deep breaths and inadvertently saw what he looked like now on the jade that was polished like a lens. Looking at himself with a nervous expression and sweating on his head, Zhou Xingdou laughed at himself and murmured to himself on the jade wall. "You shouldn't have that look on your face." After saying that, Zhou Xingdou tightened his fist and punched the jade biscuit. The mirror image on the jade biscuits was distorted like waves on the water. At this moment, the sweat on Zhou Xingdou's head was evaporated by the energy and blood like the scorching sun in an instant, and his ugly and nervous expression was forced down by him. When the mirror image on the jade reappeared, Zhou Xingdou's expression was completely indifferent, and his silver-white eyes filled with purple energy were so deep that no emotion could be seen. Zhou Xingdou no longer looked at himself in the mirror, but looked at the palm that had just hit the jade and said, "Power, strength, force." His voice became colder and colder. "I want it all." As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou suddenly clenched his palms, and the wind blew up in the secret room, blowing his black hair dyed like ink and dancing wildly. He never wanted that expression to appear on his face again. That is not the expression he should have. He can be easygoing, carefree, and even humorous, but he will never allow that incompetent expression to appear on his face. But now that he wants to get all this quickly, the system's help is naturally indispensable. Zhou Xingdou also returned to the center of the secret room and sat cross-legged again. After calming down, he said to the system program, "Open the luck value mall." After the system was repaired in advance, Zheng Yan updated the luck value mall. The luck value mall also added new products and the original cards were enhanced. Initially, Zhou Xingdou was suspicious of the system program and confused by the secret of rebirth, so he never checked in time, but it is not too late to check now. In an instant, a brand new luck value mall appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou. Innate luck stripping card. The innate luck can be stripped from the lucky person. After enhancement, the stripping object includes the Sun of Destiny. Price, 10,000 luck value. Ignore the strong kill card. The condition of being unable to kill by fate and luck can be lifted in advance. After enhancement, it will cut off all protection from the Sun of Destiny, but killing by force is still difficult and unexpected. Price, 50,000 luck points. Chi clearance card. Clear the opponent's chi, but you will not receive luck value rewards. Note, it can be used directly for those with great luck. Those with special luck, such as the Sun of Destiny, need to ignore the strong kill card before using the chi clear card. Price, 10,000 luck value. Price reduced by half after enhancement. Lucky Person Exploration Card. Use this card to directly explore the lucky person within a certain range. Directly open the panel and provide its location. After enhancement, the exploration range increases from 1 state to 5 states in a radius. Price, 2,000 luck value. Zhou Xingdou looked at the original cards in the luck value mall and nodded slightly. In the past, the innate luck stripping card could only be used against people with great luck, but could not be used against children of destiny, which was a bit useless. Now that it can be used on children of destiny after being enhanced, it is a lot more useful. After all, the innate luck of those so-called great luck or people with good luck is too low level, and it is difficult for Zhou Xingdou to appreciate it. It's a pity that this card was not enhanced before Du Buhui was eliminated. After all, Zhou Xingdou also coveted the innate destiny of the immortal soul. However, without Du Buhui's contribution, it would have been difficult for Zhou Xingdou to repair the system for the second time so early. As for the ignore strong kill card, it seems that it is really useless now. Not only is it expensive to sell, but its function is extremely useless. It only unlocks the kill limit. Although now isolated from all protection, there are still difficulties and accidents. Not to mention the risks, the benefits are not as great as those of weakening the destiny of the Child of Destiny step by step. This card is basically something that will hardly be used unless it is given away for free. There was no change in the Chi Clear card, except that the price was reduced by half, from 20,000 to 10,000, and was directly ignored by Zhou Xingdou. However, the luck detection card has been greatly enhanced now. It used to be able to detect only one state, but now it has been increased 5 times to cover 5 states in a radius. However, these additional point cards are not the focus of Zhou Xingdou's current attention. What he wants to know most is the price of Zhutian Transmigrate and what other new products are. After reading the card, Zhou Xingdou slid down the luck value mall. Several new products suddenly appeared in front of him, which made his eyes light up. The number of times the heavens transmigrate. Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine. Enlightenment Bodhisattva. Number of transmigrate functions in the heavens, the number of transmigrate functions in the heavens. Needless to say, the price is 360,000 luck points. Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine, the special holy medicine for the divine elephant's prison suppressing power, the giant elephant. It is a secret medicine tailor-made by the system for the divine elephant's prison suppressing power. Taking one pill can unlock millions of giant elephant particles. Price, 200 luck value. Enlightenment Bodhi Seed. Enlightenment Bodhi Seed is produced by the Bodhi ancestral tree and has been systematically sacrificed. Taking it can directly improve the host's understanding of the exercises. The improvement depends on the difficulty of the exercises. Price, 500 luck value. Supreme War Slave. In the long river of destiny in the world, randomly grab a person as the host war slave. The initial realm of the war slave is limited to Supreme Realm, which varies between the initial stage of Supreme and the creation of the Lord. Note, luck points can be spent to specify the realm of war slaves from which to summon. Selling price, 100,000 luck points. Number of skill fusions. Fusion of 5 supreme skills to create a path of transcendence that perfectly suits the host. Note, this function can only be used once. The goods will disappear immediately after redemption. Hosts should use it with caution. Price, 1 million luck points. Looking at the 5 newly added products in the luck value mall, Zhou Xingdou's eyes flashed. Except for the number of times of Zhutian Transmigrate, Zhou Xingdou was slightly surprised by the other 4 products. The Dragon Elephant Sacred Medicine and the Bodhi Seed of Enlightenment, which he could only obtain as a reward for depriving his luck in the past, can now be purchased directly with luck points in the luck value mall, which is naturally a good thing for Zhou Xingdou. Needless to say the wonderful effects of these 2 medicines. What surprised Zhou Xingdou even more was the price of the Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine and Enlightenment Bodhi Seed. One Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine only costs 200 luck points. Although the price of Enlightenment Bodhi Seed is higher than that of Dragon Elephant Sacred Medicine, the price of 500 luck points is not high compared to its value. Zhou Xingdou has now developed 540 million giant elephant particles, which is only 300 million giant elephant particles short of the number of perfection, which translates into 300 dragon elephant elixirs. 200 by 300 totaled 60,000. Zhou Xingdou originally had 40,000 luck points left, but the repair system rewarded him with another 100,000 luck points. Even if he redeemed it, it was more than enough, leaving more than half. However, when Zhou Xingdou was satisfied with the giant elephant particles, he caught a glimpse of the Supreme Battle Slave below. Supreme War Slave is naturally an upgraded version of Holy Realm War Slave. For such a straightforward name, it is impossible for Zhou Xingdou not to understand the meaning. But when I saw the details of Supreme Slaves, there was still a twinkle in my eyes. The initial state is in the early stage of Supreme, but this is only the lowest bottom line, which is equivalent to a guarantee. If Zhou Xingdou is lucky enough, it is very possible to draw a Creation Lord. Moreover, the Supreme War Slaves in the Luck Value Mall are also a little different from the previously rewarded Holy Realm War Slaves, that is, they can consume the luck value to specify the realm. In other words, as long as Zhou Xingdou's luck value is enough, he doesn't need to gamble at all and can directly summon a strong person at the level of Creation Master. Supreme Realm, even among the immortals, is an absolute high-level one. Creation Lord is the top-level existence under the Quasi-Emperor. Even the major immortals in power are mostly in this realm. The leader of the Holy Land of Huanyu, Wanhuaze, was a powerful person at the level of Creation Master. If Zhou Xingdou hadn't won the Xingyo guards at that time and had the Xingyo commander to protect him, I might not have been able to do anything to him. The power of Creation Lord cannot be ignored almost anywhere. Even Zhou Xingdou doesn't have many powerful people who created the venerable realm around him. If you exclude the Zhou family's servants, there aren't even a single one. But the price made Zhou Xingdou a little confused. If he exchanged 100,000 luck points, he would only have 40,000 luck points left. Even if all the remaining 40,000 are exchanged for the Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine, it will not be enough to reach the perfect number of 840 million Divine Elephant Prison suppressing giant elephant particles. As for the number of Heavenly Transmigrate and the number of skill fusions, Zhou Xingdou just looked at the price and put them aside. It was simply not something he could afford today. The price of the number of times of the Heavens Transmigrate is 360,000 luck points, and the number of times of the skill fusion is as high as 1 million luck points. If the number of times of the Heavens Transmigrate has not been repaired, he can still think of it, and the price of the number of times of the skill fusion is, let him simply not bother to think about it. You must know that his total accumulated luck value is only 600,000. This is thanks to the blessing of the Demon Sea, otherwise it would not be possible to deprive him of the Son of Destiny even if he is deprived of him even in years and months. No matter how transcendent the skill fusion function is, the price of 1 million luck points is just an ornament in the luck value mall for Zhou Xingdou, or it is like a pie that the system stimulates him to work hard to draw. Be realistic. So in the end Zhou Xingdou's choice was still between Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine and Supreme War Slave. These two choices are essentially a common problem. That is whether to strengthen oneself or expand external forces. So Zhou Xingdou didn't need to think about this choice for too long, because his path all along was to strengthen himself, so he just hesitated for a moment and immediately spent 60,000 luck points to exchange for 300 Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine. Of course, the reason why you choose the Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine is not just a choice of path, but also the result of weighing the pros and cons. The Supreme Battle Slave seems to be worth it, but it does not necessarily summon the Master of Creation. As for the so-called function of spending luck points to specify a realm, it is a big trap. Because he doesn't know how much luck it will cost to create the war slaves in the Venerable Realm. This can only be known when he redeems the Supreme War Slave and starts summoning. However, after redeeming the Supreme War Slave, Zhou Xingdou only has 40,000 luck points left. If the cost of creating the Venerable Realm is far more than 40,000, then Zhou Xingdou could only gamble on luck. If you are unlucky and only draw an early stage Supreme, it may be worth it to Zhou Xingdou, but it will not be as valuable as the perfection of the Divine Elephant's prison suppressing giant elephant particle. What's more, now that the Zhou family has left Chu Yuan, Chen Nong and others are already equivalent to their own subordinates. Zhou Xingdou is not too lacking in combat power at the level of Creation Lord. It was too early to draw the Supreme Battle Slave now. It was better to reach the state of perfection of the giant elephant. He also wanted to see what changes would happen to his Divine Elephant prison suppressing power if he obtained the perfect number of 840 million elephant particles. For such large expenditures, the system program also reminded and confirmed out of caution. Ding, are the host sure to spend 60,000 luck points to exchange for 300 Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine? Now that Zhou Xingdou has made his choice, it is naturally impossible to change it. Confirm. Ding, the host's current total luck value is 140,000, deducting 60,000 luck values, the remaining luck value is 80,000. Ding, 300 Dragon Elephant Holy Medicines have been distributed to the system warehouse, please check the host. Absolute Beginning Realm. Tianxian Holy State. Today's Xian Heavenly Dao sect is also quite lively. The guards at the once deserted mountain gate have been replaced, and people come to visit from time to time. The two teams of cold-looking, armored intersect law enforcement officers lined up on both sides of the mountain gate. Their cultivation levels have all reached the ultimate realm of divine treasure, Divine King. Apart from these inner-sect law enforcement in the Divine King realm, there are two extremely beautiful women standing inside the mountain gate of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. A man is full of heroic spirit and has a serious face. He stands at the mountain gate with a heroic posture. His whole body exudes an upright yet extremely sharp and terrifying sword intent, which makes people stay away. The other one is naturally charming, with a slight smile and a dignified posture. Although he looks charming but not slutty, he seems to be polite but repulses others thousands of miles away. These two people are naturally the elders of Xian Heavenly Dao sect Zhoushuan Peak, Ning Yueze and Yu Ji. The reason why these two people were allowed to wait at the mountain gate was naturally because something big happened in Xian Heavenly Dao sect today. The so-called big event is naturally Zhou Xingdou's Dao child coronation ceremony. Originally, the only two elders of Zhoushuan Peak were not dispatched, but some of the elders of Zhoutian Peak were away and could not return. 4 of the remaining 5 were seriously injured for unknown reasons, and now their lives are not out of danger. This implicates Fang Daoquan, the head of Zhoutian Peak, to take care of them, so Zhoushuan Peak has no choice but to take on the task of welcoming those who come to watch the ceremony and congratulate them. If there were just some big forces, there would be no need for the two of them. It was just the Nether King Palace, another immortal force of the mountain-locking sect in the absolute beginning domain that had not come out for hundreds of years. I don't know why it suddenly appeared and said that it would come to visit today. Present. As for the Nether King Palace, because it has been closed to the sect for too long, many juniors in the absolute beginning Dao domain have forgotten that there is this immortal force in the absolute beginning Dao domain. Even Ning Yueze knows very little about this immortal force. For some reason, the sect's classics of Xian Heavenly Dao sect did not write much about the immortal forces belonging to the same domain, and there were no detailed records. It seemed that they were not active before the Fengshan Suwa sect. Although the name of the Nether King Palace is a bit unorthodox, it was not kicked out of the absolute beginning Dao domain by Xian Heavenly Dao sect, who once suppressed the absolute beginning Dao domain. It seems that it is not an evil sect. Xian Heavenly Dao sect, as the overlord of the absolute beginning Dao realm, the so-called greeting was actually just a show. The other forces who came to watch the ceremony had not had time to please him, so naturally they could not cause any trouble. For these unimportant forces, even Ning Yueze would not pay too much attention. At most, he would just bow to his elders and give a slight nod to his peers. The absolute beginning Dao realm is indeed much weaker than the Taisher Dao realm. There are not a few big forces, and it is impossible to bring too many people to watch the ceremony. Usually one or a few elders come with a few juniors to see them. See the world. So Ning Yueze and Yu Ji are actually quite free, and there are still a few hours before Dao Child's coronation, so there are not many people coming at this moment. At this time of leisure, Ningyu looked at Zhoushuan Peak with some worry, not only because of what was about to happen at Dao Child's coronation, but also because Zhou Xingdou was still not out of seclusion at this time. Now that the time is getting closer and closer, Zhou Xingdou is nowhere to be seen, and even Ning Yueze is uneasy. Although she stands at the mountain gate with a calm expression, she only feels a little anxious. Ningyu also suddenly looked at Yu Ji beside her, but for some reason, after Yu Ji broke through to the holy saint, this foxy girl who made her a little annoyed has become extremely peaceful and is no longer as annoying as before. Yu Ji also noticed Ning Yueze's gaze, and looked at Ning Yueze and smiled slowly, with some doubts in her eyes. Ningyu frowned, and then said to Yu Ji, "Yu Ji, please go back to Zhoushuan Peak first to see if Dao Child has come out of seclusion. If he has not come out of seclusion, let Hani knock on the door as soon as possible. There are only a few hours left, so let him prepare in advance." Not seeing Zhou Xingdou come out of seclusion made Ningyu uneasy. Just as Zhou Xingdou thought, he had indeed become the backbone among them now. Just coming out late made Ningyu uneasy. After hearing Ning Yueze's words, Yu Ji nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go now." Ningyu's presence here is enough. Yu Ji is the icing on the cake, and it doesn't hurt to leave for a short period of time. Moreover, Yu Ji also wanted to see her master from the bottom of her heart, so how could she refuse Ning Yueze? After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and left the mountain gate. And not long after Yu Ji left, the quiet space outside Xian Heavenly Dao sect began to boil for a while. Buzz buzz buzz. A buzzing sound resounded throughout the world, and a crack opened in the void in front of the mountain gate. Ningyu was naturally startled by the buzzing sound. Her pair of heroic eyes suddenly focused on the open crack, and her hand that was naturally hanging down gently placed on the sword at her waist. Because she felt several extremely powerful breaths in that crack, and these breaths emanating from the void definitely did not belong to the absolute beginning realm. Ba. Suddenly, a grand and majestic Buddha's revelation sounded, and countless overwhelming golden lights instantly appeared around the crack in the void that suddenly opened. This golden light is not dazzling, on the contrary, it is very blended. Countless Buddhist scriptures appear in the golden light, and golden lotuses are also condensed in the golden light, rising slowly. Ningyu looked at the overwhelming scriptures and golden lotuses and said in slight surprise, "A person from the 10,000 Buddhist temple in the Buddha realm? There are 9 great Tao realms in the early Yuan dynasty, and there are also many realms. The environment of these realms is naturally far inferior to that of the 9 great Tao realms, but it does not mean that these realms are weak. Just like the sword domain, it is now a place of pilgrimage for all sword cultivators. The Buddha realm is naturally a place of pilgrimage for Buddhists all over the world. It is also the place where Buddhism originated in the early Yuan dynasty. It is called Daxishan by Buddhists all over the world. In the Buddhist realm, there is also the only Buddhist cultivating force in the Chuyuan immortal. It is also one of the oldest forces in the Chuyuan and can be called the supreme and immortal 10,000 Buddhas temple. The Zen-like words 10,000 Buddhas on the giant lotus of Buddha's light that slowly emerged from the cracks in the void immediately confirmed Ningyu as a suspicion. The inner-sect law enforcement officers in the Divine King realm in front of the mountain gate also looked surprised. One of them looked at the giant lotus illuminated by the Buddha's light and said doubtfully, 10,000 Buddhas temple? Our Xian Heavenly Tao sect seems to have no interaction with them. How could they come today? The people next to him were also a little confused and guessed. Maybe you want to make friends with our Xian Heavenly Tao sect. After all, their Buddhist practices are not very popular. As this inner-sect law enforcement officer said, Buddhist practice was not welcomed in the early Yuan environment. It was difficult for Buddhist teachings to leave the Buddhist realm, and his words about the equality of all living beings were quite disdainful. Ningyu as naturally heard these discussions about law enforcement within the inner sect, and immediately shouted softly, "Silence, don't be rude." However, Ningyu was equally confused about the arrival of 10,000 Buddha's temple. Just as those inter-sect law enforcement officials said, Xian Heavenly Tao sect had no intersection with the Buddha realm, and it was impossible to invite 10,000 Buddha's temple. And in the midst of this sumeru, thousands of Buddha lights illuminated the heaven and earth, bursts of Sanskrit sounds came out in the void, and the grand and majestic Buddha's revelation sounded again. Amitabha, the poor monk and heavenly Buddha at the pure platform, together with 10,000 Buddhas and his disciples, pay homage to profound heaven. Before he finished speaking, a figure appeared on the giant lotus. Under the light of thousands of Buddhas, a monk with a solemn appearance and a delicate novice with red lips and white teeth slowly walked out from the giant lotus. The monk was dressed in a golden cassock, with more than 1,000,000 Buddha lights all around him. His Zen mind was earth-shattering. The 5-color Buddha light wheel behind his head was slowly turning. His aura was extremely terrifying, but it did not make people feel threatened. And every time he took a step, a golden lotus appeared under his feet, one golden lotus for each step. This is the appearance of the great accomplishment of Buddhism. The novice beside him was wearing a gray-white monk's robe, with a delicate face with red lips and white teeth. Even though he had shaved off 3,000 troubles and was dressed in extremely simple clothes, he could not hide his charm. And this novice monk had his hands clasped together, his eyes closed, and there was a round mole as red as cinnabar between his eyebrows. He didn't have a powerful aura on his body, but it made people feel friendly and warm. However, the Xian Heavenly Tao sect and other inner law enforcement officers looked at each other in response to the two people's self-reported family status. Although these two people were quite grand, they had never heard of the Heavenly Buddha and the 10,000 Buddhas. Only Ningyu raised her eyebrows, as if she had remembered something, and took a step forward to the void in front of the Xian Heavenly Tao sect mountain gate. She cupped her hands towards the monk with a solemn appearance and said, "It turns out that it's Master Jingtai, the head of the Buddha." Ningyu, the law enforcer at Jiushuan Peak, is polite. Ning was rude just now. Please don't blame Venerable. The name Tianhua Zunjingtai is indeed unfamiliar to people in the absolute beginning Tao realm, but to be named after Tianhua, it is naturally not an ordinary supreme in the Buddhist realm. The head of the Buddha, the current Buddha who has given up the status of the 10,000 Buddhist temple, is actually equivalent to the leader of the 10,000 Buddhist temple. If the position of Xian Heavenly Tao sect is estimated, it is probably half a step higher than the peak leader. However, this is also estimated based on the authority of the two sects, and does not include strength and other factors. It does not mean that the peak master of Xian Heavenly Tao sect is weaker than him. They are both supreme and immortal forces, and the other party sent someone with such a status to attend. Even if he came uninvited, Ningyu still had to treat him politely. That day, the Buddha's Pure Land also looked at Ningyu Eza, holding the Buddha's salute and nodding slightly, with a slight smile on the solemn monk's face. Poor monks and Buddhist disciples come uninvited. I'd rather the almsgiver don't blame them. And the disciples of 10,000 Buddhas who were like novices around him also opened their closed eyes at this moment. They were indeed a pair of golden divine eyes, in which Buddhist sutras were outlined and Sanskrit texts circulated. What is different from his friendly and warm appearance is that his Buddha eyes are cold and ruthless, and all living beings seem to have the same color. However, these 10,000 Buddhas were not disrespectful. Although they did not speak a word, they bowed to Ningyu with Buddha's rights. Buzz. Just when Ningyu was about to invite 10,000 Buddha's temple to the Heavenly Tao sect, a void crack appeared again on the right side of the giant Buddha's light lotus that was parked in the void. But what is different from before is that a pair of giant hands protruded from this void crack, and they were placed upside down on the void on both sides of the crack. Before Ningyu could react, a harsh void suddenly sounded. Tear. Those giant hands tore open the void, and the moment the void opened, a torrential amount of terrifying energy and blood came out of the void. Countless blue-black divine flames containing the meaning of purgatory swept across the heaven and earth, and a long river of blood running through the heaven and earth was also like a bridge at this moment, erected from the crack in the void. The energy, blood and divine flames surged endlessly, and the long river of blood and energy filled with overbearing power overwhelmed the sun and the moon. On the long river of blood energy, extremely powerful power suddenly surged, causing the Buddha's light giant lotus beside it to lose its consciousness at this moment, and was pushed directly to the ground by the extremely heavy and overbearing blood energy. The Buddha's light giant lotus was pushed down, slowly but clearly because of the airwaves generated by the fall, which stirred up endless flying sand, broke the spiritual trees below, and caused the ground to shake. If the giant lotus of Buddha's light really hits the ground, it may affect the sect-protecting formation of Xian Heavenly Tao sect. However, this giant lotus of Buddha's light will be turned into powder by the power of the supreme formation in just a moment. The heavenly Buddha's Jingtai also raised his palms slightly at this moment, and millions of Buddha lights on his body shone brightly. The giant lotus of Buddha light suddenly reappeared miraculously, and instantly stopped its downward trend. And he also looked at the river of blood that shocked the giant lotus of Buddha's light. What the other party did was no different from hitting him in the face of the 10,000 Buddhist temple, but the face of Tianhua Zun Jingtai was no longer sad or happy, making it difficult for people to tell. Mood. Only Ningyu's face tightened, because she had already guessed who the person who shocked the huge Buddha's light chariot in Wanfo Temple was. On the long river of blood that made the sun and moon dim, a figure appeared. The moment this figure appeared, the surrounding space collapsed. At the same time, an extremely low and brief voice suddenly resounded through the heaven and earth, shaking all the clouds in the sky. Nether King Palace, come and watch the ceremony. After the words fell, the figure revealed its true appearance. This is an extremely heroic man, wearing thick blue-black armor, with an extremely rich and mysterious aura exuding from his body. His energy and blood are as hot as the sun, humming constantly. His eyes were as deep and terrifying as purgatory, with endless blue-black divine flames surging in his eyes. As soon as he appeared, he showed a decisive killing spirit, making ordinary people shudder with contentment. Nether King Palace. Another immortal force in the absolute beginning Tao domain. It is so mysterious that even Ningyu Eza doesn't know who is the shuddering existence standing at the apex of the long river of blood. Now, when he came and pushed down the giant lotus chariot of the immortal 10,000 Buddhist temple in the Buddha realm, Ningyu only felt that it would be difficult for the two to be harmonious. But if a fight breaks out at the door of Xian Heavenly Dao Sect, then it will be Xian Heavenly Dao Sect's face that will be hit. Just when Ningyu was about to speak out to mediate, she didn't expect that the figure on the Buddha's pure platform that day was seen on the river of blood. The solemn face without sadness or joy was actually moved at this moment. Those ancient and unwavering eyes set off huge waves at this moment. Not only did they not ask him about the giant lotus chariot that fell into the 10,000 Buddhist temple, they also bowed and saluted with a little respect. The young monk pays homage to the Nether King. Ningyu was extremely surprised when she saw Tianfuo Lord making such a gesture. However, when she heard Tianfuo Lord's words, she immediately bowed to the terrifying figure on the river of flesh and blood and added, Xian Heavenly Dao Sect Zhoushuan Peak Law Enforcement Elder Ning Yueza pays homage to His Excellency Nether King. Nether King. People from the Nether King Palace are called Nether King. Even those who don't know the title of the Nether King Palace at all know that this person is probably the person in charge of the Nether King Palace. But what surprised Ning Yueza even more was that this Nether King actually made the Buddha, the first Buddha of 10,000 Buddhist temple, so respectful that he even ignored the revenge of the Buddha's chariot in 10,000 Buddhist temple and said that he was a junior monk to pay his respects. How powerful is this Nether King? Today is the coronation of Heavenly Dao Sect's Dao Child, which may be an eventful time. The Nether King, who was standing on the river of blood, never glanced at the pure platform of the Heavenly Buddha. He only glanced at the 10,000 Buddhas wearing grey monk robes beside him. But for the 10,000 Buddhas, the Nether King only glanced at him, and then nodded slightly to Ningyu, who was saluting, but did not speak from the beginning to the end. The atmosphere suddenly became gloomy and deep, and everything in the world was silent. It seemed that no one could speak a word unless the Nether King opened his mouth. This made it impossible for the Buddha to raise his lowered head. He could only maintain a respectful posture and did not dare to move even a little bit. Until the river of blood surged again, two figures appeared behind Nether King, standing on the left and right respectively, one old and one young. The old man has silvery white hair, but his figure is as tall as a mountain. He does not look old, and his face is cold. You can hardly feel his breath behind the Nether King. The old man looked at the two people at 10,000 Buddhist temple, and his deep and brief voice suddenly sounded. Bald donkey, give way. This voice is the same as the voice that just spoke about the Nether King's palace. I am afraid it is the owner of the trembling Wanli Wuyun voice just now. Tianfuo Lord was not angry, and Ningyu even saw some relief on his face, and saluted the old man behind Nether King and thanked him. Thank you, Protector Ming. After saying this, the Heavenly Buddha didn't even hesitate at all, and immediately retreated to the side with the 10,000 Buddhas beside him who were still in trance. The retreat was tens of feet away. This also shocked Ning Yueza even more. If it weren't for the fact that the words 10,000 Buddhas on the Buddha's light and the giant lotus chariot could not be faked, she would have even doubted whether the Heavenly Buddha was a fake. This is the head of the supreme and immortal power of the Buddha in the 10,000 Buddhist temple. He is in existence below the 3 Buddhas in the Buddha realm and above 10,000 monks. Now the Buddha's chariot has been knocked down, and people have pointed at the nose and called it a bald donkey. They don't even dare to fart, but they still have to thank people. Now they even give way honestly and retreat nearly 100 feet. This temper is even not as good as a regular independent cultivator. Just when Ning Yueza was extremely shocked, the long river of blood and energy that made the sun and moon dim, and traversed the heaven and earth slowly dissipated, and the 3 Nether Kings also appeared in front of Ning Yueza in an instant. Even though the Nether King is now invisible and the 3 of them are powerless, Ningyu still feels a sense of trembling in her heart. It is a fear that touches the soul, which cannot be avoided or suppressed. The Ming protector also seemed to see that Ning Yueza's state was completely different from that of Wanfo Temple. He smiled and comforted. Elder Ning, please don't be nervous. King Nether doesn't like words, nor does he like Buddhism. I'm sorry. Protector Ming's words did have some effect. Ningyu barely smiled, but still did not dare to look directly at the Nether King. Although he was standing right in front of him, he looked like an extremely dangerous person, exuding the abyss of purgatory, making people feel that just one look would give rise to great terror. However, this also allowed Ningyu to see clearly the young man next to Protector Ming. This young man looked cool and ordinary, wearing an exquisite blue armor. His eyes were as cold as knives, and he kept staring at the Tianhua Lord who had retreated 100 feet and did not dare to approach, or the 10,000 Buddha's Buddha next to the Tianhua Lord, with a faint cold light flashing in his eyes. The different treatment by the Nether Protector and the look in the young man's eyes made Ningyu a little doubtful whether the Nether King Palace had any enmity with the Buddhists. However, Ningyu did not dare to neglect, and immediately said respectfully, "Nether King, please invite everyone. When you enter the mountain gate, other elders will greet you. Don't be surprised if you don't greet me well enough." Hearing this, Protector Ming was obviously dissatisfied, but it was not directed at Ningyu. Instead, he looked at the profound heaven peak, which was floating above the 9 heavens and suppressed one of the 2 peaks of the 9 heavenly Tao sect. He snorted coldly. "Xuanjizi is quite busy." Ningyu also frowned. Nether King Palace and Xian Heavenly Tao sect were both immortals in the absolute beginning Tao domain. Now that the Nether King from Nether King Palace came here to pay tribute, even if he was not greeted by the Tao Master, he should be received by the Peak Master at the first level. But now the 2 Peak Masters of Xian Heavenly Tao sect are no longer in the sect, and Taoist Master Xuanjizi Ningyu has no idea where he is gone. Today Xuanjizi only showed up to arrange some affairs, and then disappeared again. Logically speaking, Xianjizi should have noticed such a big movement outside the sect, but for some reason he never showed up. But just when Ningyu was in trouble, the Nether King didn't seem to care about it and walked directly towards the mountain gate of Xian Heavenly Tao sect. The Nether Protector was slightly startled, but his own Nether King didn't care. He said no more and followed up with the young man beside him. 2 flowers bloom. 1 branch for each table. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou also slowly opened his dust-covered eyes in the secret room of Jiushuan Peak. Those silver-white eyes filled with purple energy seemed to have hundreds of millions of giant elephants rushing past. In the past 5 days, he has used 300 dragon elephant holy medicines to open up his own particles to the perfect number of 840 million. The divine elephant's prison suppressing power has reached the state of giant elephant perfection, and he has opened the 7th layer of the current power method, the body of domination. The body of the dominator absorbs any attack with the power of divine ability spells and turns it into its own power. As long as the power Zhou Xingdou suffers does not exceed the limit of his body, the enemy's various powers are his nourishment. Now, the body under Zhou Xingdou punishing Heavenly Thunder Emperor's armor has reached the ultimate level of physical cultivation, transforming into a perfect body measuring 9 feet, 9 inches in a single thought. His energy and blood are like the sun, his strength can break through the heaven and earth, and a drop of blood can kill a saint. This sentence is now confirmed by Zhou Xingdou. At this moment, his power could no longer be described simply by how many kilograms he had or how many dragons he had. 840 million particles boiled together, and Zhou Xingdou could tear open the void with a flick of his arms. According to Zhou Xingdou's estimation, even if he only uses physical strength now, he can defeat the great sage, and even the power of heaven and earth cannot restrain his power. Because at the moment when the giant elephant reaches perfection, his power is no longer the ordinary power of blood, but an extraordinary divine power. This also made Zhou Xingdou understand what it means to defeat all methods with one force. For Zhou Xingdou, the 60,000 yuan worth of luck is well spent. Once the giant elephant is perfected, he only needs to polish it a little more before he can enter the realm of Yuan Sheng. And he has now touched the 8th layer of the current power method. Everything is just one step away, but it is a pity that Zhou Xingdou has to leave now. Because the day for his Tao child's coronation has arrived, and someone has just knocked on the door, he has to wake up. After all, he must not make any mistakes today. Zhou Xingdou also instantly absorbed the terrifying energy and blood that spilled out of the secret room into his body. Now he has a leak-free body. There is no need to hide it deliberately. Unless he deliberately releases it, no blood will escape and no one can see him. How far has your body reached? After exiting the retreat, Zhou Xingdou immediately stood up and opened the door to the secret room. However, when he saw the person knocking in front of the secret room, Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows froze. I really didn't expect that the Taoist master would personally knock on the door for me. Zhou Xingdou looked at the figure in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but there was some vigilance hidden in the silver eyes covered by purple energy that others could not see. That's right, the person knocking at the gate is none other than the Taoist master of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, Xian Jizi. Even Zhou Xingdou has never thought about this. However, Zhou Xingdou may be wary or suspicious, but he is not nervous. Because he knew very well that at this juncture, even if the Zhuan Jizi in front of him had murderous intentions towards him and hated his wife, he would never touch him in the slightest. Xian Jizi is still so celestial, and there always seems to be a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth, making people feel friendly and trustworthy involuntarily. He stood there and looked at Zhou Xingdou, with a bit of kindness in his eyes, and joked. "Ah, your boy has been in seclusion today, how can I not be anxious?" Xian Jizi's words and appearance made Zhou Xingdou feel a little dazed. To be honest, if Feng Tianyang hadn't sent the news with his life, he would never have doubted this interesting old man in front of him. Even now, deep down in Zhou Xingdou's heart, he hoped that Feng Tianyang's words were false, that Xian Jizi was not a traitor, and that he had nothing to do with anything in the chaos cult. However, this emotion only fermented in Zhou Xingdou's heart and was not revealed at all, because in front of a being like Xian Jizi, any slight change in expression would be noticed by him. Therefore, Zhou Xingdou not only showed no caution and respect, but asked in an extremely rude manner. "Taoist master, just say it straight away. I don't believe that this is why you came to knock on the gate in person." As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou scanned the Tao principles that were inadvertently circulating on Xian Jizi's body. The terrifying power made the space around him solidify, causing endless birth and death. The last time he met Zhuan Jizi, Zhou Xingdou had just entered Divine Treasure's perfected being realm. At that time, he only thought that Zhuan Jizi was unfathomable. But now that he has reached the level of the Holy Saint and is on par with the Half-Step Supreme, Zhuan Jizi is still as deep as the abyss and the sea, still so unfathomable that no one can see the slightest depth. But at this time, Zhou Xingdou had seen more. The supreme heavenly venerable figures around him, whether it was the battle between the Tao venerables or the battles between the creation lords, he had watched them at close range, but they did not make him unable to see the depth. His horizons are broadening, but now when he looks at Zhuan Jizi, he still feels like he's sitting in a well. Xian Jizi didn't react much to Zhou Xingdou's behavior of paying attention to the principles of his body. This kind of thing was a commonplace for him, not to mention that it was natural for juniors to be curious about his own strength. So Zhuan Jizi just shook his head slightly and chuckled twice, and then answered Zhou Xingdou's words. "You have a smart mind, and I do have something else to tell you here." Zhou Xingdou withdrew his gaze. Although his mood was a little heavy, he still raised his eyebrows and joked with Xian Jizi. "Maybe you want to change Dao child. If this is the case, I won't agree to it, and neither will my master." Xian Jizi glanced at Zhou Xingdou, shook his head and said with a smile. "Don't worry, the position of Dao child belongs to you." Zhuan Jizi's words paused, and then a divine light appeared in his eyes. Those pupils seemed to penetrate everything and looked towards the mountain gate. At this moment, Xian Jizi's smile faded, his voice became slightly deeper, and he asked Zhou Xingdou, "Do you know how many immortals came to watch the ceremony today?" Zhou Xingdou naturally didn't know that he had really been practicing in seclusion for the past 5 days and had not contacted the outside world, so how could he know? But he also didn't pay too much attention, and just said lightly. The Taoist master made it clear. Zhuan Jizi stopped beating around the bush and said slowly. If the Yin and Yang Grotto Heaven of Taisher Dao Realm were not added, there would be 3 immortal parties coming to watch the ceremony today, and now there are 2 parties. After hearing the words Yin Yang Grotto Heaven, Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly. Did Yin Yang Grotto Heaven be invited by the Taoist master, or did they come on their own initiative? There is no second Yin Yang Grotto Heaven in Taisher Dao Realm, so Xian Jizi naturally refers to Bai Yulong's sect. This made Zhou Xingdou a little confused. Because of the departure of the Zhou family, Huanyu Holy Land and Yin Yang Grotto Heaven had formed a coalition to support the outside world. It was a busy time, so how could he have time to come here to watch the ceremony? Moreover, Zhou Xingdou also communicated with Wan Tianzhou and Bai Yulong before going into seclusion. He told them not to come for Dao Child's coronation today because Zhou Xingdou was not sure if there would be any accidents, so as not to affect the 2 of them. Xian Jizi was a little strange about Zhou Xingdou's focus, but he didn't think much about it. He shook his head slightly and said, I thought you would pay attention to the second half of my sentence, but I did not invite Yin Yang Grotto Heaven. It was Yin Yang Grotto Heaven who took the initiative. Hearing that Yin Yang Grotto Heaven was not invited by Shin Jizi, Zhou Xingdou no longer cared and followed Shin Jizi's words and asked. Who are the other three parties and why did they tell me this in advance? Xuan Jizi also turned his gaze back to Zhou Xingdou and said in a deep voice. Nether King Palace, Sword Realm, Buddha Realm. When he heard these three names, Zhou Xingdou narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't know much about the Nether King Palace, but he knew more about its power than ordinary people. Shin Heavenly Daosex Classics did not write much about the Nether King Palace, but he had read about some great battles in the early Yuan dynasty from the Zhou family, one of which was related to the Nether King Palace. There is no way to know the details, and only some outlines are left about the Buddhist forbidden.